Welcome to Blast Open Rotterdam, where we are getting this tournament underway. It's a few days of exciting Counter-Strike leading up to the arena in Rotterdam, and we are so very ready to get into the action. Joining me here on the desk, we've got Jacob Pimp-Winneke. How you doing, Jacob?
Good, Mike. Good to be great. Good to be back in Copenhagen. It's been a while since we've been in this lovely studio.
It is so very nice to be back here.
Yeah.
Great to be good indeed. And we got Donnie Vu Parkhurst. I get your last name this time?
You did get my last name correct.
Finally. It's not Donaldson.
I thought you almost forgot my name for a second there. I'm doing great. Thanks for asking, Mike. How are you doing?
You're still tall, man. Look at that guy.
He is so
giant.
tall. We had to take him away from Maui. Make this a little bit more of an even gradient going on here on the desk. Speaking of even gradients, we've got some grading to do over the next few days of play. We got some very exciting groups set up. 16 teams entering this tournament here, starting with Group A here, Jacob.
Yeah, it's overall just a super stacked tournament, to be completely honest. We have all of the good teams coming into this one, and all of the teams eager to do well, eager to gain some VIS, and eager to potentially go for the hunt of another trophy. Group A is stacked. I will say there's a couple of teams within Group A that I'm taking close attention to. I think we start with the worst one first, FaZe Clan, Wu. I feel we're at the brink now of a team that is just completely imploding. I feel like I have no expectations for FaZe Clan coming into this tournament. I was expecting roster changes pretty much after every single tournament they played this year, and then I finally get it, and it's the goddamn coach they changed. So I don't know. I feel like I'm getting trolled at this point. So FaZe still have to earn my attention instead of just, having it by default.
I think you can barely even call FaZe a team at this point. They're just a collection of players where you wonder what's going to happen if they don't make the major, if they don't make the next step. Where are they going to go? Where's Frozen going to go?
What an astonishing concept that would be, a major without FaZe. I don't know, it's been so very long since we've had that conversation. That's a scary prospect indeed. But we do have another group to talk about, so we'll leave FaZe for another day, or at least a later time slot. Vu, what do we think of Group B?
Well, Pimp's saying Group A is stacked. Group B is the most stacked. It's got Vitality, the tournament favorites. It's got Spirit. It's got Paravision. Most notably, I didn't mention Mouse because they have no hope of winning the tournament.
What about Liquid?
And they've got Liquid, which is also another team similar to Mouse with no hope of winning the tournament. But they could impress us maybe a little bit.
Hey, Mobs is on that team now. They're North American again.
I don't claim them yet. I think NRG is still the true North American hope.
Oh, for sure. I mean, they've stuck in the region for years at this point. Liquid just put themselves a major slot. Little region swap going on. They got their visa stamped.
Yeah, some may say that's great GMing. If you can't beat them, you gotta work around it somehow, because if they can't win Counter-Strike games, acquire them, and that's what they've been doing. I'm curious to see Liquid. I'm curious to see the teams in Group B, as you said as well. One clear-cut favorite in Vitality, no doubt about that. If anything, Spirit, how they're gonna bounce back after what was a disastrous ESL Pro League playoff appearance against Astralis. So a lot of cool storylines coming out of both groups.
I still think Spirit need to prove the Magic's bring back, the Magic's IGL assignment makes sense.
You're not sold yet?
I don't think we've seen it. I don't think we've seen great IGLing from Magic's.
Agree.
I don't think that the adjustments he's made and the way he's playing is working for him as an individual, and they're relying on Donk more than ever. You could say 2024 Spirit was the Donk and Shiro show, but they've only doubled and tripled down on relying only on Donk, and it's getting to the point that I don't know if Donk can carry this team to the next level.
Well, I think the interesting thing is it feels like we've seen more Donk wobbles than we're used to seeing as well, right? Where it just hasn't been that monolith of impressive performance. We've had some maps where it's like, where is Donk? What has happened?
Yeah, and one may say that's natural, to some extent. He's just had two of the most amazing individual years any player's ever had, consecutively. So at some point there's going to be wobbles in the water, and especially if you're Donk, we've seen the frustrations coming out from him. I assume he was one of the players advocating for the change, cutting Chopper and getting some fresh air into the lineup. But if he's starting to feel that it doesn't work out, if he's starting to share your sentiment that maybe Magic is not the in-game leader he was hoping he would be, then I can understand why Donk is perhaps losing a bit of focus and potentially is starting to look around for different avenues.
One team that's come in with some very fierce focus, Paravision, right? They shocked the world at the Bounty, taking the first trophy of 2026. Now they come into this team, maybe a team that could threaten?
I mean, Paravision is a team, you want to feel so confident with them. Then they go into EPL and drop out in historically bad fashion. You see James talking about their team. They need practice. They need time on the server away from events, but they're not really getting much time away from events. I still feel a little more confident in their ability to win a tournament as opposed to most of the other teams in this group if they can pull it together. The problem is, as Jay mentioned, they need time on the server and they haven't had it. If they want to be a consistent mainstay, they need to show it at this type of tournament where they come from EPL, they come fairly quickly to this one, and show they can keep making playoff runs consistently.
This is something that Dawson's been sure to emphasize every time we've gotten an interview with him, is like, temper expectations, but that's not our job. Our job is to build up expectations, and a team that we can always trust to fulfill our expectations, Vitality. The Kings are back.
Yeah, without a doubt. I mean, it's good to have them back. They've had a small break, a well-deserving break, but they're heading into this tournament as the clear-cut favorite. And some may even argue, myself included, that them not playing at Pro League even raised the stock value. It's not like I saw any team, you know, closing that gap or playing Counter-Strike at a level where I was wondering, maybe if Vitality was here, they would struggle against this team, let alone NAVI, who ended up winning the tournament. So I feel for Vitality, that was the perfect timing to take a little break, and now the perfect time to come back in and, I guess, claim another trophy.
If anything, Pro League showed the gap between Vitality and the teams below them, because you're expecting a Spirit or a MOUZ to take that event, and you think they're and you think they're coming right up on the heels of Vitality. Instead, both of those teams fall out early on. You have NAVI pick it up, and we're just thinking Vitality they're going to run away with this season. Could they become the best team of all time?
Could they be? We can have that conversation a little bit later on, but for now, it's time to take a look at what these teams are fighting for, fighting to make their way into our playoff bracket, fighting to make their way into the arena to play in front of the crowd in Rotterdam. 2 teams will make it straight to semis. 4 teams will battle to join them at that point for 3 days of brilliant playoff play, and I, for one, cannot wait to travel on in to Rotterdam. Been a long time since CS was in Rotterdam. It'll be my first time in the city, and I'm very excited. I'm seeing boats. You guys know that gets me excited. There's a lot to like about Rotterdam. There's gonna be a lot to like about the Counter-Strike there too.
Most definitely. Always nice to venture into new cities, and especially in the Netherlands. And also, Mike, you know, I know you just recently got a little bit more connected to Europe. We have had a rough winter. It's been dark, it's been cold, but it's starting to get better. You know, the degrees are going up, the sun is coming out, so it should be a good time in Rotterdam.
It's not quite sunny here in Copenhagen yet. It's a little on the cold side.
Was today.
It's a little on the cold side,
It can be cold
Mike.
and sunny.
I'm expecting better in Rotterdam.
I think it's actually lovely here, and Vu is ridiculous. You're from Canada. It's cold there too.
You're right.
As a Canadian, I like it, but for me, the perfect temperature is 15 degrees, and I don't think most people are on that same page.
15?
15.
25.
That's perfect t-shirt weather.
25.
So you just got off of biking for a month in Spain.
Yeah, where it was 14 degrees and raining every day, so I'm over.
Beautiful.
Someone
Amazing. Cheated
Jacob out of his weather. We'll see if we can get it to him in the Netherlands. Well, the question is, what would be the ideal team to make it there? And the beautiful thing is that we can make our own, courtesy of this Gaming Malta Blast Fantasy. You can head to blast.tv to make your own. We're going to craft one right now. Gentlemen, we got to pick one from each of these tiers to see if we can make the ideal fantasy team. Diamond tier, we have our choice of ZywOo, Donk, m0NESY, Molidoy, KSerato, or Shiro. I think there's an obvious one here. What do you think?
Mike, I don't know why you listed out every name there. You could have stopped with Donk, and I would have been happy with that.
What?
You're going to go with ZywOo. No.
Nope, I want to take m0NESY.
m0NESY?
You want to take m0NESY?
Oh my.
With a stand-in?
Yes, exactly. They're playing with a stand-in means more frags for m0NESY on the server, and especially at that rate where not a lot of people are picking him. Do you want to win this game, or you want to be part of the pack who's just, yeah, I placed 9th, you know? We want to win this one. We want to go all in. We go m0NESY. Show some courtesy.
Are we going? I mean,
he's just trying to be different.
No,
he said
it's a bold choice. We'll do it. I don't know if I'm with you, but we'll go for m0NESY. We got m0NESY locked in there. Platinum tier, we've got Rops, Mezzy, Flamesy, Nico, Yakinda, Brolan, Spinks, Zwei, and Belchanok. Belchanok sneaking up. It's a few tiers more than I would have expected, to be honest.
Who do you want now?
Belchanok is on my fantasy roster because I tried to make the worst one possible. However, I think if we're trying to win here, it must be Rops or Nico, surely.
Yeah, but
Rops
we
or
don't
Nico?
want. Yeah, we don't want 2 from Falcons because they'll find a way to disappoint us.
Nico did frag out last time.
Yeah, but there's also Rops, you know. I don't
You want to
know.
go Robs?
I feel Robs is
Safe
a
pick?
safe pick. Now we made the ballsy pick with Monacy. Let's go.
All right, we're hedging. We're hedging. Hedging, but not edging. Gold tier. We've got Torji, Zershin, Zontix, Kyosuke. He's not here. Presumably that's Nucleons. Frozen Twists, Xantares, Wakadia, Bit, Makaze. MVP recently. Wonderful 910, Shello, Nota, Kaspersky, OC, NPL, DGT, and Elige.
Say something stupid, Will. Come.
OC is on my fantasy roster. In fact, you can find it on my Twitter. He is, in fact, my captain.
Okay.
Oh, captain,
He's my captain
OC.
too. I'm not gonna lie to you.
You guys want to win this game? I don't want to make my own team here, but I'm just putting out a name here. X Kaspersky from NIP. I think they have it in the opening game against Paravision. I think they're in a group and in a bracket where it's doable to get some results. And if anyone has been performing well within NIP, it's X Kaspersky. And they just won a LAN event a couple of days ago, so maybe they get some of that confidence they've so desperately been needing.
Let me tell you, this is a less crazy pick than Monacy in the Diamond tier.
So you're buying it?
I'm buying this one. This is much less crazy than
I feel
Monacy
like this is
over
my
Donk
team
and
now.
Zershin.
Mike, do you have an opinion over there?
No, I'm just a host. You guys are the experts. I just get to watch this train wreck in motion. Wow. All
Kaspersky.
right, yep.
Yeah.
Kaspersky is in there. All right, silver tier, Apex, Yuri, Tanir, Magix, Tesses, Kixon, Jimpot, Jame, Techno, Mizdino, Blitz, Imma, Brokey, Jacob, Grim, Jam Young, Wrinkle, Shush, Lukov, Kenzie Zor, Malbs, or Naf.
Emma in that?
We got to get an NA player
Mike,
here.
this team is missing some aura.
Okay.
Get us
Aura?
Jame.
Get us Jame.
Get us Jame.
Jame for
Get us
Aura.
Jame. We need some aura.
Man, you're not going to let me insert an NA player here? This is ridiculous. All right, Jame, he's very high percentage pick, so you're playing with
all your
Pat
NA
here.
players are coming now.
All right, now final bronze tier. Hey, we had two in there. We got Fallen, Kerrigan, Major, Woxic, Soulfly, Alexi B, Snappy, Karen, Nitro, Bro, Sonic, Alex, Sizzy. Sizzy's intriguing. Max, Quasso Peak, best name. Essential, Myron, Mosea, Mercury, G, Zero, Shui, and Ultimate.
Yeah, Mike, who do you want?
G.
G?
G.
You want G? Yeah?
G?
G?
G? G. I didn't go
GG.
NA. We got no NA. My heart is broken.
It's
We
a-
need
how
to
did you
pick
let
the
this happen
captain
to
as
us?
well. Who should be the captain of that team?
Who should be the captain?
It's a terrible team.
Jame is my captain.
Yeah.
Jame is
All
right.
captain, my captain.
He'll see
All right.
us through.
All right.
I believe. All right, we're locking in, confirming. Oh, well, confirming a lock-in team. That's going to be our roster here on the desk. You can also check out our individual ones. You can check out the talent leaderboard, see which one of us actually knows and which one of us should probably go. That's really the question.
Talking about
here,
you.
but it's time to go into our pre-match to get prepared for the action here. We have a banger game to start the day. We got Falcons with a stand-in. Nucleons back in the action versus NRG. Navi Bait comes after that. FaZe Aurora for our third game. And FURIA takes on G and TYLOO up the day. This first one, though, there's a lot of question marks. There's a lot of intrigue. A more harsh roster now on the Falcon side, but with a stand-in once again.
Yeah, it feels like a train wreck that just never ends for Falcons. You know, a couple of disappointing tournaments, then you come in, play with a stand-in. It's tough to get excited about them for now. And I will say NRG, what a golden opportunity to come in here and make a wave. I think NRG is an interesting team, got interesting elements, interesting players, Mike, but they have to step it up today if they want to get the W.
A golden opportunity, or maybe an orange one for our new Dutch event. Well, check out the interviews as we get ready for this game. Grim, now 3 weeks-ish in the team. How are you feeling?
Yeah, feeling good. We just came back from NA for like a week and a half there, get some practice in. But yeah, I'm feeling good overall. Obviously, would like a little more practice, but I'm really excited to play this event.
I know we had talked. You were really excited to play under a Nitro-led team. Now having had some time under his tutelage, what are you thinking?
Yeah, I honestly think he's a really good captain. I think there's a lot of similarities with him and JT, so it's very easy for me to like come in and basically get implemented without much trouble. So yeah, I'm just excited to be here and looking forward to the future with him.
And with you individually, a lot of people are looking at this as a huge potential firepower piece for the team. How's the aim feeling?
I'm always feeling good at the aim, but obviously I gotta do my thing and make sure that there's a reason they brought me here, and I'm gonna show it in the server today and try to build on that for the future games.
Now your opponent here, Falcons, the team where we always talk about those firepower pieces. What do you make of them?
I mean, obviously they're really good. I know Kyosuke can't play this one, but I think the last event they had of Nucleons, they made the finals of the Bounty, so they're not a pushover, and we need to come in, play in our game, playing 120% confidence, and we could take a win out.
Now, Nico, coming in with Nucleons, right? Not the ideal situation, but you're more familiar with him now. What do you make of him, having played with him before?
Yeah, we are a little bit more familiar. I think we know what to expect from him. We obviously, this time around, we had no practice compared to the first time because the news for Maxime came a bit later this time around. So it's a bit different situation. We're going to have to be a bit more unpredictable and just on the fly. As I said, we haven't had much time to practice with him. But yeah, we know how to use him now. We know what to expect from him. So in that sense, it could be easier. But again, no practice, it's always a bit tougher.
And last time when you were at Bounty, right, we saw you step up big as an individual to sort of compensate. Do you think that's going to be required of you again here?
I think it's going to be required from everyone to step up. It's a very important event for us in terms of VRS as well. So obviously, the more matches we win, the higher chance we have to get Maxime back for the future games. Yeah, I think everyone has responsibility to step up. It was super important event for us. It's super frustrating to not have Maxime because kind of both times it's when we had the most of practice. And then the next event we couldn't use our full lineup, so it's a bit annoying. But yeah, hopefully, I'm going to be able to deliver something similar to what I've done at the Blast in January, and we'll see how it goes.
Perhaps Nico to deliver, but it's, again, the same headline for Falcons. Kyosuke not able to be here. A little bit more last minute this time. Nucleon stepping up into the server. That's the big headline. That's going to be the big focus here again for Falcons.
I have to feel for Falcons. I have to feel for Nico in a sense, because he's right on when he's saying finally we had time to practice. A lot of that time is given by them not going far into tournaments, so they can thank themselves for that in that regard. But finally they have a lot of time to practice together, and then the following event they still can use the full lineup. Now playing with Nucleons, we saw that, first tournament of the year, they can make it work. They can make it happen. Nico stepped up, m0NESY stepped up, still a very competitive team. But I also did read something very interesting on the internet, Woo, is that there is a possibility, and you heard it there from Nico, they're not sure whether or not he's getting here and when he's getting here and how many games they need to win. If they continue to play with Nucleons at the VIS cutoff, there's a world where he doesn't get his sticker in the game for the major coming up as well. So it's a bit of a mess right now for Falcons and for Kyosuke as well.
Yeah, this is one where you look at Nucleons, they did well with him. Nico actually, I think, performed better with the stand-in at times. He knows he has the pressure on his shoulders. He knows he has to make the play. I think when they give the ball to Nico, when you look back at his best performance, it was Stockholm when he had basically no team around him. The major, he carried and then missed a deagle shot. He plays so well with the stand-in. I think it unleashes him on the server. And it's not that he doesn't have his own roles when he's playing with Kyosuke, but I think he makes room for Kyosuke to get things done. He tries to throw flashes. He tries to set him up a little bit more. But when the ball's in his hand, I think Nico plays his best CS, and he can carry his team across the line against anyone.
It's a conversation we've had about this team, right? Is it too many superstars? Is there not enough space for everybody to take their role? But that's a conversation for a different day because we don't have one of those stars here. Instead, we'll focus on the changes they've been bringing into the atmosphere. Zonic gave some very interesting interviews recently, talking about being a bit harsher now, being a little more strict with the team, introducing some bans on free time activities, such as playing FaceIt pugs. What do you make of that, Jacob?
I mean, I think it's great that he's finally coming out with some bigger words. I think that's something that I've been lacking from the Falcons camp, to, I wouldn't say take responsibility, but be a bit more harsh on themselves, being adamant to the fact that it's simply not good enough from what they're doing. But I feel like it's also a little bit too late. I mean, if you're only just starting to get harsher now, what have you been doing the past year? And I know that's, it's easy to pick on a guy saying that, but at the end of the day, I'm happy that finally something is being done. Whether or not I agree with the whole FaceIt thing, probably not with a team, that consists of 3 youngsters who just want to grind Counter-Strike. But at the end of the day, they got to change something, and now finally change came.
I think that's old school coaching mentality where you try and force something, but there's a limited amount of time where you can do that type of thing if you don't find results. You can tell someone you can't play FaceIt for the next week if you go and win the next tournament. If you go and lose the next tournament, bomb out in potentially even worse fashion than before, they're going to lose faith in you almost instantly.
It's also part of the history, because I feel like we heard something around, the performance coach of the team, Trolls, Rubble back in the day, or last Rubble, sorry, where they said to m0NESY, you had to go to bed at a certain time. You can't stay up to 4 a.m., grinding FaceIt, etc., etc. And I think something leaked from within that m0NESY probably wasn't too happy with that, and he should just be allowed to do whatever he wants. So I feel like you're going down a route you tried once already that didn't really reflect well. Blast Austin was a disaster for Falcons, and now you're trying it one more time in a different, I guess, guess, a different version. So I'm not sure if I like the idea and the concept of it. But at the end of the day, I'm not gonna be after a man who's trying to do something to change what has been a disappointing period for Falcons.
We've heard it a little bit, right, in some of their vlogs, in some of the comms, in the conversations they've been having, some of the interviews they've been giving. They're trying to get everybody to play for the team, right?
Yeah.
Play for the team, not for the individuals. And I think we've seen this in the endless memes of all of the screenshots of 2v5s and 3v5s that Falcons have managed to lose. But how difficult is it to sort of change your mantra, your ego, your essence as a player like this?
Do yourself a favor and watch some of the vlogs they're putting out. I think Nico is capitalizing it perfectly, saying that we can have all these conversations about it. We can keep talking, but someone's got to come up with a solution. Something's got to change, and that's kind of what I'm sensing within Falcons right now, that they're talking a lot. They're trying to figure out what the issue is, but they haven't really found the solution. They haven't really found out what they can do in order to change the course.
My concern is that this is the same thing we were talking about with Falcons last year with Snappy, when they had all of these kind of mix-up. They had the exact same problems. They were on different pages in the mid-round. They'd play after plants and just make horrific misplays between players trying to make two different reads of the game. And then we go into a new roster, we've got a whole new setup, and it seems like the same thing. They want to play two different ways for the game. That's why they have so many of these 5v2s where they just took their hands off the keyboard. Sometimes they would win these just by the time. Instead, someone's going aggressive, someone's trying to play smart, and you can't have two reads of the game. If it's the more aggressive style where they're in your face, pushing you, swinging every angle, that can work, but this split play that they've been going for, not working for me.
Now, the team that's going to try and punish them for the splits, for the confusion on the other side, it's NRG, right? A team that's very much in the hunt for a major spot, but maybe not guaranteed just yet. A lot on the line, a lot to be hungry about, and a new guy in the fold in Grim, who joined towards the beginning of this month. What do we think of NRG?
I think it's a cool signing for NRG. I think that's a statement in itself. They're still very much invested into Counter-Strike. They want to make this lineup work. And let's be completely honest, if you look at the NA landscape of Counter-Strike players, signing Grim, that's all the way up there. That's a diamond pick for you, you know, if that's your baseline. So I think Grim coming into NRG can do a lot of good stuff for this team. Clear upgrade for NRG. However, for Grim as an individual, is that really an upgrade?
I think that says something about the state of NA, where we're saying that Grim is like the major pickup, the best possible. He is a good player. He's a solid player, but he's a step down from the Elige of the world, where you're thinking NA is in the top 5, top 10 of the world. But still, Grim, an upgrade for them, maybe a bit of a downgrade for him. But I don't think you can fault Passion for picking up Senzu over Grim. You bring him into this roster, I think he adds a little bit more aggression. I think he plays almost the same roles, the same spots as George in so many different maps. It just makes perfect sense for them to pick him up.
Well, this has been the interesting aspect of this transfer, right? Is that it seems from reading the tea leaves, reading the interviews, talking to people, it was more that Grim initiated this. He wanted to be back in a North American team, right? Passion is no longer really NA. They're Passion UN at this point. They are very worldly. And I think Grim wanted to spend a little bit more time back at home and a little bit more time in an NA roster. And so he's back in a truly North American team, repping the region.
Can't fault him for that. If that's what he wants to do and if that's what he desires, then sure as he'll go for it. I will also say to the credit of Grim, I feel like he's one of the few players coming out of North America who, for the vast majority of the past 2 or 3 years, have actually been living up to his end of the deal. I think he's doing a decent job. He's consistently performing. He was making Passion UA relevant in a lot of scenarios where they probably shouldn't be. So, you know, if that's his desire, if that's what he wants to do, I think he's earned the right to make that decision.
I think Grim's also on the same page as an OC, where you saw them in the tier 2 of North America. They looked like they could be top 20 players in the world. They moved to the next level, both on Liquid, both struggle on Liquid. They go to another team. They're doing great on this team. They're not top 20 world beater players, but they are very solid pieces that can bring this type of team to a top 20 in the world. They can get into the major, they can make a dent, and Grim on a good day can carry this team across the finish line against a team like Falcons potentially.
I think this is also just a conversation about NRG over the last, honestly, 2 years, right? This has been a team that's very steadily built. They've risen level by level by level, very incrementally. It's been a slow grind, right, from the initial reintroduction of NRG into Counter-Strike to the point that they're at now. And every one of their decisions, you can see that logical processing of how do we take that next step? How do we get to that next level? And for me, Grim for George is a natural next jump, right? Bringing in a piece who has competed at the top, who has competed at top teams, brings that experience in, brings that rifling firepower in. And then you have this newly rejuvenated OC. Remember, he was benched in the summer. He only came in at the beginning of this year. talking to him, he seemed like he totally redefined his mentality, a little bit more of an F-it mentality, shall we say, on the off, which could be a lot of fun to watch. And I think the results have been promising. And we saw it in their last matchup with Falcons as well, right? Yeah. They very nearly took that series. They took it to 3 maps. They really challenged Falcons. There were times where they could have won it.
I agree with basically everything you're saying, but you're also encapsulating the problem, I'd almost say, because I do agree that NRG is making the right steps and they're investing into North American Counter-Strike. They're investing into getting a better team. But when you describe OC to me, there's always this thing when we talk North American Counter-Strike, someone always has some sort of mentality issue, where you have to be benched, come back and all of a sudden redefine yourself and realize, oh, I've been messing up my life the last 2 years and now I'm a different person, now I'm a different guy. I'm not saying OC, bears the responsibility for all of that, but that's been the same thing I've heard about North American Counter-Strike for 10 years. So at some point, Wu, I guess you'll figure it out.
And Falcons on the other side would know nothing about mentality issues. Let's dive into the veto. Let's find out where our maps are going to be played. Is it going to be a rehash of the last matchup, or are we going somewhere new? What do we think? Let's roll the veto. What are we expecting to see here, gentlemen?
I think we go back to Ancient one more time. Obviously, NRG found the win on this map. It's the one where they're comfortable. The question I kind of had was, do they go away from Mirage, Dust 2? They try and take away the Puggy maps, or are they comfortable? They're looking for an Anubis, a Nuke, these types of maps instead.
Yeah, I'd agree with that. I'd be surprised if NRG is not leaning towards that direction. Same could be said for Falcons. Now that we have Nucleons back as a stand-in, simplified. Pick a map where you can almost not mess it up. We saw it during the Blast Open show. During the Blast Bounty in Malta, that Dust 2 was favored by Falcons in that regard. They wanted to play that a lot, and I'd expect that to be part of the map pool as well. So you see Ancient and Dust 2 coming into the mix. For the third map, though, I feel like there's a lot of different ways you can go here.
Yeah, I mean, see, we already see the ban coming out for Mirage. This is what I was expecting out of... Actually, I was expecting that out of NRG to try and take them away from the Puggy maps, although Mirage is a great map for NRG. I was thinking they might adjust things out and avoid those types of maps where they have to actually play a 5v5 on a map where Nucleons might be more comfortable. Instead, obviously, Decider goes to, I believe, Anubis.
Yeah. That makes sense. I think in the Falcons camp, you're okay with Anubis. It's a map they've been trying to integrate. They played it a fair bit, even with their new stand-in. However, I don't think the Falcons camp's expected to go there. I don't think they should be expecting it to go to a third map. So overall, a pretty 50-50 veto on my end.
That's an interesting one. We were talking a lot about Nucleons and Anubis over at the Bounty, something about his FaZe.it stats on it. But now FaZe.it is banned, so we don't have to talk about those anymore, Jacob. We're just going to talk about how this one goes. Last time in the matchup it was for NRG, it was OC to step up. He was a big piece of what made this a 3-map series, had a really strong Ancient in particular, but a strong series in general. Now you've got Grim in the fold to add to that firepower. I don't know, guys. Maybe I'm just delusional as per usual, but I'm kind of seeing a path here for NRG.
I think there's a path to make the game competitive, and that's as far as I will stretch. Everything considered, I think Falcons is, as you said, we're probably one of the best suited teams to play with a stand-in. Like, you unleash a guy like Nico, you get more out of him. So in terms of the one-to-one switch Kyusuke for Nucleons, yeah, sure, it's a downgrade, but I think you also elevate players around him. So I'm not worried on behalf of Falcons facing NRG, but I would expect NRG to put up a fight.
Unfortunately, I'm still expecting a 2-0, but if we do go to map 3, I actually think Grim is a bit of a specialist on this map. When you look at the complexity roster that he was on for so long, they were incredible on this map, and in no small part because Grim was an incredible individual on that map. So you go to map 3, I think NRG could tow it over the line, and they've already shown that they can win on an Ancient. So it's not an unwinnable series, but really I think we have to admit, it's in Falcons' hands. If they play their A game, NRG shouldn't have a chance.
Well, if they play their A game, but they've got their B stand-in, I don't know. Nucleons actually did pretty well. We'll see how it goes. It's time to find out, and to take us through it, we've got 2 legendary voices of the game back in the server once more. Anders and Henry G. Take it away, fellas.
Couldn't really be any better. Thank you so much, Mike. We are ready. Henry, how are you doing on this fine day?
I'm doing so good, my friend. Good to be back in the hot seat with you, and some great games to commentate today as well. The first one, a few caveats, it has to be said. A stand-in situation for Falcons, but they've been here before, and I agree with the desk. They should be taking this one 2-0, regardless of the fact they don't have Kyusuke today.
I think it's an exciting story. If it turns out to be true that we're going to see more of an unleashed Nico, maybe a little bit less stress, they're playing with the stand-in, all of that stuff. I have to be honest, this is the kind of game I feel like Falcons could easily screw up. Like there's pressure on them.
All right.
It's like they don't want to lose to NRG at the start of the tournament. I could see that happening somehow, just because it would be such a headline.
So you're saying there's a chance?
I'm saying there's a chance, and especially because Ancient is in there, and I don't trust Falcons on Ancient, not even a little bit.
Well, they haven't been playing FaZe, Anders. So maybe that's
true.
So maybe that's going to turn it all around, and everyone's going to be locked in, focusing on that Team CS. And yeah, it'll be very interesting to see what level they bring out today. NRG, the best opportunity they're going to get in this sort of tournament, a stacked tournament, to get an opening win here. Falcons that are wounded, had their wings clipped, and without one of their star players.
They need to stay alive long enough, hopefully, for Kyusuke to actually get here or get to Rotterdam.
It's actually kind of a big deal. They mentioned it. Due to the VRS system, if Nucleons plays 5 games for them, there's a chance Kyusuke doesn't make it to the major.
Just imagine what the madness that would be. But we're not going to waste any more time. We're going to head right into the game. So big welcome, everybody. We're on Ancient to begin with here. Falcons versus NRG. And we begin on the T side for NRG.
Oh, we certainly do. And we have got ourselves a couple of smokes, a Molotov and 2 flashbangs with 4 players heading towards B. And it looks to be a B execution, beg my pardon. And we'll see Testes defending towards Cave up against Bro. Oh, well, he was. Quite a convincing kill to kick things off there. 1 bullet to the dome. Down he goes. So they still have 4 players alive, but they've lost a lot of their util at that point. So we'll see what comes in next. It's OC setting up the 1-man execution. So smoke towards long and short. Your Molotov to either cave entrance or the cubby. Flash over, and in they go. We have got Sonic towards the other side of the map here.
Yes. Yeah, I think he must have been expecting that there might have been some aggression coming out of the Falcons side, and it never really showed up. So this could end up feeling a bit flat right now. All of the utility you just mentioned, it's already on the site, and they haven't found any kills yet. It's going to run out eventually, so they need to push right now. Sonic is still on the other side of the map. He's not even part of this equation at the moment. The bomb is going to be planted. It's just Nitro here, punching in the digits, and at least they're going to do that cleanly. And I guess for Falcons, they're saying it's a full-on retake.
It absolutely is. You can see all 5 players for the Falcons in the backlines right now. They've got a flashbang set up. We'll see whether they can retake this bomb site successfully.
Not a kit in play, no smoke either, but a really nice headshot to begin with. Nucleons, he'll follow it up. It's a good one. Grim is now gone, but the defuse has been taken away. It's just on Sonic. Now, he's a bit of a madman at times. Defuse happening on the other side. Still 6 seconds. They're going to have enough time for it, but one more kill on that defuser, and you never really know what could have happened, but I do like it. That's a kind of a calm approach. They weren't panicked by the utility. They just waited it out.
Yeah, absolutely. Good point. Without the kid as well, it's a comfortable defuse. They got that opening kill courtesy of Testes towards the cave. Give him a nice man advantage. No pressure to fight through the utility and make any heroic maneuvers there. And it is going to be Sonic left in that 1 versus 3. You're right. If he gets one more headshot there, he applies a lot of pressure. But they shut it down nicely. But the bomb did get planted. That's the headline here, Anders.
Right.
We are going to see the force buy in the second round. It's quite a powerful one. Quite potent. As you see Sonic with the Galil. We've got a few Tech 9s in there as well. And a plethora of utility. The first of which has been deployed towards the red room. Molotov to try and deny CT access towards the elbow. And here comes OC. He's actually done very well. They've got some decent space on the map here.
Yeah, just getting some pressure on, trying to take the cave away from the Falcon side. Sonic is over on the other side of middle. Now, he is going to be their entry man onto middle most of the time. You're going to see him try and fly in there. Very curious how he's going to be faring in that. It's such an important part of the map here. If you can take it, big advantage on the T side. And something that probably will plague Falcons when they get to their own T side, because normally they actually have Kyusuke in there to run into middle. That's not going to be the case today. It'll be Nucleons instead.
Well, Nucleons has had a very good start. 2 kills in the pistols, going to build his confidence up. See whether they can hold NRG at bay here. We hit the 1 minute mark. Like I said, decent map control, but Falcons have allowed them to have middle. How do you actually push this in towards the bomb site? Smoked off. Really nice defensive play from Falcons. Forcing their hand, they have to reassess their options. I think we have to go back towards B now. And Kixan investigating the B ramp. He's got the MP9 up close and personal. The only SMG looking to make the first incision, and they've done a great job there, Anders. They can just fall back and retreat now, enable those crossfires. There should be no way into this round unless Sonic can find an entrance.
He's found the one. I must say it was a great overlap with Tessus being there to hold the first angle as they were swinging in. Because I was about to say that's a bit risky maybe for Falcons to push out of the B bomb site, but it worked out very, very well. And Nico, Monacy in the middle, just going to be spraying down a couple there as OC and Bro hit the floor. And Sonic, he can't do more than that. It's a great triple for Monacy with the FAMAS.
Yeah, very comfortable, isn't it? I love that aggressive maneuver. Blocked them out towards the donut. You know they're going to have to head back in towards B. You got Kixan, as I mentioned, the only SMG in play. Gets himself the opening kill, joined by Tessus as well. Things looking very good for the Falcons. Will be a full eco coming up next here. So NRG use this one as a sort of timeout, try and bleed out some utility. But we've seen some excellent work from the FAMAS the last couple of months. It seems to be a gun that's getting more prevalent in CS2. And you can see Monacy is a fan of it as well. 3 massive frags and just a couple of P250s here. A Deagle for OC, but of course no Kevlar. As we go 2-0, presumably 3.
It's very smooth sailing at the beginning here, which is exactly what Falcons need. I think CT side is usually a bit better for them. I feel like their T side is when I start get a lot more worried for the Falcons team. And okay, bro, it's a nice headshot here. Kixan though, trying to keep it cool. Falling backwards, still some bullets in the magazine. They've taken out OC at the same time. The A-bomb side is kind of open for business though, so I don't know how they're getting away with so much here. NRG could be a bomb plant coming in.
Oh, it absolutely is. Man advantage maintained courtesy of Monacy and that HE grenade, but yeah, they're going to be planting in towards A. Smoke down in CT spawn, and Sonic making things uncomfortable. And will be Monacy to maintain the advantage here. Grim, nice shot with the P250. And we'll take a miracle from Nitro at this stage to save the round. But if you can find one more frag, Anders, it's a pretty good eco overall with the bomb planted.
I was going to say, trying to make up for that last round where they maybe didn't have the impact they were looking for. But yeah, one more kill on a bomb plant. That would be great. Nitro, he will pick it up. Don't expect him to do more than that. It's a lot in a 1 versus 3. But yeah, they put a little bit of pressure on the Falcon side of things. Leading it around number 4 here. Going to have more guns, but see if they can figure out a way to do this. I mean, they're pretty evenly spread historically. NRG, they sort of keep it almost 50-50 between the A and the B bomb side. So I don't think it's necessarily that easy to predict what they're going to be doing, but they do have a couple of rushes for the A bomb side I've seen in the past. So they are a team that sometimes will try to just speed up, which I like. I think it's nice to throw in some of those A rushes every once in a while.
Nice little utility set there from Monacy to flush out the pocket. Incendiary in towards our position, followed up the HE, found the frag on the unarmored player, and we go 3-0. Here comes the first real gun round though. OC without the AWP, but Monacy certainly has got his. He's 5-0 right now, absolutely locked in. We'll see whether they want to apply any initial aggression here. It's going to be 3 players towards B. We've got Sonic once again watching the extremities, looking for any A main aggression. Decent spam damage there from Tessus. Takes Bro down to 6 HP. Pretty much nullifies his round.
Fortunate that was in a smoke being thrown from Tessus and not an HE around the corner. That could have killed him right then and there.
So just feeling out the map here. Trying to see what they're up against. Tug of war towards his K position. Tessus trying to hold them off as long as he possibly can. Asserting his dominance. And, well, there's Monacy. Strikes. First blood with the AWP. He'll find Sonic, as we mentioned. The lurk player watching for the CT aggression. Now they've lost all the information towards A and Midlanders. They have to commit towards B. You can't really fall back. You have no idea what territory you've lost. Miss Molotov. In towards B we go. Hope for the best here, boys.
It doesn't look good right now for NRG, but I must admit that is a good opening. Grim will take down Kixan still. The rotation's coming in. The 4 members of Falcons, they are right next to this. Only 40 seconds left. It's a wallbang to take down Nitro. It's just getting worse all the time. OC is going to go down next. Nucleons will pick up a couple of kills, and Nico will close out the round just like that. I think you're exactly right. They lost the A part of the map, but even before then, Falcons were pretty much in middle and B. They knew everything.
Yeah, way too much information. Suffocating their opposition there. As soon as you lose Sonic, you have no choice. You don't have the time to fall back and reclaim that territory. Have to walk into B. They throw a couple of grenades, a couple of smokes, but overall very, very comfortable for the Falcons once again. They are firing on all cylinders. The star players know they have to step up today, considering the fact they don't have Kiyosuke. We're seeing Monacy finding massive impact. Wallbang headshots with the AWP. Nico's going to have to find that star level power once again, and Nucleon's holding his own.
And that's another potential problem, isn't it? When Sonic is such a role player on the map, when you find him in that position, you can read so much of the rest of the setup just from that one player.
Oh, unlucky for Nitro. You do hate to see that, but fantastic work popping the smoke open, getting the wallbang. Nucleon's looking rock solid as well, anchoring that B bomb side. Really nice play from the Falcons so far. And it's another partial investment now. NRG feeling the heat. Their map pick getting walloped out there right now. Same story goes around number 5. A lot of grenade damage, but Bro will find their first man advantage of the game so far. Finds Tessus towards the cave. Still a lot of work to be done here. Now, do they pounce on this advantage or try and feel out the map?
It looks like they want to go for it. They've pretty much given up the rest of it, so it's time to get that bomb planted. It's a little bit further away, though.
Damn.
All the way in the back. It's another kill, this time for the smoke. Kixan will take down Grim, and a boost on over. Molotov on top. That's going to be very painful, but he's committed. You can't question his heart there. OC, he gave it all for the team, and at least they got the bomb planted, but it'll have to be some wild wall bangs, I think, to hold on to this one. The afterplant could be very good for Falcons.
Yeah, that was a single swim moment. If you don't get the bomb planted there, you might not ever get it down. So he might as well sacrifice himself. C4 planted in the 4 versus 3. 2 players quite low. The bomb ticking at some pace already, but the retake should be comfortable. Should being the operative word here.
Should be. They got all the grenades and everything, but a nice headshot, bro. How did he land that? Sonic will take one more kill, and now they're doubling up inside of the cave here, and time is running low. They need to be quick on this one. The defuse is on. Attempted wallbang, but bro, through the smoke, trying to run them down. It doesn't matter that he dies. The bomb will take care of Nico, and Falcons finally feel a little bit of pain.
Bro had one mission there, stop that defuse, sacrifices a teammate in towards the cave, hits the 1D, and it's a partial buy victory that gets NRG on the board. It started and ended with Bro towards that cave position. Great shots as well, triple kill in total. What a way to close things out. It looked like it was going to be a comfy retake once again, but NRG throw a spanner in the works here. Now we've got a game on our hands. Full buys on either side. OC of his AWP. First real gun round here, where everyone's fully equipped. We'll see what kind of approach NRG want to take here. Trying to gain some access towards middle. Going to take some nade damage, not too much. Maybe wanted to get flashed in here as the wallbangs come in once again. A boatload of damage there as Bro's down to 25, courtesy of Tess's wallbang.
Flash into the middle from that B lane, so really trying to set up Sonic to fight. And actually, Nucleon stuck around. I was going to say, Falcons don't even really have to fight this. Once they know that they're in the middle, they can just kind of chill out a little bit, but they are putting them to the test here. Smoke up in the red room, and Kixan probably needs to escape. They have the advantage already right now, Falcons, so there's not that much to be done. This, I don't want to say it's an unwinnable round, but with Bro and Grim already being this low, very, very hard to get ahead in this one.
Well, they only have 2 smokes remaining as well, so you don't even have the flashes to follow up those smokes. So to get the AWP off the line, you're going to have to actually challenge him yourself. That's what they're going to go for. Monacy, comfortable kill, though, towards the cave. And there's OC. Does find Monacy here, but the incendiary goes down. Do they just extinguish this? They can path around it. They're going to bide their time. Wait for the smoke down towards long, and there is actually a chance to get the bomb planted here.
The extra seconds are waking, like you said. If they run around it, maybe the bomb would already be planted by now. But the fact that they waited out a bit means now the rest of the Falcons have shown up once again. Scary reload, but Bro is going to be going down, and I think they're just going to be pleading players from here on out. I don't even think they get the bomb planted here. OC, good shots, a little bit of damage, but the round I don't think is recoverable any longer. Kixan will take him down. It's very good defense.
Get the AK, says Nico. Great recovery. I feel like OC should have been saving the AWP there. It was 20 seconds on the clock, 3-on-1. He had the opportunity to fall back through that B round, but they leave with nothing, unfortunately. The amount of smoke kills Falcons are getting today is ridiculous. And not only are they getting that wallbang damage to open things up, they're finding kills through the smokes. And Kixan takes down the AWP to close it out as well. Starting to get out of hand here. Might be a tactical timeout for NRG. Not going to take it. Another partial buy. It's the only round they've won so far. Good opportunity for Falcons to build their resources.
A lot heavier in middle this time. Every other round, they've been outside of the B-bomb side with 4 or 3 people every time. But this time, they want to check out the middle. Might be trying to go quick towards the donut, but that's being held by just a pixel gap from Nico. He's able to spot it out. Monacy will take the kill. I believe Pimp on the desk was saying Monacy might be a good pick because there might be more kills now that Kyusuke is not here. He's up to 10-2 at the moment. So,
well, it's players like Monacy and Nico that know they have to go above and beyond.
Right.
Today. They really do need to be stars for Falcons, considering they're missing Kyusuke. And we've seen him with Nucleons before. He is a very capable Counter-Strike player, and they've made deep runs with him the last time he played a Blast Bounty. We'll see now if this is another easy conversion for Falcons. 5-on-4 advantage, bit of damage done towards Grim, but some territory on the map. But you can see the Falcons are very aware of it. We've got Nico dug away in towards CT spawn. He knows his player's coming through, and you can almost guarantee he's getting one here. There it is.
It's a giant off angle when you're peeking into CT spawn like that. Pretty good shot, though. OC praying that he could land one more deagle headshot like that, bro. Back on the Tech-9. They're doing some chip damage. They're taking some of the guns away here from Falcons, but the truth is the Falcons are still up 6-1. It's a very, very good start to Ancient, which, again, I feel like it's sort of almost a must-win map here for NRG. This is one of the maps where I feel like they might have a bit of a chance against the Falcons. Don't know if it's going to get any easier on Dust 2.
Still early days here, Anders. Sure, they've only won single round so far, but the finances have been all over the place. You've lost the pistol. Still plenty of time to recover this. It looks pretty desperate right now, but 5 or 6 rounds still on the table. It all starts here, though. We've got another gun round, full investment from NRG. No AWP for OC, but he does have the AK-47. And in terms of map control, we've got 4 players over towards B, looking to maybe just have a set piece into the bomb side. They need to make sure they mitigate this damage at the start. Can't keep getting dinked with the wall bangs.
It's a very similar setup. The only difference is this time Sonic has joined the rest of the team. Yeah, they're going to go quick. That's why. They're all 5 here. Last time, they were slow. They've been weighted out. They've been slowed down by the grenades. This time, they want to pull the trigger early. And NRG straight onto the bomb side. And Grim pushing the back line. He doesn't want to allow Falcons to set up for those retakes. But Kicksan, he's still in front. I don't know how he managed to get in there. Somebody should have been watching. They got 5 people on the bomb side. Grim's traded out by Nucleons. And in spite of the efforts here, NRG still in some trouble. 3v3. And the bomb maybe finally get planted.
You say that, but the incendiary will deny all the antics in that regard. OC with the bomb on his back, down to 6 points of health. A minute remaining. They're going to pump the brakes for a second, but here comes the attempt at the plant. Very vulnerable to a wallbang here, but OC does get it down. 3 versus 2 as Nucleons once again through the smoke. Has been ridiculous so far. Sonic will have to provide some magic. It's not going to happen. A change of pace, Anders. A 5-man attacking towards B doesn't really find them any decent result.
I like the idea, though. You can almost see how that works out on sort of a flowchart way, because every other time they've been on the B bomb site, and the problem has been that Falcons has been the back line setting up the retake. So this time they say, all right, let's take that real estate away from them. If we put Grim back there, then they can't do the retakes the way that they've been doing before. Unfortunately, it doesn't really work out. I mean, it's kind of close, you could see, without the flash there. Grim probably gets a double. I
will say, it is really unfortunate. Like, very well done from Falcons, of course, but the fact you keep dying through smoke so cleanly, it's got to be frustrating now for NRG. Daps will get on the microphone, try and calm everyone down. I don't think they're playing bad CS. There's been some unfortunate situations. They're taking a lot of damage en route as they're getting this bomb planted. But the thing, the bomb is going down. I feel like if they can just run the default, then go into this B-execute, try and bleed out some of the grenades first so the retakes aren't so potent, that might be the way forward. But now we've taken a tactical timeout. The Falcons will be chomping at the bit to change their playstyle as well. They know you're about to adapt and change your approach. This is when, if you're the coach of Falcons, you might be dropping an aggressive CT maneuver right now to shut down their intentions.
That's an exciting prospect, because it's up to NRG to find the solution. If you can interrupt them before they are in the middle of that.
Exactly. That's what I'd be doing right now, but let's see what Falcons have got in mind.
It does feel like NRG are really trying to prove a point over at this B bomb side. Like, they keep going back to a very similar setup. This time, looks like they want to take mid first, because they got Grim and Sonic on this side, so could be an attempt to try and lure that out. They almost did it before with some flashes coming in. This time, the wall bang, not yet. Oh, there we go.
There it is.
He just has to do it, doesn't he?
Unreal how much damage he's had with that same wallbang. They keep running into it. Nitro, in-game leader down to 38 points of health. Tess is not happy with that, though. Remains strong and vigilant in toward this K position. He's got Glil on the other side, and he's more than willing to take that duel. Smoke will dissipate momentarily. More of a default setup this time. Grim towards the elbow with Sonic. That's where the bomb is as well. So you'd assume maybe an A split coming at this point. Going to be flushing out the K, making sure CTs don't get information they've crossed over. But I'd say they'll try to go for the mid control right now and get that bomb through Donut. But we'll see. Sub 1 minute. You can see OC rotating over through spawn.
I mean, this is the opening they've been going B with so much, so you're right. Maybe making this into an A play instead could work out. Maybe there's a chance that Falcons will be a little bit overextended on the B bomb site.
Yeah.
They're going to be pushing down to the B hole ramp. They actually know Falcons. They're going to find out soon.
It's a really nice defensive smoke. This is the aggressive maneuver we discussed. You know they're going to change their mentality here. First time they've actually made their way in towards A, but it's so telegraphed. They don't realize they've pushed the B round. They've got all this information. Monacy and Nico working in tandem. A beautiful crossfire. And it looks like it's enough to seal the deal here in round number 9. They are getting absolutely battered out there. A clean sweep. You're being outclassed right now, boys.
That's got to be one of the worst feelings as you're about to execute that A split and then you're getting shot from the B bomb side. And even though you don't lose anybody there, it sends the message. It tells you right away they already know. They know everything they need to. We're walking in, you know, through the smoke towards Donut. It's a giant trap, but you already knew that because you've already been kind of revealed outside of the B bomb site. So devastating feeling, no doubt for NRG. Started to fall way too far behind here. 8-1. Falcons playing a very, very good CT side at the moment.
Dude,
Nothing to
this is
complain about.
world-class stuff. You wouldn't think this is a standard situation. Nucleon's got 11 for 3.
Yeah, let's go.
This is hype. Sure, it's a blowout, but you've got to respect the level they're putting down. Perfect reads of the game, great rotations, great wall bangs, kills through the smoke. And bear in mind, sure, they've got one round on the board, but that was a partial buy victory where they had to make a heroic play through the smoke, get the 1D. It should have been a Falcons round as well.
Yeah, that's actually worth remembering, isn't it? If Bro hadn't run out of the smoke with an eagle there, that would have been it. I can't believe Tess has found the wallbang again. This time it's a different angle, but he still did the damage.
Unreal. If he watches this demo back, I think he's done about 800 damage or so after 10 rounds just through wallbangs.
Yeah, he's got 4 kills, but it's not really representing how annoying he's been.
Absolutely true.
Let's see, under a minute now. Look at the aggression from NiKo. He's pushed all the way in the middle again. This is what you were talking about just now, Henry. Maybe they will try and be a bit more aggressive, Falcons, and that's what they're doing once again. Tessus and Monesi will get the openings, but they've already got everyone here. They know, because of that NiKo mid position, this is going to be a B attack, and Bombers plant it here, but surely they can just set up for another retake. They've done it all game long.
They are looking very average compared to the Falcons right now. It's their map pick. They're not even getting a look in to these rounds. 5 players survive once again. Throw in the towel. They're not even defending themselves at this stage. Falcons having their wicked way with them. And it looks like one round might be all they get on their T side. Look at this, through the smoke, everything is just pitch perfect, Anders. Every peak, every duel, they have the advantage. They've already done the damage through smokes and wallbangs.
Is it possible at all that NRG came into this first half with an idea that we're gonna make them respect us at B, and then we'll do all this other stuff?
Potentially.
And they never got there.
We haven't really ruffled any feathers so far, the Falcons. Have to win these last 2 rounds. Let's hope for the best. We want a competitive game to open things up at Blast Open. They are nowhere near. 9-3 is the best they can hope for. Again, if he does another 90 damage for that wallbang, I'm done. But finally, an opening advantage. It was Tessus trying to take the aggro for Kixenway, push down the B ramp. Unfortunately, it doesn't work out. Maybe we have the second here for NRG, but still a lot of work to be done. Oh, comes Tessus. He can smell you.
I'm so worried for them on the other side every time now. Ooh, NiKo getting caught. It's a rare moment where he oversteps. He still gets the headshot. And he's got Monesi there to back him up. That is getting away with so much. NiKo probably should have been dead. Maybe Monesi still gets a kill, but that should have been a lot better.
Loving these crossfires, these setups from Falcons, and loving that from Sonic as well. Confident stuff, pushing through the incendiary, cracks open the A-bomb sign, actually recovers the AWP. 3-on-2 advantage. Looks to be their second round here. Sonic, AWP, nails the shot. Now down to Nucleons. What can he do with this one?
He's a 1 versus 3, but he's already got the first one. It's pretty early on in that bomb timer, so maybe there's a chance he gets one more headshot. Swings against Bro, and maybe he could have had the headshot, but not this time. Bro, rock solid. He's responsible for both the rounds they have, NRG.
You can see the vibes, understandably a little low for NRG, but Sonic pretty much wins that round single-handedly. Finds the entrance in towards A, picks up the AWP, brings it down to a 3 versus 1, but it was still on a knife's edge. Nucleons is feeding it today, but this is the nice work from Sonic. He felt like there was a moment that they gave it up, but Bro, confident finish. Need this last round. Bear in mind, Falcons haven't had to eco whatsoever throughout the entirety of this first half. Last round will be no different, but we're changing the pace again. Grim surely gets his opener, and he converts it.
That's very nice. And now Hunting, he can hear the reload. He knows that he can maybe track him down.
Nice.
Grim, fantastic work. A triple to add to it. And that's what they needed. One more round here. At least get 3 on the board. The bomb is making its way towards the A-bomb site where NiKo was the only defender, and he's actually outdueled by Nitro. Didn't think I'd see that. Tess is in a 1 versus 3, and for once, he can't rely on the wallbangs here to get him back.
Think he might be onto something there. Changing the pace, the rush middle. And Grim entering the server. New boy finds himself a triple kill. Doesn't feel like enough. It's their map pick. Just need to find Tessus here.
Okay, tickling away. I was going to say, I feel like he should have already been dead. But he might be anyway. I don't think it'll make a big difference here. There's just not enough health left. Shot in the back by OC. And a 9-3 first half finisher in favor of the Falcons.
Including me or no?
You could include yourself if you want.
Wow.
Honestly, gonna be pretty easy.
I just put the whole Vitality lineup.
My dream roster right now in CS would be IGL, definitely Apex.
I'm assuming I'm in there, so it's gonna be me.
We have Blitz, who is probably sharpest IGL, I would say.
If I had to make a squad to beat Vitality, I would make Nico IGL. Because I think isolated Vitality is really, really great players to have Saivu and then have really great role players. And if you want to beat them, I think you will have problems beating by the system, the way they play right now. So you have to beat them by raw firepower, just out of the gate.
I think it's a no-brainer to pick Saivu and Donk in your team. I think it's just unfair.
Yo, it's gonna be the bend of that end of the scope is so ridiculous.
I don't think it needs any extra explaining, like they're not crossing each other's roles. Yeah, they're the best currently.
I have no idea how this roster might work in terms of relationships, like how they're gonna get used to each other and if it is even gonna work. But you know, Donk is Donk, Zaiwu is Zaiwu.
Hopper, I would say Zaiwu. I would put Donk because I think he's probably the best driver in CS right now.
I will take Monesi. I will take Donk.
Multi-frag moment, but here's Donk's rebuttal! They're feeding Apex to him, and now this huge health advantage. Time's ticking. Donk's out!
And we have an Nencher and Messi. At this point, he is like the best one, like past more than a year.
Robs, Apex, Zaiwu and Robs are playing for Vitality, which is by far the best teams in the last months, like even last 1 year, let's say.
Robs, for the sake of being one of the world-class anchors for such a long time, and right now in the top one team, and he's been in form for a long period of time.
And then we'll take Bit.
Kyosuke, I would choose him because I think obviously he's really young, but even though he doesn't have too much experience, he has shown how good he can be, and I think he definitely has a bright future.
Kyosuke. This is just Kyosuke, everyone knows.
I think you also take Kaisuke.
And the last player, I would put Monesi as a hybrid. I just think Monesi just has the class, just has the talent. He knows all of the situational utility. He understands how to play clutch. So I just think it's an overall pretty tough team to beat.
If we're saying that current roster Vitality, we're all going to stay together and you can't have any of them, who would you take instead?
I would take the full roster of Team Spirit.
You never know how a team connects. These players in Vitality seem to add something to the server and make the teammates better. I think that's unique, and I think we've only seen that in the Astralis era, where every player is really great and they're making each other better. And I think that is always the hardest when you make a team that has to compete for the finals on the first day, basically.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. You join us for the first day of Blast Open Rotterdam 2026. First game of the tournament, Falcons versus NRG, and things starting to heat up. They're not hot right now, Anders, but NRG finding a couple of rounds towards the end is at least giving them a fighting chance in the second half here.
Well, hopefully not too hot for NRG. They're on the CT side now. I think I question Falcons T side. I don't love it, but it's going to be lightning fast here. They want to close this down before NRG even get a chance. Straight to the B-bomb side, trying to crash their way in. Nitro gets one down in the corner. Grim, great work so far. A triple, a couple of bullets left. He almost has the headshot. He's so close to being the quad kill that he dreamed of. But now it's Kixan. It's a 1 versus 2. There's a lot of time on this clock.
It was looking so promising there for the Falcons. They overlooked the cubby, and it's Grim with his best sequence so far. Kixan now down to 39 points of health. They know exactly where he is. Unless he finds his kill quickly, the round is over. Not going to happen. That's the lifeline that NRG needed. 9-4, no bomb planted. And now if you're playing it by the bookhanders, you don't force by this round. You've got a huge lead already. You didn't get the bomb planted. Take the eco and then bring out the AKs next when they're on their bonus round. That's the way I'd play it. We'll see if they've got the same approach, same mentality going forward. They might want to assert their dominance and bring out this Tech 9's armor. Time will tell, but this was really nice play from Grim.
Oh, he's pixels away, isn't he, from getting that last one? That would have been sick. Still, fantastic work. Now, here are my worries, though, for the Falcons on this side. Like I said, Kyosuke is normally their entry into the middle. That's a big role. It's such an important task on the T side to enter it. It's got to be Nucleons instead now to sort of be the first man in. Now, maybe you can throw him away in here, but still, there's a lot of little details about the timing of flashbangs and everything else that could throw him off. So we'll see how this goes. You're right, though. No real investment. Flashbang to go over a Deagle or Nico.
with these sort of advantages, you want to have as many gun rounds as possible.
Right.
If you force sport and then limit yourself in the first gun round, yeah, you let them back into the game. This is absolutely fine. Your objective here, find a couple of kills. If you somehow get a bomb planted, that's a miracle in its own right. We'll see how they get on here. At the very least, you want to be bleeding out the util. You don't want to be going down in the first 10 seconds. Make them use their grenades. Make them reinvest going forward as well. Having a look at the setup as well, as I mentioned, we have AKs in the next round. You'll be up against potentially 2 SMGs here. So that's why you go for the full eco now, to have the firepower advantage going forward. No shots connecting there for Bro. This is getting a bit dangerous now. The bomb gets planted. All of a sudden, this is a very promising round for Falcons.
Oh, they'll definitely take that. That's a nice bit of cash to add to it. Good cleanup so far here, NRG. They shouldn't be panicking. They've got the better weapons. There's really not that much to fight back with, so no real casualties happening. But the bomb plant is still pretty good. For what you invested into that, you'll definitely take it.
Yes, absolutely true. Falcons will be very happy with that. NRG, a little bit nervous about the following round here. They've got a FAMAS and 2 SMGs, a couple of M4s. We'll see whether they want to upgrade any of those, knowing they don't really have the firepower to hold off the Falcons going forward here. But this is a very important round. It will set the tone for the rest of this map. The pick of NRG. And it all hangs in the balance going forward here. Daps pacing up and down. He knows how important this one's going to be. It's going to be a challenging round for them. You've given them all the bells and whistles of that bomb going down as well. So you can see they're fully equipped. Oh, yeah. AKs across the board. All the grenades they could ask for. No upgraded weapons for NRG. Trying to maintain their gold. So it's the MP9, MP7, and FAMAS setup. They take a lot of damage at the start here, and we are battling in towards middle.
Oh, he's in the smoke. I do love this play, actually. Tess is coming in from the other side. This is going to fall apart very quickly for the defense here. Just OC trying to get out, but it won't work. The fact that they were able to hide in the smoke allowed them to fight with so many people all at once in the middle. That's a very, very sick play, and I'm surprised that NRG either didn't spam the smoke or try to blow it open to see if anyone was in there. That's such a big liability here. Grim, last one left in a 1 versus 4, but they know where he is now. Feet are on fire, and he just has to try and escape.
Yep, that's round. You can see it all came down to the firepower there, bullying their way through middle. The FAMASes unable to hold them off, and it's a clean and convincing round to find double digits for Falcons here. 3 players to survive as well. Money should be okay. Bear in mind, they kept 5 players alive on the anti-eco, so as long as Grim saves his M4, they're absolutely fine. Could even bring out the AWP.
Very interested to see Falcons end up at the A-bomb site a couple of times early on, because if you spend a lot of time watching the Falcons on this map, they love the B-bomb site. They're big fans of it. They really don't go A that much, so they seem to have a bit of a lean in that direction. Maybe that's part of the plan here for the Falcons today. Let's try and make them respect this a lot more early on. Certainly, it's been working out here for a couple of rounds. Even with the bomb plan, the previous one, it's good work.
The vibes seem immaculate as well for Falcons. I mean, it's easy to be happy when you're winning, but I'm liking this. Some harsh words were had before this tournament. He's banned the boys from FaZe, Zonic that is. And so far, so good. Nucleon stepping up. Looks like a natural out there. So, as I mentioned, money okay. The concession certainly made. We've got a run boost coming in. It's going to be Sonic making his way in towards the heavens here. Bro to open things up. We'll find the aforementioned Nucleons, but Grim will go down. Sonic in a lot of trouble here. Tucks himself in. The spam will come through. It does not connect, but Sonic certainly does. Back and forth we go. 3 versus 2. It's Tess's cracking open the A-bomb site. Molotov towards a donut. He's going to make his way towards spawn through the temple.
That's an enormous bit of map control for Tessus as they were losing the rest of the map. Monacy is going to be catching Bro, and unfortunately, I think for NRG, that might have been their last chance. If they could have interrupted that bomb being carried on over to the A-bomb site, it's actually kind of a sick move from Bro. He must have known Tessus is the front man. Someone else is going to be running up behind. If the timing had worked out, it would have been sick. But now it's Sonic. Bomb going to be planted here, and I mean, maybe you find a kill very early. You can try and go for the 1v2. But once the bomb is down, I don't think it's going to be possible any longer here.
Hello.
Nice shot. Onto Monacy, hold the phone.
He has no kit and no util, low HP now as well. Sure, give it a go, but your chances are not looking good whatsoever. Sonic, I would love you to prove me wrong at this point. He gets the information, gets the shadow and kicks in here. Maybe another kill available, but just can't hold on. And there we have it. The loss bonus won't be there either, Anders. So they've lost a couple of rounds in a row. They're going to be getting around $1,900 into this next round, so it is eco territory, but now Falcons in touching distance of picking up this first map. You can see that flashbang attempt to swing in towards heaven. They managed to get an opening kill courtesy of Bro, but Kixan fending them off from the B doors. Bit of a messy spray from Monacy, but converted in the end. And Pretty clean finish. That should be enough to win the map, I'm afraid. Begs the question, we force buy, and we do not. So you're allowing your opposition to go 12-5, and it feels like we might be done here. You can see the odds from Polymark here, suggesting the same thing.
Yeah, the graph there, there's a moment where it looked like it was overlapping a bit, but yeah, it's rough at the moment, isn't it? Very likely 12-5 scoreline. Falcons, they've just never been slowed down. Nucleons, the stand-in, 17, and then Modesty with 16, Nico at 17 kills as well. That is a trio that's very hard to beat, and NRG, they just don't have the firepower at the moment here. Nico, good spray down.
They've done pretty well.
Yeah, I mean, it's not bad running through the smoke, but if they had better weapons, it may be a bit of a different outcome, but with the pistols, it just isn't enough.
Certainly not. Map points. You had no real choice here to pick your poison sort of time. If you force war here, you're unlikely to win, and then you have no money once again. At least you'll have something going forward. You're going to get $2,400 on top of the 2K you have, so you'll have M4s. You'll have a bit of utility, but it feels like a formality here. I would be very, very surprised if we see this one go to overtime. But as I always say, Anders, round number 13, the hardest round in the world to pick up. It's Henry's Law.
Yeah, you've said it many times, especially with the MR12 format. Like it's closer than it seems. It's always a little bit closer than it feels like. And Falcons, if they lose a couple of rounds here, maybe the nerves will start to set in. You said it's easier to laugh when you're winning.
Absolutely.
I wouldn't know anything about that myself, but I'll take your word for it, Henry.
You're a winner in my heart, Anders.
I appreciate that.
So, map point is found. 7 opportunities to close this one out. You feel like they're going to do it in the following round. They have all the advantages you could ask for. Your opponent's map pick, you'll take the time out, sure, but what can you really say apart from round by round, lads? We'll just play our game. That's all you can say.
I mean, normally, and Falcons is the textbook example of sometimes firepower isn't enough. Like, you need more than that, but sometimes it is. Like, in a game like this one, you've run into Modesty, Nico, and Nucleons, and they've been shooting so hard that some of the strategy element of the game has kind of been wiped out by just the raw firepower here on Falcons, which that should always be a factor, although sometimes it isn't. But yeah, fist bumps all around here. Falcons gearing up to close the book on NRG, at least on the opening map. It's been looking very, very good for them at the moment. It's T side. Normally, I have a lot of criticisms. I have a lot of things that I worry about. I feel like they're very indecisive at times. A lot of rounds on this one where Falcons never reach a bomb site, where they just get shut down before even getting the bomb planted, but none of that talk right now. In the middle, Nucleon straight in there. Flash is going over from the T-spawn. He wants to fight anyone that's available, but that's a quick shot.
Okay, completely blind. I like that. Nico, this is his signature move, though, Anders. Helping himself towards a B bomb site, willing to take these duels. This time, Grim will get the better of him, and Monacy will even the playing field. A lot of damage for Sonic as he crosses over. This could be the GG moment, but Sonic is fighting back.
Yeah, Monacy was looking the wrong way. He thought someone was coming out of cave here. Flash couldn't have been a worse timing for Kixan. He's dead, and now it's Tess's. Very low health on Sonic here. Got 1 minute and 13 seconds. If the bomb had been planted already, it'd be different for Tess's, but Sonic's going to find him. He might have been low, but still lethal. A nice triple.
There it is, round by round, boys. 1 foot in front of the other. Play your game. Get warmed up for the second map, regardless of what happens here. Make this frustrating for them. That's all you can do. Bro, fortunate blind kill there. He was completely blind, but good awareness. Sonic stepping up on low HP, gets himself 3 frags in total with 1 point of health there as well. So we'll take it. It keeps the game alive. It's never that easy, Anders. You can never find round 13 that cleanly. And we'll take a tactical timeout here. Sonic doesn't want this one to slip away from them. That's their first time out they've actually called.
I mean, I know it's obviously way too early to start
Go on,
I'm just
speculating.
saying, it's on these detours that Falcons just get lost in the wilderness, isn't it?
Yeah.
Like when things are looking good, no one's complaining. It's all great, but as soon as the car breaks down and you have to, get off the road to find some more gas or whatever, like it's just that's when people get lost.
Well,
good.
The negative thoughts starting to creep into your mind, thinking, what if we did somehow throw this game away? We're entering the next round of a Deagle and a Galil, boys. What happens here? MR12 can slip away from you very quickly, and confidence being displayed by NRG. Pushing in towards A main, getting a ton of information and a ton of damage. Courtesy of that HE towards a B ramp. Nico and Monacy very low. And you can see they've actually got a ton of intel. They can actually focus 3 players now, Anders, in towards a B bomb site. OC's going to rotate over with Sonic parked up. Very powerful position. You can watch players crossing over each side of A main. Alleviates a lot of your manpower over to this B-bomb site.
It would be even better if they could have pulled Ro on over, but they're not that confident yet. They don't quite feel like they have the full read. And we'll see if that's going to be a good decision or not. You could see he's just jiggling around here with a grenade in hand. It might work out because Falcons are actually starting the war. But I have to say, this is so many more air attacks than you're normally seeing. Sonic hit the deck, though. Kicksan found him with the Deagle. I don't know how. I have to see the replay of that. He's so far back. How did Kicksan do that?
Hello.
Monacy gets a headshot as well with the AWP. And now things have got a lot worse here. NIG might be one of the last chances they have. 3 versus 3. The bomb is being brought back now to the B-bomb site. And there is absolutely nobody there.
35 seconds remaining. It's Nico with the bomb on his back. His teammates showing presence elsewhere. And the B-bomb site is wide open. You're dead on there. It's Nitro, SMG only. Even if he falls back towards B, it's an uphill struggle. This kill could decide the round. Nitro doesn't spot him. Makes a big sound cue as well, but I think he's trying to bait Nucleons in. Gets the M4, and now cutting off rotations. Here comes his teammate. Nucleons needs to hold on.
Yeah, if you say, oh, that's a disgusting headshot. But Nitro, he's done one better. Taking up 2, Nico low on health, but at least the bomb is planted here. And Nitro, he doesn't want to take the fight yet. He just needs to find out where Nico is, and then Bro can win the fight.
True.
Just throw him in like a human flashbang. Make sure that Nico has to put his crosshair somewhere else. They should never be able to line up for this one, but he's ready to swing for it. Nico finds both, and that will be the end of NRG on Ancient.
Wow, what a performance. What a showing. The stand-in certainly playing above his experience, and Nico to close things out with a world-class clutch. You said they couldn't line up for him, Anders, but that's exactly what they did. They lost track of him.
Yeah.
He gets the double kill on 30 HP, and what a way to kick off the tournament for the Falcons there. They absolutely dominate on their map pick of Ancient.
Falcons soaring and crushing the hopes of NRG. That was very strong indeed. Came out the gates running, and they did not slow down.
No, winning the pistol is obviously always a good thing in a game like this. Converting, getting off to a strong start, something that Falcons have been struggling with. We saw it last time in Cluj-Napoca, where they couldn't win a pistol for the life of them. So coming out, showing a bit of progress in that regard, and then maybe a little bit disappointed that NRG weren't able to pick up more T rounds to make the game slightly more competitive, but take nothing away from Falcons. The individual display was probably the biggest, I guess, difference between the two teams.
You know, winning a pistol is a good thing. It's also a good thing when the other team goes to the same bomb site like 10 rounds in a row, and your stand-in is just destroying them every time, and then the rotates destroy them and the whole team destroys them. I think that's a pretty good sign for Falcons.
It is, and I mean, let's give the flowers to that stand-in. Nucleons played really well this map, performed beautifully, had some monster plays, some monster moments. As you said, just shut down NRG round after round after round.
Yeah, I mean, Nucleons, he was attacked by Paravision in the grand final of the Bounty. I think maybe NRG tried to take something from James' playbook. If it doesn't work the first 4 times, maybe it'll work on a pistol eco, and then the next 5 times it might eventually work. Unfortunately, in this case, it didn't actually start working for NRG until they went the other direction, and you had Grim with the aggressive play in through mid, and you had the A play at the very end of the half. Maybe if they had done that a little bit earlier, they weren't quite as telegraphed in their individual A hit they went for like 8 rounds in, maybe we could have seen a closer game.
I'll be honest, you know, I respect NRG for trying. It was a clear game plan for them. They wanted to target Nucleons and see if he was up for the task. And had it worked out, we would have had a different conversation right here. But in a game where you're the underdog, in a game where you have to invent something, you have to come up with something extraordinary in order to beat a team like Falcons when you are NRG, I can't really fault you for trying the most obvious thing. The problem was Nucleons played well. The problem was the Monacy came in with the AWP as well from the beginning of that CT side, even with the rifles, and support him and backed him up. So Falcons played a good game of Counter-Strike, and I feel like NRG tried the one chance they had of getting off to a good start by bullying the new guy, by bullying the stand-in. When that doesn't work, we revert back to what we talked about coming into this matchup, where it's a clear-cut favorite getting the job done.
I do want to touch on one bright spot for NRG. It took him a long time to get started, but after that final round of the first half, Grim really came alive, right? We saw that just take a little bit more charge, roll on in, headshot some folks, and then in the second half, we saw some stronger performances from Grim.
Yeah, I mean, Grim, you need to see him light up if you want to see any chance for this team in this type of matchup. The problem is too little too late. You go into the second half, and I don't know, Falcons, they're forbidding face-it pugs, but that felt a lot like a 2 a.m. face-it pug against a team 1,000 elo below you. They have a couple rounds where they can get something done, but you just know you're the better team.
Painful. Painful for NRG, certainly. They're going to be looking to rally. We're going to be headed to Dust 2 as our second map, which doesn't necessarily bode very well for NRG. But first, a quick break.
Nucleon's coming in, last minute stand-in situation once again. How's that feeling in the team?
I mean, it's something we didn't expect, to be honest. We just found out like 2-3 days ago, so we didn't have too much time to prepare. We played a few pracs with him, and we'll see how it goes.
Now, for you as the IGL, right, you did have the previous experience playing with Nucleons. Is there anything different about how you want to deploy him, how you want to structure the team around it now?
I don't think so. I think we will just try to make him as comfortable as possible because, I mean, he plays the same roles in the academy, so it's basically just a one-for-one trade with Kyosuke, so he will just play his game, and I think he will do good.
And for you, there's been some conversation around changing the atmosphere in the team. Zonic gave an interview yesterday, being a bit harsher, being maybe a little bit more strict about things. Have you noticed changes? Are you trying to change anything up as well with your approach?
I have definitely noticed changes. I think lately, as Zonic said, he has been a bit more harsh and maybe asking the players for some things that they haven't done before. So he has bigger voice in the team right now, and the players respect it, and they respect him a lot, and I think that will benefit us for sure.
And is it something that you're welcoming, that added pressure, added harshness?
Yeah, I think so. I think we need this kind of thing because I mean, it's good to have freedom in the team, but we also need to have some discipline, let's say. So I think Zonic doing this kind of things will help us.
A little bit of added pressure, added harshness, and Kixon welcomes it on. Thinks that this is necessary, thinks that this is what they need, and I mean, at least in this first map, it did look good.
Yeah, it did. You know, and I'm not really going to take too much away from this game against NRG regardless, but once we dive deeper into the tournament and hopefully get QSuke back as well, we can hopefully start to see early signs of that. I think discipline, to me, is the key word. I think that's something Falcons have been lacking quite evidently in pretty much every single tournament they played. We talk about all the radar screenshots, we talk about all the rounds they're not supposed to lose. I think most of that can be narrowed down to discipline in different areas. So I'm glad that's a focus point. My only concern is, Wu, I'm perhaps feeling that it's a little bit too late to take action in that regard, because it's been an ongoing problem for a long time.
Too late is exactly how I'd put it. I mean, what's been going on the last 2-3 years? We saw the one clip with the Boros mouse situation. That seemed pretty harsh, but since then, what have we been just chilling? It's fine we're losing these tournaments. It's fine we're losing every playoffs. It's fine we're dropping out against teams that we're clearly better than. We're seeing teams in interviews talk about Falcons. They're not as much of a threat as we thought they were. And just now we're getting the little bit harsher, the little bit more strict. You need to take away maybe a little bit of the agency of the players, make them do what they need to do. This is what Zonic was brought into the team for.
I mean, better late than never, right, as the saying goes. But I did think it was interesting that Kixon said now he's having a bigger voice. It's like you would really naturally expect Zonic to have a pretty massive voice in this team in every iteration.
It goes back to something, you know, I think there's a massive missed point, you know, when we discuss Falcons and Sonic. Generally, Sonic as a coach has been known to be, back in the Astralis days, you know, to be very hands-on on the details. He invented the whole, you know, let's make sure we never throw a grenade without a purpose. Let's make sure that we have the highest ADR with the grenades in the world of Counter-Strike with Astralis. Attention to detail, micromanagement, etc. You come into Falcons, you have players like QSuke, you have m0NESY, you have Nico. You have to give freedom. You have to be a less big voice within that lineup in order to express the players themselves. And now seemingly he's reverting back to trying to take a bit more control. It's always been a mismatch in terms of philosophy from Sonic coaching a team full of world stars. It's never supposed to be that way. It's like putting Blade in Falcons and expecting, you know, Blade to do wonders with players where he's micromanaged them in all different essence of the game. It's just not a match culturally speaking. So that's personally, I feel like that's the biggest missed point about Falcons for a long, long time, that stylistically speaking, Sonic was never supposed to have players of that caliber, right? He was never supposed to micromanage a team in that way. So he has to involve, the team has to involve, and hopefully they can meet in the middle. And as you said, better late than never.
But the problem is, if that's true, if what you're saying is the case, then Zonic wasn't the right coach for this roster from the start. They could have had someone else instead.
Yeah.
That's a bold statement. There's been a few versions of the roster as well. You stamping that, Fu?
But that's the thing. Yeah, but I would honestly agree with that, because I feel like that's a thing we're very immature in the world of Counter-Strike. We're still new to it. You know, we've been a competitive game with players making millions of dollars for a couple of years. But let's be honest. You look at football. You look at different coaches. Sonic is a world-class coach. I'm not saying Sonic is not arguably the GOAT, you know, in terms of coaching. I'm not saying Sonic is not a great coach, but maybe he's not the fit for this team. You know, just like in football, where you have different types of coaches who would be a fit for one team, but not for another. Doesn't mean the coach is bad, doesn't mean he can't do the job. It just means there's different players, different ways of going around it. And I think Sonic in Falcons have been shown to be a mismatch from the get-go.
It's an interesting thought. It is a very interesting thought.
Takes a bit of brain, you know, to come to it, a bit of nuances, but sometimes we'll get it, you know.
I'm going to redirect your brain just for a moment. We're going to talk about Dust 2. That's the next map we're coming in. We did see this the last time these two teams met. It was a 13-9 in favor of Falcons. What do you think is going to happen today?
The only problem they have is Nucleons. You know, not being able to pick up the secondary up on the B-bomb side like QSuke does from time to time. He was being bullied by Paravision, I believe, on Dust 2 as well. If he has figured out how to play that CT side, I don't see any weakness from Falcons.
Dust 2 is the map where Paravision went B, and then they went B, and then they went B, and eventually it worked out. The problem is Paravision is not NRG. NRG is not Paravision. They're not at the same level as that team. Nucleons is more than enough to send NRG to the lower bracket.
So we're saying it's NRG that have to elevate their level, right? As opposed to anything that we need to see from Falcons here?
I think they need a little bit of both. I think NRG need to elevate their level, and they need to see Falcons have a few missteps. I think Falcons played near perfect CS in the first map. They had the retakes. They had the plays where they were on the same page for retakes in spots where sometimes you could see them falter if they're not playing their A game. I think Falcons are playing as well as you've seen them with this player on the roster, and NRG, they need to step it up as well.
Yeah, I want to see a bit more from NRG, at least to make the game close and get into some competitive scenarios and see if you can, you know, put a bit of pressure on Falcons to see how they handle it, because in reality, there was no pressure applied whatsoever on Ancient.
What are the keys that we're looking to for NRG, right? Because on Ancient, so much of the damage was coming even before they got on the sites, before they saw anybody. Should be less of a problem here on Dust 2, right?
You could say so. I think OC, you know, the usual suspect in him and Grim, they have to play well together. They have to find impact both on the T side and CT side. In general, the AWP role on Dust 2 is a free-flowing role. You can go wherever you want, and you can definitely find impact if you're up for it. You said it yourself, different mentality coming out from OC, maybe a little bit more careless, you know, willing to risk a bit more. Well, now's the time to do it, but you have to do it against m0NESY, so good luck.
It's a little bit of a tough task, a little bit of a tough goal set in front of you here, Vu. What do you think NRG could do?
Yeah, I mean, if we're looking at a map on Ancient where they struggled to get into a 5v5 after plant, to get into a bomb site, Dust 2 isn't an upgrade from there. Dust 2 is a map where you have to deal with the oppers boosted up on short, peeking into lower. You have to deal with the lower push. You have to deal with the mid take. You have to deal with so many different things. It's where individuals can shine, and so we need to see what we saw in the late parts of the first half on Ancient, where Grim took it into his own hands, got aggressive, found a few kills. That's what we need to see if NRG have a chance.
And if that happens, maybe there's a chance. So you're telling me there's a chance. What do you guys think? Anders and Henry?
No.
Yeah, I'm not really sure, Mike. It's a bit of a question mark, and NRG didn't completely roll over Anders. Towards the end, it looked like they were warming up into it, but I tend to agree with the sentiment to the desk there. It feels like a foregone conclusion that Falcons should be taking their map pick of Dust 2 pretty handedly.
Yeah, it's very, very hard to disagree with. It's only going to get better from here on out for Falcons now that we've got Ancient out of the way. We'll see how it goes getting into the map, but I'm very positively disposed. Don't want to oversell it either. It is NRG that they're playing here, Falcons, but still, they did look very strong.
I mean, there were some signs of life. I think Bro had some great rounds. Sonic was working the extremities quite nicely. They won a couple of force buy situations as well, but generally outclassed in every facet of the game. That is the headline after the first map, but it was only the first map. Dust 2. Another opportunity here for the North American organization. Falcons take on NRG, and Falcons are looking red hot as they start on the T side here. We'll have a look at the util, couple of smokes, 4 flashes in total, and Nitro willing to take these duels towards top or middle.
We're talking about a Falcons team that has been laughed a bit at for not winning pistol rounds, but NRG are actually significantly worse on this map at winning pistol rounds.
Oh, really?
I feel like they need to do that now. It actually would be very, very helpful if they could pick that up. So maybe this would be one of the times. I do like Bro out here. Like you said, he's very good on Ancient, and I agree. Maybe he could just snatch that first headshot and bring them on track.
Okay, not going to do that. Gets the information there, top or middle. Can't really do much of that intel. No reactions just yet. Going to be Sonic burrowed away in the pit as we go from mid to B here. Actually going to be calling that one off, just getting the map control. Mid to B smoke goes down. It's all a ruse. They know the CTs have no vision now as to who's coming out. So if you throw this mid to B smoke, they're going to keep 3 players towards the B side, and is exactly what we've got going on.
Yeah, the fact that they already have 3, they're going to feel like they won the lottery. They think, oh, great, there's going to be a B split. We're already set up.
And you've only got 1 player defending towards this A site. It's the strongest player so far, but m0NESY will take pretty easy shot to open things up.
Yeah, even if it might have been their best player there, that's not going to make a difference here. Just too many people coming at him. Sonic, you need 1 more headshot. Absolutely critical here. The bomb is planted, and unfortunately, he doesn't give that. So he gives up the map control, and now they're all retaking from this short position. I will say this, they do have the kit on Nitro, so there is a way out of this round, but they need the headshots first. OC will deliver the first one, but straight back into it. Tessus lines them up. A couple of good kills. There's a very nice pistol round coming out from Falcons.
It really is. Played it to perfection. Held those 3 players in towards the B bomb site, and it's the important detail. They go for the mid doors first and made sure there was no close range CTs, getting information that it was a fake, and you've confirmed that. Burrowed away in towards that B bomb site. 3 players there as well. Mid to B smoke. Hold them there, and it's just 1 player. Bro, he manages to get 1, but that's really all they really pick up. As we get into round number 2, Anders, we are going to see the force buy. It's double scouts. You don't see this too often, and it's quite an interesting approach there. It's going to be OC and Sonic both hitting their shots to take down m0NESY.
We had a couple of scout clips lately that have inspired people.
Yes, we did. On this map especially.
It's how I imagine every scout buy to go when I pick it up, and it never really works out that way, but it's good to see that it's working for somebody. Got the kill on m0NESY here. It's a pretty good start. And just taking some shots through. I mean, why not? No, a big chance you're going to get run down right away, so any chip damage you could do right now, so you get some of the health rid of the rest of Falcons here. That's going to be great. Smoke up in the middle, and they will be checking out this long position. But honestly, That's an MP9 right in their face, and OC's not that far away. If Grim can get even a bit of damage and just run away, the flash is going to be right in his eye, so he has to back on out of the corner. They know that he's there, and the scout, unfortunately, yeah, will get the kill, but a little bit of a different timing. He could have been sick.
The round's still alive, though. That's the headline here. Tess is down to 3 points of health. If this 5-7 can do some work, this could be a very frustrating round, but Kicksam will hunt down Nitro. Double smoke down in towards the CT area, and the crossover. They have no flashbang to swing through the smoke. It comes down to gut instinct. Anders needs to find the timing, needs to push through this when he feels that there's a gap. Nika patrolling that prospect, and yeah. Good attempt, but the round is now over.
Okay.
I say that there's a jumping scout kill.
But yes, they'll end the headshot here, otherwise it's not going to be working out. A lot of damage onto Nico. Pulls out the USP. Feels comfortable that he's done enough damage with it, but now time is running out. Yeah, the backup is going to be there. That's a very nice attempt. From the jumping scout into the USP headshot, you have to appreciate that.
Now you need to discuss your options. You either take the full eco and allow the Falcons to regain their resources, or you go for the Hail Mary. You got 4 kills in the previous round. You got some extra cash to work with here. There is a world you can force by Anders. I don't think they will do it. But the way they're playing right now, they're hitting their shots, they are feeling it, they're making them uncomfortable. There's a world where you discuss and say, let's go for it. Let's try and take a chance here. We'll see what they've got up their sleeve.
It would be kind of sick. Like you said, that they know they're already in a dangerous position playing against the Falcons.
There we go.
Yeah, you called it, Henry. That is very interesting. I like that approach. I think it says something about the mentality of the team. Either we win really big, or maybe we get blown up like we did on Ancient, but at least we're going down swinging.
Yeah, don't hate this call at all. Mac 10 out on the prowl. You can see a distinct lack of helmets, though, so that could be a real problem for them, but it is going to be Bro and OC on these rifles. The former in towards middle, and down he goes quickly. Now you've confirmed they have got rifles here. You got to adjust accordingly.
Oh. The timing on this flashbang could be everything, though. Swinging with the M4, that could work.
It could.
Oh, but they're maybe a little bit late. They still do get the kill. There's no one else there to pick up, so that's a bit of a shame. Would have been sick if they could have followed it up and found somebody who was flashed on the other side of the wall. Still a 1-for-1 trade. Going out through the middle a little bit. Falcons do love these B splits quite a bit. They're going to find Nucleons in the middle. That could change everything. Nico, he knows he has to take this map control before the rest of the team get there. He's trying and maybe overextending a bit. Nitro taking him down.
Huge gamble, huge risk on this buy, but it seems to be paying dividends. Round not over yet just now, because we see Nitro maybe a little bit too aggressive there, trying to recover the weaponry. Still with the man advantage here, and 30 seconds remaining. It looks like an NRG round. We'll see if Monacy and his Orb can find an opener. I don't think they even have time to really get this bomb down. We'll see what they've got up store next, but for now, towards middle we go, and Grim should be able to find one.
Yeah, or at least recognize that it's happening very early on. Tessus only with the 1, and Monacy very nearly walks to his death. Down to 10 seconds, like you said. There isn't enough time. They just have to not die, and they're going to be fine. He can't make the bomb site any longer. Hunting him down is fine, even if you lose the MP9. Nobody cares about that. And he's around the corner. It's another missed shot, and massive success. The gamble works out. He said it could be worth it based on the damage from the previous round, and here we go.
I think those sort of gambles is the only way you're going to take down Falcons. They are hitting hard today. We saw it in Ancient. The surprise purchase, it works out beautifully. It all starts with the man deficit as well. One of those rifles going down, but the pounce towards short. Kixan gets the information, sure, but a lot more than he bargained for. Nice turn from OC, and the fact that Grim finds the AWP and Monacy as well puts him in a prime position going forward here. Now, we have got a full investment. We got to see the scout of Monacy that does considerable damage towards OC to kick things off here. Deagles and a Tech 9 otherwise. So, NRG need to convert this one if they're going to stand a chance in this map. Bear in mind, plenty of Counter-Strike today. 4 best of 3s to bring you. It's NAVI versus Bates coming up next. Stockholm champions will take to the server. For now, though, just going through the motions. The default, you can see the bombs down towards the T-spawn side of the B tunnels, so this will be a bit of a ruse. Nico showing a bit of presence towards short. Setting up some util for a mid to be split by the looks of things, though. Nitro just playing with the pixel gap, going to drop the incendiary as soon as he feels uncomfortable. As we hit the 1 minute mark. Looks to me like it has to be the B split. There's the smoke. Kicksan will try and show some pressure towards short. They are aware of the potential long flank that could come through.
If you apply enough pressure on that middle part of the map, then maybe you could find a way to break through.
So, there's the smoke. It's a good call. There's only 2 players in towards CT here.
Yeah.
Both with SMGs. This could be a very difficult round to handle for NRG.
If they don't get some kills quick, that's a very nice grenade, though. Just soften them up a little bit. Scout doesn't connect.
Here they come.
Yeah, they're going to be very fast with it. Sub 30 seconds in the round. Nucleons gets one opening here, and it's just Nitro fighting on his own. It's fantastic work, though. He got a couple of good kills out of it. Bomb being planted inside. 2v2 in the afterplant, and Nico setting up in the window. Close range with the Deagle. He wants that quick headshot, but Sonic goes right in through the door. That's not even going to wait a second. Sonic with the triple and a good retake.
Yeah, we did say in the first map it was only Sonic and Bro with any sort of serious output there, and Sonic with a fantastic round. Preemptive shots all over the shop there, managing to get that kill towards middle, pre-firing around the door, and then finishing off Nico towards the window as well. It was dangerous, it was uncomfortable, but they stick the landing, and it's going to be an eco for Falcons coming up next. We definitely have got a game on our hands now. Really nice round from Sonic in general. Very comfortable, very calm. And we go 2-2. I don't think we'll be force buying here. Nucleons has got a Galil and Kevlar.
Okay.
They'll take a tactical timeout here. The fact they brought it down to such a close round, same sort of ideas and philosophy we discussed with NRG. You could go for another force buy here with a loss bonus accumulating. I wouldn't necessarily recommend it at this stage. I don't think you need to when you're Falcons. You're the favored team, but definitely still viable. Daps will be discussing those options with them. Be prepared for anything in this following round.
Think about the conversation we're having on Ancient with how much on track the game was for Falcons. They never had to worry about anything. That's not the case here. Like, already, there's a bit of a wobble. There's a little bit of a doubt, maybe. That's set in much, much earlier than we ever really saw. Maybe at an Ancient towards the end of a couple of rounds there. But overall, it's a different atmosphere already on Dust 2, and I really like that for NRG.
The war of attrition continues, Anders. It is going to be the force buy. So Galil's, Tech 9's trying to punish early here. Shut down the finances before they get out of control for NRG. You're normally bringing out set piece, pocket strats in these sort of rounds. You want to pounce through, set smokes.
They do love smoking the door on B and going for those B splits. A big thing that Falcons are into. And if they can isolate Nitro, he's going to be the anchor on that B bomb side the whole time. If they can keep Bro in the middle, then that might set them up very nicely. But first they have to clear out the catwalk position. Grim's already spotted a couple, and actually a bit of a mind game here with Sonic being that far in front. That's a very nice grenade landing on top. You can see Nucleons and Kicksan already dropping quite a bit.
Advantage NRG, even more so now, getting a taste of their own medicine. They got a ridiculous amount of smoke kills on Ancient. And now it's NRG to find one of their own. Kicksan, the in-game leader, goes down. And in terms of Utilanders, we don't have a ton out there. We've got one smoke and a couple of flashes. Yeah, Nucleon's very low.
They already have 3 people here. They've read it so well. Like I said, smoking that B door and going for this bomb site is the most used strategy that Falcons have on this map in recent memory.
They have no Molotov to flush out Nitro. He should be getting 2 kills here.
Yeah, that's a good point. Can't really get rid of him easily. Sonic's just playing that anti-flash position. There's not a lot they could do about it either. And in the back row, yeah, he's going to be taking all of the attention away. Down to 30 seconds. There's a quick one, and they can't do anything about it. Yes, they know, but it does nothing at all for them. You said 2 kills. That's exactly what he's got.
He played it perfectly. That's the experience shining through there. Get the intel. Duck and weave. Get your first headshot. Let your teammate take the next level of aggro. And then get your second. Well done from Nitro, and well done from NRG in general. Needed this round. That's going to have to be the eco now at this stage. 3-2. They take the lead for the first time in this series.
Oh, this is looking very good. The managed they slapped this round out of the hands of Falcons, who took a risk in buying.
I think he just said, I'm doing a Tizian. And when he used to play for Big, that's exactly what Tizian used to do. He was really good at the back platform. And that's spot on.
It's a bit of a shout out.
Absolutely. Yeah, like I said, without the Molotov going in towards those B attacks, that platform position can be an absolute nightmare to deal with. Nitro shows us how to play it perfectly. And for now, not even a partial buy. As mentioned, this is the eco. It's going to be Sonic to open things up. He is getting stronger and stronger as this series continues. 8-2 right now.
Look at this forward position with the OC AWP, and previously I think it was the Rifle and Sonic who was playing down in front. I love these slightly aggressive CT catwalks. I think one of the worst things about Dust 2 is when the CT side just plays the most passive game imaginable. So I like the fact that NRG are trying to put some pressure on Falcons right now. Even if you don't fight to the death in that position, just being there.
No casualties for NRG. They're in the driving seat now. First time the Falcons have been tested thus far.
Said it was easier to laugh when you're winning, Henry.
Yeah, the vibe suddenly changed. Uphill battle now, but still early days. 6 rounds of play. We enter round number 7. AKs across the board. No Monacy AWP. Speaking of which, he'll be setting up the util to deny any sort of aggro towards short. OT with his AWP. Watching those long doors. Going to be throwing a nice deep incendiary there. Allow him to go for a deeper angle. Maybe feels like it, and I think that's exactly what he wants to look for here. He's got a kill. Not quite.
So dangerous, though. They both go down.
It was a really nice idea. Sonic can save the day once again. Still battling back here. Tess is down to 24 points of health. They can't punish just yet. The round's still alive. Unfortunate there for NRG. Like you said, their proactive play.
Yeah.
Not sitting back and allowing the Falcons to have their free reign of the map.
Look at Bro's position. I mean, they almost have to take another risk now that they're a man down. Maybe Bros is enough of one. Just being forward here, he could catch a player, maybe listen as they're on the catwalk soon. He's got Nitro playing behind, it doesn't matter. Monacy's found him. Great with the AWP, but he's deadly with the rifle as well. Nitro and Sonic. I mean, I still think I love to see a replay of that round, because I think you're right, he had that kill. That should have been the OC opening.
It was a perfect maneuver, a good idea, just unfortunately misses out on the shot by millimeters. See if they can recover it. Like I said, this round isn't over. We have got Sonic and Nitro working in tandem, but the thing is, you've spotted one there. You can guarantee there's only be at most one player towards B, but it's wide open. So that is round. Can they make it expensive? Time will tell. It's Kixan looking for the double, not going to find it. So save an AK now, or the AWP. That's even better for Sonic. That's his objective, but they're not going to let him get away that easily.
Yeah, Nico knows he's got him boxed in on the one side. They're going to be calling over Monacy and Tess's right away. See if they can keep in inside of this box at the moment. Sonic is such a funny player to watch. I have a rule, I think it's about 1 in 10 games, Sonic just takes over on his own. Now, that's not the level of consistency you're looking for maybe at a top level, but there are just moments where he is so unbelievably strong.
He's making all the right moves here to save the AWP. Gets him into a prime position now. It looks like it should be fine to save it. I don't see much danger coming his way. Oh, here comes Tassis, though. I think he hits the shot, though. Lovely work from Sonic. So sure, they lose a round, but he gets 4 kills in total and holds on to the AWP. Their money's already strong, we know that, so it's actually the best outcome he could have hoped for there.
It's one of those weird rounds where you're winning it as Falcons, but you're not exactly celebrating.
Like we said, really nice idea. If he hits that shot, it's a very different round. You take that aggro away, your rifle's waiting with you in the crossfire. They would have got both kills, but a narrow miss does get the Falcons back on the board, but an expensive one. They're on Galil's.
Yeah.
After winning the previous round here. So NRG, they should be relatively happy with that outcome, to be honest with you.
Yeah, and on the macro level as well. They're on the CT side. I feel like it could be harder to pick up the rounds here, so not too sad about what's going on at the moment. Good flashes into the lower dark position. Tessa's hanging around in T-spawn still, but big presence here suggests that maybe they could just be going very fast to the B-bomb side, which is something they're normally not that quick to do, but I think Nitro might be tested almost immediately. Tries to throw out a grenade, but he's already tagged up. Grenades to follow. He's down to 21 before he even has a chance to fight here. He will get rid of them, but that's very, very hard to deal with.
Really will have to channel his inner Tizian now. Dink for Sonic, but through the wall. And a Dink he will offer up in return. This time he'll find Nucleons. 13-2. Sonic really is feeling it right now.
It's that 1 in 10 game, Henry. I'm telling you.
Yeah, right.
I don't know how he does it. It's so ridiculous, but he is 13-2 right now. 50 seconds on the clock, and if Grim could find Tessus on long, that could be enough to win the round, or maybe OC in the middle. Would love to see him land a shot here with the AWP. You've certainly seen them go up the catwalk, so it's good information either way. And Nitro has not heard from anybody at the back of the B-bomb side now. They're trying to sell the idea that it could be a bit of a split, but I don't know if it really will be, or they are going through the smoke. Maybe they're committed. That's a strong presence in middle. I thought they might go back to catwalk, but now they're being pushed from long as well. 20 seconds. They still don't know for sure, NIG, but they're going to find out. That B defense is going to be tested. Already low is Nitro. Bro is gone, so it's just Nitro. They know that he's here. He is the B anchor, so they don't have to think about it. Grim with a good kill. The bomb is going to be planted with 8 seconds left.
Here we go then. The retake is on Anders, and it's Grim keeping that round alive. The retake will occur from the tunnels. They've got a flashbang, and here's the commitment now from Sonic.
So it is Kixan, good burst of the Galil. He'll take down Sonic to begin with, and very low so Grim, he has to try and escape. would have been OC to try and make a breakthrough, but he didn't even get close to the site at all. Tessus takes him down, and Falcons narrowly make their way through. That's a very hard round to win.
The Falcons operating with a couple of Galils there, getting that mid control once again. Contact play up and towards the B side. Nitro low, isolated at the platform. This time it doesn't work out for him, and it will be the Falcons confirming their 4th round, tying things up. Money should be absolutely fine. They've been saving weapons. They've won a few in a row. Might be tactical timeout territory at this point to discuss their options going forward. And there it is. But there's a chance for Dabs now to try and stabilize this half. They've had a flying start here. After losing the pistol and the 2nd round follow-up, they took that huge gamble to purchase once again.
Right.
It was worth its weight in gold. It got them into this series. The most promising half we've seen so far out of them. And they're still in this game, but this is a very important follow-up round. Dabs knows it. Couple of timeouts remaining. Zonic discussing their options as well. Their finances starting to get to a stronger point with 3 players surviving the previous round. Should have a bit more firepower, might even have the AWP. It all started here with a Sonic kill down in towards lower B, but Nico makes light work of them. Knew exactly where Nitro would be. There was a little bit of danger there on the retake, but well positioned from Kixan. Finds Sonic and indeed the round. And indeed, we've got the AWP for Monacy. Helmet watch, Anders. The MAC-10 is going to struggle. It's only Nitro without the helmet. No damage on the cross.
Yeah, see if he can find that one player with anything. Sonic is going to be taking out Nico out on long, though. Again, not afraid to play in their faces here on the CT side. I absolutely love it. Tessus, he's just barely back for the smoke. If they would have peeked him right then and there, I think he's just dead. 4 versus 5 to begin with. And Grim, he's actually taken up an even more forward position. How much further can he go at this stage? If he realizes that nobody is immediately on the other side here, that's a lot of information to work with, but the weak point might just be catwalk here. We'll see if they can somehow sniff that out here, Falcons. They're at least in the area. Possible fake here for a B split.
I think he might be onto something. It's another man advantage, but they have got full vision those double doors. They will not be calling for everyone to rotate over, but this is actually a bit of an issue. We're dropping down towards CT, and Sonic on the boost will find Nucleons. They've got a 5-on-3 situation, but the A-bomb side relatively open. It's just Grim down towards the pit, which is fine, Anders. They'll be going for a retake here, which is a very common approach. You're up against the Falcons with Monacy alive in the AWP. He's going to be hunting for you. Spots one towards the pit.
You've got critically some Molotovs on the CT side to try and get rid of him as well. That drop down could have really backfired against Falcons. If they'd just gone short, it would have been fine. Flashes in. Oh, but OC didn't need eyes to get that kill. Grim's going to go down on long. And Monacy could be a real big problem here. Tessus with the shot. He's so lightning fast, isn't he? Monacy will take down Bro, and it's got a lot worse all of a sudden for NRG. This is the round they must win. A 5 versus 3. And now down to Monacy. He connects with another bullet. The flash is in the house, Henry.
God damn, that was good. A 5-on-3 advantage thrown away there. The Falcons snatch it away. As soon as that bomb's down, you see Monacy is alive. You know there's always a way out of those situations. And my God, what a sequence to close it out as well. It was Sonic with the presence of mind to look for that drop-down position. OT getting the blind kill towards short. It looks like it's going perfectly. But you're right, Monacy, he doesn't miss a beat. No! No! That is the backbreaker. That one really hurts.
Yes.
The morale, the finances, everything. And now we're down to just an eco here. No, well, partial buy, I suppose. There is Kevlar as well. They got one smoke, an SMG, and a few pistols here. OC, the AWPer, he will be full eco.
Sonic has got 3 less kills than the entire rest of his team combined. So that's a problem. He needs some help.
I mean, great news for him.
It's great news for him. I mean, like I said, he has those moments, but just needs somebody else to step it up, and maybe they could still be very competitive. But I think you're right, though. That is a back-breaking moment. That's a round you expect to win. Oh, Monacy, though. Beautiful shot.
Well, that's that star power coming out. You know Monacy's going to have one of those rounds. That's what the Falcons are designed to do. They have those sort of players that can dig you out of those holes. Classic strategy here. The avant-garde smokes. They waterfall down. Allow you to drop down towards spawn. They're great for fakes. They're great for A-takes. And Nico will be taken ahead. Grim pushing towards long. Sonic would need a couple of kills here. The first one's not bad. Has he got anything left in the chamber? Spots a couple more, and Tessus will make light work of him. So yeah, a little bit of danger there, but well handled as Falcons will be taking this round.
Starting to put it together now. It's a tug of war at the beginning of this map because of the economy, because NRG cheated their way to an earlier round and suddenly Falcons were running out of money, but all of that's behind them now. They're looking a bit more comfortable. They got the weapons to fight with, and NRG, 4 rounds. Yes, you could still make a comeback in the second half. It's not completely devastating, but they'd love to pick up another couple here. Nitro hanging around looking for any kind of a rifle he could pick out of this round, but Falcons will be on 6. Still a chance, though, for a 6-6 scoreline. It's not out of the question.
I like your optimism, Anders.
You got to.
We could all learn a thing or two from you, but things looking good for the Falcons. Some great moments individually from Sonic, sure, but you are right. We're going to need to see a lot more output from the others if they're going to stand a chance of taking this map.
I'm the guy that said they should play more FPL. Might help them, Henry.
More FaZe, more FPL,
whatever.
More pugs, more Premier, everything.
Let's get in there.
More public servers. Get on D-Rats. All right, long corner smoke from Tesses. They have got to buy again. Missing a couple of key pieces of utility, but Grim pushes past that long corner smoke and actually gets the info. They're not taking it. It's going to be a contact play, maybe up towards short here, but Sonic playing on the front foot once again. Nice setup. He gets himself another double kill, and the bomb goes down, Anders.
I love it so much as well. The grenade on top. He's up to 20-5.
He is owning it.
It's so sick, isn't it? If only there was a way to know which of the games Sonic is going to be good in. I mean, you could make some great predictions on that one. Nico, 23 health. Grim shooting him in the back now. Headshot onto m0NESY, and it's just Kixan left.
Well, I really like that change. NRG are sick of being pulled around the map. Losing out on these clutches, they take the game to the Falcons here. Penultimate round, and it's Sonic with another stunning sequence. Double kill, set up by OC on the AWP. They swing around, he takes 2 headshots, massive nade damage on the follow-up as well. Setting up Grim for the double. Working in tandem to perfection. And now on to Kixan. You don't think he's going to make a dent in this one, but he's going to give it a good go. He's actually got free reign of the B bomb site now, Anders. There is a world where they fumble this. He has to use his thinking cap, though, because he's not going to run in towards B. He's going to see if he can find another pick and potentially go through spawn. Oh, he hasn't got the bomb. That is a problem. Okay, fair enough.
It's so deep in there as well. I thought maybe with a bit of luck, it could be a little bit closer towards the middle, but yeah, 19 seconds. He's being allowed to fight them one at a time, though. That's not great. If Grim would have gone down, there would have been enough time, I think, to make it to the A-bomb site, so who knows what could have happened, but nonetheless, great start for Sonic again.
Let's have a look at this replay. You can see that's what I'm talking about. Sure, OC probably should hit one there, but he takes enough aggro for Sonic to get the double kill. Follows it up with the grenade as well. Ton of damage, sets up Grim for the backstab. And he delivers the goods. Really nice play from Grim especially. Sonic setting them up for success. And the final round here, they can get a 6-6 half. That's pretty par for the course. They'll take that all day long.
I think they'll be quite happy with that at the moment. But again, the money is at least up for question for Falcons here. 2 Galils, 1 Tech-9. OC up in this can be a very popular position all of a sudden. Looking down in towards that lower dark position. We'll see if they're going to have the flashes. I'd be shocked if they don't. Don't expect Nico to try and peek that for nothing. But yeah, they're already around the corner. So kind of letting them know. We're well aware that could be happening. So long control instead. Grim is there, but there's a lot of people on the other side. He can be put to the test right now.
Oh, Grim. Be careful, my friend. 3 players on the other side of that smoke. Traditionally a one-and-done setup. You need to find that one, though. If you go down with nothing, the wheels fall off. The A-bomb cell will be compromised. Ready for the fights here. There will be no flashbang to get them out. Freebie on the first. There's the one-and-done. That's absolutely fine. That's the bare minimum.
Quick reaction from Nucleons, but you're right. At least it slows them down a bit. 45 seconds. OC repositions. That is a great pickoff from Nitro. How does he get away with that? Now, Nico's walking through the smoke over here, but the bomb is miles away. 35 seconds. They're running it back, so they're hoping that Nico can stay alive, and that hope is gone within a second. Now they're stuck in T-spawn. It's the final round. They got to do something. Where's the way out? You just gotta run. You can't even sneak your way here. You have to charge around the corner with 18 seconds. Nitro ready to catch in. There's another army waiting for him here. No chance. OC gets the shot, and they tie the first half 6-6.
Umich remains posted, now no support.
Yeah, but with the deep information, if they don't disrespect this, or if they come forward, well, it's actually come to the point now where his smoke can take over. He doesn't have to put himself in jeopardy. They're running through this. Oh my God, they're actually gonna come, yeah.
Oh, no way!
Double no-scope collapse.
Oh!
Easy pickup for Navi. I mean, they laugh in the face of this attack. Fifth player in's the only one that gets a kill. He'll double down m0NESY, but he's already down to a quarter HP.
But old habits die hard, it looks like.
That's 3.
Man.
But he only has 3 health left. That should be the end of him.
Well, there's only 2 guys.
Yeah. He's going to use the smoke grenade to cut off Alexi.
Could they mess this up? 25 seconds, and m0NESY is seeing red.
He wants to make it happen.
Oh my God.
Oh, no, wait, dude. This is a 1 versus 5 straight up, and he has time to get bomb. He should have this red with another smoke. Oh, my m0NESY. 1 fake. The nade doesn't come through. Now, he's got enough space to commit to this. m0NESY, a pure 1v5. And as Ema tries to get out through that smoke, m0NESY's just dodging all these bullets.
He's terrified. Ema is looking behind him for a push through. Time's ticking away.
I mean, how could you not be horrified? m0NESY, the prodigy, has pieced together 4 frags in this 1v5 ace clutch. And Ema, his head is on a silver platter. A miracle from the magnificent m0NESY.
The Flames and Dagster. Getting this bomb down is scary. Flames is taking real estate, but ends up getting punished. Liquid hold, and they win these fights. Just Dagster left to get past, but he's an iron wall at the back of the site. Moving around, kill number 3. Oh! Dagster! Make some noise for him, that is incredible!
And you've got JL and Wonderful.
It's this fight, JL and Wonderful, or in Fame, excuse me.
Very key. Fame slips up, getting ever closer. JL thinking about going to help as Wonderful puts that op over to the corner. That could come back to haunt him. Tough spot to get the multi-frag. But the CT's sitting and waiting for a little longer. Molotov goes to Cave.
If Fame waits this long, this might come back to bite him.
He's got the kit, and that kit could be so key.
You gotta go, VP.
He needs to move. Bombs, oh, beyond! Oh, welcome to Wonderland! They lock down that post plant like it's nothing!
Well, it's supersonic play from the South African that gives NRG a fighting chance here in the second map. We tie things up 6-6 after he posts 20 kills and 5 deaths, Anders. This is looking like they could actually take this map now. It comes down to another very important pistol, I would say.
Both teams have struggled to win them. If NRG's dangerous, but at least they know that he's up here.
Needs to be careful now. Lower B's a threat, and he knows it. He knows it. Focuses attention towards that position. Nice movement to get back up towards short. Still aggressive. Doesn't want to relinquish control of middle.
It's a great picture-in-picture. The smoke is already down, so that's a big signal that something could be coming. We'll see if they find their way out on long. Nico is here, Tessus as well. Is there going to be any kind of a flash to set it up? OC has one, so they could flash around the corner, but it might be too late. They're already on top of them at the long corner. A bit of a surprise for NRG that they were not expecting. m0NESY gets a kill, and now they finally swing. Now they're ready to go, but the smoke is gone for the cross, so it's going to be tricky. Grim in the middle, though, catching Nucleons. He can't be part of the round anymore, and they're rotating back. You're right, quick to try and go into T-spawn. Grim holding the middle. This is going to be tough for him, though. He knows that he's alone, and they should know that he's here. Somehow they've overlooked it. I can't believe it. That's a big mistake for Falcons. Another headshot. Grim landing a triple.
Zero chance almost for m0NESY, but you can never count this guy out of these sort of rounds, but he has no kit, no util. 77 points of health. It would take an absolute nightmare of a sequence for NRG spawn. All the meanwhile, Grim finding that space towards middle, gets himself 3 kills as they're rotating back towards B through T-spawn itself. And it's 7-6, but they are not out of the woods just yet, I'm afraid. Double scalp. The same approach we saw from NRG in the first half. Didn't work out for them. It was the follow-up investment where they got going. We'll see if m0NESY and Kixan on the snipers instead of the blockade. Nucleon's taking a lot of damage at the start there. Mid to B smoke courtesy of OC, and you can see all 5 players on this side of the map, Anders, so will be either just a straight-up B attack or the B split coming through. Looks to be the latter.
Yes, they still probably want to check out what's close to middle or that catwalk position, which they're doing now. Little Molotov to get rid of them.
The boost is interesting. So is that headshot.
That is not a good start. And of all the players that get down, it's Sonic who's out of it first, inside of the smoke hiding.
Damn!
Grim, it's another headshot here in the middle. Finally, Nitro activated, but only good for the 1 kill. Makes it a lot more tricky. The bomb, though, looks like it's going to be planted.
Still advantage in my book for NRG. Very difficult retake here. You've got a smoke and a flash, to be fair. The scout on the retake, not ideal, but Nico will see what he can make of it. There's the flash.
They set it up. They're throwing Tessus in first against the Galils here. A little bit risky. OC alone. Nice. They can't get the spray down. The spacing was good right through the smoke, and a great retake here coming out for Falcons.
It's all about that flashbang as well, isolating those duels. AK-47 recovered by Nico, and they do indeed win their second round for Spy. Kixan, the hero of the round, Anders, he got 2 scout kills there. What is it with in-game leaders and the scout? I have no idea.
It's just always been a thing, isn't it?
What is the philosophy behind that?
It's just, it's the one time where they play the game where they can have fun. No stress, you're just having a good time.
Well, he's definitely having some fun out there. Gets himself a couple of headshots, lays down the foundations, man advantage. And they steal the round away. It's going to have to be a 4 Spy in response here. Pistols and a scout once more. OC fires off the first bullet. Long take, good flashbangs here. m0NESY can't follow things up. He actually gets a deagle to the face. Couple there for bro. Nico needs to step up here.
What is happening? He's still committed to this. I don't know why that's necessary. Fighting them alone out on long Nucleon. So he's going to get the kill right there. Flashed on through, and that's real good aim. OC takes him down, a 1 versus 1. The bomb is at the corner, though. Kixan has the massive health advantage over OC at the moment.
Yeah, it would have to be a scout headshot to win this round. Rifles are available, but the bomb is down. Plenty of time to cook. See if Kixan gets hungry for information, but he's actually rotating out of this, Anders. He's actually moved away from the A side, knowing he has the advantage. This might be a 200 IQ move.
How is this ever going to be readable? When OC decides to get about in the pit, how long before he would ever check that long position? I think it's going to be a long time.
He's aware of the prospect. He is at least checking it. The Kixan not overplaying his hand.
He's wondering if OC would pick up the bomb as well and walk back. That's also a possibility here, but the timing is so sick. Kixan, I don't think he heard it, but the timing is almost found him at the corner. It's an easy burst down. You're right, that is the 200 IQ move.
Very nice work there from Kixan. A dangerous round. That was a 5-on-3. Bro got a couple of nice deagle headshots there, but it was Nucleons that actually saved the day. Call for the flashes, great comms. Have a look at the replay. Really crispy opening shot. Oh, the second was beautiful as well. You see how blind m0NESY was. Gets his head ripped off. And then when Nico went down as well, you thought, okay, that's probably going to be round. It was a 4-on-2 technically at that point as well. But Kixan, as mentioned, really nice play. Couldn't have timed it any better. Big brain on the in-game leader. He saved the previous round at the scout and manages to pick things up. But they've done it again, Anders. 4 spying when it comes down to the 1v1. It worked out in the first half, but you can see it's pistols across the board here.
I mean, we gave them credit for the will to try and really go for it. I guess we have to do it again. I think this could be very interesting. Up on the catwalk here. Now, NRG do love a really good catwalk execute on this map, and sometimes they'll go through a lot of steps to clear out the middle before they actually go A short. So maybe we'll see some more of this, but this round looking very much like a B-heavy execute. 2 people inside. That MP9 up close in your face as you're trying to get out, that's not easy to deal with.
Well, run and gun Tech 9's pretty difficult to contain as well.
Okay.
I feel like there is definitely grounds for them to win this one, but they do run past the MP9. Nucleons stepping up to the plate once again. Good flashbang, needs at least one more Anders. He gets it. Can he find even more impact? He certainly can, making a name for himself here at the Blast Open. As we go into a 3 versus 1, OC Best he can really hope for is a plant and one further kill. He'll get that plant. Flashbang comes over. No kill found. They can partial buy again. They're getting the loss bonus and the bomb down.
Right.
But they shouldn't fully invest going forward.
That smoke that they threw out from inside of the B-bomb site on the CT side, it lands so deep in the hallway, and it's one of the things I feel like I still see a lot even at top-level Counter-Strike. Sometimes it can make a lot of sense, but if you don't know exactly where the T's are, sometimes it's just a signal for them to go. I feel like it can be very risky when you bounce them too deep in that hallway, but it worked out just fine, so Nucleon's standing his ground. Great work. He's been great in general today. He was very impressive on Ancient as well. Good stand-in, given the circumstances.
He's looking very good, very comfortable.
Yeah.
We heard it in the interview with Kicksan. He gets to play all his roles from the academy team, and an opportunity to put himself in the shop window, you know, show that he can be a world-class player going forward, and he's given them hell out there. Very decent B-hold. I said if he doesn't get one kill there, the round could be over. He gets a double. He shuts it all down, leaves his teammates in a very winnable 3 versus 1. As mentioned, the best you can hope for here is a partial buy for NRG. They'll bring out a few pistols, but I'm not seeing any Kevlar out there. Just for Sonic, he's got a Glock, now a Deagle, and the helmet. Same story for Grim. So not a foregone conclusion they give this round up. Sonic, though, 23 and 8, starting to slow down a little bit.
Almost to be expected, right? He's put in so much work. I mean, second half, they haven't had a lot of money, but it is still worth pointing out because they've been relying on him to get some of those rounds in the first half. They're going to have to call his number again at some point when they start to make a bit of cash here. Looking very likely that it's going to be a 10-7 scoreline, at which point Falcons probably start to feel a bit more comfortable. They start to have a little bit more money as well. 3 of them are not completely dead broke here, so we'll see. Bomb is in upper dark, so very good chances that we're going to see something similar as in the last round. Could be an attempt to put some pressure on the B-bomb site. Oh, they're walking it away? Okay. The problem is, with NRG and they're sort of favoring the catwalk position, that's where Nico plays on the other side. So you're sort of playing into Nico. I don't know if I love that.
Well, Nico hasn't got into his godlike form as of yet. Had a few frustrating moments, been taken down by the pistols, caught out of position a few times. It's Kicksan has really stole the show here for the Falcons. Winning the clutches, getting the scout kills. He's the one that really got them back on their feet here in the second half, especially. NRG, a desperate round. Oh, pretty desperate shot at that range with the Deagle as well. Decent control of the map, but 25 seconds here. Mid to B smoke goes down, but it is going to be A where they finish their attack.
And look at how well Falcons are reading it. And this shows that they've been watching a lot of demos.
This could work.
It might be able to, but there's only 15 seconds left. They're really running low on time. Nico does go down. Tess is going to get 1 kill in return. 10 seconds on the clock here, and what a flash setup. Tess is to get the kill, and Monacy with the assist as well. It's going to be Sonic here, 1 versus 2. Just a couple of seconds left here. Bomb. I can't believe it's even planted. With a Deagle in hand, it would have been so sick, but Nucleons will defuse the threat, and it will be Falcons to win the round.
Running out of time and space now in the series. That's double digits. An admirable attempt there from NRG. I like the play, going through CT spawn, finding Nico, made things uncomfortable. Sonic with another couple of kills, bringing his game back to life after I mentioned he slowed down a little bit in the last few rounds. But Tesses, my God, this was good. Very clean, calm taps towards that A bomb site, gets a quad kill. Let's have a look at that in slow motion. Very clean.
Is so devastating, isn't it? Flash setup from Monacy. I'm impressed that Falcons didn't rotate more to Bro being out in the middle with the Deagle, but NRG, like I said, they do this a lot where they have this very heavy clear of mid before they go catwalk, so maybe Falcons have just been watching a lot of that. This time we're back in upper dark again.
Yeah, we're going for that B pound. Smoke goes down, removes the vision of OC. I think they'll recalculate now, reset the round, assess their options. They don't feel like running through a smoke at this stage of the game. Lose this round, the money is going to be busted. Falcons a couple of rounds away from victory. Here comes a flashbang towards short, courtesy of Sonic. It's going to try into a default setup at this point. Bomb's going to be making its way outside the B tunnels. Look to be a mid to B smoke. There's only 2 players in towards that B side. No one patrolling middle, so this could be the perfect call.
Sonic certainly checking it out. Two in the middle. Grim's been holding long, and that is the opening of a lifetime. OC's taking down Kicksan, leaves just one defender inside of B. Nucleons to stand in, and they're coming everywhere. It's going to be Bro to take him down.
You don't go for this.
Yeah, that's a quick call.
Yeah. And like I said, they've got a nice advantage here. You don't want to throw money away. You can see they don't have a huge reservoir of cash. Save the orb. Save the couple of M4s. Great call by NRG. Couldn't have played that better. I want to see that kill from OC. He got one through the smoke. I'm wondering if they popped it open or he just shot through it cleanly and took down the initial defender. That was Kicksan. Nucleons did well, but you can see he was surrounded. Managed to get one. Okay, what the hell?
That is so ridiculous. But you know what? We need this version of Grim, though. We know what he could do with the rifle. I think Mike even asked him about it. You know, he is brought onto the team, and you know, for the firepower. They need shots like that.
Yeah, replacing George. Definitely an upgrade. Back in a North American team. They're looking fantastic here in round number 18. They take down every member of the Falcons there. That is huge. We said the money wasn't great for the Falcons there. They'd already decided to save the 3 weapons there, and they hunt them all down, and all started with that ridiculous... Okay, it was through the smoke, but he definitely had vision. But look at this ridiculous drive-by from Grim. I'm glad we saw his POV. It doesn't get cleaner than that, Anders. And then a run boost as well. Thinking on their feet. Guaranteeing the kills.
Sometimes when you see the shot from the person making it, it doesn't look as impressive, but this actually looked even more ridiculous from Grim's point of view. He didn't even really stop. What a savage.
So it is going to be a force fire of sorts here. Teagle for Monacy would have loved to have saved that orb. Famous for Nico.
I've watched enough Falcons collapses to know that this is starting to feel like it could be that happening. Money's running out. They already had the advantage. Now you could see NRG are laughing a bit. Sonic is playing very well. Grim is starting to feel the game a bit more. This could be very risky, though. Pushing onto the A site here. They're so fast on the other side. God. What a spray down from Nucleons. He's got 2 of them, and Nitro is dead already. He's got 1 health left. He cannot win this round. What a save that is.
It was feeling so interesting. It felt like NRG were about to run away with this second half.
It's exactly what I thought.
It's shut down very quickly. The rugs pulled from underneath them. Fantastic grenade to open things up. The follow-up spray, they couldn't have lined up any more for them. You can see them turning from the flash as well. That was the key piece of utility there. It doesn't blind them, but them averting their gaze.
Right.
For the swing to come through, that's what it's all about. They get absolutely manhandled there. As Nucleons gets the double. And 1 round away from series point. Team Falcons now will have the AWP. Nice injection of cash. After a clean previous round. Oh, spotted 1. Takes a quick shot, doesn't connect.
Grenade could not have been any more in his face at that point in time. Ran like he was trying to catch it with his forehead. Down to 49 health. Another bit of utility as they are setting up for some catwalk pressure once again, which they do love. Still got plenty of time on the clock here, and they've got Grim out on long. So if there's enough of a distraction here, let's see if Grim can be activated at the right time. I feel like it's such a hard role to play lurking that long position. If you're too late or too early, it just doesn't work.
Molotov to clear out the double doors here. Running out of time in the series. Running out of time in the round with sub 1 minute. Got to be setting out that mid to B smoke once again is Bro. 4 players heading towards the A side of the map. We've got Grim patrolling long for the backstab. So this will be an A finish, Anders.
Oh, yeah.
The mid to B smoke's a bit of a ruse. Try and keep B players on that side of the map. Comes down to this. It's Nico to defend. 14 and 15, got a double kill in the previous round.
I feel like Falcons know already. They have such a good read on what's coming. They haven't rotated anyone away. Monacy through the smoke, but he will go down. Solid work from Nico. A couple of quick headshots, but he is got rid of. OC lands the kill on him. He's still 25 seconds. Grim, he's been creeping out long. It doesn't matter. His teammate is dead. That's a nice pickup from Tessus. That's all he needed. Didn't need any more kills. 18 seconds left. And they know exactly where Grim is coming from. Trying to make the run, but Nucleons will stop him. And Falcons close to stopping NRG in this series.
Dust 2 looking much better than Ancient, that's for sure. But it's close, but no cigar by the looks of things. Shut down in his last couple. Very convincing from Nico, especially. I said he got a double in the previous. He gets a double once again. And Tess says, looking razor sharp at that AK-47. Confirms the round. Nucleons to finish things off. And yeah, of course, you have to buy now. Series point, 3 pistols, a scout, and a Galil. It doesn't look good. Damage exchange, but it's OC taking the brunt of it, down to 19.
Yeah, not exactly an equal fight there. m0NESY not afraid to take another look.
But as we always say, Anders, this is the hardest round to pick up. No teams seem to be able to close games out cleanly these days.
Well, you know, there's not a lot of money on the CT side. If they do this NRG, then they can force that overtime. I think it's within striking distance. I want to remain optimistic.
Okay.
I feel like they finally got something going here in NRG. They need to keep it a little while longer.
What's the final call, Nitro? What have you got for us? No one out middle. Not yet, at least. Sonic will be setting up another mid to be smoke. Nucleon's had a great game so far, especially on the CT side of Dust 2. It's going to be the B pounce. Is Kixan ready for them? Lurk smoke comes through.
But this could actually be really sick. They've got Nucleons occupied in the middle, so just one defender, but they're not quite checking it. Sonic goes down. Where's the rest of the push? They need to go right now. I feel like this is very mistimed right now for NRG, just not finding the perfect timing for it. Nitro goes down, and the bomb, I don't know if they could do anything more here. 2 versus 4.
Kixan just needs to wait for his teammates. Doesn't need to overstep the mark here at all. You're up against a Deagle and a Scout and a 4-on-2.
Not where you want a Scout at all, is it? Not the perfect weapon to try and hold on.
2 bullets left in it.
Oh, he's done some damage with it, everything else. You got to appreciate that, but they're coming through the window. Deagle's holding it on the other side. Good headshot, but it is too much. They cannot hold on any longer. The Falcons with a great start here at Blast.
Yeah, absolutely true, Anders. Enjoyed that showing from the Falcons, especially from Academy player Nucleons. He stepped up and went above and beyond time and time again, showed that he can play at this level. NRG better than Ancient, but overall, it's an impressive victory for Falcons as they kick off their campaign here at the Blast Open.
NRG attempt to go supersonic, but they get the rings knocked out of them, and Falcons take the victory. Strong showing from Falcons, a little bit to be desired from NRG perhaps, but I think focusing in on Falcons, showing up really well here for their first match with the stand-in back in.
Couldn't really ask for much more, to be completely honest, for Falcons. To get the job done, they get it done in a convincing 2-0 fashion, and I think the biggest takeaway for me is Nucleons. He was targeted on Ancient, he was targeted on Dust 2, and I think he passed the exam by an A+ almost. I think he did well for himself. I think Falcons did well for himself, despite NRG trying to apply a bit of pressure.
Yeah, I mean, I think Ancient was an A+, Dust 2 was at least a B, if not better. I mean, that was all you can ask for out of Falcons. They don't need to 13-1 these guys. They just need to close the door, not let them get back into the game. And despite Zonic dropping something like 26 kills, just absolutely carrying, they didn't have any trouble.
No problem, no trouble. And this young man showing up very nicely in the server. Nucleons joining us here on the desk. Welcome on in. Great game today.
Yep.
When did you find out you were going to be coming back into the team?
It was like at Friday. It was very quick and I didn't even know. So it was like 2 days ago, 3 days before the tournament.
Got a phone call or a text or what happened?
A text from the manager.
All right. Nucleons, it was pretty obvious from the outside that you saw a lot of action today, both on Ancient and on Dust 2. Felt like NRG tried to target you. We just gave you an A+ for your performance. How do you feel that it went for you?
On T side was a bit rough, but I think on CT side I managed to come back and play my game and kill them.
What's the difference between T side, CT side when you're playing?
I just think I made mistakes on T side that I shouldn't make, and that's what cost me most of my deaths. And yeah.
When you're playing this game, obviously they were going to your bomb site, what, 9 rounds in a row on Ancient? Is this one where you recognize it and you say, hey, they're trying to target me, or are you just playing your game, you're comfortable the whole time? Yeah.
No, I'm just playing my game, and if they come, I kill them. If they don't, my teammates are there to kill them.
Now, obviously, it's the second time you're standing in for Falcons now. Is it easier this time around, you know, less of an unfamiliar environment, I guess?
Yeah, I took a lot of experience from Malta, the Blast tournament, and now I feel a lot easier and a lot, like, how do I say it? A lot easier to read them and, like, against better opponents. So.
Yeah, and I'm sorry, I have to ask, do you know if you're playing the next game, or is it still up in there?
I don't know.
Okay.
It's still to be decided.
All right.
Just game by game, you wake up every morning and you get a text. Hey, you're up. Hang on in. Yeah, as a player, how much do you think you've advanced in just this little bit of time? You touched on it already, right? You've only had so many games in this Falcons roster. The bounty run, obviously, all the way into that grand final. For a young guy who's really just new to competitive Counter-Strike at this level, it feels like a very rapid development for you.
Yeah, I took everything from the main team I could and tried to improve it. I try to fix my mistakes, and yeah.
Can I ask what's the most notable difference playing for the Falcons main roster? Is it the communication at a higher level? Are they just operating at a higher level, or is there anything that sticks out that is different between this main roster and other teams you play with?
I would say the communication and like a lot of small details that are doing that are being like better in the tier 1 scene, and a lot of like mid-round calls, faster reactions, and all of that.
And now, looking at this, right? Let's just say, hypothetical situation. You play this tournament the way that you did Bounty. You stick around for the full run. Grand Finals last time. Trophy lift this time?
We will see better teams this time.
Exciting prospect, though. Thanks for joining us.
No
Congratulations on the win today. Really looking good in the server.
Yep.
Just go ahead and pop that off, walk on out. Really great showing from Nucleons. Happy that he could come to join us. It really is interesting. I mean, you just see the confidence from having just had a few games in the server, having had one event with the team, now coming back in, looking very much more sure of himself, I'd say.
Yeah, it's kind of what we alluded to coming into the game. I think Falcons is obviously a team that has the struggles, you know, obviously a team that hasn't really hit the mark, but in terms of playing with a stand-in, probably one of the more suited teams for that. You know, I think replacing Kyusuke is always going to be tough from an individual firepower perspective, but in terms of then enabling Monacy, which we saw in Ancient, Nico had some decent rounds and does too as well. I don't think it's going to be too big an issue for Falcons to get into the playoff, even if they play with a stand-in. Question remains is, can you be competitive against the likes of, I dare say, Mouse, Spirit, Vitality once you get into the playoff? That's the only question mark I have.
Yeah, I mean, Falcons lose Kyosuke and they have to rely on bums like Monacy and Nico and Kickset. How could they even manage? I mean, Nucleons is really impressed, I think, individually. You expect to come in, and especially they talk about they didn't have any practice with Nucleons. They didn't have time to practice. So you see NRG, they know that, they try and attack him, and he holds his own. He does exactly what he needs to. And then on the T side, he might have some struggles, might have some missteps because he hasn't practiced, but still, Falcons, as you said, it's the perfect team for a stand-in. They have the firepower they need, and they execute it perfectly here.
They did indeed. They did indeed. We'll spare some thoughts for NRG. They're not out of the tournament, so we don't need to spend too much time on this. But I do want to circle back to highlight just a little bit. We had a monstrous performance from Sonic. You touched on it a little bit earlier here. Just fragging out of his mind, and it still was not enough.
The disappointing part is that they couldn't make it even a 13-11 game. They couldn't make it close. They won the pistol. I think they won both pistols. They at least got off to a lead on both halves. And Sonic, with some unbelievable plays, just carrying his team on his back at times. But you could see there were the missteps that you have because Grim just joined the roster. There were several times where Grim was clearly not on the same page with the player next to him. There was one on long A on like round 4. They lose the round because of that. And it's just a team where you want to see them win based on teamwork and having time and practice together so they can catch Falcons off guard, but they just don't have that quite yet, despite, you know, having a 4-man roster for quite a while. That one addition, I think, makes a big difference.
Wu wants a North American team to win based on teamwork. That's funny. That's hilarious. I agree with you. You know, I agree in the sense that I didn't really learn anything new from NRG. Sonic having a great game is obviously a good thing for him individually, but when you're not able to, as you said, when you win both pistols, convert it, you get into a scenario, well, you didn't win both on Dust 2, but when you win the second one and you don't really convert it and get off to a strong start in the second half, then I feel like when you have 26 kills and you're not supposed to be the star of the team and you still don't make it close against a team with a stand-in, it kind of sets the scene for where NRG is at the moment. If they can get one win at this tournament in the lower bracket, that in itself would be, I guess, impressive for NRG, but it's still there's a long way before they enter the conversation of tier 2, you know, and teams that we should be fearful of when they face teams like Falcons.
I think that's absolutely fair. It's something that Nitro touched on a little bit when we had our pregame interviews, is he said, really the focus for this one is about continuing to integrate Grim. It's about having whatever practice they can have, whatever time that they can take to just get on the same page, to get him working in the roster with an eye towards the major, towards the end of the season. That's the focus. But gonna do that pretty dang quickly because they're in the lower bracket now. Elimination is on the line, Vu.
I think the one thing that I would give to NRG, that if I want to give them some respect, big picture-wise, I think we have to give some respect to the NACS player, Nitro. He went from the top, and he goes to a lower level. He sticks around. He doesn't go to streaming like some other people have done. He doesn't retire. He's willing to get stomped by Falcons multiple times and still stick around and try and develop the younger scene.
He saw the light, Mike. He went to a different game. He saw the light. He came back. I'm with you on this.
His time doesn't count.
in Valorant. His time in Valorant doesn't count.
I think he'd agree if you asked him that.
Yeah, I think so too. In all essence, you know, this is also not the tournament for NRG to necessarily compete in. Obviously, them being here is a great opportunity, and naturally they want to win their games and they want to do well. But we're not really looking at NRG at this specific tournament. We just labeled it for Falcons, right? It's the best teams in the world are here. 9 out of 10 best, or 9 out of 10 highest ranked teams in the world are participating in this tournament. So not really this field of teams and the scope of teams where you necessarily think that NRG are supposed to come in and make big waves. If anything, learning experience, you know, figure out what are the mistakes, what is it that we can improve on with Grim, and then when you enter the Tier 2, Tier 3 tournaments where you're supposed to be one of the top dogs, that's when I want to see you play well.
Well, we'll see if they can do it. That'll be the question for the future. But the question for right now is, what do we have coming on the other side of this quick break?
Sonic.
We've got a special treat here on the desk. We got a little bit of time before our next series, so we brought in Sonic to talk a little bit about his team, about playing with Nucleons, about making it go here at the tournament. You've been in the headlines recently, gave some interviews, some harsher words coming in for the team, changing things up, changing practice habits, changing personal habits for your team. What's prompting all this? What's the focus for you and Falcons coming into this?
I think ultimately it's just being tired of seeing the same things happening and trying to change a little bit the approach. Normally when we are at a tournament, we come home, we identify the issues, we talk about specific rounds, and here I wanted to maybe take it a step further. I think it's just when we have a practice day, starts around 10 and then it finishes at 6 p.m. You know, we have 1.5 hours theory. I think the priorities, maybe even from the staff as well, but also from the players, is as soon as practice is over, we go and we enjoy, play FaZe, play DM. If you talk to Dupree later, you can also say I've been after him a lot for not playing enough FaZe or not playing enough outside of practice, but I think this team, it's maybe a little bit on the other scale. I want the players, when the day is over, if we had a rough practice day, that they go together, talk about the site, the setups, we talk about the different situations. So ultimately, it was just a shift in the priorities for us, that we need to spend more time on the team and not so much on the individual part.
I've been watching some of your vlogs as well, and I think there was a quote by Nico where he said, like, yeah, we talk about the same issues all the time. We localize the issues. You know what the issues is, right? But you haven't really found the solution. Is that also a way of trying to give the team a solution now, that instead of just talking about the same thing over and over and over, you're giving them concrete stuff to work with?
Yeah, I mean, ultimately, I'm the captain of this ship, and you know, if I see that the things that we're working on are not working, it's my responsibility to try and do something different. And it's tough when you see situations that normally don't. Of course, we make mistakes in practice as well, but normally they don't occur even in the group stage. But when we hit playoffs, these things happen, and it's without disrespecting anyone, it should not happen on this level, and we should be better at this. And it's, you know, some part can be mental, but I can only screw on the things that, you know, it's my responsibility. And for me, it was just that we have to put the team first. We have to make our fundamentals work, and then the individuals can shine afterwards.
I know it may be a bit rough to put it up like this, but would you almost agree with the sentiment that Nick was coming with, that it's maybe less talk and more action? Like you want to see a change from the players, or mentally them doing something differently? Because as he said, you talk about the same things over and over and over, but seemingly nothing changes.
I mean, it changes in practice, and we see less mistakes, and then we also see that it becomes better. I think we had a very good group stage inclusion. Finally beating FURIA and went 3-0, and everyone was like, "Oh yes, let's go." And then we can just feel kind of fast in the game that the flow is not there, and we make more mistakes. Maybe also the communication, that has also been a focus point, that the ones who are dead, they have a bigger responsibility. They have to direct more than suggest, or maybe just comment a little bit. And we have to see maybe not a Nucleons. I think this is maybe taking it a bit too far, but you have to see a Kyusuke tell Niku, you have to peak, you have to go for this, and give more direction, because ultimately they have the better overview, the guys who are dead.
Is that a facet as well of like age and experience, right? If we look back at your career, you've usually worked with, shall we say, a little bit more experienced players, a little bit more confident, sure of themselves in their roles. Here you're working with, I mean, m0NESY's more experienced, but he's still young. Kyosuke's a lot less experienced, even Nucleons as a stand-in. We saw it with Boros at times as well. Has that forced you to change your approach to how you communicate, how you coach these players?
I think the biggest change for me has been to, I'm a coach who like to involve my players. They should know this, but like have them have a sense of they are part of the decision making, because it's easy for my job to maybe go after them and say, this is what we all agreed on, guys, so let's stick to it. But I think with this team could also be a cultural thing, that I need to just say, this is how I want it, and this is what's going to happen. And I have not done a good enough job with that. I think I've been a bit too inclusive, and this time it was like, now we have to do stuff differently and then see how it works. And I think we also need time, because just putting off 1 week of FaZe or whatever is probably not going to cut it. This is something that I have to see over a period, but I want to see us all, all of us, not just the players, but also the staff, think more about and spend more time outside of the practice, because you can only do so much in 1.5 hours, 2 hours theory together as a team. We have to spend more time outside of the practice as well.
Drawing back to what you're talking about with communication, sometimes it's talked about that there's too much communication. You have too many people with too many ideas on certain teams. Are you saying that the problem you think is that there's not enough ideas, there's not enough communication in these pressure moments?
I think when it comes to the pressure moments, it's a little bit, I don't think we don't communicate enough. I think when we are retaking or playing after plan, it's probably slowing down the chaos a bit, because it is a little bit chaotic, but also spending time on talking about after plan situations. And, if you're not in a good spot, someone who's dead has to say, guys, you have to fight. And then, you get these small, peaks, let's peak 1, 2, 3, and then we all swing to maybe get more advantage. And I think this is something that we don't have like anything specifically that it's too chaotic or it's too slow or too fast or whatever. It's just about finding a balance and not thinking that it has to be super perfect. We just have to be on the same page. And I think this is the
Do you feel that it's any different? Obviously, you got to the finals of Bounty with Nucleons. You weren't there for it for much of it. Does it feel different with Nucleons in the roster? Is there a change in the dynamics at all, or is it just slotting in a new player and you have more or less the same?
I think it's tough for me to say. I've only had one game with Nucleons because I was not there, as you say. I think obviously Maxime is one of the best riflers out there, but of course Nucleons can bring something else. Maybe there is some areas, with how to say, taking the space when sacrificing, or could be on the communication part as well. That Nucleons is doing a good job, but no, I think it's too early for me to say.
It's not all doom and gloom. You just won a game here and had a good start to the tournament. So again, seemingly, as you said, it's getting better in practice. So I'm also sensing a positivity coming out of you. Like you still believe very much in this project, and you still believe that you're going to turn around the ship and start winning stuff, right?
I mean, of course. I think we have the right pieces. It's just, when you look at Falcons, as I also said in that interview, you will immediately, when you look on the paper, say that this team should win, almost any game they play. But we have different issues. It's about putting aside the ego, putting the team first. It's other issues, and if you look at traditional sports, it's not an easy task when you have a lot of good players.
Listen, we all got issues. I'll be the first to admit that. One thing I also wanted to ask you about, and you said it yourself, you only played one game with Nucleons, but in general, the whole concept of integrating a stand-in into a team, as I understand it, you don't know whether or not Kyusuke is going to come or when he's going to come. From a coaching perspective and from a team perspective, is that tough to manage and juggle with, that not knowing who you're playing with?
It is super frustrating.
Yeah,
because if we were to, when we went to Blast in January, we knew beforehand. Yeah. put Nucleons into the boot camp. Also have to praise Natus Vincere for the academy team. They're really following the main team, even when it comes to positions, call-outs, everything. So it's easier to slot him in. But of course, it's frustrating that you don't know. And here we were told, 1 or 2 days before coming here. So we only had 1 practice day. But Nucleons is doing a good job. And having him in the academy team, having talks with the academy team as well. Me and Natus Vincere, we try and build the red thread between the 2 teams. So in case we do need a stand-in, all the positions already lined. If it's Kyusuke, then Nucleons is playing all the same positions. If we swap on the main team, they will swap on the academy team.
Okay. That's interesting. I mean, that's something to look forward to. If you wind up with a different stand-in, let's not say that. But thinking about this one, right? Building on Jacob's point, going forward in this tournament, is it just totally tunnel visioned on Nucleons, getting him into the team, integrating him into the team, making sure that this version of the team can compete the best? Or is it always that one eye on the horizon of when is Kyusuke going to be back?
I think for now, we take it one day at a time. If I'm expecting Kyusuke to come back, we are going to practice tomorrow. We have an off day. We're going to practice with Nucleons. We're not going to sit and hope that Maxime is going to come back, because we have no idea. So for us, it's taking one day at a time. We will practice tomorrow, go through the game with Nucleons, integrate him into more maps, just to make sure everything is spot on, and then prepare for a game the day after tomorrow. So taking it one day at a time. We have to live in the uncertainty that we are here in now, and for now it's Nucleon for the entire tournament. That's how I see it.
We have to live in the uncertainty. That's a good quote. That's a banger line. I think that's a good way to end this one up. Thank you so much for joining us. This is a fantastic insight into what's going on.
Thank you.
Lots of wise words, lots of interesting insight coming out of that conversation with Zonic. I thought it was super interesting the way he was talking about changing his role, right? Yeah. What he needs to be delivering into this team to be a little less collaborative and a little bit more directional.
That's exactly what I spoke about when I said that Sonic stylistically back in the Astralis days was a little bit more hands-on. I think he wants to be theoretically more hands-on as he is right now, but given that you have players like Kyusuke, m0NESY, NiKo, who needs a lot of freedom, I understand why he decided to go in a different direction like that. And he also did say, he hasn't been doing a good enough job at that, and I very much appreciate him being honest about that, candid about that, but now also trying to force the changes. So we can all agree, he will even agree with that, that it hasn't been a great season for Falcons in 2026. The way they finished 25 wasn't successful either. So at the very least, as a lot of people out there maybe have lost hope in them ever winning trophies together, it does feel like they're trying to do something proactively and actively, I guess, within the team in order to change the outcome of what has been disappointing after disappointment.
I think what you get out of an interview like that, some of the things he dropped down suggest the troubles that you have with an international roster. The reason it's impressive that you've had a Kerrigan go with multiple rosters with different nationalities, different cultures, different play styles, and be able to work with it, because I think Zonic came into Falcons used to dealing with the core of Astralis, with that Danish style of CS, maybe the Danish way of dealing with things, and then you go into this and he's talking about maybe there's just stylistic differences, the way they communicate's different. It's a whole different set of problems. So to see him continue to problem solve forward, I have faith in Zonic that he's one of the best coaches, possibly the best coach of all time, up there with Blade maybe. And I think I've got faith in him steering the ship in the right direction, righting the ship and pushing them in the correct way to actually become what their potential is. You look at Falcons, their potential is to be the best team in the world, and they haven't come, honestly, anywhere near it.
And just one more thing, if I may add, Mike.
Okay, jam it in there, Jacob.
Yeah, I find it super interesting that he spoke about the whole academy approach as well. Yes. The fact that you line it up, that you, at least in Denmark, we say create a red line of thought, where it's all aligned. And as he said, if we need a player in X position, we know who to pick from the academy team as well. However, I would be curious to see, let's say that NiKo, is not going to play a tournament. They need a stand-in. Wouldn't it be easier to put in Nucleons and then maybe let him play in different positions? Or do you actually believe that every single element of your academy team is ready to step in? And then end of the day, I like that approach. I like the fact that you're trying to streamline it and you try to line it up. And I think that's something a lot of other organizations could very much learn from. I guess it's expensive to do it that way, but it's fruitful, as you can see with the Nucleons.
It certainly is. It's been helping them a lot. Speaking of things that can be expensive but fruitful, let's talk about Nova Wallet for our Nova Shots game segment. Now, if you want to participate in this, you can go to novashots.io. There's no money involved. You just get 1,000 points to spend on different teams. You buy and sell stonk in different teams, depending on how well you think they're going to do. They succeed, line goes up. They lose, line goes down. I think it's really interesting right now that NAVI and Bait are the two most expensive ones in anticipation of their game.
Yeah.
NAVI I kind of get. People playing to the upset on the Bait side.
Yeah, they're investing, dare I say, or putting in some tokens into Bait. I'm not quite sure if I would do the same. I would more look towards some of the other teams, you know, that has upset potential. I see the Mongols are not hot. I see Liquid are not hot. I see Falcons are not hot as well.
Cheapest.
Probably because they're playing with a stand-in. I don't know about you, but I have no issue saying that Falcons they can win against anyone with a stand-in, at least in the group stage in an environment like this.
I think I'm happier putting my money on Falcons than on Bait at the moment.
Yeah.
Look, I'm just saying this is a crazy bargain. They're 0.664. Next closest team is NIP at a 0.978.
Put your tokens where your mouth is.
I think we should do it. Yeah. I'm listening. Zonic speaks, I listen, and I like what I'm hearing. I think we're putting
250.
250? A quarter of our... Oh, well, I typed 220, so that's what we're doing. Okay. We're doing 220.
All right.
Confirm. We're locking that in on Falcons. I'm buying in. I think that was a really telling interview, really insightful interview. I think it's always nice when somebody's really diagnosing their own problems and addressing it, right? And taking action to address it. And it feels like this might finally be the right track for Falcons.
And that's where I feel the community sometimes, and even us as experts and pundits and whatnot, we're maybe not, you know, fair enough to guys like Sonic, because I really do believe that once you actually listen to what he's saying, you can make a lot of sense out of it. You know, there's a lot of thought process going behind it. There's always a way of making it nuanced in a sense. You can definitely critique him for not having shown up great enough. You can definitely say that what he's achieved with Falcons so far hasn't been great enough. And you can question whether or not he's the right coach for the team. I'm not disregarding any of that, but if you actually sit down and listen to what he's saying, you can definitely get a sense of the fact that he's trying to attack this from every different avenue. Like he's trying to figure out a solution to the problem that has been the same for a long time.
I think what the average community member doesn't understand is they look at Falcons, they see these problems they have, and they go, don't you understand? You shouldn't lose a 5v2 like that. Look, when you come into a team as a coach, I've done it before, you think the problem is, oh, we figure out what the problem is, and then we fix it. No, you go in and you know what the problem is. Everyone in the team knows what the problem is. The trouble is figuring out how to fix that problem. You go into these 5v2s, you win them in the group stage, you win them in scrims, and then you go into playoffs and that communication's different. People are playing different. They're not playing the same. That's not an easy fix. That's where you have to come in with all of these alternative solutions, getting people to stop playing FaZe, communicate in different ways. It's, you know the problem, but how do you fix it? That's what makes a great coach, is to find new solutions when they're not obvious.
I love you shoehorning in a comparison between yourself coaching teams such as Warriors International and Sonic coaching.
Same pedigree.
Yes.
I don't see the difference.
Same pedigree, same caliber of players, same stakes. Let's take a look at our schedule for the rest of the day. First match done, 2-0 Falcons. Now we move into Navi versus Bait. A little bit of a grudge match in this one, at least from the Bait side of things. And I think this could be a very juicy matchup indeed. We'll be talking more about that on the other side of this break.
A full year as a esports player, especially Counter-Strike player, it is a lot of work, it is a lot of spending time with your team.
As a pro player, you need to sacrifice. It's not just going to tournament, having some fun, see a city, go around being a tourist.
It's pretty hard with all the travel and the boot camps and practice from home and all of that. But yeah, that's how it looks.
Travel days, it's always so tough. We are traveling like all together, like 5 players, coach, manager.
I mean, usually the year starts with a boot camp before the first tournaments.
In Navi, we are boot camping quite a lot. We tend to have a boot camp at the start of the season, at the end of the season, before the major. And sometimes we might even have a boot camp in the middle.
You have now grinded practice at home for 2 weeks, so with maybe 2 days off. Then you go into a tournament and you get met by extreme happy emotions or extreme sad emotions.
The best part of all of this is definitely a competition.
When you're making deep runs, especially if you're winning a tournament, you get the benefits of the hard work you put in. When you're losing constantly, Even if you might go home a couple days earlier, you're thinking of what would have happened if we beat this team or win the tournament.
As a pro player, you need to fight to stay mentally strong. You have to fix mistakes, you have to adjust, you have to prepare for the next day. You go into the game and then you repeat.
This year was pretty hard for us, I would say, because we had a boot camp, tournament, just a few days off, then another tournament, then again just 3 or 4 days off.
Getting energy again is one of the most important things for me. I've done this for 25 years now. I have my family close, I have my wife close, and those are the people I see the most, but not a lot.
You're traveling a lot of countries, sometimes even back-to-back, without returning home. I'm used to it, I guess.
I think one of the most important things as a team is the team dynamic. We are 5 people on the server, and if one person is missing outside the game, automatically feels very less.
In NAVI, we try to have the balance and not spending time 24/7 with each other. But I'm close with Ima, for example, I'm close with Makaze. We might spend more time with each other. Overall, you're still gonna be in the practice room with all of your teammates for countless of hours a day.
When we, let's say, go out for a dinner or we go for a team walk, we always try to be together, like the whole team.
Everybody has to commit to the same amount, sacrifice the same things, and only then you can reach the trophies.
What makes the whole year worth it is the majors. I always have the best feeling of my life when my parents were watching me and my best friends were watching me. So I just think that's the peak of the tournament calendar.
Everyone is looking for winning, and this is what makes competition being real.
I'm here for one reason. I'm here to win everything I can, and the day I stop, I have time for everything else in my life.
Including me or no?
You could include yourself if you want.
Wow.
Honestly, gonna be pretty easy.
I just put the whole Vitality lineup.
My dream roster right now in CS would be IGL, definitely Apex.
I'm assuming I'm in there, so it's gonna be me.
You have Blitz, who is probably sharpest IGL, I would say.
If I had to make a squad to beat Vitality, I'll make Nico IGL. Because I think isolated Vitality is really, really great players to have Saibu and then have really great role players. And if you want to beat them, I think you will have problems beating by the system, the way they play right now. So you have to beat them by raw firepower, just out of the gate.
I think it's a no-brainer to pick Saibu and Donk in your team. I think it's just unfair.
Yo, oh, the bend of that end of the scope is so ridiculous.
I don't think it needs any extra explaining, they're not crossing each other's roles. Yeah, they're the best currently.
I have no idea how this roster might work in terms of relationships, how they're gonna get used to each other and if it is even gonna work. But Donk is Donk, Zaiwu is Zaiwu.
Hopper, I would say Zaiwu. I would put Donk because I think he's probably the best driver in CS right now.
I will take Monesi. I will take Donk.
Multi-frag moment, but here's Donk's rebuttal! They're feeding Apex to him, and now this huge health advantage. Time's ticking. Donk's out!
And we have an Nature and Messi. At this point, he's the best one, past more than a year.
Robs, Apex, Zaiwu and Robs are playing for Vitality, which is by far the best teams in the last months, even last 1 year, let's say.
Robs, for the sake of being one of the world-class anchors for such a long time, and right now in the top 1 team, and he's been in form for a long period of time.
And then we'll take Bit.
Kyosuke, I would choose him because I think obviously he's really young, but even though he doesn't have too much experience, he has shown how good he can be, and I think he definitely has a bright future.
Kyosuke. This is just Kyosuke, everyone knows.
I think you also take Kaisuke.
And the last player, I would put Monesi as a hybrid. I just think Monesi just has the class, just has the talent. He knows all of the situational utility. He understands how to play clutch. So I just think it's an overall pretty tough team to beat.
If we're saying that current roster Vitality, we're all going to stay together and you can't have any of them, who would you take instead?
I would take the full roster of Team Spirit.
You never know how a team connects. These players in Vitality seem to add something to the server and make the teammates better. I think that's unique, and I think we've only seen that in the Astralis era, where every player is really great and they're making each other better. And I think that is always the hardest when you make a team that has to compete for the finals on the first day, basically.
NAVI take on Bait. Fresh off of a trophy dub, Natus Vincere joined the roster server once again. They joined something. They're here to take another trophy, if I'm not mistaken. They're trying to make their way over towards Rotterdam. Some lovely bridges, some beautiful waterways on there. And I think it might just be smooth sailing for a NAVI team that's looking very good right now here, Jacob.
It may be in the first game, but I want to speak top line stuff. I kind of want to take a temperature check on you two as well in terms of where you rate NAVI, because yes, what they did in Pro League was nice. That was great. You know, winning a trophy, especially in this day and age of Counter-Strike, is tough. Speak to Sonic about that. Falcons haven't been able to do it now. NAVI did it with this current roster. However, the field of teams, their way to the final, beating Aurora in a best of 5, it leaves questions at the very least in terms of, okay, now you've shown us you can beat that caliber of teams. What happens when you play a Spirit that is not losing to Astralis? What happens when you play a Vitality, per se, that is the best team in the world? Or FURIA, who gets their act together? That's kind of what I want to see from NAVI at this tournament. I want confirmation that what we saw from Pro League, which was great, is something that we can start to expect from NAVI, because it hasn't been consistent for a long time. We saw it at the major. They play well. They go into the semi-final. We think, oh, are you going to win the major? Then they bow out of the semi-final. Then the next couple of tournaments are so and so. So I want to see a bit of consistency, and I want confirmation. Is that too much to ask for?
I don't think that's too much to ask for. In fact, I think NAVI have, if anything, proven that when they're given the chance, they're given an opportunity, they won't drop it the same way a Spirit or a Mouse will just find a way to lose. NAVI will find a way to win when they're given a slightly easier path to the finals, when Vitality's not there, when a Mouse is going to lose, when a Spirit's going to lose. When they have a chance to find their way to a final, they're not going to let you down. Blade's going to come in with the ultimate game plan. Wonderful. I think he had a bit of choking issues in the past. I think he's starting to get over them. You've got Makaze showing up. This is a team where I don't expect them to win a tournament in this field. I expect them to get to the playoffs. I expect them to have some good games, but I'm not sure I'd put them at the top of the bracket still. They're a step below a Spirit. They're a step below a FURIA and a Vitality still for me.
I still did think it was quite funny that Blade gave that interview where he was like, yeah, this season will be a disappointment if we don't win a trophy. Boom, immediately win a trophy. Just they heard his directive and they said, yes, Blade, we will accomplish this. We will get you a new Instagram photo.
Yeah, and I think that's a massive step in the right direction for NAVI that I think a lot of people were starting to lose faith in. I think NAVI were one of the teams that, given the situation in FaZe, you know, maybe Frozen come over and join us. You know, let's strengthen our team a little bit. Maybe this puts that at hold for now, but that's kind of what I'm alluding to right here. I want to see the
rumor they were trying to get Senzu.
Yeah, that too. You know, I think NAVI is always, and most teams are always on the lookout for an upgrade, and I think there is different ways you can upgrade this team. But if anything, right now the focus should be, let's see NAVI. Let's see what happens when you go into a tournament that is stacked with 9 out of the 10 best teams in the world. Can you replicate that kind of performance we saw from Pro League? Because if you can do 3 tournaments in a row, then I'll start to buy into the project, and maybe I'll, as you said as well, put them in the same category as Spirit and Mouse. But for me, still, despite a fresh trophy, they're just beneath that threshold.
Doing a little bit of housekeeping here, just taking a look at where we're at in terms of the groups. Group A here, the one that we are currently dancing within. We've got the first result coming through. Falcons will be moving on into that second round. Winner of this match will face up against them. So that's an interesting prospect. Falcons with a stand-in as well to potentially make it through, guarantee your spot in Rotterdam. I'd imagine that's a pretty ripe prospect for, say, a NAVI or perhaps a Bait as well.
I think for either team, to be completely honest, I think Falcons are even like, okay, that's not too bad. Beating a NAVI in a game like that, that's doable. So I think for all teams, regardless of who's going to win this one, I think both for Bait and NAVI, they're going to feel comfortable walking into that game that we can win it.
Yeah, you're not looking at a matchup where you see maybe a NAVI against a Vitality in the second round. If you were in Group B, you might see them get rolled over. I think that's a great warm-up for Falcons with a stand-in. We presume they're still probably going to be with a stand-in for their next matchup, and it's NAVI kind of dipping their feet in this one as they get into this tournament. I want to see them replicate at least some of the gameplay style. I want to see Makaze continue on his MVP path. I want to see Wonderful continue to the heights that we've seen him hit for moments at a time. If he can replicate that with consistency, then you're looking at a NAVI that maybe can be in that next category, can be in the next tier, and can compete for tournaments. As it stands, when their players show up on the right day at the same time, when they can find Makaze, Wonderful, they can find Bit, all performing to their top level on the same day, they can beat almost anyone, but not anyone.
But they can certainly beat this bait team because they've done it a lot before. This is a matchup that we're well familiar with, that both sides are going to be well familiar with, and it's been a matchup that has been very one-sided. Despite some strong showings for bait in other games, they just can't quite get past this dang Navi squad.
No, I don't know what it is with bait, to be completely honest. I think during the major, they did a decent job, and for the majority of last season, they were overperforming, that's it. You know, they're doing better than I expected at the very least. But then some weird roster changes coming into this season, haven't really found their footing. Last 6 games, they've lost 5 of those, and they're more and more looking like a team that is, instead of climbing upwards, you know, instead of confirming that, hey, this is a team we should be on the lookout for, I feel like they're declining and right now fighting just to stay within relevance.
I think for a lot of 2025, you would think of them a little more similar to what FUT is doing right now, where you're looking at them on the upward trajectory. You're looking, can they make the step into Tier 1? Can they make the next leap forward to actually compete for tournaments rather than being this really solid upset team? And FUT have taken that next step. FUT look like they're taking a step forward into Tier 1, and bait, unfortunately, after replacing Headtrick, they're taking a step back. They're looking like they can lose to a lot of Tier 2 as well now.
Well, it does feel like the difference there is those additions, right? Long's huge for FUT, for pushing them forward. He's been a huge dynamo, a huge spark plug piece to get the rest of the roster performing well as well. Meanwhile, bait's kind of still trying to figure out the answer, right? They had Sekugawa in there for like 2 seconds. They said, nah, got rid of him. They've got Sizzy in now, his young 16-year-old Opera. We don't really know what to expect of him too much, but this is a bait team that they had a stability with Headtrick, I would say, right? He was the kind of player who, you know what his floor is generally going to be. He might not be the kind of player to push your ceiling. Then you said, okay, the ceiling's not high enough. We're going to tear out the floor at the hope of building up that ceiling, but it's a risk, right? And we haven't necessarily seen it pay off for bait yet.
No, I think that's a fine way of putting it out. It is a risk, and it's a risk that they needed to take if they wanted to take the extra step and maybe solidify themselves in Tier 2, Tier 1 Counter-Strike. So I don't really fault bait for doing it. I don't really fault bait for trying something out. I'm not quite sure what the first pickup was all about. You know, they can play 2 or 3 games and then get rid of him straight away. Sissy, as you said, coming in, I saw glimpses in Inclusion and Poker that he definitely has some flair to his skill. He has some mechanical skills, but also was caught off guard like a ton in the game, you know, where you see in terms of understanding playing Counter-Strike at Tier 1 level, still a lot to be learned. So I'm still looking at bait as a team that can eventually in 26 rediscover some of that same form. Right now, though, in this specific matchup, I think they're quite far away from that.
I think you look at some of the offers that have come out of Tier 2, Tier 3, relative obscurity recently, and they almost bait teams into thinking, oh, we can just pick up an offer. We can pick up Segukawa from the Academy squad, who has 0 HLTV matches, and we can make it work. We'll find a diamond in the rough. And what you realize is actually CS2 was really tough for offers, and Headtrick wasn't performing at the level maybe you want him to perform at, but he was still a stable presence. He still allowed the team to perform around him, and now they just have this missing piece. They have no floor, as you mentioned. I think that's the right way to put it. They have no floor to fall back to where you feel like you can feel comfortable predicting where bait is going to play, how they're going to perform against a Tier 2 opposition. At this point, you can't make heads or tails of it.
I mean, the thing about a diamond in a rough is it's still a fair thing. It's a rare thing, rather, even if you have to polish it. So maybe they picked up the first stone, realized it wasn't as shiny as they thought it was going to be. They picked up a different stone. It remains to be seen how this one's going to turn out, but prospect for the future. I do want to turn the conversation back towards Navi a little bit, and to get us back on that track, I figure why not hear from Alexi B.
Of a trophy, that's got to feel good. What has that done for the team? Has it lifted your spirits, built your confidence?
I think so. I think it's only natural to do so. The thing is that we immediately traveled the day after. We tried to, take the travel day as a kind of like a day off. Still had to wake up early and do all the necessary things to get here. And yesterday we practiced hard after media and did the necessary preparations. So I just hope the whole team feels a bit more energetic now since coming off of the final. And yeah, hopefully we're ready as a team.
Not so much time to soak in the victory, though. Speaking about your young players, right? Makaze coming in with the MVP, wonderful, having a really good tournament as well. What do you think about your young stars? Are they bringing that firepower that you guys need?
Yeah, I think they were the reason we won. And Makaze overall played a tremendous tournament ever since the online stage into the playoffs. So I just hope that they both can keep it up coming into this tournament. And as a team, I just hope that we, elevate our game up a notch. We still didn't face the top 4 teams, the top 5 teams. So that's something we're looking forward to this tournament.
Speaking about your opponents here, BATE, very familiar. You guys have played them a lot recently, 3 matches in the last however many months. What do you think about them?
I think that they had a long time now. They knew that they're going to play the opening match against us. They've been possibly watching us play throughout the EPL, and they only had time to practice now and prepare for us. So I think that they should have done their homework, and we need to take it serious, and we need to, you know, trust the preparations we did yesterday evening, and overall just trust in the process and be ready for them.
Got to trust in the preparation. I mean, a lot of respect being shown towards BATE. NAVI, some of these recent games have gotten pretty dang close. There's been some overtime maps, even if the maps keep going the way of NAVI.
See, the thing is, I buy what Alexi is saying, and I agree. You know, they've known for a long time they're playing NAVI. They can prepare. Maybe you'd even argue that BATE should be a little extra motivated to take down a team like NAVI, given the domestic, you know, relationship there is between the two. But I will also say that if we're talking about a NAVI that is punching upwards, that is punching, you know, to be considered the same as Mouse and Spirit and whatnot, then there should be no question. Like, LXB should walk into this game and be like, we're going to win this game regardless. You may have known for 6 months that you're playing us in this game. I don't care. We are significantly better than you are. That's sort of like the confidence I want NAVI to ooze, and I didn't really feel that in this issue.
I don't know if Alexi B is the person that comes out with that very often. Where he says, we're just going to destroy them. Absolutely. I think he's a little more held back. He's not going to say that type of thing. I think that might be what they believe as a team, though, that they believe they've beaten this team 3 times in a row. I don't think they've dropped the map. Overtime is the closest it got, Mike. Yeah, overtime is it.
I think that's very fair, right? And it is just very Alexi, very this squad in general to be super understated and respectful of your opponents. Sure. But the reality is we do expect this to be a NAVI team that's very prepared for it. They've also done the matchup recently. They've done the matchup a lot recently. I can't imagine all that prep's gone out the window, even with Sizzy now in, potentially being a little bit of that Joker effect. If you don't really know what this guy's going to bring yet.
No, and I think that's a fair point, but I would even turn around the conversation and be like, BATE have their own problems to solve. You know, they have their own issues to figure out. So yeah, you can put a lot of focus on NAVI and try to anti-strat to a degree where that may win you a map, or that may win you, you know, an opportunity to make it competitive and close. But in its essence, I feel like BATE is probably better off focusing on themselves, because they have a lot of stuff to figure out as well.
Yeah, I mean, when you're looking at Sizzy as the X factor, I almost feel like it's the situation where it's, I could pick Headtrick or I could get Sizzy, who he might even be as good as Headtrick sometimes. He's just not performed at the level that we're hoping, or I'm sure BATE is hoping he performs at quite yet. I think he still needs a little bit of time.
I think it's important to clarify, yes, lots of time, perhaps. He's 16. This is like his highest level of competition outside of some games on an academy team. And not even many, it's not like he had a lot of time on an academy team. He is so very new to this level of play that, yeah, I think time is certainly the case. You just have no clue what you have with him yet.
I'm not saying he's old and washed, Mike. I'm just saying that he's not quite at the level where I expect he's going to go up against the NAVI and be the X factor that carries them over the finish line. I'd like to be proven wrong. I just haven't seen that from him quite yet. I think he needs a little bit more time to develop. And just a few days, you know, knowing maybe a week in advance that you're going to play NAVI, I don't think it's enough of a benefit for BATE to actually push them over the finish line.
And I'll say it like this as well. Again, you know, spinning the conversation, that goes both ways. If you're BLADE, you look towards Sissy, you look at 2 or 3 of his demos, and you're like, okay, this is everything this kid got to offer. You know, take Dorsey as an example. When he first came into Mouse, was flying all over the place, you know, aggressive. Then people figured him out. Then it took Dorsey, what was it, 6 months, 12 months before he got up to speed again. He had to reinvent himself, had to mature as a player. Sissy is not even in step 1 in that whole process. First and foremost, he has to prove to us that he has the capabilities, the mechanical skills, and the understanding of the game to be relevant on a team like BATE for a longer period. That's when people start to look at him. That's when they start to figure him out. That's when he has to reinvent himself and add layers to his gameplay. Right now, if you're BLADE, it probably takes you 5 to 10 minutes to figure out, okay, this is what he offers, this is what he's going to do. So in terms of preparation, I don't really see that clear-cut advantage going the way of BATE. I think it's pretty much 50-50.
I was curious about him. I wanted to find out a little bit more about Sizzy, so I talked to the guy. So let's go ahead and give a listen to what he had to say.
Sizzy, very new to this level of play, young guy in. What's the experience been like in BATE so far?
It was good. My team is giving a lot of space to me, and I'm feeling good. I think I can play good.
Now, I was just talking to MPL. He said he thinks you can be one of the best operators in Counter-Strike. What does that kind of praise from a teammate mean to you?
It's really good for me.
And for anyone who's not familiar with you, how would you describe the way you play Counter-Strike? What kind of an opera are you?
I think I'm smart opera, and also I can play aggressive. Some ways.
Should we be expecting that aggression today?
Yeah, of course.
Are you going to take down NAVI?
Yeah.
Alexi B didn't want to say it.
He didn't.
He said it.
Sissy says it.
Yeah.
A little bit of confidence, a little bit of a smirk there. I think it's exciting, right? I mean, if we've learned anything over the last few years of Counter-Strike, it's that anytime a random 16-year-old you've never heard of joins a roster, you should pay attention. You should sit up in your seat a little bit because this kid might just be nuts. And NPL clearly thinks this guy can be electric.
To my surprise as well, I think Wu made a great point before, you know, with the whole AWPing discussion. It's very tough right now, Wu, to find capable AWP players to replace, you know. Hedrick was maybe not performing to the level that you'd expect, but he wasn't bad either. Look at all the other teams that we're discussing right now, Brokey and FaZe, or some players in G2, whatever it may be. Like, how do you replace AWPers when there's no one to replace you? So one thing is that you're forced to go for a 16-year-old because there's no one else to pick. Another one is that that's kind of how the market is at right now. So I feel personally it's very tough to expect anyone to come in and be the next Molotov. That was a 1 in a million almost. So I would temper my expectations for Sissy. If he can get to the level of Hedrick in terms of consistency within the next 6 months, maybe you get lucky with that.
I do think Sissy does bring a little bit more than Hedrick in terms of aggression. That might be why they wanted to remove Hedrick to begin with. He was a little too passive at times, and I think Sissy can show that. I like that his NPL is giving him a little bit of confidence. He can be the best opera out there. It's going to take some time. It's going to take a while if he's going to get there. But at the very least, you can see where the ceiling could go if he could find some consistency, if he can find the game sense at this level. But, I mean, hell, we've got an ultimate for Team Liquid that's been here for a year, still talking about the same issues. I think this is an opera problem. It's tough to bring operas in.
I think this is also a facet. This is a conversation I've been thinking about, been wanting to have for a little while, so I'm just going to shoehorn it in here because we've got some time. The pace is so quick in Counter-Strike, and especially in this world of the VRS, where it's so easy to tumble down the rankings if you make some missteps. The tolerance for players to develop and evolve over time, it's just not there anymore. It's very hard to take the time to develop players because the system's so brutal that we're discounting people after 6 months of play, after a year of play, where if you look at this guy, 16-year-old kid coming on in here, AWPing prospect, it's tough to do at anything approaching a tier 2, tier 3 level even, much less on a stage like this against a team like NAVI.
Yep, I don't disagree with that, but it works both ways, because then let's say Sissy doesn't work out. He then joins a team maybe beneath the level of Bait, and then the way to the top, you know, the way into VIS is also easier than it's ever been. It just takes 1 or 2 tournaments where you do well, and all of a sudden you're in contention to qualify for a major. So it worked both ways. If anything, I think it's just a concept of we've been very lucky, dare I say it, with gifted players like Saivu coming in and becoming the best player in the world in his first year. You have Donk coming out of nowhere being this gem that no one saw coming. You have a Molotov who all of a sudden becomes a top contender as well. That's not normal. You know, to have 3 players like that in the span of 2 or 3 years is not normal. So I think in that regard, that's why I want to temper the expectations just a little bit. As you said, Mike, he's 16 years of age. Maybe in a year from now, we can have a different conversation about him. But in this game against NAVI, against Wonderful, good luck.
I actually kind of want to highlight the players that you spoke about as a contrast, right? Okay. Because if we look at them, one of the things that's true about a lot of them is that they did actually have more time before they hit that spotlight, right? Zaiwu took a little bit longer to get to the stage because he wanted to finish high school first. So he was playing in AAA or whatever, playing random French lands, and everyone knew he was going to be incredible. It was just a question of when he made that jump. You had a Donk, came through Spirit Academy, spent a year on that academy team, playing different roles, being put in different spots, being developed as a player, so that he was more of a sure thing when he came through. If you look at Amonisi, if you look at Amakaze, they've come through from those academy systems. Sizzy hasn't had that luxury necessarily. And I think that is an argument for, we were talking with Zonic about the academy team and how it has made it easier to integrate Nucleons as a prospect. This academy era, having some sort of an on-road to top level of play can be so important for these prospects.
I very much agree with that, which is why I'm super, super sad that the We Play Academy League no longer exists, why the academy scene in modern day and age Counter-Strike no longer exists. Falcons are one of the few teams, you know, top organizations who have a dedicated academy team. Saw NAVI as well. They sold off their academy team. They became FUT. They became a great team, one of the hottest prospects right now. I agree with you. It's just the landscape of the scene right now is that if you're Sissy, either you play FaZe or you play for Bait. There's no in between. There's no academy team to join. There's no, I guess, slowly and surely being modest and coming into the game. You have to perform from the get-go, and it's hard. You know, I'm not discrediting that, but that's just the landscape of Counter-Strike.
I think when we're talking about contrast with Zaiwu and Donk to this type of player, I mean, we've got a great contrast on the team with him. They've got NPL. Yeah. You know, he went to NAVI, really struggled. He goes to the level below, and he's he's come out, he's a kind of a diamond in the rough. I think he's improved over time. He's become a very solid player. You wouldn't necessarily have expected that based off his time on NAVI.
And I think there's a few examples like that in the scene right now. I mean, FUZI over on Astralis is a great example where he came up with the young ninjas, got slotted into the main roster, underperformed our expectations, but then went on a world tour of Chinese teams, North American teams, finds his way back in. He's a hell of a good player at this point. You see examples of this again and again where I think the scene and teams are just too quick and too harsh to judge players. And part of that is just the demands. The demands are so fierce. Every tournament, there can only be one winner at the end of the day.
I disagree, and it may be the cynic in me, because do you think FUZI would have been the player he is today if he hadn't been cut from those teams early days, if he hadn't had those experience, if he hadn't been sent to NA and, you know, had to suffer for 6 or 12 months or however long he was over there? It builds character, Mike, you know, and it builds, you know, players, and some players, you know, you use them as great examples. There's also a ton of players who did that and never came again, you know, who never got that next step and never got to the next team. So I think if anything, it's just part of maturing, it's part of growing up, it's part about learning, and if anything, you know, adversity, as we know it in life, it builds character, and I think FUZI is a great example of that.
Well, focusing in on back onto the players that we've got here, we're gonna focus up just a little bit. I think this is a nice segue into talking about Makaze, right? Because Makaze is a player who came from the academy, came from that NAVI academy team. His teammates go off to FUT. He moves up to the main roster. And there was a little bit of an on-road. I mean, there's that famous Sway tweet, whatever it was, interview segment. But we don't have to bully him too much. We'll focus on Makaze. Took a little bit of time to get up to speed. Now we see an MVP-level performance at the ESL Pro League. NAVI is being rewarded for their investment, for their expectation, for giving Makaze some time to turn the corner, to perform at the level that they're hoping he can.
Yeah, I mean, he also had plenty of time on that NAVI Academy roster as well. He onboarded onto that team. You saw the way they played. They played a style, I think, that was adopted from the NAVI system as well. He played a really interesting brand of CS, and you still bring him onto that NAVI roster. It still takes some time. He was kind of a liability, especially on certain maps, especially on Inferno for a while. He was really struggling on that map, and I have to give credit to the coaching from NAVI to even develop him while he's on that roster, because I think a lot of coaches, you bring a player on like that and he's either ready for that level or he's getting replaced. And I think he was never at a point where he needed to be replaced, but I'm impressed with how much he's developed to be an MVP level player in this short of a time period. I think it is incredible for Makaze.
That's exactly what NAVI needs, right? We're speaking about a team that once again has to establish themselves as a team that we put in the same category as Mouse, as Spirit, you know, maybe a contender to Vitality for a trophy down the line. It requires someone within the team to step up, and the player with the most potential. Like we know what we get from Emma, right? He's been around for a long, long time. We sort of know what we get from Wonderful. We definitely know what we get from LXCB as well, and Bit for that matter. So the one, I guess, unknown within the NAVI camp, the one player that can maybe elevate himself and the team to a higher level is Makaze, which is why it's such a great thing for them that he played so well at Pro League, which is also, you know, reverting back to my point from the get-go, I want confirmation. I want confirmation that that is a Makaze that we can count on for the future, because we've seen glimpses of it, but what we saw at Pro League was by far the best performance he's had over a longer period.
It also feels like it's so important for who he was replacing for this team, right? JL, I mean, it's been a while at this point, but that he's still the role that he was coming into. And in addition to the individual theatrics, heroics that we're seeing from Makaze, we're also seeing just, he's smiling, he's having a good time, he's bringing up the energy, he's bringing the vibes in a way that we used to expect JL to do for this team. And so I think there's multiple pieces to him getting confident, him getting comfortable, that's starting to elevate this NAVI roster. And it speaks again to another Blade interview where he was saying, I think one of the big things we're lacking in some of these games is firepower. If that firepower increases, this is a NAVI team that's built to contend.
I agree, but that's also my concern for NAVI, because I only feel Makaze can elevate the firepower by so much. You know, he's not a Kyusuke prospect just yet. He's not a Nico or a Monesi in that regard in terms of raw firepower. He's definitely a player that can evolve and get better. But if that is to be the case, Vu, that NAVI lacks a bit of firepower, sure, adding Makaze in top form is going to help a bit with that. But then you still need more coming out from Bit. You still need more from Emma. And when you compare NAVI to the likes of Falcons, to the likes of Spirit, to the likes of Vitality for that matter, they do lack firepower.
Yeah, I mean, when you look at JL's peak, I think JL came 7th in the HLTV top 20, and Makaze could try and challenge for that. But even when you looked at that NAVI roster, when JL was the 7th best player, you look at that and you still said, that team is more than the sum of their parts. They could use more firepower. They aren't winning events based off of their ability to out-aim the opponent. It's because they really developed the meta on Mirage, especially. It was like an unbeatable map for them. They don't have a map like that at the moment, so they actually need to perform consistently across all maps against what is likely a better scene in terms of fragging power, in terms of consistency across top teams. You didn't have a Falcons with Kioske, Nico, and m0NESY when NAVI were competing to be the best in the world with JL.
That's fair. The level has risen around them, but I do think the Navi level is still increasing, and I think part of it is also this guy, Wonderful, right? He had a really good pro league. At one point, he's being looked at as one of these top potential op prospects in the world, and obviously that star faded quite a bit over the course of 2025, but if he can get back to that 2024 form, if he can be more consistent, always a buzzword that we're focusing on here, a hard thing to do as an opper, but the EPL performance, I think, has to be encouraging.
Especially the playoff performance from Wonderful. Online was one thing. Once they got into the playoff, he was definitely the spearhead together with Makasi in that trophy. I agree. We also saw during the major, you know, that Wonderful had a high top level. I think he was the one a lot of people pointed towards, like he's the most replaceable player within Navi at the end of 25 up until the major, where he then played exceptionally well, cooled off a little bit, didn't get off to a good start in 26, and now he had Pro League. So when you say consistency, it's a word that we use all the time, and it's a word that everyone is looking to figure out, how do I get consistent. I think he's a great example of a player that when he's on it, when he's feeling it, when he's confident, he helps Navi become a total different team, but he has flaws in terms of his consistency.
I would say that Wonderful is a great example of how hard CS2 is for oppers, because you look at Wonderful and you do think he could be better. We could get someone better, but then you try and actually list out who could we get that's better. There's really no answer except for the best oppers in the world that just aren't going to leave their team. You're not going to get a ZywOo to replace him. And so, although he was the target of much, chagrin, people really wanted him gone from this roster, I don't think it would have been a good idea. It's shown out to be it would have been a terrible move based on the major, based on this recent event. I think he's finding a little bit more consistency. And what I really like is that he's performing in the big moments, because when we did see him on Navi initially, he did have struggles in those grand finals. He did have maps where he took off, and with a Navi roster that's already kind of on the edge of not having enough firepower, you need your opper to be consistent. You need to find those frags in the big moments.
I think it's also key to mention that he's still very young. He's still just 21, right? And if we look at opper peaks, or where we start to see that consistency, that reliability out of oppers, tends to be a little bit older, outside of some prodigy exceptions. But I think there's still a lot of room to develop, and we do see that. We'll have to see if he's going to be bringing that level to the server today, and the question is going to be, where are the maps? So it's time for the veto. We've had a lot of games between these teams. They've tried a lot of maps over on the bait side. Anything we're expecting today?
No Anubis, seemingly. I think Mirage is a map that I would anticipate to be, in contention to be part of this map pool. No Overpass coming out as well makes an awful lot of sense. They played a lot, as you said, Mike. So question is, if you're bait, are you going to try to steer this in a different direction, try something new, or do you think that you learned enough from your losses that you're willing to play the same maps?
I think one of the things on the other hand is that the last time these teams played, Navi actually they didn't ban Overpass in the first round. They banned Ancient instead. And I thought that showed they gave a lot of respect to bait, that they said, hey, we need to change things up because we're worried about what you can bring to this game. Now they go back to the standard ban. They're ban it, and they pick Ancient. Yeah, I think this is a Navi that's perfectly confident with this. They may have been a little bit tentative in the interview, saying, that they've got a lot of time to prepare. I think Navi is completely ready.
Yeah, I'd agree. You have a Mirage, you have Ancient. If you're bait right now, you couldn't really ask for much more. Regardless of the third map, it's not going to be Inferno. Nuke is definitely up for the grabs right here. Could be the map that should decide it all, but I think you're right on. I think Navi is showing that they have, maybe respect for bait, but they don't really respect him enough to stay away from it. And then if you're bait, you're pretty happy with this map pool. You're talking 3 maps where you have a realistic chance of making a game out of all of them.
This is something that NPL touched on when we were talking pre-game as well, is like, this is a tough matchup, right? There's no obvious place to go in the veto. There's a lot of challenges here. They know that stylistically Navi is a challenge for them. The question is, has Bates found anything to get over this wall? Have they found any magic thing? Outside of Sizzy, Who are you looking at? What could be the key here for BATE for challenging this one, for making this interesting?
Based on recent performances, no. I don't see anything that's changed within BATE. As said, they've lost 5 out of the last 6 games, quite convincing in some of them as well. I agree with you. NPL, a diamond in the rough. I think he, individually speaking, has been showing up, more often than not. So if he's having a great game, especially in the role within the team, that's a win condition. But it's sort of like we just saw with NRG. Even though NPL could sit on 25 kills, I'm not sure the rest of the team is up for it, in order to contest with Navi. So it takes more than one player to pull it well.
The hope for BATE would be that they found some inconsistencies in Navi. Maybe they found something that they're going to be weak to. Maybe they're weak to aggression on Ancient. We've seen Navi struggle sometimes in middle on Ancient. But the problem is that this is a Navi team that doesn't have too many obvious flaws other than their firepower. And when you look at Navi against BATE, firepower isn't going to be a problem for Navi in this matchup. So I just don't think BATE has really anywhere to go except for to play really solid Counter-Strike as a team and hope that Navi don't show up to the level that they can.
Hopes, prayers, maybe a little divine intervention. We see the huddle ups going on as these teams get ready to lock on into the server. I mean, I think we're all unified here, right? There's an expectation. There's one team coming off of a trophy, ready to try and do it again, and another team that's very much still finding their footing.
But that is added pressure. I don't want people at home not to understand the concept of when you just won a trophy. Just a couple of days ago, you go straight from one tournament to another. Now you play your first game in a matchup that you should be winning 9 out of 10 times. That is added pressure towards Navi, let alone the fact that if they lose this game, they have to go through a tough lower bracket run as well. So there's definitely a lot of pressure on Navi, despite them being the favorites.
And I mean, Navi is still looking at the VRS, trying to get into stage 3 as well. It is something that I think they have to worry about. There is pressure on them to prove themselves, but I don't think they're going to fall against a BATE roster.
Well, with those roars of battle racing through the hall, that can mean only one thing. It means that it's time for us to get into the game, and so our casters will take it away. Anders and Henry G, what do you got for us?
Oh, we've got all sorts, Michael, but royalty is in the building. Not only do we have Anders Blom on the mic, we have got the King of Sweden, Makazi, MVP of Pro League, stepping onto the server against a full Ukrainian squad in the form of BATE. Now, it's a match that we saw at Pro League as well. They played at Stage 2. True. Actually, some pretty decent games. They went to overtime on Mirage, which is going to be the opening map here, and it was 13-7. Pretty easy victory for Navi in the second map, but still, I feel like BATE are a very good team. With the addition of CYZY, 16 years old, he is one of those superstar prospects for the AWP in the future.
He better be, because this Navi team is looking very scary, and it's insane. Makazi went from the academy team to being the MVP in Stockholm. Like, he is so dangerous. And it's what they needed. Everyone's been saying it. Navi needed something like this. I know that they had the philosophy at one point of not really building around superstars, but they do need some star power. And Makazi seems to be the one to step it up right now.
He is consistent. I feel like every time I watch Navi play, he seems so confident. He's always top fragging for them. And if Wonderful can find that grand final form that we saw to close out that best of 5 in Stockholm, there is a real good chance they put this one to bed 2-0. But that is the problem. Wonderful does have his problems with consistency. That's the one player you have to keep your eye out for, because sometimes he does drop off the AWP. Sometimes he looks like one of the world's best snipers. Going up against CYZY today as well, fellow countryman. Could be an interesting battle, Anders. That's all I'm going to say.
Yeah, and we start off on Mirage as well, which is a map that doesn't always lend itself to a lot of great AWPing. Obviously, you can have the impact, but there are just so many nades that are used nowadays to
lock you out.
Yeah, to lock you out. It's very hard to do,
Well then, this is going to be our second game here at Blast Open Rotterdam 2026. Underdogs BATE looking to prove themselves as Navi, certainly the favorites here. But Anders, do you believe in the champagne hangover? Do you think after winning a tournament, focus could drop off, not having the same level into the next tournament?
I think it's absolutely a real thing, and I think the pressure is also on. And Navi is not one of these teams that's won so many things that they can just relax and say, oh, it doesn't really matter.
Yeah.
We'll like, they need to keep winning. Like, it would be great if we could start, I don't want to say anything like a Navi era, they've won one tournament, but they do need to get something building. They are a legendary organization. They've got a legendary coach in Blade right here behind them. I'm sure he'd love to put more trophies in the cabinet.
I feel like Blade was instrumental in their victory over in Stockholm as well. He seems like he's got such a firm grasp of the understanding and mentality of his squad as well. He knows when things are getting out of hand. He knows how to calm everyone down, and he seems to have a very solid game plan that, as long as they follow it and don't panic, they seem to be a world-beating team. That's the problem, though. If they can keep their mental in the game, if they can recover from fumbled rounds and clutches of fall awry, which is going to happen this game. It's a very talented roster. They managed to take a map of Spirit in Pro League as well. That was on Mirage. He beat them 13-4, Anders. So if they turn up, they can hit incredibly hard. Ladies and gentlemen, it's NAVI taking on BATE here. The opening game here at the Blast Open. We'll get into Mirage. Anders, take us away.
Well, we're going to start with NAVI on the CT side, BATE on that T side, and already I'm seeing an enormous amount of utility for BATE. So this is going to be really interesting. That's an unusual amount of grenades on the T side. It might have to restart the round.
Oh, I just gave it the beans for no reason. Yeah. Okay,
it happens.
We'll reel it back in.
They got us good, Henry.
Got out of the chair and everything. All right.
Had to stand up, just pure excitement. But let's assume they buy the same amount of utility. Like that's a lot of grenades. That means they're going to be, you know, a lot less armor in play on the T side. You're going to be potentially able to be chipped down by the USPs a lot more. Kind of curious how this plays out.
Let's Psyduck. The mascot of, okay, Imma. I like that. He had a fantastic tournament over in Stockholm as well. I think he proved his haters wrong. He had some incredible performances. For me, he was in the conversation for MVP as well. I thought he looked fantastic the entire tournament. Makazi, though, certainly stole the show. Okay, Anders, we'll try again. Ladies and gentlemen, it's BATE taking on NAVI. We'll kick things off on Mirage. We got a CT star for NAVI, and the plucky underdogs will try their luck with a plethora of utility as they make their way towards B this time.
It makes a lot of sense. If they can just get a couple of good flashes over, maybe a good Molotov somewhere in the back. They know that Alexi's going to be playing here. He loves playing by this van. If you look at the amount of time that he spends here in any given round, it is enormously big. Going to be falling back a little bit now. Backup is not that close by. So Alexi, do you stay and fight to the death, or do you slink back in towards the market and try and stay alive for the retake? Oh, he's almost made it around the corner, but not quite. Essentiel will take him down instead. The bomb is going to be planted here, and a very tough retake now for NAVI.
Bomb's not down yet. It's looking a little bit problematic, but there we go. A convincing end to the round, as we do have actually a 2 versus 1. Bit's still in this, but it's a little bit closer than it had to be. Where was that bomb plant?
I don't know. I assumed that it was going to be planted as I was saying the word. I'm going to lie. I thought that's fine, because you could see in the minimap he was right on top of the plant spot. They just waited it out for a long time, and it worked out anyway.
Well, there we have it. Smoke execution from the T side. Gave them great space on the map. Essential with the double kill through smoke. Having to get himself 3 kills in total. A pretty clean finish. No bomb plan required. They can't believe it.
Okay,
Smiles all round.
Yeah, they're laughing already. Yeah, it's a very, very nice execute onto the site. Alexi, you could see it. There's a moment there where he's not sure if he wants to stay or if he wants to go and just go for a full 5-on-5 retake. I mean, that's a hard choice to make anyway, so I don't really blame him for being a bit confused about that.
Well, we have got the force buy in response here. NAVI can be very problematic to deal with in these sort of rounds. Makazi's Deagle especially is very potent, but he takes a heavy grenade at the start, down to 60 points of health. Patrolling towards that window room on the CT side here. Smoked off for now. Going to take some speculative spam through the smoke. Not connecting just yet. Piercing some holes, seeing we get some information here. Another grenade lands at his front door. More damage inflicted. His round pretty much nullified. Down to 12 points of health. Great map control so far from BATE. Sneaking in one of these MAC-10s. It's a high-risk maneuver, but only risking the SMG.
Such a shame that Makazi is so low already, because he's trying to help out that B-bomb site, which does need a lot of help. He's still going to get the headshot, though. Alexi's taken down, a MAC-10 in the corner. There's just so many targets, but they still have to make their way past Makazi. It shouldn't be a problem, and eventually they get the job done there, but if he landed that headshot, I don't know what would have happened. Feels like that MAC-10 could have got more kills.
Well, there we go. Looks to be a comfortable finish here for BATE. 2 players remain. It's BIT and Wonderful. MAC-10 recovered short. You don't necessarily want to take that forward. You actually ideally want to go for a kill and get the extra $600 on the exits here. And Wonderful, Deagle Kevlar might as well do the same thing. Give himself something to work with going forward here, but they will not be trying to do much more than look for the exit kills. But this is the start there. BATE needed. Should be 3-0 after this one. BIT just hoping for 1 kill. I think he gets this. $600 in the bag. If you take everyone down, Anders, there is an argument to be made. You could force buy again, especially with Bit farming this sort of cash. If he gets this kill, they're almost certainly going to force buy. Doesn't happen. Now it's a bit of a question mark. The thing is, Bit will have $4,100 to the next round. If they wanted to buy, Anders, you could have one of your star players, Rifle Kevlar, into the follow-up, knowing that you've done considerable damage in this particular round.
I mean, it is tempting, right?
The thing is, when you're the favorites, though, you don't need to take those sort of risks, but we'll see what they've got up their sleeve. There's the M4 and armor.
Okay.
We've gone for a FAMAS instead. Okay, yeah, this doesn't want to go crazy. He's actually downgraded all the way to an MP9. That's fine. He wants to keep the money strong, you know?
That's kind of funny, though, because it's almost like a live preview into the conversation that's happening in the team. It's like, no.
Calm down. We need some money going forward, as they do lose Makazi early on.
I just also imagine that Blade is the kind of coach that isn't going to frown upon the idea of forcing an early M4. I feel like he's going to be, you know, playing to the strength and playing for the statistics on that one, but maybe the solo MP9 could do a bit of work here. So far, Bit hasn't really managed to find the timing. Smoke is very annoying, and they're going to put up more grenades towards that jungle position to make his life very, very tricky here. They're well aware that someone could be in here. I think maybe get one kill. I don't think get a lot more than that at the moment. Actually, better than I thought. They've already made their way around the corner. Goes back. Oh, it's another great headshot.
Okay, he's paid off his debts for the MP9 there.
Nice.
Gets himself $1,200. I don't think the round goes much further than this. They don't have Kevlar on these 3 CTs once again. Looking for those exits. But Sizzy confirms the round with that kill. Wonderful, would love to get one and steal a rifle away if possible, but sitting in the smoke right now, 2 players either side. Not long for this world, I'm afraid. Alexi B. Can he find one? I doubt it. Kenzie will actually shut it down, and they've got themselves in a prime position here in the opening stages of Mirage. 3-0 up, money's looking strong, but here comes the first gun round here, and there should be plenty of cash, especially with Bits finding those couple of kills on the MP9.
Yeah, it's very good work. At the end of the day, the downgrade from the M4 to the Master to the MP9.
Yeah, right.
It was worth it. Like, it actually made a lot of sense at the end. So pretty good work. They managed to do some damage to the economy on the T side as well. You'll definitely take it.
Oh, the chips are down. Bait got the momentum on their side of the server. Here's the AWP for Wonderful, though. As mentioned, fantastic in the grand final, but he definitely had some matches where he didn't turn up throughout their campaign in Stockholm.
It's one of the big things separating the good AWPers from the truly great is that consistency.
Yeah, I agree with that. He's had a lot of criticism recently, but that performance in the grand final speaks for itself.
Yeah, but just to echo what the desk was saying as well, right? Like, who would you replace him with? Is the issue. Like, there's not a big list of candidates where you say, oh yeah, we'll totally get rid of Wonderful, and then we'll just get, well, who? You know, who's the next name on that list?
Sizzy would have been ideal.
Sizzy might have been one of them. If not for the visa issue, I'd even argue someone like Dexter, but, you know, maybe personal bias for me. Oh, through the smoke as well. Kensisor goes down. That is a way to announce your participation in the match here. Alex is going to get a kill and return to on Makaze, and now Alexi back here needs some backup. It's not going to be there in time. Imma, he'll get away a kill before anything else happens and actually swings into the Molotov for the triple. That is so greedy from Imma.
He had to go for it, though. Alexi B going down with nothing there was a very scary prospect for Navi. Imma, through the fire and flames, runs the gauntlet and manages to get that triple kill and shuts it down, denies the plants. And that's the Navi we know and love there. It was looking very good there. Makazi goes down in the opening stages of the round once again. He's 1-4. Popping that smoke open. Look at that teamwork, Anders. Really nice stuff. Speaking of nice, this was superb. Imma saves the day. Goes down in the flame short, but the round was won. So we got a full investment here, quite a weak one. We've got an SMG, a Desert Eagle, and a Galil in the hands of Alex. Opening kill looks promising if Wonderful. Okay. Not what he was looking for exactly.
The timing is just unfortunate, isn't it? But they've been testing out their B-bombs at a lot bait in the early rounds here, which is a bit unusual. I think they're sort of making a point to beat up on Alexi as much as they can and maybe force Navi to make some different decisions on the defense. Both teams favor the A-bomb side by some margin on this map, so then again, if you can force Alexi to feel uncomfortable, then maybe you can change that defense quite a bit. So far, no kills in the middle, but they're all here. There's nobody in the B hallways, no one in the A palace at all. The entire bait team is just sitting around the middle of the map. That's a bit risky, potentially.
Opening kill for Bait once again. Makazi, he's forcing the issue, forcing these fights. He's trying to assert his dominance, trying to find that form he had in Stockholm. So far, no good. They hit hard, this Bait team, especially on Mirage. Specialty map for them. Got themselves the opening kill. Damage taken, but here comes Imma and Alexi B looking to pincer towards the connector.
Might be able to get it, and he will. Good trade, though, with Senthiel. Quick on the trigger, Alexi being there, and now it's just a bit in the sandwich position. Takes down the Senthiel. 2 versus 2 as that kill only for a second. Alexi's pulled out the USP, I don't know how.
They know exactly where KenZor is, but can he do anything with this? Doesn't opt to pick up the upgraded weapon.
Seconds.
Stays on the Mac 10, you're right. 10 seconds, nothing he can really do with this one. Bomb down. We'll find the AWP. And it means at least they'll have something going forward. It's going to be an eco, but it's one of those weird ones. You've got an AWP saved with Kevar, but only $2,000 per player otherwise. So do you go all in? It's early stages. You could take that risk, but it will mean if you lose the round, your money is going to be in tatters, Anders.
Yeah, I feel like they've kind of taken the fight to Navi. They've been very respectful, very respectable performance so far for Bates. They've been good at hitting the shots. I feel like they should have the confidence here. Look at how they're defeating Makazi in this moment. Can't Bate, yeah, I'd be tempted to keep the pressure on.
I would say Makazi, call your jets. He's getting too aggressive at the start of these rounds, trying to find his opener, but he's died every single round so far and had little impact. But it is going to be the eco around this saved AWP. Sizzy, though, I was about to say, one of the most promising prospects in the sniper category we've seen in some time. He's shut down early. It's going to be a nice double kill for Imma. And that should be all she wrote, but there is a chance of a plant. That would do nicely. Bomb does go down, though. They get some B-side control, but what can you really do with it? Nothing is the answer. There's the bomb top mid.
Yeah, if it had been a bit closer, I feel like there was a... You're not wrong. Like they could have definitely made their way there, but they just... I don't think they maybe expected to get beat that quickly. I think they thought there was going to be more of a battle going on there. Still, going to be another round for Navi. We'll tie up the score, make it a 3-3. Alex would love to save the AWP for another minute, though. I feel like eventually... They know that it's on the map. They're going to be able to find him here. Sneaking on in. Flick doesn't quite connect, and nobody dies on the Navi side either.
First time Makazi has survived. They're leveling up, finding their footing here on their opponent's pick. We'll take the first tactical timeout now. Alexi B stabilizing the squad. And it's now down to Bates. They took the full eco in the previous round with that AWP, didn't find much. Blade will be aware of what they're up to, though. He knows they're going to change the pace. They love a set piece. I've commentated this team on Mirage plenty of times. They love just going in towards a set piecing, setting up their stars to try and hit shots. You're going to see a lot of that from Bates. We'll see if it's one of those rounds. Here's the boost. Didn't work out for him. The flashbang came in. You can see how blind they were. It's a great shot.
Well, I was about to ask you because it's been, 6 rounds now, but we haven't seen those default A executes with the smokes towards, jungle and all of that stuff.
They're coming.
Don't
worry about that.
You guarantee.
Of course, you can live trade the game on polymarket.com, official prediction market of Blast Premier. See Navi looking quite comfortable in that regard right now.
Yes, they are. Round number 7 here. Deep nades to that top mid position will singe Alex just a bit. Bomb is dropped back in T-spawn, so they're not committed to anything yet. It's a bit of a default opening here. MPL already taken down from Bits. Not a great start for them. Mac 10 as well. Galil in play, so you can tell that the economy is not exactly as strong as they'd like right now on the Bait side of things. Alex, though, it's an important kill. Imma wants to stand his ground. He's been very aggressive in these fights.
They're dropping like flies, though, Anders. We got a 4-on-2. Make it 1. And they know exactly where KenZor is, as he's only got that Mac 10 jumping around. And yeah, this is looking a little bit scary now as Bates get nothing done in round number 7. No grenades, no firepower. Just hoping that a CT oversteps the mark here, but you know he's got the Mac 10. You don't need to go hunting for him. Let him keep it.
I guess that's one of the dangers of running a default as opposed to the set pieces, is sometimes when you just get picked off like this one by one across the map, it feels like such an empty round.
Well, you can see on the minimap right now, we have 1 dead towards Palace, 1 dead towards A ramp, 1 towards middle. And it's just like, yeah, everyone had a poke around the map, but completely taken down.
None of it worked.
Alexi's going to go John here. There it is. So $600 in the bag. Maybe another one. Okay, getting expensive now, a bit sloppy from Navi. Don't really need to challenge us at all. Ooh. He hasn't got the bomb bearer in mind. He can't win the round.
Yeah,
and now he has got the AK.
I guess he'll take it. He's got a little bit of money from the MAC-10 there. Yeah, that I agree. That's a bit sloppy, perhaps. But the way in which they're fighting those rounds early on, you could see it from Bates' point of view. They didn't stay alive for long. So very, very quick shots coming out. That even invites even further the idea that maybe you do just go for a set piece. You say, well, we avoid that if we just set down the grenades and kind of execute onto a site, probably the A-bomb site.
It's because this team hits incredibly hard. Bates have a lot of talent. They're a young team. They're willing to take fights across the board, but you can see them being outclassed right now. Alexi B coming to life as well. It's a nice shot from him from the bench. Bits, you expect that from him. AK-47 in his hand. He's always going to be deadly. Always going to be a problem, and it's going to be the partial buy now for Bates. Upgrading some pistols, and here we go, Anders. The set piece. You begged for it. You pleaded, and we've got it. So it's going to be the wall of smokes. Flashbang's over. Try and get the bomb down, and we'll see whether it works out for them.
I like this because all you really need is the one opening kill, and at least you're competitive in the round. Oh, it's going to be wonderful. That's great timing. Sizzy unfortunately hits the deck, and Bit is very active. Look at the mechanics here. Quick kills coming through. They never stood a chance.
That's very nice. Does not bode well for the future of Bates. They get sent packing courtesy of the AK-47.
That's the kind of Bit that some of us will remember from the beginning of his career.
Sure.
That trio of Simple, Bit, and Electronic when they were at their best, it was undefeatable is what it looked like.
Yeah, it's scary once he gets into this zone as well. You can see all the kills he's getting. The flashbang assists are coming through. We've seen him popping open smokes. The teamwork has been excellent for Navi as of late. Blade will be very happy with that round. No problem at all. 5-3. Makazi aggressive once again, though. Goes down early, but Imma there to pick up the pieces was wonderful. They maintain their man advantage, and they'll allow them to have middle now. It's down to Kenzizor to try and thread the needle. He's actually in front of the incendiary. I don't think Alexi will be aware of this, but Bit certainly is. He seems to be everywhere right now.
It's a great read in some sense for Kenzizor because he knows that Alexi's playing this position so much alone, so that as soon as he doesn't find him by the van, he's so sure that the rest of the bomb site's going to be open, but turned out to be a bit of an assumption at the end of it. Sizzy, alone versus 4, no chance to check the entire bomb site. Imma's going to be taking him down. This is, you know, Navi, I don't want to say struggling to get into the map, but a little bit of a slow start for them, but now that they're here, they look so warmed up.
I'm loving this, Anders. It was a little bit ropey to kick things off. I think Makazi was a bit too excited. He was swinging by himself and trying to take the challenge, asserting his dominance. I get it. He just got an MVP medal over in Stockholm, but yeah, once he started reeling it in, he's not going down every single round. Wonderful is still looking fantastic. And Imma as well. He seems to be powering up this year as the events go by, fighting for his position in the team, I would say. He's had a downward turn in 2025, but he's fighting back and looking excellent right now.
Well, you can already see what's coming, setting up all the classic positions, but once again, they don't quite have the firepower to really make this as impressive as it should be. It could still be a bomb plant, could be a quick kill, maybe going onto the site, but I wish they had some rifles here.
Here we go.
Start almost for free. Bit goes down, and now they're going to be following it up. Senthiel with a good kill. Wonderful. Can he hold it on his own here? Pulls out the Eagle instead, but they are overwhelming him.
It's that set piece, Anders. Keep it simple. Stay together. Hunt as a pack. Isolate the jewels, and you will be rewarded. 6-4. I think let's do that every round, lads. Just keep running that. It looks so good. Really enjoyed that. Perfectly played, perfect execution, and you're going to see that opening kill. Bits kicking himself, trying to get some intel as to what they were up against. Got a lot more than he bargained for, though. Desert Eagle to the face. Last couple of rounds here. Blade wants to slow them down. Stop the momentum before it gets out of control. Still very much in this game are Bates. A couple more rounds, they can still tie things up at 6-6 on the T side, which is more than enough.
Yeah, you'll take that. They're going to be happy if they can get that far. They started out, I mean, they had some success when Navi had fewer rifles. They were fine on the B bomb site. But once Navi have picked up the rifles, that mid-fight's been going only Navi's way.
Right.
So maybe you're right. Maybe that A-bomb site is the better choice. At least it's, you know, again, if you just convert some of the kills there, you're at least getting a bomb plant.
Well, now you've sown the seeds of doubt in towards the minds of Navi. You can start faking that execution. You can start playing with them a little bit more.
True.
See whether they're going to go back to the default stance. Seems to be the case. Send 3 players towards the top of middle. Smoke down towards that window area. CTs are looking to get towards the underpass. Imma that's locked in. Gonna get some backup from Makazi towards shore. They're willing to take these duels. It'll be NPL to open things up.
They've got nobody at the B-bomb side whatsoever. They had 3 people in the middle to take that fight, so the fact that it's a 2-for-1 in favor of Bait is kind of disappointing for Navi. I was expecting more. I was expecting there would be more of a trick to maybe blow open the smoke in the window and really take that fight. I feel like if you're going to give up on the B defense to try and have that much mid control, you must win the fight.
Here we go then back towards A. Looks to be Palace Pounce. He'll be down to Bit. He will have to play like a king, Anders, if he's going to defend this one off.
He's been playing very well. I mean, 15-4 right now. It looks like he might be capable of holding the site on his own.
We'll see. You can see he doesn't have much information at all. Scared of the prospect of connector. Smokes off towards the A ramp. I say that. Presence of mind switches towards that Palace. He only expected 1 player there. That should be enough to win it now. You can see we have got wonderful Alexi B. Pretty far removed from the scenario. Great round once again from Bates.
Such a good round as well for Bait. Even though, like you said, Bit had the presence of mind to actually take a look, but they threw no grenades. They just walk out with no warning. So I don't even know how he sort of got the timing down right. But even then, he said he couldn't expect for more people to get there. Alexi and Wonderful still investigating this situation, which...
I mean, this last round coming up next,
yeah,
more than enough to buy, so you might as well give it a look in, put the rod in the water.
Yeah, they can buy the AWP no matter what. They don't have an AK to save. Oh, maybe they do. All right.
Now, yeah, saving the AK. For those not aware, you cannot buy that on the CT side. That is worth saving.
Yeah, would have been very, very tricky to try and retake that anyway. Great work for Bates. We did... Just as we were talking, like, where are those A executes? They start coming out.
Yeah.
Even though this one, you know, a little bit delayed after some shenanigans in the middle, still works out really well for them.
It's all down to this initial aggression. The CTs, once again, every time they make that aggressive maneuver, it doesn't really seem to work out for them. NPL cracking things open towards mid, giving them the man advantage, helping themselves to a contact play through the Palace. And we've reached the final round of this first half. It's been a quick half, Anders. We have no slow defaults here. It's Rock'em, Sock'em, Counter-Strike over and over. That's what you expect from this young team of Bates. We haven't said Sizzy's name a whole lot. He's 6-8 right now. Let's see where we can get going here. Final round.
Such a good kill for Wonderful.
Oh, there he is. He's a team kill.
Team kill. That's not what we were asking at all. Wonderful's going to punish him as well. Quick with the retribution. NPL, he wanted to follow that up, but Wonderful's going to pull out the pistol instead. The sidearm to take down NPL. Essential. Don't think, like, the bomb's in the middle. He's alone versus 4. This round is Navi written all over it. 6 and about to be 7 here. Essential getting peaked already. Wonderful. He's going to go down this time, but Bit will follow it up. It's a fantastic first half for Navi.
Apex gets the better of his teammate. Now he's got the utility to keep Donk out of this.
He knows he's gonna swing.
Okay!
He knows.
Apex, baby!
Oh, it's a bet! Who is it? Charge your mouse, charge your mouse!
Look, it's plugged in.
Yeah, it's plugged in. There we go.
Yep. Char, even though you win, we love you. Merci, madame.
I'm gonna make sure that I always put 100% effort into it.
Don't know if that's coming through.
Then, you know, you lose this timing that you get with the element of surprise. It's like worth it to almost lose a player
He
there.
wants you, baby! He wants you! You wish you would be him! Jimmy! Even in the fucking train on pop, you shoot me!
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to Blast Open Rotterdam 2026. You join us for the opening games here of Group A. It's NAVI taking on Bait, I should say. Bit's on your screen right now. Got Bit on the brain. And yeah, actually pretty commendable half there from Bait. The fact they get 5 rounds against the Stockholm champions, I think they're still well within good reach of taking this series.
Turned out to be very important that they ended up winning that pistol round. Otherwise, it could have been a very miserable first half. But I think you're right, though. Like, they're still within, striking distance.
Yeah.
If they can win another pistol, it becomes a very interesting conversation. But, man, NAVI were shooting very, very hard. Once they got online, it was scary.
Yeah, Bit went 17-5 there.
My God.
And speaking of A executes, we might have one in the pistol here, Anders. One smoke, a flash, and a Molotov, all in the back of Alexi B here. It's normally wonderful with the P250, and he's got that in his hands right now. Here comes the execute. We have got Imma with the backstep towards connector from the underpass. In we go. No messing around, Anders.
Yeah, straight for it. Molotov's not going to touch anyone, but it means they don't have to check that position. They can now just focus on the shadow instead. Makaze, great opening. Alex, he's about to be in a lot of trouble here. Even the dualies can't save him. The double is great, and in the middle, they'll find Imma, and now it's just Alexi alone. I thought they were at least going to make it onto the site once they got that kill conversion.
If Bait can close this one out, which they should do, Alexi has no grounds to win it. No Kevlar, half health, just a Glock. The bomb in his back, sure, but there it is. Essential will close things out. That's both pistols now landing in favor of Bait. 7-6. And with no plan coming through, I think we might have a full eco coming in the next round.
This is where it gets real interesting. We said in the first half, we haven't really seen Sizzy that much. Maybe a bit of runaway here, given the AWP a little bit early.
On the CT side, yeah, for sure. But there was no chance of them losing this round. The 3 versus 1. Easy does it. Nice shot to close things out. And as mentioned, it's unlikely we see the force buy here. That seems to be the case. We get into it with Glocks and a couple of Deagles in the mix. MP9s across the board, though, Anders. So sure, that's going to work perfectly for this round, but it means that first gun round, you got 4 SMGs. When the bomb doesn't go down, you kind of do want to focus on the M4s and getting at least FAMASs out there, because the firepower is going to be a real issue against the AKs going forward. Not a problem right now, but it could come back to haunt them in the follow-up.
Yeah, it's an interesting point, right? Because when you see this kind of a buy, it makes you think, well, maybe they were expecting that there was going to be some armor on the C side. Either that, or they have a plan to go a lot more aggressive with the MP9s in the next round. That could be another way to play it.
Yeah, I'm not saying it's wrong. It's just an approach we're used to seeing. You normally want to have a couple of rifles out there at the very least, knowing that the AK is coming out in the third. But we've talked about it a million times. These sort of rounds from NAVI, just bleed out the utility, look for a couple of kills. If you get the bomb down, job's a good one. You're not going to be winning this one, but let's see what they can make of it.
Yeah, they got a couple of tickets for it, a couple of Deagles there, so you can do some damage. Bait should be very respectful here in the middle, and they kind of are as well. Sizzy just taking a peek in, but not really fighting that hard for it. Towards connector is a different question, though. MPL right next to the smoke, and they're going to be creeping on through. Good, not good spray at all. Thought it was going to be Makaze.
Hang on.
Taken down instead, and now Imma will the kill on the Sizzy. Suddenly, Alex here, shadow position, but they can spray him down. He's not very safe in this corner. 3 health. He's done immaculate work, though. I can't believe that he actually stayed alive for that many. 3 kills in total. Makaze here, the bomb unfortunately not on his back, so he can't even put the pressure on them.
Yeah, good effort. Shouldn't have been that close. I guess the good news is you've lost 3 SMGs, so the rifles will now be in the CT hands, but yeah, shouldn't have been that close. Shouldn't be that uncomfortable up against a couple of Deagles and Glocks, but well played to NAVI to make it so uncomfortable. That's the moment. MPL, they don't even check him. A couple of freebies available to him. Unarmored players, he doesn't get one, but thankfully Alex is there to pick up the pieces. He farms a ton of cash. He can drop a rifle going forward as well, so they'll be fine. It just shouldn't have been that close.
Yeah, that got way too scary. We'll see what NAVI could do if they can manufacture something coming in at round number 15 here. AKs across the board. No AWP lit yet on Sizzy either.
Yeah, we're all tied up, 7-7. Let's see what NAVI can make of it. Very traditional default right now. Imma patrolling B, Bit towards the Palace, 3 towards middle. They've smoked off towards the window room, and they're making their way back towards A. So, going to be going for one of a set piece themselves, either a similar sort of Palace pop we talked about before, or the full-on execution from the ramp.
Yeah, with Imma lurking around that top mid position, it's kind of a classic for NAVI as well. He does love to do that. So Yeah, you're right. This is looking very much like a standard A execute. He's actually going to be falling back through T-spawn anyway. They might the rest of the team.
Double pump this. They're not in position to strike right now. They're just trying to bait out that reaction for the CTs, which they've got. They still have 2 smokes available to them and Molotovs. So that's all they wanted to do.
I don't mind the double pump. I'd be so scared if I was Navi to be this, stuck on the map and have no knowledge of what's happening anywhere else. But it's fine. No one's pushing for bait, so it's not like it's going to backfire. That smoke, though, is a bit annoying.
It's perfectly timed. You're going to have to run through it.
Yeah, you kind of have to. Otherwise, they're going to run out of time. 30 seconds. Backup starting to get there as well. They've already got 3 people at the site as well. Sizzy with a good spray down. Alex,
wow,
only good for the 1. The trades are kind of favoring Navi at the moment, but up until NPL gets the kill there. We'll see if they get the bomb planted as well. Makaze pushing towards CT spawn. All he has to do is get the kill and stay alive. They did not plant the bomb, no. And now they're down to 10 seconds. Oh, it's an easy push in. No bomb plant allowed for. That seemed like it was a mistake.
I don't know why they didn't commit to the plan there. I couldn't see the position he was going for, where he was being touched with the flames. I didn't hear any ticks. But there it is, the double pump not working out there for Navi. It was because of that final smoke there. They were hoping they drained the util on the A side, but as soon as that smoke comes down to the sub 40-second mark, like I said, they have to run through it. It discombobulates the initial encounter. Wonderful goes down with nothing. It's unfortunate. MPO did very well to spray through the smoke and get that advantage. Maybe, okay, you can see it take a lot of damage on the spam there as well, but yeah. Huge round for Bates to win, and they take the lead 8-7 here. It's going to be a partial buy from Navi. Once again, focusing on that A bomb site. Smokes go down. I think they just push through this one. Flash over, deep breath, and in we go.
Grenade, I think it goes a little bit too far to the left, but the AK will certainly connect. Good headshot from Alex. Wonderful. Good for the 1, and they're going to keep on pushing towards that connector. They've taken down a couple of players. Yeah, unfortunate miss there. We'd love to be able to scream Sissy's name a little bit more than now that he's actually got the EWP, but TYLOO Kenzasaur as well. It's another 2v2. Last time it went the way of Bait. It could again. Wonderful, just very low. That Deagle has to ring true and not quite possible. Essential takes him down to the end.
He had no Kevlar either, so as soon as a bullet touches his body, aim punch comes into effect, and yeah, no chance to win it. No 1 deeks found. Still pretty good partial buy there from Navi. No plan once again. Blade will chime in, offer his thoughts, as this one's starting to get a little bit uncomfortable, a little bit out of hand here, as Bates solidify their lead. Money will be fine going forward. That was the partial buy. Lost bonus accumulating here. Can they get back online here? This is a pick of Bait as well. They hit very hard as a squad. Their map pick. They are specialists on Mirage.
Oh, yeah.
Blade will have to sort this one out.
You could see the power of them practically standing on top of the CT smoke when it lands in that previous round. Like, they were able to fly through that smoke so quickly. So I do like the idea from the T side there. And they got kind of close towards the end. Top fragging on the Bait side is Senthiel with 14, but Alex and Kenzasaur right there with him. So pretty good team effort, to be honest. Bit still ahead of everybody in the server at 17 kills. But I feel like that was what we said last time. Been a minute since he's picked up any kills here in the second half. Just the traditional nades towards the middle. We'll see if Bit is going to be active on the ramp. Certainly thinking about it. But yeah, very much a default spread from Navi. They are trying to control every part of the map at the moment. All right, smoking off connector on that side. Not bad at all. Bomb is still not picked up. I think right now Navi probably a bit frustrated that there's been no peaks at all. Finally, they get one. That's, I think, what they were waiting for the whole time.
I didn't think Bit was going to win that fight at all. Looked like he was outmaneuvered there, but of course, he comes out on top. Takes a dink, but answers back with the AK-47. Smoke down towards window. MPO has got the grenade available if he wants to pop things open, but we'll have a look whether that's what he wants to do. Incendiary goes out. Man advantage, only just for Navi. It's Bit down to 10 points of health. Didn't get much for that grenade.
Yeah, you could see the idea, but still has to worry about that someone could be in there. 40 seconds. Bomb is gravitating towards the A side of the map. There's only 2 people here defending.
Oh,
yeah.
no.
Oh, that needs to be a kill, doesn't it?
Yep.
MPL might have let one go, and now the backup is going to be there. Alexi does go down. Bomb here. Oh, if he misses that shot, that could have been everything, but wonderful, good work. Still 20 seconds.
A little bit sketchy there, Anders, but I think they're going to stick the landing. Some nice shots there. Makazi seals the deal there with a kill from Palace. 4 players looking to survive here, and we go to a 1-round game, 9-8. Money not in a fantastic spot as well. Bear in mind, they're going to be getting $1,400, Anders, into this follow-up round. So saving this M4 is paramount for their future success.
Imagine if they had to go back and pick up the bomb if Wonderful doesn't win that fight.
That was the key duel. It's very fortunate. I'm not going to say lucky, but very fortunate he hits that shot. The round's over if he fumbles.
Did they spot him? I feel like maybe Wonderful did.
The way he's moving right now, it looks to be the case, but everyone else is still exploring B, so I don't think so. They're still hunting.
Okay. It's a really nice idea, but like you said, very important for Essential, yeah.
Bottom of the barrel loss bonus. You might take a tactical timeout here. Yeah, and I think we've got one. Just because of the finances. This is do or die time. This could decide the outcome of this game. You force buy here, you won't have the runway to build up the economy once again to actually get back into it. It's a very important round. You need to decide what's more important to you. Force buying and taking a gamble, saving the resources and trying to build things up. I think you have to force buy here.
Oh, really?
I think you do, because even if you take the full eco, Anders, you get $1,900 into the next round, right?
That's fair, yes.
And then you still can't buy. You've got to save them for now. Gonna have to go for a novelty play, a boost somewhere. Try and find an open up and give them hell. That's the only way into this one, if you ask me. It's a very, very precarious spot to find yourself in now. This bit.
There's so many fights in this round. The bit one to begin with and the follow-on.
Honestly,
Wonderful.
It was on a knife's edge the entire time. It's a huge round. The financial ramifications will rear their ugly head now, so indeed, they will go all in. It's the only choice they had, and they have to go for some sort of boost, some sort of play around Essential to get him an opening pick. And he's just towards connector.
Yeah, this is so dangerous, though. Navi are way quicker than they've been in previous rounds. They've been so slow on the default Navi, and this time they are all the way in connector within seconds of the round starting, and they're going to keep the pressure on right now. They might as well push towards that shadow position. Alexi's going to take one in the kill in the middle, another one, in fact, and Alex, he had no chance here. A massive pace change coming out from Navi and just catching bait completely off guard.
Very well handled from Navi here. They take care of the two rifles. Speaking of which, MPL will at least pick one up towards middle, but he's got Alexi B to deal with. He's actually aware of the prospect of him being behind these mid boxes. Doesn't seem to matter. Nice swing from Alexi. Calm spray to close things out. We talked about the finances. They now get $1,900 into the next round. So that has to be full eco, Anders. You can buy into the next one, but you can't invest a single dollar into this following round.
I think you're right, though. Some sort of a boost or a trick. There are so many available on Mirage as well that you could try to do, because you don't need 3 kills in the middle. You just need one, one with that rifle. And they didn't look like they tried to really do that. I mean, they were in the middle fighting, but would have loved to have seen more of a trick as well. Game is tied 9-9. Not good news for Bait. Money's not on their side.
It's really not. A couple of upgraded pistols. That's about it. Wonderful. He can smell them on the other side of this connector. Looking for some opening kills here. Him up, one of the masters of the connector itself. Showing you what he's made of. Double kill for him. The USP does answer back for one. That's Alexi B taken care of. Sizzy and Essential. Is there anything left to be said about this round? Apparently not. Navi will go back in the lead after this one, 10-9. Very well handled.
Yeah. Probably worth it to stick around and try and take that deal fight no matter what. It's the only advantage you really have, so I get it, but not a round that works out for Bait. And Navi continue to power up. This is a map picked by Bait as well. Navi definitely love to walk away with an early victory on their opponent's map pick. Ancient to follow it up, and we know Navi are going to be good on that one.
Let's get into it then. AWP is available for Sizzy. You can see the concessions made across the board in terms of grenades.
Yeah.
Be a difficult round to pick up here. The AWP will have to do the heavy lifting. The boy Wonder currently 9-15. A lot of hype around him right now. Unable to deliver the goods so far in Mirage.
And even they tried to set him up there, blowing open the smoke at the top of that mid position, but he didn't quite get the connection. And Navi back to playing that more slow default. Seems like it should be easy to play against this kind of a thing, but it can be very annoying on the CT side, having to wait for this long.
Like this from Wonderful. Posted himself up in a very powerful position with the AWP while his teammates make their way towards the underpass. Bit towards the A ramp as you might expect. CT's on high alert. desperate for information right now. They've got nothing to work with. Here comes Emma. Seeing if any mistakes are made. We need to see some output here from CSGO.
There's such a lot of silence here for Bait. They've just been in the dark. They really don't know what's going on right now. They're still in a good position on that A-bomb side, but all it takes is one kill to dislodge this defense. It's one mistake here. Down to sub 40 seconds. Is he in a good position? But it's wonderful to begin with. Instead, he'll find Alex. And now they're flooding onto the bomb site. Ken's or Ascenthiol. Good defense so far. Sub 30 seconds. The bomb is up at the palace. They need to make another move here. They need to get onto the site right now. The defense, though, it's being whittled away. Sizzy goes down. Deep grenade on top. And NPL the only one left for 17 seconds. And what a headshot from Makaze.
That's more like it. Slow start from the young gun, but that's a beautiful sequence of events there. Fully blind as well, on the retreat towards Connector, and finds that knockout blow. We'll take a tactical timeout. I'm not sure if this is called by Navi or Bait. It looks to be by Bait, but Blade loves that. The fact he gets a chance now to calm everyone down, focus on the objective.
Yes.
You know you're up against quite a little here. The finances once again in ruins. The lost bonus accumulating, but not enough for an AWP. Not enough for helmets, not enough for defuse kits. It's a very difficult round coming in next. Navi feeling very comfortable after that round victory. And it feels great that your star players like Bit and Makaze are finding their footing here as well. CSGO's still struggling, and it has to be said, he's not really having the impact we're expecting. Wonderful, however, is finding some excellent shots here, taken down by the grenade in the end. Nice shot from Makaze to close things out. Good stuff from the Stockholm champions.
Yeah, I mean, it's been on everybody's lips. The champagne hangover, I think is what people call it, right?
Yeah.
So, doesn't seem like it's hitting them that hard at the moment. The money, however, is really hitting Bait.
These are the sort of rounds, though. You need miracles. These partial buys, grouping up together. One flashbang is all you need, Anders, and you can cause havoc out there.
I feel like Bait, look at this push into Palace. Why is it only now that they're doing it? I feel like there are so many other rounds. Same at the B bomb side. They've been very, very passive. Oh, that's a shot.
Okay.
Could we have another one, please, with the Deagle? That might change the round. That might change the entire map here, but shot in the back eventually. It's a long spray there, but Ima gets a job done, and Sissy, he couldn't land another Deagle headshot there. 2v2.
Kenzie Zorm to save the day here. His teammate encroaching on their position from the connector. Smoke's dissipating as well. There is a gap in the smoke. Ima's going to try and use it. Still got a minute to work with here. They don't necessarily have to finish things up here, but they need to recover the bomb first. Just making sure they go through all the motions to clear out these close range areas. Shadow confirmed clear. Bomb to be recovered. Footstep made. And in we go.
Okay, they're still sticking around, even though it's very telegraphed at this point in time. Making a jump on over. Trying to clip towards the connector. 30 seconds. And they do fall back a little bit further now. Clock is running low, and now creeping is MPL with the Deagle. Looking on top of the box. He'll find one in the open. Oh, he misses the chance! It was right there for the taking, but the bullet, it whisked right past Ima's head. And now instead, they come back for revenge. That is devastating.
I was going to say that was quite dicey there for Navi, operating with almost zero information. Took all the time he could to land that Desert Eagle headshot. It's unfortunate it doesn't connect. They took a partial buy, needed a miracle here. They came tantalizingly close, but even after that beautiful shot from Sizzy, it wasn't quite enough here. Ima can't believe his luck that he's still standing after taking those Deagle bullets right here. He's dancing around them, jiggle peeking, and yeah, that was the opportunity to win that round, and that might cost him the map. You hate to see it.
So frustrating.
Took so much time with the shot as well. He wanted to guarantee the kill.
Yeah. I mean, again, it can be very hard aiming at people who don't know you're aiming for them because they do just move so erratically, but man, that is brutal.
So Blade calls a timeout this time. He doesn't want this to go to distance. He wants to be part of this decision, call the strategy, the knockout blow, the haymaker, whatever you want to call it. He doesn't want this to go to overtime. You're not going to get a better opportunity than this. Close it out right here, right now. There's only one kid in play. They're lacking some key pieces of utility. And they're going to be going for an A finish, Anders, off the bat.
It's worked for them so far. Why would they not? The pressure is on. Sizzy is being hunted. Even though he gets the shot, I mean, that's impressive, but it might not be enough, unfortunately. Plenty of time, obviously. We're just getting started in the round. Good spray for Imma. Always the solo lurker, and you said the connector expert. He gets the headshot on MPL. Essential. There's not much to be done here. The bomb is going to be planted, and he's alone against 3 now after having gotten that first kill. They know everything. They don't have to fight him at all, but they will. Wonderful takes him down, and Navi taking care of business.
Excellent work from Navi. A bit of a question mark as to what level they'd bring to this tournament, but it's a resounding answer as they post a victory on their opponent's map pick of Mirage and go 13-9.
Well, that one looked interesting for a while. Bait made a real game of it, made a real show of it, but ultimately comfortable for Navi as they take the dub 13-9.
Yeah, I think they locked in that second half, to be completely honest, and made it look somewhat easy. At the end of the day, Mike, I think it's fair to contextualize the game by saying that without pistol rounds going the way of Bait, this game would have been over way before.
Yeah, I mean, you can respect Bait for converting the pistols and the anti-ecos, but that's 6 of their 9 round wins. When you get down to it, on gun rounds, Navi was clearly far and away the better team.
Yeah, and I guess we had the conversation in the green room and kind of were thinking about it. You look at Navi's win percentage on Mirage and you think to yourself, is there a bit of a weakness? I think the level of opposition they play, and in general, whenever you watch Navi play Mirage, they're still a good team on Mirage, but they have some results where it's kind of screwing with the perception in terms of their win percentage. So I think picking Mirage against Navi was always going to be a tough task, but essentially you lose 13-9 in a game that easily could have been 13-5, 13-4. I don't think Bait were anywhere close winning this one.
The problem for Bait, and the reason that we were so negative about Bait before this game, is that they don't really have any other choices. I mean, Mirage is clearly their best map, even though it's a good map for Navi as well. Where else do you go for Bait? You kind of have to pick Mirage if you're them and hope that you can bring your strength into their strength and win, but it's not going to happen most of the time against Navi. I don't think they've won this map against them yet, and it's not going to happen today.
Strength on strength is generally going to favor the stronger team, one would expect. One of the big strengths for Navi in this map, Bit coming on in. We had talked about Makaze, we had talked about Wonderful. We didn't talk about Bit that much, and he reminded us why we should.
Yeah, he's a great player. Honestly, I'm a big fan of Bit. Sure, there's certain times where you'd expect a bit more from him, and you hope that he's going to return to the excellent form he had when Navi was the best team in the world in 21. Now, obviously, that's a long time ago, but I think in his role within his, I guess, job in Navi, he's doing more often than not a great job. You know, he's one of the best role players in the world. He's one of the best players in the world in his specific position. And when you're going up against a team of the caliber of Bait, of course, Bit can be the difference maker on the server, which we saw in this game on Mirage.
There's really only a few anchors that you can talk about that excel past their role, past their team's ability. Most of the time you see a team with a good anchor, it's a team that's doing really well. It's Vitality with Mezzi. You're looking at Heavy God and G2 is, I suppose, another one that can kind of exceed his role in the team. Usually, you're a slave for your team's ability. If your team is doing bad, your anchors are not going to look like their star players. Bit usually plays above that. Yeah. Bit can usually propel himself into stardom as an anchor. Very rare to see, but recently he's been kind of struggling. He's taken a step back. I think, as you said, we'd like to see him go back to the level he was at. And I think with Navi performing better, with Makaze showing up, with Wonderful showing up, it's just going to make his job a little bit easier to actually showcase his skill, what he always has.
Both those players looking strong in this one as well, and Imma as well, bringing a strong level. I mean, just every, you look anywhere on this team, right? Everybody's doing what they're supposed to be doing, performing the way they're supposed to be doing. It's hard to poke many holes in this Navi right now.
Yeah, the only thing we can say is that obviously it would have been nice for Navi to win a pistol round, you know, just to make sure that the game was never within distance of Bait, because you can make the case that, sure, 13-9, I'm saying it wasn't really a close game. It just took 1 or 2 more rounds, or 1 or 2 buy rounds for Bait to be in a winning position, you know, given that they were off to such a good start in both halves. So if you want to poke any holes in Navi's performance, it's obviously win a pistol. Outside of that, I agree with you. All the players showed up. The game plan from Navi was great. The T-side control, the Imma, as you said as well, he's a Mirage specialist. Arguably the map he feels the most comfortable on, especially doing some of the job on the T-side. So it's hard to be negative in any way when it comes to Navi. That was a solid performance from start to finish.
Looking at the other side of it, obviously we highlighted Sizzy a bunch in the pregame. Didn't really deliver here.
I will tell you, Sizzy got 2 op kills in this game.
Yeah.
One of them was on Alex666. Okay, so we really got 1 total op kill in this game on the final round.
Kind of net 0, right?
And I don't want to, I don't want to be too negative. You're right. He is a 16-year-old. He's new. He's got brought into the team, but at the same time, it's Mirage. If you're Opper, you're face it. you know, someone that you expect to be a FaZe star that's played tons of pugs that is going to pop off, this is the map you're expecting him to pop off on. If he can't do it on a Mirage, I'm not expecting better on Ancient.
This is the risk that Bait's been taking, right? They're betting on future results. They're trying to develop this guy. We talked about, you know, you tore up your floors. Maybe you discovered something you didn't like in the plumbing underneath. Now you're having to totally renovate the house, pull up the pink shag carpet, and you're discovering that maybe it's going to take a little bit more work than you expected. And until they do that, you're gonna see performances like this from Bait.
Especially when the level of opposition is the likes of NAVI, who is fresh off a tournament win, who is coming in with confidence, who, as we just discussed, played well on Mirage. It wasn't Bait only playing bad, sorry, and that's why it looks so easy. I think NAVI overall played a good, solid game of Counter-Strike. And again, let's be completely honest, when you have a team like NAVI taking on Bait, this is what you expect. Like, this is the result that we expected coming into it. And we often praise ourselves as saying, oh, that was a big surprise, or the underdog made it closer. Sometimes it's nice to watch a game where you actually get what you expect. I saw NAVI in control. I saw NAVI being significantly better than the opposition, just like I would expect coming into the game.
Painting a complete picture, this NAVI, but we'll see if they can take their artistic skills into map number 2 when we come back.
Coming off of a trophy lift, first trophy lift in a long time. How good does that feel?
It feels good, definitely, to have a win in the back.
And what does that do for you as a player, coming off of that kind of victory, coming off of that as a team? Does it build the confidence on the roster?
Obviously, I think it will give more, not only for me or maybe for everyone in the team, more confidence to play. and also we know that we didn't play the best teams in that, like we didn't face them, but also they played there, so they got upset and then we beat them like the others. And yeah, I will say it's important that we have this win because it gives us confidence, and that's pretty much it.
Now, bringing that into this matchup, you've got BATE on the other side of you. What do you make of them?
I think it's gonna be a hard game, only because they need so bad points, and then yeah, probably they will give us a hard time only because they need so bad that points for the major, and we just need to keep up their pace, let's say, or to be even better.
And what are your expectations overall for the tournament, right? Coming off of that trophy, now facing off against the top teams, how far do you think this NAVI can go?
We didn't set any expectation, we didn't set anything, but obviously it's good to make the playoffs, and after that we will see what happens.
A desperate BATE team. They need the points. They need the points, but they still didn't give too much of a challenge on Mirage. A little bit. They made it interesting.
Yeah.
But do we think a hungry BATE can make a little bit more noise here on Ancient?
What do you say, Wu? What's the chance?
I think they have a chance to get destroyed. I think they have a chance to get absolutely wrecked by NAVI on this map. I think NAVI takes it easy.
Yeah, it's tough for me to build a case or give you a good reasoning as to why I think BATE were going to win this game. Even Emma struggled with it. I love his answer, you know. He thinks it's going to be a close game because they need the points badly, like really badly. They need all the points, right? That's the only thing he can come up with as well. And I tend to agree. I think BATE should obviously be mega motivated, as NRG.CET said as well. They knew this game was going to come for a long, long time, so they could have prepared for it. Did they know Ancient was going to be picked against him? I could have my questions in regard to that. But overall, it's hard for me to make a case right now. I think we're looking at two teams that is very different in their skill, very different in the way they approach the game, and we're looking at two teams where a 2-0 result is what I expect.
Well, we'll see if it's going to be reality. Sometimes you upset expectations. Maybe they're baiting us in with that first result to deliver a little bit of a switch up.
Yeah.
How would it happen? How would it happen? Entertain me here. If BATE were going to do it, how would we see it happen?
First and foremost, NAVI would have to lose focus and drop quite significantly in their level of gameplay. I think that's step number one. You know, I don't think a BATE playing their A game versus NAVI's A game is going to win them the game. Second of all, I want to see more from Sissy as well. You know, as you said as well, on Mirage, it's a map that opens up the possibilities for an Opa to do a lot of work. Ancient is a little bit more tough, I'd say. You're more often than not stuck behind a smoke. You're more often than not flashed or in a Molotov. And I think the work conditions for Sissy on a map like Ancient is even tougher. So I want to see him step up to the occasion and maybe be the first line of force and the catalyst behind what could be, I guess, a competitive game.
Ancient is a map where, as an Opper, a lot of the time you have to post up, you get boosted on the box, post up as your team walks in, or you're holding an angle as your team tries to take control of something. I'd like to see Sizzy, if his team is getting locked out, make a play, make a Moladoy-esque, push through a smoke, go for a repeat. I'd like to see him make a mark on this game if we want to see BATE actually take this one.
Well, he did describe himself as smart but aggressive, so maybe he's just the sizzle that BATE need to make a fire out of this one. Remains to be seen, but it would sure be interesting if we could indeed. Two guys who are going to make this one very interesting indeed are casters Henry G and Anders.
We'll do our very best, Michael. And yeah, NAVI putting their best foot forward in that opening map, taking their opponent's pick of Mirage. And yeah, it was a little bit of a slow start for NAVI. I think Makazi trying to force the issue a bit too much. Wide swings left and right. It was actually pretty close in the opening sector of the game, Anders. It was. But I tend to agree. I feel like NAVI should be closing this out 2-0. Now we move on to their map pick of Ancient.
Yeah, it was quite unfortunate because, as you said off camera just now, they actually won both the pistol rounds as well, their BATE. And in spite of the fact they still kind of got beat up by NAVI, they just looked like the better team today.
But you've got an interesting stat about the pistol rounds for BATE here, right? You've got something. You've got something for me.
I've got something. They have won 100% of the pistol rounds they won on Ancient in the last 3 months.
And how many times have they played it?
That's not important. Don't worry about the statistics at all. Just know that they've never, in the last 3 months, like in the 2 times that they've done it.
Oh, there it is. The 2 outings they've had. But still, it is an important factor. The fact they won both pistols there, and the fact it wasn't really a close game. At least it didn't feel like it towards the end. They're going to have to win both pistols here again, to be honest. Bear in mind, you got Imma working towards middle with Makazi. One of the deadliest duos in Counter-Strike right now in Ancient. Like, they are absolutely deadly. They are killers. Makaze, if he finds his form, there's no way to shut them down. That tag team duo is a real problem to handle, and it's going to be instrumental in the success here.
I think another interesting strength of Navi on the CT side of this map is the fact that when Alexi is anchoring that B bomb site, he doesn't need as many resources as other teams do. Like, he can handle so much himself. He's so comfortable with all the angles, even with like an MP9. And I think it gives a lot of space for Navi on the rest of the map to move around and have more people fighting middle or fighting cave if they need to. I feel like just having... It's a little bit of like we saw Mirage. Like, Alexi a lot of the time is alone on the B bomb site, and it's fine. Like, he'll either take one with him or stay alive. Like, he's very good at just being proficient alone.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, it looks like we are good to go. This is Group A, second map between Navi and Bait. Favorites for sure are the Stockholm champions. We'll see if they can convert this one. As I mentioned, look out for the T-side mid-play from Ima and Makaze. There's not many teams in the world that can shut them down, and we'll see whether Bait can win this pistol. They don't have much utility on the CT side, but they do have a kit. And in terms of util for the T side, 2 smokes, 1 Molotov. I'm assuming a P250 for Wonderful, and indeed, that's exactly what we get.
That is a big lean over on this B side,
gosh.
and already tagged right at the edge of the skull.
Bit of a bait and switch. We have got the Julies set up here in a prime position.
Yeah, you're right. Swapping in somebody else. It's been revealed. They know. They have a big read right now, Navi, surely. Still some utility, right? 2 smokes, 1 Molotov. I think Navi are a bit confused, or at least they're wondering. Nobody's peeked middle. Nobody's peeked in the A hallways. They might be starting to sort of get us a bit of a sense that most of the action is going to be over on this side of the map. More damage, and this time results in a kill. At least there's one in return. Finally, something working for Bait.
Yeah, round not done yet, but they are leaning towards the B bomb side. Bait, that is. All the meanwhile, Navi starting to coordinate themselves in towards that A side. It's going to be MPL. Holding towards Brokey. He's got a lot to manage here. You can see he's worried about A main. The Donut needs a quick headshot, but only receives one. And unfortunately, Anders, I hate to be the pessimist. It feels like that might be the round already. But there is the kit in play. Maybe I'm wrong.
There is the kit, but no smoke, and they still have that Molotov on Alexi, so either way, they could buy a lot of time. Alexi might use it early on the cave, and he will, but I mean, still, that's 2 out of 3 players that have to wait on the other side. It's a lot of time off the clock here. They've played it pretty much perfectly. Navi, I doubt if Bait can get back in here. It would have to be such a quick retake, and they're getting shut down instead. Ima and Bit contributing. Alex here, no matter what, he's out of time. Those are great kills. It's very impressive, but all they have to do is hide, and they're going to be fine. Ima with the last kill.
The streak is broken. The perfect pistol record, Anders.
What a shame.
You really hate to see that.
Yeah.
And it is a perfectly played round there from Navi, getting all that damage done towards the cave, a couple of gushes, getting it down to a 4-4. Sure, they get a kill in return, but it means your defense is then spread across the map, very thin, and they make their way in towards A, where MPL just couldn't hold on. He needed at least 1 quick headshot there for the round to even be possible. The Molotov was just a cherry on the cake. As soon as they Molotov that position, you bought 7 seconds, and there was no chance to even retake the bomb site. They will force buy in the second.
Okay.
So not out of the woods just yet, Navi, but it's looking very good. And this is what I'm talking about. Ima and Makaze, the Smash Bros towards middle. They are so good in this position. I can't stress that enough. I won't mention it again. Just watch out for it.
And if you can have the upper hand in some of these fights in here, it opens up the entire map, doesn't it, tactically for the T side. So great resource. It's been a little bit of nade damage on the Kansas so far. Other than that, it's Navi with a similar kind of a default that they've been running in a lot of these rounds. They did on Mirage as well. They're very happy to wait and see if Bait are going to show themselves. And then they make up their minds afterwards. And honestly, it's been working very well for them so far, so I don't really blame them for keeping it up. They're going to be crouching through the middle, under the smoke here, trying to get in towards the donut position. I mean, this could work out. If they do it again, they're going to find an empty bomb site. Smoke up, but
look how much control they've got at the map, though, Anders.
Yeah.
2 players in towards Donut. If they make their way in towards A, there's no one home. CT's starting to realize that something's afoot here. Sure, you get a couple of kills, but that should be the bomb making its way in towards A very quickly. They've got full control of that side of the map. Sure, it's a 4-on-3, but massive advantage for Navi still.
They're really good kills, but they don't necessarily give them the upper hand. Not yet, anyway.
Comes down to this play in Donut. There it is. Okay.
That is
now it's
timing.
dangerous.
He's found the second one. That's absolutely perfect. Alexi and Makaze How do they hold on to this round now? A little bit of a surprise. He's out in the open. He can't escape. Alexi goes down, and somehow that was easier than I expected. I don't know how. I agree with you. The first couple of kills, still, Navi had a good chance to win that round.
As soon as they lost control of Donut, that's when the wheels fell off. It was unfortunate timing, but threading the needle through the smoke, that push through the MAC-10, that was absolutely everything. Nice shot of the Desert Eagle as well. You still think they're going to convert the round at that point, but that play right there, pushing through the smoke, MAC-10 in hand, and you can see they just had too much to manage at that point, and it's a great rebuttal there. Sure, they didn't win the Pistolanders, but winning the second round Force Buy is technically better. But you are going to see a Force Buy in response here, that's for sure. Bomb goes down, so they do get a bit of firepower behind it as well. Imma will have the AK-47, 3 Deagles, and a Tech-9. Towards middle we go. We talked about this, and Imma trying to open things up. There it is. Ton of damage and an opening kill.
It's the one AK that they have, so it's a lot of production to have out of the single rifle there at the beginning of the round.
Imma wants more.
Yeah, he wants more. Might be able to get more. Essential, got to be careful sticking around here. If he dies as well, it could be the beginning of the unraveling of the round, and they jump right through. It's a nice idea, but great work for Essential. I can't believe it. Takes down Alexi and Imma. Oh, the bomb is here. Bomb plant, sure, but again, how do you hold on to the after plant?
Not sure. It's only the Deagles as well, bear in mind. Sure, there's a chance to win this one, but it's very unlikely unless they hit shots like that. Wonderful. Takes out Zizzy, and now we're down to a 2-on-2.
Do it again, why not? Oh, he lined it up as well. He took an extra nanosecond just to try and hit it, but it didn't work out. And now it's all on Bits. They've left it up to him. I do like this move, but it's being anticipated. You could see he was thinking about it as well, and he can't quite hit it. Oh, wonderful. I thought there was a chance for that second one. It's still pretty impressive work. For a force-up, you get 3 kills and a bomb plant. Is it worth it?
We'll see. They could force buy again, but that should be it. I don't think they will force going forward. You get 3 kills in total. You can see it's the spam flashes that makes this mid-take so potent. They send over 4 of them. But great work. Essential in towards that K position. Managed to get that double kill. Yeah, and you really thought they stood a chance there. That's a cracking shot there from Wonderful. But good awareness from Essential. Gets himself 3 in total in the round. And I'd be surprised if they force by here as we get into round number 4. Desert Eagle for Wonderful and for Imma. But great start for Bait once again. Sure, they lost the Pistolanders, but they are going to go out 3-1.
Pretty good boost on over. All it requires is 1 CT on the other side to be a bit careless or maybe run boosted up to try and go somewhere else, but that is not happening at the moment, Bait. One of the things I didn't like that much about their Mirage CT side was that I felt like they were a little bit too passive. There were rounds, quite a few rounds actually, that Navi could have been punished for being too grouped up on the map, and they never really were. Bait were very far back on the map at all times. I would love to see them take a couple of risks on a map like this one to push out down the B ramp, out in the A hallways. I just feel like you can't let Navi have this much of the map. But in this round, it's not really that important. They have all of the upper hand right now. Donut being controlled as well. Kansas Aurora is in there. M4 in hand, and there is not a lot of danger here. So should just be a chance for Bait to relax and get some more kills on the board.
Yeah, I think you're onto something there. MPL with the shooting gallery. Knocks over the first target, no problem. Flushes out the second with the incendiary. Teammates backing him up. Job's a good one. Lexi B and Bits with nothing to do, nothing to say. 3-1, locked in. And there we have it. Comfortable start here on their opponent's pick. Keeping it calm as well. Not over-celebrating, staying locked in. Pressure now on the side of Navi.
Yeah, in spite of winning the pistol, a little bit more of a slow start. They had a slow start as well on the opening map, and they still managed to turn it around once they picked up the rifles. But T-side here, AKs now starting to be assembled. Nobody really stepping it up. Imma's got 4 kills, that's good, but we'd love to see some more people on that Navi scoreboard at the moment. Just given how little Bait actually play this map, you'd think that Navi are a shoo-in for this. Ooh, yikes! Towards the middle. NPL, he actually got 1 more kill in the middle there. Alexi was about to get pushed from behind, but now he's got some teammates with him. He's got Wonderful there to help him out. I think NPL might be in a little bit of trouble here. Oh, he's actually walked the other way. They've left Alexi alone. I'm so surprised they didn't help him out.
Did what he could. Alexi with a couple of kills here, but still the man advantage. Going to be pushing through the flames. Trying to shut down that plant. Kenzie's also going to push the smoke as well. Taking a lot of damage on route. Does he want to continue with this expedition? He certainly does. 2-on-2, very winnable now for Navi.
Sick idea for Kenzie's, but when it backfired, it could have been a little bit scary here. Wonderful. On his own, smoke's fading, gets the first. And now Sizzy, yeah, he has to hit the shot. He won't. Wonderful. He is so crisp right now. Great double and a great clutch.
Absolutely true. Up against Sizzy in that 1v1. Pre-firing the corner, very aware of what he's up against there as well. Zenthiel with the madman maneuver, pushing out of the cave smoke. Does manage to get one. That was impressive, but presence of mind from Alexi B on full display there. Gets himself the double. Speaking of doubles, Wonderful gets one of his own. Really clean, confident finish there from the young sniper.
Let's fucking go!
Yeah, let's go indeed. That's all they needed. Blade loving that. Tactical timeout called by Navi. Blade can feel the pressure. Doesn't want to let this one get out of hand. It's their map pick for a reason.
He's been very tight with the timeouts, Blade.
Yeah.
Like, he takes them when you mentioned it a couple of times in the first half, like even when they had an advantage, even when they were doing well in the first match.
Because he doesn't want them to fumble the easy ones.
Yeah. Well,
when they've got the advantages, let the game come to you.
I respect that. Like, Navi, they're not a team that can afford that. They need a string of wins. They need to prove to the world that they are here to contend for the very top all the time.
And this is the first real gun run, right? You've got the wonderful AWP, you've got Sizzy on his.
Yeah.
No, this is breaking point on either side of the server. It's the most important round so far. It will set the tone for the remainder of this series. Oh, a lot of damage for MPL there towards the cubby, and Makaze not looking as strong as usual, but Imma certainly is. He gets a double with the Galil from way downtown. Nice spray. Man advantage Navi, but Imma is very low for his troubles. Zenthiel, vision removed, but the spam is going to be pitch perfect. I say that, it only does 10 damage. Looked like it was dead on.
Tessus would have got that.
Oh, for sure.
He was a beast earlier, if you missed it, spamming through those walls. But, yeah, if you're Makaze, I feel like the sadness from that only lasts a couple of seconds because Imma gets double kill, it's all going to be worth it at the end.
Oh, did they overlook this position? This could be a nightmare.
There's no way. Surely someone is going to be...
I don't think he checked this, Anders. I think you assume your teammates already have. Oh, my God. Oh, my God.
What have they done?
Ships in the night.
Both teams completely have fooled each other.
Navi is so lucky. He didn't look behind him. You don't see that too often.
The thing is, though, if they'd gone straight in and planted right away, there was a chance that he could have come back and shot them anyway. But because they waited so long to plant, he's so far away now.
Well, he's back at A at least now. He's got towards Donut. Smoke is going to beat it, but he goes down. That's really unfortunate for Alex. Like,
he has no idea.
The perfect read on the scenario.
Yeah.
Perfect position. Just the timing's eluded him.
So devastating. It's such a devastating move that the rest of the team don't even move. They don't even get close to the site. Oh,
because the thing is, when you're pushing A main, there's so many angles you need to take care of. Like, you've got the pillar in front of you, you've got left and right of the steps. There's a couple of cubbies as well. You're worried about that. If he just checks behind him, there are 3 players lined up for him. But it was locked in, looking for that backstab. And unfortunately, he'll never know how close he was to winning that round.
They're on the hunt as well. I do kind of like this from Navi. It could be very expensive, obviously. It already has been. A couple of more kills there. Could they find anybody else? No, it doesn't seem like it. So, going to be the end of it. At least for Bait, they get to save a couple of rifles.
And the AWP as well.
Right.
Like I said, that was a very important round, the most important so far. If they lose everyone there, they've got nothing going forward. I would assume they take a tactical timeout of their own now going forward as well. But it was the opening kill from Kenzie, but Imma with that Galil, getting the job done. Bit nice work. And indeed, the timeout. Just because of the financial ramifications, as we discussed before.
Yeah, makes sense. Oh, that's a rare round. It's one of those rounds that you're going to look back in the demo review later on, and you're going to say, oh, that's exactly how it worked out. I'm surprised, though, that Navi didn't check it either. I felt like that typically you try to do that, but they were so focused on the site itself. Never really occurred to anybody there. And Navi's starting to gear up now. They've got the money on their side. Round number 7. Wonderful, hitting a couple of shots here and there. Imma's still the main force. You are right, though. Makaze hasn't really been activated yet. He's 1-6.
Yeah, he was very slow on Mirage. Similar scoreline to open things up there as well. I think like he's trying to show that he's still got it. Still got that form from Stockholm. But A lot of duels not going in his favor so far, but it's okay. Game's neck and neck. Eco around this M4 and AWP. Sizzy yet to really blow us away with his performance. See what he can do with this one. If he can save the day here, all be forgiven. It's a very important round. Not the cleanest spray from Imma, but the job is done. Cracked open middle. And indeed the A-bomb side.
Such a shame. The AWP never really in position where they needed it to be. They had that one trick of blowing open the smoke in the middle to begin with, and then they just kind of missed all of the other opportunities that might have been there. Wonderful. Quite happy to hold this.
Yeah, NPL maybe try and find a timing through the smoke, but there's no real reason to avert your gaze from it, but we'll see whether there's anything to be said. At this stage, is try and protect the AWP. The hunt is on, though, and as you can see, Navi spreading across the map. They know there's an open play right now, and they want it desperately.
Yeah, I mean, they tried to hunt it the previous round, and it didn't really work out, but...
True.
Why not try and take it away? It's giving very similar feelings as to what we saw on the first map with Navi slow start, but they lock in, they keep their nose to the grind, and they're kind of back in the game now. 4-3, big money advantage here. Even if they don't find the AWP at the end, it's still nice position for Navi to be in as they are looking to take the second map here, take the series, avoid the lower bracket if you can.
Oh, absolutely. Lose 2 games and you're out of this one. Opening day of the group stages here at the Blast Open. Looking for our 6 teams to make our way towards Rotterdam. As we get into round number 8 here, they'll save the AWP, which is a bit of a godsend because the money would have been too tight otherwise to bring it out. We'll see whether they can start to find their footing here after winning that second round forced by Bates. Will not be combative towards middle, allowing them to have that control, which is okay. Like I said, Navi is so good at it. Let them have middle and fight elsewhere, and fight they shall. Alex will strike first, take down the danger man, Imma towards Cave.
Makaze can push through and actually win the fight towards Donut. That might be a really big deal. You can see it's Sizzy on the other side. The smoke has faded. He doesn't realize Makaze has already walked through. This is so dangerous. They've actually walked past each other again. This time it's just one man, but Makaze, he is behind enemy lines. How much can he convert right now? This could be absolutely epic. The bomb is on the other side, but all it needs is Makaze to get 1 kill, and this entire defense could crumble. They're going to go and pick up the bomb. They want to get back towards the A side of the map, but they don't even realize he's walked past Sissy and Donut, and Kenzistor, he's still hanging around at the back of the side here. There's the shot. Now they know what's up. But Makaze, can he come back into it? This could still fall apart for Navi. Such a great position, but might not be enough.
Oh, he fumbles it.
Yeah.
Needed to go deeper than that. Sizzy now activated, teammates surrounding. What looked to be a very promising position for Makaze. Completely thwarted there, and Wonderful with no chance with 30 seconds remaining. Sure, he's got the bomb. Finds his rival Aurora as well. It's going to take a lot more where that came from, but I don't think there's any world he can win it. Cynthia will close things out, and yeah, that one kind of just sizzles out.
Such a shame. It was looking like they could have done it again. Back to, or not really back to back, but 2.5 rounds where they slinked past the defense and managed to win it. That would have been devastating for Bates, but good work from Sizzy once he realized what was going on there. Some real good shots coming out and gets another round here for Bates. Yeah, he's well aware. Super sick. Ties up the game once again.
Huge one to pick up. 4-4. Let's have a look what we've got. Full buy available. Resources running low for either side of the server here, but looks to be a B contact play. Anders waiting for the initial barrage of utility to subside, and they'll just walk their way in towards the B side. In front of the smoke now, Alexi B will make the noise. Makaze goes down again. He is having a rough one today.
Ooh, they must have known that Alex was there, so maybe it wasn't really calmed out properly because Alexi just got shot in the back, but NPL will burn alive. Oh, trying to push in. Imagine if Bit would have hit that. That would have been the end of the round, I think. But Sizzy wants to stay fighting. Kenzisor now activated. Leaves Imma alone here. Just the AK in hand. And he's got 11 bullets. Hasn't had a chance to reload yet. Got to be very careful. Bombs right in front. Uses half the bullets. Now he's got a chance to reload. He knows the Sentinel is right there. Sees the gun barrel. Instant headshot. What an expert play from Imma.
They needed that. Felt like these rounds are getting very complicated, very uncomfortable for Navi. Makaze's going down with nothing almost every single round, even when he finds perfect and prime position. but it is Imma to save the day. It felt like they needed that one. As mentioned, resources very low on either side of the server, and I would say a timeout has been called, I was going to say by NAVI again, considering how chaotic it's getting out there, but it is bait to call it.
Okay.
We go 5-4. Blade is more than happy, though, to take this timeout, calm everyone down. Not getting the same level of output towards middle as he's used to.
Those B contact plays are so powerful. It's so often that you can catch the CT defense looking the other way, trying to throw a grenade, do whatever they do. This time it looked like they actually had a bit of a defense going, but only for a while. Imma, sick round from him. 4 kills at the end, I think.
Oh, was it 4?
I think so.
Beautiful play. Good read of the situation. Massive round. Can't stress that enough. Puts him in a prime position going forward now. He is carrying them right now. 10-5. And we're going in for another B play.
Oh.
That will do nicely.
Starts pretty damn good. Wonderful. Cracking open the scroll of Essential. Now back here is NPL, hoping for a deal shot.
That's more like him.
NAVI finding a lot of confidence in this round.
Should be the clean sweep. And it is indeed very clean.
We did everything like the other way around, but it's fine. It worked out.
It did work out, that's for sure. All right, then. Demoralizing round there for Bay, but it was Eureka. They ran into the stack. Still no problem. Imma looking unbelievably sharp right now.
Yeah, the issue is, I mean, so far, again, very limited on the data, but it seems to be the CT side is significantly stronger normally bait than it is on the T side. So,
doesn't bode well.
Is a problem. There's just no other way to put it. And they're back testing it. That smoke doesn't really block anything. They're already through. I love this from NAVI.
Come on, Alex.
See if they can find the opening. Sizzy's going to get one, and Alex in the corner. It's a double kill for Zizzy now, trying to hold them back. And finally they managed to thwart NAVI in this this B attack that's just been so relentless. Hilarious situation, though. Grenade in hand.
Bomb is down, but there's so much time to work with. He can just pick them off one by one.
There's no way.
There is a way.
Oh.
He's got to channel that grand final wonderful, but
okay.
A young team like Bait, they're going to make mistakes in these sort of scenarios. This could be the first one.
Could be. He's hearing the scope already, so he knows. Yeah, going to be too scoped up, unfortunately. Good work from Alex, and a good work for Bait. They absolutely needed that round.
I felt like the perfect call as well. The incendiary wasn't great from the CT side as well. You can see they took no damage when running into the bomb side. They got so much ground under their remit. But it's Sizzy. We said we want to see more output from him, and we're certainly getting it now. From his POV, that's excellent work there. Nice change of pace. Didn't hate the call from NAVI. They're just unfortunate. The Orb's waiting for them and converting the opportunities found. And it's going to be a one-round game looking for 7-5 on NAVI, and Bay looking to tie things up.
It's also a bit bold, isn't it? Going back to the same bomb site 3 times, just punishing the same weakness over and over again. I like it, but...
Run boost.
You're right, on top of the Molotov here, finding that gap in between the two, and...
That's more like it.
You've been saying it for a while. There's a demon in the middle, and now we get a chance to finally see that activated towards the end of the half here.
An advantage, and you're right, final round of this half. Wonderful, with great space towards A. CT's rotating in. Sizzy really finding his form now. 11-7. Down he goes.
Makasi doing so much work. He's finally caught throwing that grenade. 2 versus 2. The bomb is by the B ramp. I don't know if there's any way that Bait can read this. It's going to have to be a very, very tricky 2v2 at the moment here. He's got the right idea, though, with Sential. He actually knew.
Don't love that. That's the bomb going down. You had 1 minute to work with. Surely you've got the information that one player's towards A, group up and go together.
I don't know if Alex realized, but he did see him. Maybe it's possible a teammate might have called that for him and said, wait a minute, like he was on your screen though. You could see just the heel of Alexi slinking around the corner. 40 seconds now. He's picked up the bar. I think they know exactly where he is. That's going to be an instant death here. Tied game at the end. 6-6 right down the middle here in this second map.
Quite like Arena Counter-Strike. Let's get into this one.
No, a very loud and warm welcome here in Hong Kong. Do you like this?
Now the people here is amazing. It's insane.
Wouldn't it be cool if we open the show?
Packed out Moody Center, bro. I would kill this.
All right then. How would you do it?
First, I'd remind them where we are. Austin, Texas.
This state has been the beating heart of Counter-Strike for 25 years.
You know who's waiting for you backstage. They want to hear your hype. They want to feel it.
6 teams enter the arena, but there is only one prize waiting on this stage.
Lisboa, make some noise!
I hope that USA people cheer for us.
Do you feel it? Your heart pounding with anticipation. That shiver down your spine. Counter-Strike lives within us. From the bottom of your heart, let me hear you!
Welcome back to Blast Open. You join us for the second half of the second map between NAVI and BATE. A couple of fumbled rounds there towards the end there from NAVI. Anders has opened the door of opportunity for BATE, and we split this one right down the middle, 6-6.
I'm actually very impressed by BATE. I feel like it was a bit of a tough start for them, honestly, but they made it back and tied up the game. Right now, they just need to win a pistol here, and suddenly it's a very different conversation. Let's see if they got it.
Looks to be a fake of some sort here. 3 players over towards the A side of the map. NPL showing some presence over towards that K position. He's got a lot to deal with here. Wonderful with those dualies. Perfect weapon for the job. It was supposed to be a ruse, but now objective, get that bomb planted towards A and see what you can do. Nice shot from Sizzy.
Oh, if he could have stayed alive, that would have been different. I think you're exactly right. It would have been sick to see how that works out. Maybe there's still a chance. They just keep sacrificing themselves to the Glock of Kenzisor. How on earth did that happen?
Oh, 1 by 1.
And now it's just Immer, the last one left. Could he get one more kill? He's in the smoke hiding once. Another headshot. Surely it'd come through. Alex to take him down, but Kenzisor, it's like he's just a blender and they just keep walking into it.
Well, there it is. 3 out of the 4 pistols land in favor of BATE. A 5-on-3 advantage, Anders. How you give that one up, I'll never know. You had the read. You knew exactly what was going on, but it's Kenzisor, the shutdown, the NAVI retake. Bomb was only just getting planted there as well. They really forced things too quickly there. It felt like that was unnecessary.
Speaking of forces.
Speaking of forces, indeed, we have got one for NAVI. 7-6, BATE take the lead. Up against the MP9s, the Famous for Wonderful, courtesy of his double kill. Doesn't have a helmet, mind you. See if they can answer back.
They know that Makazi's in here, and I'm a bit surprised that he stuck around as long as he did. Seemed like a vulnerable position. They're taking over some mid-control. Still plenty of time in the round here, so I think this is fine for BATE. All right, some wall bangs. Didn't see too many of these from the other side. Seemed like NAVI were less interested. They just wanted to attack the B-bomb side as fast as possible, but that wall bang's still very powerful. Only one defender at the A side of things.
It's the most powerful weapon, but not a prime position for the job. No real information there through the donut, so Wonderful's dead.
Yeah, best case he could have taken somebody with him, but...
Just save now.
That's got to be the call, right? They get one kill on Sizzy. That's nice. They could upgrade into the Galil, but still, the call doesn't really change. They're too far away. They'll give Bates an additional lead, up to 8-6 now.
Yeah, a few rounds fumbled here. Most notably, round number 12 of that first half. Bits walking into the bomb site by himself in a 2-on-2, and you had the information the player was in towards A. You had that information locked in. And he decided up the air round by himself. Such a gamble play. If he goes down, Alexi can't win it. That's exactly what happened. They had all the time in the world. It was baffling why they didn't just group up and go together. But there we go. And this round, very comfortable. Helping themselves towards middle.
Well, these are some of the mistakes that maybe Blade has been taking those timeouts for, to try and control those moments and try to make sure that they don't throw it away when they've got the opportunities, because it's suddenly very painful. This is a match, or a map at least, by all means, that Navi should be winning on this Ancient one.
Real jump scare there for Wonderful. It can be a horror game. But a second bite of the cherry is available for Navi. They save the majority of their firepower. Imma will enter with a Galil. MP9 still out in full force as well. A couple of upgraded pistols, 5-7 for Alexi B. Makazi still really yet to get going on Ancient. 8-12 right now.
They feel like he's trapped. They feel like Imma could be in there still. He's got the one kill, but they really want to hunt him down. The 5-7 up close. It's not good enough. Have they forgotten about Imma? They've been so careful about checking this position, but are they going to be able to do it again? Not quite enough. I feel like a flashbang would have done the job there, but the trade is in. And it's still a 2v3.
They maintain that man advantage. You've got plenty of time here. Should be no problem to shut this one down. I say that MPL and Kenzizor are low. If they do end up walking into a two-man stack here, a couple of Deagle body shots could seal the deal. Ascenthiel, the player of 100 HP, he'll be going in first. And, well, that's why. Great shot from him. That secures the victory of the round.
Yeah, it looked like there was a second there, but can only ask so much of Wonderful. He's been playing very well on this map. Him and Imma really have been the main driving force for the Navi side of things. Bit hanging around in the middle, see if he could find anything to upgrade into. I don't know if, it's a Galil on the ground at the very least if you want it. One on the other side too. So, 9-6. Navi not quite able to slow down Bait at the start of this second half. And like you pointed out, they've won 3 out of 4 pistol rounds. And even the pistol round they lost in the first half of this map, they won the following round. So it might have been even better for them. So all of the halves we've really seen so far have been good starts for Bait, and then it's been Navi catching up afterwards. Sort of been the template for this match so far.
Sobering moment here for Navi. The champagne hangover setting in, Anders.
Maybe.
We're missing some star power out there. The MVP of Stockholm, Makazi. MIA right now. Unable to find the same level of impact we're used to.
What's the cure? More champagne?
Yeah, it must be. The only way. So tactical timeout called by Blade. Can feel this one slipping away. This was supposed to be the locked-in victory on their map pick. But plenty of tape out there and how they operate on Ancient. It looks like Bait are in a very comfortable spot right now. Currently up 3-0 in this second half. Guns will be coming out following round. See what they've got.
It is interesting because Makazi and Imma are fighting middle with the same confidence as if they're going to win every time. But because Makazi isn't quite there, the results don't really follow, and that mid has become a bit of a liability for them.
Agreed.
Which is hard to criticize, right? Because you do want to see them still have the confidence. Like, you don't want to see them pack it up, but...
Yeah, and it's at times like this, though, when your stars aren't showing up, you can't play your A game. You have to adjust.
Yeah.
And you can see now, changing things up slightly, not hyper-aggressive as they once were, waiting for the initial bombardment of utility to come in, but the flashbangs still catch them. Imma holds on, a 4-4, technically does favor the T side here so early on. We'll see them coordinate themselves towards A. MPL's confirmed that A main is clear for now. They can execute with a smoke down towards Donut and CT spawn. There is CT presence here. Imma and Wonderful both in the Donut, however. As I mentioned, they are going to be smoked off momentarily. Here they come.
Yeah, classic grenades to be set up.
Yeah, he can throw both in this position.
A bit is actually rotated out of the B bomb side. This is what the point that I made earlier about Alexi being very much a solo player at times. So at least they're closer to the bomb side than they would have been, but still smoked off, still grenaded out of this position. Oh, it's a nice swing attempt here from Wonderful. There might have been an opportunity, but now he's very low on health, low on ammo as well. Comes out with the USP, still a 2v2, but the bomb is planted, and Sizzy and Alex, they're both a bit tagged up here. This is a doable retake. I wonder if Navi know how much damage they've done. There is a smoke as well to be picked up here. There's one already on Mima with a kit as well, so they could get close. Incendiary landing in a corner, nobody is there. And that bomb is ticking in front of them, so they need to get running on this one. Smoke on top of the bomb. We'll see if they can play around it. Imma with a good kill. Alex now alone, trying to guess the angle. That defuse already happening. He's not getting the angle. And it's right in front of him. That is a devastating way to lose a round.
Just didn't have the bullets to commit to the full spray. The Glock comes out. When you see that pulled out Anders, you know the round's over. Nice work. Smoke on top of the bomb. You called it. As soon as that defuse comes in, panic stations. And it's not the cleanest round. They lost that opening pick, but Imma kept them in it. Felt very uncomfortable for a moment, but the headline will read. Navi have picked up their first round now. The second half ran out of bullets. This is where he pulls out the Glock. And you know it's already over. But still not a clean round. Only one player surviving on the CT side means there will be concessions here. One kit available to them. Wonderful, the AWP. And we're going to have a fast play up that B ramp. Is Bit ready for it?
Navi already showed how powerful this could be. Let's see if Bait can replicate that. It's already a good entry.
Flash.
2 for 1, and they know that Bit is in this corner. They will simply bully him out of it. So many people coming his way, and the rest are running. They don't have a chance here. Wow.
Great change of pace. They were not ready for that whatsoever. They had players there ready and waiting. 3 of them in total. Completely taken care of. Senthio, MPO, and Sizzy working together, brute forcing their way in towards that B bomb site.
I'm guessing with that would have been Alexi dying towards the cave. I feel like a lot of the times Alexi's pathing on this bomb site at the start of the round is to run past the pillar and all the way to that wallbang wall just so that he can basically stop this from happening. Yes, you see him play early in the round to stop this kind of thing. Like, he's really well aware that people could be fast up that ramp. Not that that was necessarily the only mistake, but when you are this far back, it does allow them to fan out on the bomb site. And where if you're already in that corner, it can be very, very tough coming out of the ramp.
Yeah, great pathing, relentless aggression there from Bates. They do hit hard. Navi are feeling it right now. Begs the question, does Blade want to get stuck in? They do save the AWP and an M4. Third map. Edging ever closer. That will be Dust 2. 10-7. They will force by around the saved weaponry. A couple of MP9s. 2 M4s and the wonderful AWP. Makazi taking the brunt of damage again. Kind of nullifies his aggro towards middle. We're going for a contact play. All 5 players this side of the map, Anders. CTs have this information. They need rotations right now. Good smoke.
Yeah, but they might just go through it. They're all here, like you said. They don't have anywhere else on the map to go, so they're just going to be running right through.
Spray.
What an entry it is with the Molotov on top. Wonderful. One good connection, but he could not escape. And the bomb is being planted right in front. Imma, good position. Kensol will go down. That'll be upgraded into an AK. So 3 versus 3 now. They're fighting a lot more than I was expecting here, Bait. I feel like once the bomb is down, it's on you to try and just waste a little bit of time. They have another Molotov on Sizzy.
No kit.
Yeah, no kit either. If he can find a good way to burn out that bomb, then there might still be a chance here. Alex is alive as well. Sizzy here just got to fall a little bit further back and keep it dream going a while longer. He can't really throw the grenade from here, but it might not mean you make a difference. Great spray down.
Can't get it.
Running for it. Yeah, he wishes he had the kit right now. Then the round would have been easy. He gets the AWP instead. But it's another round.
Probably goes down with the blaster as well, I'm pretty sure. No, not quite. Okay. He gets the AWP, but Anders, I have to say, Makazi, that spray, his tracking's off.
Yeah.
Doesn't look confident. Like, the aim is just not there right now. Like, he had the advantage in this kill. Like, the Molotov's down, but yeah, you think he gets at least one there. Doesn't happen. And it's another round where it all falls apart. They had the man advantage with Sizzy from spawn. A real nuisance. Gets that second kill, and that's enough to win the round. Feeling the pressure. They save the AWP, but they don't have much else to go around it. This one is slipping away.
It is, like, and faster than I was expecting. I'm just really, really impressed with Bates. We don't have a lot of tape on them on this map. It's not one that they play very often. And somehow they've managed to put together something really impressive here.
So they saved the AWP. What can they do with it? Do they want to force buy? It's 11-7. They have actually got a surprising amount of cash here, so not a done deal, but only picking up 1 round so far. It's 5-1 in the second half. Let's have a look.
Okay.
Opening pick attempted here by csgo. 17-13 right now. It's wonderful on the other side with 15 kills to his name. Opportunity for that first kill. Might come a knock-in.
Quiet standoff outside of the B bomb site. csgo hoping that there's a mistake. And Navi on the other side hoping the very same thing. Makazi's kind of fallen back up from middle, so he's kind of given up that position. But the forward hallways position from Imma is kind of sick. csgo, good work.
Really well played. Good discipline, good patience. Knew his opportunity would come eventually. He knows Navi are desperate for an opener right now. They play the cards right. They've got map points and 5 opportunities to put it in. Looking for the CT aggression. There has to be a rebuttal. The CTs need information. They've pushed A main. They found nothing. Alexi B tucked away in towards that cave position. He's got the AWP to try and bait him in. If the AWP fires off, that's when he swings. B execution, nades going in. Molotov the cave entrance. Smoke down towards long.
This cave setup.
Kazi, we need something out of you, my friend.
Yeah, if he dies, then the setup doesn't really matter at all. Good on the first one. Quick transfer, and a couple of more bullets might have done it. He gets the assist. Oh, a no-scope at the end. That is sick.
That's the best showing from Makazi in the CT side so far. They desperately needed it. Sure, they're running through the smoke, but he finds his double. Bit recovering the fallen AWP. Pits of the good work and a lovely no-scope to close down that round. Denying map point, Anders. They're still in this one. We are getting so many timeouts right now. There's only 1 left.
Yeah. They're burning through them just to keep the focus in this match. I mean, you have to respect that.
Yeah, it's an intense game so far. But the job is far from done if you're Bates. Sure, you're close. But against Navi, they're a tenacious, resilient team. And you've let them back in. Makazi will be feeling a lot more confident after getting a couple of kills there, getting himself at the double digits. It was a 5-on-4 advantage, but one they can't convert.
So much riding on Makazi's double kill here because the double setup they have in the cave right next to it. If Makazi dies, then suddenly that doesn't really mean that much.
Kind of unreal. Bit just like pop shot through the smoke. Again, not lucky, but certainly fortunate. Lovely no-scope to close things down. A lifeline here and a chance to catch their breath. A moment's respite, and as you can see, it's a full eco pretty much here. Need to keep this one clean.
Yeah. But also, this is the kind of round that could give Navi a chance to sort of catch their breath and feel like they're in control once again.
Well, let's see. They can keep this one clean. Makazi, sure, actually, maybe let him off the leash this round. Get him some eco kills.
Yeah, he does need it. I mean, he's got 10 kills. Not been devastatingly bad, but
like coming off that MVP level performance in Stockholm and being like the juggernaut towards middle especially, this is night and day. This is not the player we saw in Stockholm.
Yeah, that's the problem, right? You're being measured against your former self. That's not that long ago. Everyone remembers Kaze's here. Okay, you like that?
He's like,
immediately
bro,
ready.
that was mine. Okay, there we go.
He's getting his.
There it is. He needed those kills. Trust me, that's going to help out a lot for his mental.
Yeah, a little cheeky smile there on Alexi. They are not ready to let go of the map just yet. And, I mean, the pressure's on Bates the whole way through here.
Of course, yeah. They've already got a map under their belt, Navi. If it goes to a third, they're still the favored team. And they can still win in regulation here, sure. It's 11-9, but they are looking a lot more comfortable. Fully equipped here. Can't say the same thing for Bates. They've gone for 2 Galils, bare bones utility. It's going to be a difficult one to recover here. They do not have the AWP csgo available to them.
And he's really been hitting shots. Like, he's starting to connect with those shots. So, unlike on the first map, it actually feels like a serious downgrade now, not having him on that one. MPL, though, it's a beautiful start. Takes down Alexi. And the fact that he can get that kill early, you got to wonder if they can spawn anything off it. The fact that Alexi's that far up alone, I mean, you would think there's a big weakness at the B bomb side. But they're bringing the bomb over to the A bomb side instead. Looks like they might leave one person here by the cave in Essential and just try and see if they can rotate on out.
It's a very open A bomb, so you've got wonderful patrolling here from CT Spawn with the AWP. Plenty of time to work with. That's more like it from Akazi. Levels out the playing field 4-on-4.
It's a really, really big find. Yeah, the fact that nobody's at the A bomb side, looks like they're just Navi ready to go play for a retake if they need to. Trust that maybe Wonderful can hit just one shot in there.
They have one smoke remaining. If they use it towards CT Spawn, the side is theirs. And it has gone down.
Yeah, let's see. He does have a couple of grenades here, though, so he could try and do some damage to them all on its own. There's the Incendiary. Slow them down even just a little bit. And now they're pushing towards the donut. Good trade. Makaze does get one, but Immer is there.
Big.
Look at the flank coming in. I think Alex wants to wrap around through middle. That might be very hard to time. He should almost certainly get a free kill here. Oh, it's nearly spotted out Immer. One more pixel and he would have had it. That's so close. But now instead it's a 2v2 and they're going to be on it right away. They need to get on this defuse and try and put some pressure on the rest of Bait. It might not work at all. Sizzy, he picks up the first one and he will double down on it. Great round from Bait.
Comes down to the minutia there, doesn't it? Immer, you're right. Just one more centimeter around the corner. He gets a free kill. The round is theirs, but unfortunately, it unravels. And that's going to be map point now for Bates. We go 12-9. Very important round. And when Makazi looked like he was having some serious impact there as well, that's the moment the round falls apart for them. Sizzy gets the Molotov down to the bomb and even follows it up with the final kill as well. Beautiful stuff. 3 in a row required now to take us to overtime. Still very possible. But an uphill struggle for sure. It's going to be Makazi throwing that grenade in towards the elbow. Successfully landed at the front door of Sizzy. Alexi B in towards Cave.
Sissy and Immer at the moment, a bit of a competition to reach the top, both at 20 kills. And there's actually going to be a bit of an even trade at the beginning, with Essential trying to make quick work of the B-bomb side defense. Immer gets blown up. The top fragger for Navi out of the round. And Navi fighting to secure overtime. Essential, he's pretty much won the round on his own at this ramp. 3 kills so far. Alexi and Wonderful, they are miles apart on this map, just each person holding a bomb site on their own. It's not what you want to see, but they don't have much of a choice, unfortunately. Under a minute, so plenty of time still. And just waiting for it here. It's what a flick from Wonderful. I can't believe he's not dead. And now they're in the middle, maybe shuffling around. This could somehow still work. That's a 2-on-4. If they win this one, that's devastating for Bait.
Well, it's Alexi B that has to fend them off. He's going to lose his vision, but they actually overplay their hand. They don't wait for the smoke. It's a bit of a freebie there for the in-game leader. Going to go for the spam for the smoke as well. Does considerable damage. Takes Essential down to 45, but still 2 versus 2 or retake will be challenging here for Navi. This could be the GG moment.
Retaking as well with the AWP. You never really know how that's going to be going. Might not have many chances to follow up if you miss a shot. A bomb slowly ticking. There's a flash, and it does hardly anything at all to Essential. Good spray down, and he goes for the challenge. I don't think he needed to. Alexi takes him down, but the clock is working against him. He tries, and he gets the headshot on Kenzisaw. Wraps around, and that is going to be such a close round, but one that Bait might severely regret.
Couple of mistakes there. Playing in front of the smoke. If they just waited 1 more second, he doesn't get that free kill. The bomb doesn't get denied so early on. And yeah, it comes down to those small details there. They had the man advantage, and you feel bad for Essential as well. He does all this great work. It's a 4-on-2 at that stage. Wonderful pulls one back, and then Alexi B saves the day. Frustration coming through.
I feel like even towards the end, once they got the kill on Wonderful, they could have probably disconnected from Alexi and just said, well, we're just going to make you waste all the time in the world here.
Oh, they look so tilted. Don't give it now, boys. They're going to come down to round number 24, and they've gone for a full eco here. Crazy work from Alexi B.
I could totally understand, though, why that would tilt him. Like you pointed out, there are so many times in that round where, you know, a tiny
Just wait a second. Just go together. Like, wait for the smoke. We're putting the smoke down to stop that happening. He run in front of it with the bomb.
And presumably the worst feeling is you know it the second it happens. You know what just went wrong. You know exactly what the mistake is. You just knew it a second too late.
Oh, if they end up losing this now in overtime, it all comes down to that moment.
It's a
4-on-2 Anders to close it out, and he run through before the smoke popped.
Classic way to lose, though. I really feel like
it is. Yeah, it is the old classic. And that's a lesson they are never going to forget if that's what happens.
Yeah, unfortunately.
Bit too eager to play. And now we enter round number 24. Still not feeling 100% comfortable. 2 players on Galil's. You have the Sizzy Orb, and he's been playing phenomenally well. 21 and 17. Trying to deny that B rush. It was a problem for them before. This time the Incendiary's there. Speaking of Incendiaries, the B lane is on fire. Alexi B needs to be very careful here. Nakazu will join him towards the heaven. Smokes off towards elbow. Goes for the spam. Got 4 players outside B right now. Looks to be a B execution.
Just really big allocation of players again.
I don't think you can justify anything else now. I think you have to go for this B play. You have no idea what's going on towards middle or towards the A side of the map.
Yeah, that's what worries me as well. Beta's so blind.
Okay, they double smoke long to stop it being popped open, I assume.
Molotov behind as well. They're trying to burn everything out before they really go for it. And here they pull the trigger already. It's a missed shot. I can't believe it. It looked like it was perfect. Wonderful. He's still alive on the side though. Swings again and takes down MPL. Wait for the teammates. I don't know why he just wait. It's a 1 versus 3, but now it's turned into a 1 versus 1. Emma just getting the kill on Sizzy and confirming the overtime for NAVI.
We said they're tenacious. We said they're resilient. You had plenty of opportunities to knock them out here. Fumbling the 4-on-2 advantage. Oh, an unforced error as well. They didn't have to lose that round at all.
And we hate to bring it up, but it's true.
Yeah. Another close round there. Needed the double kill, but got dinked on that first swing. You were never going to win that second encounter. That's unfortunate, but maximum tilt now for Bates. You knew you had that game. That one round, that one mistake could cost you the map and indeed the series. We reset it all in overtime. Navi remain on the CT forces. Nice injection of cash from both teams here. Sizzy's been so impressive. 23 and 18 right now.
Yeah, the problem is it feels like Makaze started to get warmed up as well. Look at this in the middle, taking down Sizzy.
The Makaze we know and love.
And that's the problem, right? Because you pointed it out so many times that he wasn't playing himself early on in the series, and now you're starting to see it a lot more. Alexi gets hunted, though. They want some revenge here, Bait.
Yeah, round certainly not over. Kenzie's all spotted him jumping in towards the donut. And now they're going to take a bite out of CT spawn. Alex, no problem on the first. Nice movement as well, forcing the hand of Makaze to come to him.
Oh, it's risky for Makaze to stick around. He's so accurate.
Oh!
Turns around. He's got no business winning that second fight.
He's back, baby.
That is disgusting.
Oh, it's a pretty woeful smoke. Should be enough to win the round here for Navi. Went too deep.
You weren't lying, Henry. You weren't lying about Makaze on this map.
Absolutely. It was a slow start. Like, Mirage is pretty quiet for him as well. Another slow start here. I think he was 1 and 7, but my God, has he found the 5th gear. Just needed to wake up. It's the early morning game, Anders. He's a young guy.
Yeah. So I think you're right. Now that he's here, it is devastating. The confidence to stick around as long as he did to take the fight, and then he's retreating back into a player that's waiting for him, and he spins around and kills him. That's a lot.
The thing is, for this young team as well now, all you can think about is we should have won this game already.
Yes.
No one wants to admit it. Your coach is telling you to move on, but you just got that feeling in the pit of your stomach knowing you fumbled this.
Yeah.
And now you've let Makaze back in the series as well. He was MIA. You've let him right back in, and my God, does he look good right now. This kill is ridiculous. How he has the presence of mind to flick into this one. Players all around him. He has no business getting a double kill there.
Such a sick move, isn't it? And that's the problem, though. Sometimes when the game lasts long enough, like you said, suddenly somebody else comes alive.
He let them back in.
Yeah, Ima's been playing well. Makaze, can you find anything here? It's Bit instead taking the fight, but Makaze will get one.
It's getting scrappy out there, Anders.
It is tactical retreat coming in from NAVI, just trying to get out. But you know what? They've got the man advantage. They might have been a bit beat up. You can see Imer's on 5 health, but still, they've got 1-man lead, and that could be all that they need at the moment. Everybody from Bait is in the middle, and I love this play from Immer. He's low on health. He knows he's not going to be that valuable in the middle of a bomb site, so he's taken up this super strange position that'd be very hard to clear.
That's a big miss. Oh, but Makaze gets himself yet another double. But this round is still on. You've got a minute on the clock. Immer on 5 points of health.
Yeah, but again, this is such a rare position to, like, at this point in the round.
Well, that's where he's have to play over his brain instead of his brawn here. That's where he tucks himself in toward A main, force the next move out of Alex. Hoping a mistake presents itself, but every second he waits means he's going to be further and further away from planting this bomb. Has to make the move now. Doesn't have the time or resources to really do much with this. He can Molotov towards A main, I suppose, then go for the plant, but does he make the read?
I was going to say, if he does find a Molotov in that corner, that would just be so sick. But again, like, there's so many positions. You could see he's checking everything. He really wants to find somebody, and I can't believe it. Ima's found the perfect timing. That's just completely... He's checkmated him right then and there.
He has. Perfectly played from Ima. Makazi in his zone right now. He was, what, 0-7 again? He's currently up to like 23 kills.
Yeah.
A masterclass on Ancient. It took him a while to get there, but my God, does it look good right now. Bit of a messy start from Bits, but Ima was there to pick up the pieces with Makazi. And then a missed shot from Wonderful. You think, right, they're back in the round, but there he is, another double kill.
I think Makazi had 10 kills in round number 20.
Yeah.
And now it's just exploded from there on out. Not looking to slow down anytime soon. Unfortunately, the call back to that 2-on-4 is going to be epic.
Nice opening frag. They find the danger man. 5-on-4. Need to convert this one. Final round of the first half of overtime.
Sizzy, he's got 25 kills.
Yeah.
He's living up to the hype as well. It's good to see. Bait's going to be taken down. At least they need a round here, Bates, in the first half of overtime.
Well, if you don't convert this one, you're not going to convert any of them. This is looking very good. Good trade. 4-on-2. You cannot afford to fumble this.
Yeah,
oh my God. What's the... Guys, okay. That was the bomb. almost a disaster, but it's fine.
Very nearly. Nicely done. Couple of moments where they look a bit shaky, where it looks like they're forgetting to kind of tab the conversation. They have plenty of time. They didn't need to really rush anywhere. But it all works out in the end. So they get 1 out of 3 rounds in the first half of overtime. I guess it's not the end of the world, really.
No, absolutely
but
fine.
But they didn't want to be playing overtime at all.
Enjoyed that opening pick from Sizzy especially. Wow. Really confident stuff. Like we said, taking down McCarty, who's getting stronger and stronger as the series develops. More tactical timeouts. Both of these coaches are loving it. And we go 2-1 in favor of NAVI here. 1 round to guarantee double overtime. 2 would secure the series and deny Dust 2.
For all of the B attacks that we've seen with that rampant play, how come, Henry, we haven't seen any CT sides yet push outside of B quickly? Remember right when Ancient came out, how aggressive, like Rain and Carrigan together would do this thing where they push down and take control of basically that door that's by the T side of B?
Well, maybe that's what will be happening in overtime here. There's going to have to be a change of pace. You can't just present the same rounds over and over. I think the main discussion is always towards middle these days. That seems where most of the combat goes down. It's the battle for mid-control at the start of these particular rounds, and we'll see if the CTs want to change anything up. Remember, 1 round for NAVI secures double overtime. Can they get it in the first here? Alleviates a lot of pressure if they can. Smokes down towards Donut. Red, Molotov, and Cubby. The magnificent duo of Ima and Makazi will have to operate without an in-game leader now. Great wallbang from Essential gives them an advantage.
He started somewhere he couldn't finish there, unfortunately for Alexi.
Yeah.
But they got mid-control, but mostly because Bait never really wanted to fight for it. They just chucked in a grenade and said, you can have it. We'll take some damage for it, and then we'll pretty much just leave. Makaze no longer in mid, but by the cave instead. Maybe he could find just one good opening for his team here. Bait would love some revenge. And look at Kenzisor. He is so far pushed out right now. What a great position to be in as they're trying to attack this B bomb site. But this is going to be well known. Eventually, more rotations are going to start to come in. I think Bait have a very good read on what is happening in this round. It might be difficult for NAVI to make it through. They're going to be boosting on over. But that could have been a mistake almost. Makaze only with the 1. But it looked like that was a multi-spray down in the making.
Round is still on, man advantage here, and even more so now with Bit dropping down, 4 versus 2. Retake should be comfortable, but Ima going to do everything he can to fight back into this one. Doesn't detect the player on the other side of the smoke. 2v1 for Wonderful. Definitely can pull this one off, but overlooks the angle. Kenzisor already passed the ramp, and there will be one more round going in favor of Bait. We tie things up at 14-14.
they never, I think, realized that Kansas was on that long of a flank, so they just didn't have the timing. And I guess that's fair. Like, he was the whole round, he was flanking that B bomb site.
That's an unfortunate round. It comes down to this wallbang at the start. You can see, like, that's not sustainable, but you'll take it all day long. It's a very common approach on the T side. Drop a Molotov down, go for the follow-up wallbang, but unfortunately gets a face full of lead. Nice close from NRG.CET. Keep themselves in it here. 2 in a row now required.
Senthil's really come alive as well. MPL starting to be added to it. It's got a great trio that's working over on that side of Bait. Maybe it's not out of the question they can still win this map. I feel like they are strong on this CT side. A lot of mid grenades, but again, Bait, I think, have decided we don't really want to be fighting middle. We're not really going to take the battle in here towards Makaze and whoever else is in there. They let them have it. Wait. Oh, that's a leg shot.
Close. Real close to finding Wonderful. So towards A we go again, Anders. Posturing around the elbow position. Deciding the final move.
I feel like this position that MPL is in is so obvious that you just might overlook it.
I think once a half, it's fantastic.
Yeah.
Especially if NRG.CET can take the initial aggro.
Okay, yeah.
Or some chaos. Yeah, there's no reason why this can't work. The problem is, it is a very Molotov position. Whether they'll do it is yet to be seen. There's the Molotov. So yeah, it comes in. Oh, it doesn't reach?
Does it spread far
Oh,
enough?
that's insane.
It's just so close. He swings out for a double kill. That is crazy. Grenade around the corner here and a little bit more to try and just distract them. The backup is coming. Alexi's holding the middle, though. That's a very nice shot from Wonderful. They needed that. The bomb is planted now, and Alexi's position is tripled in value. He can control the rotation. He can stab them in the back even though they might be low on health here on the T side. I think Alexi might be able to close out this round. Wonderful, scoped up already, shot in the head, but here comes Alexi. An easy spray down leaves just Sizzy. A 1 versus 2, and that's a lot for a young player to deal with, but he's good on the first one. Looking for the tap on the second player, just diving into CT spawn. Yeah, he's going to go straight for it. He's got the kit as well. No time left at all to try and stop this. He's surely got it. That is great.
Oh, he holds his nerve. Alexi B. I'm not sure he didn't get the com, but that was a terrible plan for his position.
Yeah.
And it is the young gun stepping up. It felt like a locked-in round in that 2 versus 1. The backstab was a thing of beauty. Like I said, a Molotov position, Anders, but it doesn't quite spread. He finds the perfect opportunity to get the double spray down. They find the man advantage regardless. It feels like it's perfect round for them to find series point. Full defuse comes in. Alexi B doesn't quite time it well enough. I'd love to know why they weren't quicker to try and deny that. He was hoping he'd call his bluff, but sticks to full defuse, and they're the ones now on map points.
What a recovery from Bait. I feel like the emotions were running very, very high at the end of that 2v4 loss, and somehow they managed to recover it. That is admirable. Wonderful sneaking in, but once again, Bait are offering no fights in the middle. They're just not interested in giving that opportunity for Ima or Makaze here. They say, you can have middle, but good luck with the bomb sites. 15-14. Could go another round of overtime, of course, but yeah, we'll see. Sizzy, can he pull them over the line?
It's been a very convincing case to do so. Top fragging right now up there with Vicenthiel. 26 kills to his name. Looks like this opening kill is going to walk right into him. Tags Makaze, and he'll be taken down. So that is not ideal. Smoke towards CT spawn, courtesy of Alexi B. And the scramble back in towards the side. And here comes the cavalry. They have to go through the temple and say their prayers if they're going to close this out right now.
So many people, such a small choke point. They just run
Oh my gosh.
That's madness. Asensio crouching in. I can't believe he's got another kill, but it doesn't matter. Can't make it work at the end. Double overtime now in this blazing series.
Just when you thought you'd done enough, it all falls apart, and it comes down to the minutiae again, Anders. So you hit the shot, the AWP from Sizzy. If it's a clean kill, it's a very different round, but it ends up being Makaze, the player he legged, that finds him. They swarm into the site. Wonderful gets that shot, and like we said, they had to go for the temple there. Molotov off towards spawn. 3 players dive out of the temple. It doesn't work out for them, and reset once again. It allows Blade to get one more timeout if he wants it, but they'll remain on the T side now. Double overtime is afoot. Towards middle we go. Popping that smoke open. Gonna cover NECT's crossing towards heaven. Makazi feels comfortable to cross out now. Molotov down towards the cubby. Allows him just to focus towards that red room and donut position. They exchange utility. CT's not really part of the fight right now. Could pop open the smoke towards red and challenge it together.
Does feel like that's exactly what they want to be doing, but very delayed in the middle. There's a good kill.
That's an alley-oop. You see that spam coming through to try and dislodge him from the corner, and then the donut player swings out. Great teamwork.
Good coordination. You're absolutely right. Makaze. Oh, he did get flashed, but honestly, it looked like he had him. NPL down to 5 health. I mean, at this point, you've lost every other position on the map. You might as well try and go for it here. Bit of spray through, and it is NPL to die, but he was very low from earlier. Not necessarily the biggest deal in the world here.
Yeah, round certainly still on here. They get this kill on Kenzizor, which they will, but they take a casualty en route. They can still fight back into this. 3 versus 2. Wonderful on the AWP. What have he got for us? 24 kills to his name so far, joined by Bits. An underwhelming showing from him on Ancient so far. Can he find the form to get the first round here in double overtime?
They almost both got shut down on that kill. That's scary. There is a player coming in from the donut, and there is a smoke as well, importantly. Nice kill onto Bit. Essential doing great work again. This flick not connecting, and it's all on the back of Wonderful. Now the grenades are starting to land, and they're putting the pressure on. He doesn't care. He's no-scoped one, but then once again defusing right in front of Navi. The blade is around. He can't find him. Another devastating right in your face defuse.
They knife him back as well. That's so unfortunate. If he has the AK there, it's job done. Spray him down. The AWP in those 5 seconds, blink and you miss it, Anders. You miss one orb shot, you pull out the Glock, you're panicking, trying to swing in the smoke, and it comes down to milliseconds once again. Great effort there from Wonderful, but you can see the bomb was already gone. Even if he got a slash off, I don't think he wins it. He does get knifed in response as well. It was looking so good, so promising. They were working with a man deficit there as well, but they fought so hard to bring it down to the 1v1. Let's have a look. There is the tactical timeout now from Blade.
It's on the back of the no-scope as well. That's when you think, all right, he's in the zone here, but that smoke made all the difference in the world. Oh, we've had some close ones. We had the earlier...
Oh, it's been crazy.
Yeah, with Alexi and Sizzy in the 1v1, like so close. That makes all the difference in the world in some of these matches, and we'll see Bait can start to accumulate just a bit of momentum.
They've been so close to closing this one out so many times. Our Bait should have been done in regulation. Round number 24. Felt like they had enough to work with. It slipped away. Same approach from Wonderful, getting those smokes popped open a couple of times, denying any sort of cross towards heaven.
Look at this move out of A. That's very fast. Kenzisor's already taking up control towards that C-spawn position.
They're aware of it,
Yeah,
though.
they are well aware. This is very dangerous. Could be a bit of a bad mission, but I like the attempt. I think it's kind of sick. Obviously, it backfires, but...
Yeah, it's a cool idea.
You got to try something. Senfield quietly snuck up to the top of the scoreboard. 30 kills on him in double OT. Very nice attempt, but NPL takes quite a bit of damage, has to try and fall back. Got to be careful you don't get spammed down through it. Very close. I don't know if I'd be taking that fight if I was NPL. Sizzle, though. Sizzle going to be taking down Ima. That's not bad. Puts them back into a 4v4, and they still got 50 seconds left here. There is still a chance for Bait to win this in spite of losing the opening fight. Alexi goes down again. I feel like it's happened a lot towards this side of the map.
2 players very low. 3-on-3, sure, but I'm favoring Bait here. Feels like a matter of time before they close this one out. Here comes Makaze, though. Flashbang out of the cave. Gets a little bit of space to work with here, but it's certainly not safe. There's a CT lying in wait. Gets blown up by his teammate. Guys, what is going on there?
I have no idea.
Where are the comms?
That is actually a giant mistake, and Makaze hits the headshot on Alex. This could be another collapse moment, because it was a sick play from NPL, hiding inside of the smoke.
It was
like
a really cool idea.
It's such a cool idea, but his teammates have betrayed him.
You blow him up?
Oh, no.
You hate to see that.
I actually can't believe...
Oh, man. That one hurts. Especially when they've been playing so well. Brought this round back to life. blowing each other up. Not ideal. You can see on his screen as well. He knows his teammates there. And what are you hoping for? You know he's low. We saw it from his monitor. You saw the red bar of health.
Yeah.
You know he's right there, and he's just thrown a nade on top of his head.
I couldn't even begin to imagine. That's devastating. Maybe we'll
just
get an answer.
A moment of madness, I think. Just lost in the sauce. And that I don't think I said that's the reason they lost the round, but it certainly didn't help.
You know, very difficult comeback from that moment on. There's no question about it. Ima has taken an enormous amount of damage, so maybe you try and park him somewhere. Maybe you just walk straight into it. Use him to trade out for Makaze getting the kill. That's not bad. Wonderful. No escape on that one. The bomb is now lost to the T side. But there is a very deep flank from Makaze. This round is not over yet.
We've seen a few of these attempts, though, from Makaze. He's unable to stick the landing on these huge advantages. An interesting space he's able to find. But for now, they need to recover the bomb, Anders. It'll take a long time before he can be activated. So what can Alexi do for him? He's got a Molotov and an HE.
It could rotate back to A. They could try and attack Kansas or Aurora on that side. They kind of know that he's been anchoring this position. So maybe that's the gamble, that it's only him. 45 seconds, though. Maybe not.
I feel like Makaze needs to make the next move here. He'll go towards A. He'll be the bait. And hope that Alexi B can help himself towards the B bomb site. Molotov down.
Okay.
Making himself known now.
Straight back to try and catch them. There's not... Okay, there is a bit of panic. I was going to say they're not moving that much, but now they are. Oh, Makaze set up nicely for it. They nearly line up. It's going to be another team kill, but I guess they do trade it out.
Okay.
Bombs planted.
A thinking man's clutch here. Alexi B with all the time in the world. That smoke's going to do nothing, though. Essential play in front of it. Or will he? Apparently not.
Yeah, he decides to respect it.
Which is probably the right move. He had no idea what's on the other side.
And they do have a smoke. They do have a smoke.
He's got the lineup. We're playing Valorant. Let's go.
Yeah, he's trying to see if he can burn it out. But
they've got the
they have the smoke, so unless they screw this up somehow, I mean, they could still smoke the ramp, and then they'd be in trouble. But this will do nothing at all. They can just throw smoke, and now they know exactly where he is. Yeah, grenades are coming out, Alexi. You're going to have to fight your way through this one, and it won't be easy. Good headshot, though. They're inside. He's trying to test it, and he gets it. This time, it works out for Alexi.
God damn. Well done to Alexi. Ice cold in the clutch. Looked like he was out of luck there. They had the smoke, Anders. And still he comes out on top. I don't know how they fumbled that one. You're against the in-game leader. You've smoked out his position. You know exactly where he is, and he gets the double kill. There's been so many rounds where it feels like a lock-in. And Alexi's just so calm here. Doesn't just spray, makes sure he knows exactly where he's planted. Calmly taps away. Very, very nice. His best moment yet in the series. Alexi B saves the day.
It's also the value of having somebody with that much experience, right? With double OT, not stressed at all, just going through the motions. Very, very cool to see. Another timeout burned here. Obviously, get another one every time we get into more timeouts, or into more overtime. So they're going to keep going here, but the frustration still seems to be more on the bait side. They really wanted to close out this map.
I mean, whatever happens here, you're going up against the EPL champions. You're a young underdog team. The fact you've got them on the ropes here, I know it doesn't mean much to them, but the fact, like, you had them uncomfortable. This team is on the up and up. Bait are looking deadly. They've got a bright future ahead of them. We'll see if they can keep it going here. Ascendial cracking things open. He'll find two. He's had a great showing so far. 36 kills to his name.
Everybody was blind for such a long time in the middle that even in spite of the fact that there was like 4 people stood in front of each other, nobody from the Navi side could really see what was happening. Now, Ascendial is almost dead with 36 kills, you're right. So this round could still be Navi's, but the question is, do they want to take a risk here? They're a man down. Do you want to push up somewhere? That's what Bait have been doing on the CT sides. They've been pushing that A hallway. They've been trying to find an advantage when they're a player down like this, but Navi so far sticking to their positions.
Looking to tie things up. Bait. A 4-on-3 advantage right now. It's Makaze and Ima. The Smash Bros taken care of. 50 seconds remaining. Alexi B will tuck himself in. 2 players towards A. It's Bit. Who needs to step up here?
They're running A. Look at that.
He has not had a great showing. Not the Bit we know and love. If he can find some strong form here, defend this A bomb site. Be worth its weight in gold. 30 seconds, but you can see this overworked in the position. They're going to walk through that smoke at A main, I think.
Yeah, this fake didn't really work at all. Like, they've only kept one player at the B bomb site. They never really bought it. Now they definitely know that it was a fake coming out, and no one expects that. Alexi, the second player towards that donut position. 15 seconds left. Good headshot from Kenzizor, but that bomb still needs to be planted. They got about 9 seconds on the clock. What a headshot from Essential. That's ridiculous. He's only got 14 health, and he just swings into the fight like that. Terrifying display of aim from Essential.
Yeah, what a beast he's turning out to be here on Ancient. They had the read. They knew they were coming towards A, but a little bit of panic there. Bit unable to find that impact we were looking for. As the flash is going over towards middle, they set Essential up. Gets himself the double here.
Yeah, I am surprised that Bit couldn't find a better way to play with the
I'm surprised, like, he got away with murder there. The fact that they fired at him towards the temple, and I don't know why he re-peeks there.
I don't know,
You don't have the advantage anymore. You had the jump on them. You lost that angle. Re-peeking it and offering up your life when you're having a rough game, I don't think was the answer.
Oh, here we go.
That certainly helps.
What is going on?
Okay.
That is an absolutely absurd spray transfer from NPL. That is so quick. We're going to need a slow motion replay of that one. Whatever happens here, NPL's already done his job, but he'll get one more headshot. What a round. That might be enough to put them over the edge here. That might be enough to secure the second map for them.
Might be. Alexi B would have to do something unbelievable. It's not going to happen. It's going to be map point once again for Bates. The individuals going above and beyond. This time it's NPL with a world-class sequence from the heavens. He strikes down. Gets himself that triple. Ridiculous. We need to go triple overtime. Oh my god.
That is just a lot to deal with, isn't it?
Bit just can't catch a break. Everywhere he goes, he's out of position.
Okay, well, I guess they needed that. They needed somebody to help out Essential, who's almost... He's knocking at the door of 40 kills.
Yeah,
so.
right. 38 and 21. NPL. Fantastic work. Can he replicate it? Can they seal the deal now? Finish them off. You've got them right where you want them. They're weak. Alexi B with the MP9. You can see they're lacking util. You're not going to get a better chance than this. Should have closed it out in regulation, but here we are in double overtime.
If we could do it now, all is forgiven. We'll say it was just a bump in the road, and we can move on to the third and final map here, tickling NPL through.
It's a B finish, Anders. We're going to have a little bit of presence shown towards A, but looks at things, and a B execution. Need to dodge those bullets, though. It's going to be Bit to defend. Can he find his form when it matters most? I don't think so.
That's
in trouble.
Dangerous.
Oh, he does.
Somehow, I think with the help of that MP9, I think Alexi actually managed to completely pull that defense or the attack coming in. And Bit is still alive. I can't believe it.
Fake plant.
Yeah, trying to do it again now. They've got a player in middle in Alex, but he's going to have to join this cave position in just a bit. Navi, see if they can do this retake.
Nice molly.
That is a sick molly. That might slow them down. Sizzy gets one, but Wonderful's going to be there for the trade. They keep on going, and now Alex had the ramp set up with the crosshair, gets the instant knockdown, and he's already low here, Makazi. The clock is running against him. He has to get this incredibly fast headshot, and it won't work. Alex takes him down, and it will be Bait in double overtime to win this second map against Navi.
Stunning defeat there for Navi. A little bit of a surprise on Ancient as the sizzle indeed becomes a flame. And Bait make this a series.
That's a massive result for Bait, and they really had to fight for it. I know a lot of the attention will be focused on the overtime, but in regular time, it did feel like Bait were the better team there, Said. I think in the first half, Navi had to fight for every single round. A lot of them came down to 2v2, 1v1s. In the vast majority, Navi went out winning those, which is why I thought, okay, experience is going to win point out of this game. Unfortunately for Navi, kind of slowed down a little bit, couldn't get it over the finish line, and BATE, you know, kept their head cool, despite showing a lot of frustrations, despite having a lot of opportunities to close out the game before third overtime. I think they did a good job finally getting it done.
Yeah, I mean, going into overtime, you're expecting with all the money behind them that Navi are going to have the experience. They've got big game players like Makaze to bring them over the line. They have BIT that had a slow start. You expect a little more from him. So for BATE to actually close it out after allowing them into OT is incredibly impressive, and it shows some psychological kind of wherewithal from CysE, who you were talking about positively, I was talking about negatively. I gotta say, great game from him.
Turns out I know things sometimes, maybe, or sometimes I get lucky. Either way, talking about big game players, these two guys, Essential and CysE, huge part of that, right? Really bringing it consistently throughout this Ancient as well. I mean, even if you cast your mind all the way back to regulation, that final round, CysE nearly pulled off a 1v3 to close that in regulation.
And without
almost made it happen.
The two most impactful players on the side of BATE. I think Essential in particular, I agree with you. CysE found moments, he found clutches, and he stepped up when I guess it mattered the most, considering his age, his experience, but Essential were a consistent force from start to finish. Finishing at, what, 38 kills, 37 kills or something like that, doing a really, really good job keeping BATE alive in moments where it felt like Navi was going to take over the game. So in that regard, we kind of posed the question, what does it take for BATE to beat Navi? Well, it took Essential playing the best brand of Counter-Strike he possibly can, and he did consistently in almost, 40 rounds.
Yeah, you had CysE, I mean, coming into overtime, he unfortunately had a few clutches. I think he kind of just let go as well. He had the 1v1 against Alexi B where he already did the hard part. He couldn't kill him through the smoke. He had the final round of regulation. He couldn't close that one out either. But I don't think we're expecting CysE to be the best player on the server. I think we're happy if he can be a bit of an upgrade from Headtrick and show some potential so that we can see where he's going for the next few months.
I think when you also look at a young piece that they're potentially bringing as a firepower upgrade, consistency is going to be the last thing to come in there. So having those wobbles, having those mistakes, well, he's getting more experience, right? Every one of these maps is a data point that's going to go towards the future. So it's not too surprising that maybe there are some rookie errors because he is a rookie.
Yeah, especially considering a game that goes double overtime against a force like Navi. As you said, when you go into overtime, Navi have all the money, have another timeout in Blade as well. You think to yourself, that's when you shut down a guy like CysE. That's when his, I guess, flaws will be exposed. I do want to give a bit of credit to NPL as well. He's the one experienced force within BATE. He was the one stepping up in a couple of these overtime rounds, winning rounds by himself. A nice double entry, at a crucial moment in the game as well. So in terms of giving all the edge to Navi in experience and in know-how in order to close out overtimes, the one experienced element within BATE was also stepping up in overtime and helping them out massively.
I think the reason why we're so pleasantly surprised on this desk is that we've seen this script a million times before, and I want to cast all the way back to round 22 in regulation, because this was the moment I think we all saw the vision in our head of how this was going to play out. This was BATE had the 12-10. They had the ideal scoreline. They were set up to close it out. They had the man advantage. They had all of the control. And then there were mistakes. There was overfights. There were overfaces. There wasn't playing the numbers. There was a kill even before this in towards A main that let the opportunities slip by. And when you see this moment, when you see Navi get this round, in your head you go, okay, this is where it falls apart. Now they've got to eco. Now Navi have the momentum. They bring that into overtime. We've seen this a million times before. This is how inexperienced teams lose games. Somehow they didn't.
Blast Production brought up the stat as well. So far BATE have lost 4 out of 4 overtime games this season. So yeah, I think when you add that all up, it goes into overtime. I, as you, thought that Navi was going to close it out.
Yeah, I mean, BATE is a team that's also known to be a little bit tilty at times. They can get off their game. They can, and you saw in the player cams immediately following that, they knew that was their chance to close it out. And so many times when you have an underdog team coming to a game like this, they get it to the finish line, they start overthinking it, they get pushed into OT, and then Navi are just supposed to close it out from there. So incredibly impressive that BATE could actually turn this one.
And I think there's a lot of credit to share around on the Navi side, but I do want to give some praise to Alexi B, right? Because he was having a pretty rough game for most of that map and found some serious impact late. There was one particular 1v2 clutch that he played to perfection. We were looking at it going, oh, he's relying on the Molotov. It's not going to happen. but made it work. Now, Alexi managed to make this one work here, Jacob, and that could have been the key difference.
Yeah, he was also the guy who won the 1v2 in the round that we just saw before this. So in terms of finding impact, despite this scoreline not looking too pretty, I agree. I think Alexi B stepped it up when, dare I say, it mattered the most. But it's always that two-way street that, sure, you stepped up, you know, in overtime. You stepped up to keep the team alive, but you were also a big part of the reason as to why your team in the first place was struggling. I did see Alexi B play with a lot of confidence, taking a lot of duels. The problem for him was that he lost the vast majority of the duels in regulation. So good for him to step it up and somewhat fight his way back into the game. Unfortunately, also part of the reason as to why Navi was struggling the first 24 rounds.
Yeah, looking at the scoreline, he ends 20 and 25. I think he probably got maybe 40% of those kills in overtime. He was in the later parts of the game, I think, doing a really solid job. But as you say, early on, you could see he was getting picked off quite often. He wasn't playing at the level that he should be playing at against a team like Bait. And really, if he was playing at his top level, this doesn't even go to OT.
I mean, speaking of players who had that slow start, right, as well, Makaze, we've been praising him all series long. He's somebody that we look to be that spark plug. He was, but it took him about a half a play to really start to get on the level.
Yeah, and I think he never really fully heated up as well. I think Makasi on Ancient specifically is having a good time normally. This time around, yeah, he got hotter, you know, to some degree. A lot of it fostered by eco-frags as well, you know, trying to farm some confidence, but he also did slow down a bit in overtime, and that kind of summarizes the, I guess, whole experience for me when it comes to Navi. They didn't play a great map right here. Bait played significantly better than on the first one, and it was enough to push a Navi that, as I said, I don't have confidence in them winning their games, you know, convincingly yet, and that's kind of what I want to confirm after Pro League. And this is just another scary sign for me that sometimes that lack of focus and lack of individual firepower that we spoke about, it's showing in games like this.
Yeah, I feel like this is kind of the quintessential Navi game. They have, they struggle a little bit strategically, but they come back into it. And then you just have one player playing at 70% of their level or 80%, and then another player playing at 90%. And that's just enough to fall to a team like Bait that they're supposed to be on paper just far better than. Their firepower is a little too fragile, and they can't just have one player carry the entire game the same way a Falcons can, where they can give up the fact that one of your players is having an off game. Everyone on Navi need to be performing for them to win consistently.
Cause for concern here, and we're gonna have to see if that concern bubbles over into a full-on panic when we come back from this break. One more map, all that separates these two teams from potentially an early round upset. Bait really making this one interesting at a NAVI team that's showing enough wobbles, enough cause for concern that despite coming right here off the back of a trophy lift, we got some questions.
Listen, here's my objective for Dust 2 coming up right now for the third deciding map. I'm okay with Navi losing Ancient if they get it done right here in a convincing fashion. But I don't want to see a Navi struggling. I don't want to see a Navi winning this game 13-11 or having to see Wonderful win a miraculous 1v3 in order to get it over the finish line. I'm okay with them losing a map to Bait when they played as well as they did if they get the job done on the third map in a convincing fashion. However, we're talking about a team who just won Pro League a few days ago. We're talking about a team that we're trying to set the bar as, do you want to knock on the door to be considered at the same level as Mouse, Spirit, etc., then you better beat Bait in a convincing fashion now.
I think the reality of NAVI is if you're a NAVI fan, you have to accept that they can win by any means, even if it goes into double, triple overtime, as long as they win. Because even in events, they win the major with less rounds won than they lost. They win Pro League, they still have some bad losses within that victory. They still have some questionable defeats. I think NAVI, they struggle to find consistency against every team. If they can get it over the line on Dust 2 at all, I'm going to be fine with that.
It's been a long time since that major.
Yeah. Not long enough to forget.
Not long enough to forget. Memory of an elephant over here on Vu. My memory extends back to the last map. And that map, there was some exciting stuff coming through from Bait. And if we're talking about firepower, if we're talking about that as being a concern for Navi, over on the other side, Essential and Sizzy really bringing it in spades, and that could be a key difference on a Dust 2.
I think so, especially Essential. As said, he played well from the get-go. Didn't really put a foot wrong, didn't really mess up in anything. Had a consistent output in terms of frag and impact from start to finish. Now, can he carry that over to Dust 2? That's always a big question, but obviously he's shown that he's capable of doing it against Navi. So that's another win condition for Bait. Sissy even more so, up on Dust 2. We discussed it with OC and NRG as well. I feel like Dust 2 is the map where you get the most freedom if you're an AWP boy, especially if you're 16 years of age and no one expects anything of you. Fly all over the map on the CT side. I don't care if you get boosted catwalk. I don't care if you go B. I don't care if you go A. Just make sure that you try to find impact early on instead of waiting to get executed on. Because if there's one thing Navi does well, it's executing. And if you're stuck behind a smoke, a Molotov, and a flash, it's going to be tough for Sissy. Now, if you're in your face of Navi, there's a chance.
Yeah, we've discussed a lot about Sizzy and Wonderful throughout the series. I think Sizzy, you're expecting him to be the underdog. You come into this map, he does really well on Ancient. You come into map 3, I want exactly what you're saying. I want him to be aggressive. I want him to be all over the map. And I have to say that the struggle I have with Navi on this map, even though Bait aren't an amazing Dust 2 team, Wonderful is a liability on Dust 2 recently. He is only underfragged by Alexi B on this map. That's your opper. You need him getting kills on Dust 2. It's where your opper generally shines. You can go for all of these aggressive plays. Wonderful's been struggling, so I am a little worried for the Navi side.
That's a concern. That's a cause for concern for sure. He has shown a better face, though, recently, especially in those ESL Pro League playoffs, right? So do we think that if he brings that level in here, this should be a sure thing?
Yeah, I'd say so. You know, again, if Navi, as Wu said, if Navi play close to the A level or even the B level, I think it would require an extraordinary performance from Bait in order to make this game competitive. So yeah, I'm still siding with Navi. There's nothing that gives me the feeling that Bait is going to take it over the finish line and win this map, but I wouldn't be surprised if we're seeing a Navi that makes the game close. I don't know. What I've seen so far today hasn't really, you know, oozed of confidence. The Alexi B interview as well is not oozing of confidence. So I think there's a world where we're having another close one.
What are they oozing of?
Insecurity. No, I don't know. No, but it's a team that just won a trophy, right? I would love for them to come out and say, now we're going to ride on that momentum instead of downplaying it a little bit. And I get it, you know, they come from one tournament to another. As well as Alexi B said, you know, Bait have known for quite some time this is going to be the matchups that they fully prepared for it. Maybe they even figured out the veto beforehand. So there's definitely excuses there, say, in the toolbox of Navi. But at the end of the day, if you want me to consider you a team that can win a trophy, that can go into the Cologne Major and be a factor in the playoff, you got to beat Bait.
There are certainly some concerns for Navi, but exactly as you're saying, I have to echo that if you want Navi to be taken seriously as a championship contender, if you want to be up there with the likes of Spirit and FURIA and Vitality up at the top, you have to be able to win this no matter what.
Well, it remains to be seen which way this story will go. Will we write the first chapter in the saga of Sizzy, or will Navi restore order? Your authors of this next chapter, Anders and Henry G.
Cheers, Michael. Third and final map here between Navi and Bait. A surprise package Bait today, stepping up when it mattered most. It felt like they fumbled in regulation, Anders, but managed to get it over the line in overtime now. Double overtime, I should say.
Very true. It was a stressful moment. You could tell that Bait almost couldn't keep it together, but they actually did, and I give a lot of credit to them. That's not easy to do. NAVI, and I think the desk said it rightfully, they do need to prove that they can beat Bait at this stage of the tournament. They've just come off a big win, but we want to see more. Now we're hungry for more NAVI trophies.
Oh, absolutely true. Definitely one of the favorites coming into this one, but we have got the big boys at this tournament.
Yeah.
Most notably, Vitality are here and are the favorites. But let's see what happens. They do need to get past Bait first. Should be okay on Dust too, but they are hitting very hard. Essentio and NPL really coming to life towards the end of that one.
Yeah, and both teams have their struggles on this map. It's not like a foregone conclusion here. Both at about 50% win rates. A lot more data on NAVI once again, but I wouldn't rule it out. And I like what Pip was saying about Sizzy here in this one. Let him off the hook. It's Dust 2 with the AWP. Just let him roam the map and shoot people. He was very good on Ancient.
I want to see a bit more output from Bit as well. He bottom fragged on Ancient. A lot of uncharacteristic misses from him. He seemed like he was surprised and out of position. Time and time again, he finishes that 19 and 25, bottom of the scoreboard, beaten by Alexi B as well. So, yeah, definitely need to see a little more output there from one of the star players. But ladies and gentlemen, third and final map. Bait taking on NAVI. The final battleground will be Dust 2. Knife round presumably already taking place, and there will be a CT start here for Bait.
Setting up with the classic smoke down towards the middle, and yeah, there we go. Just absolutely perfect, isn't it? They do have some more utility, though. Alexi with another smoke, so they could do a lot of things with this. But stepping up on catwalk, we'll see if they want to try and fake that split, or if they're just going to use it to try and create a little bit more space on the catwalk to get out. Single flashbang as well on Alexi. Yeah, there's the smoke for the potential split. And because there's already 3 people at the B bomb side, right now Bait are going to be thinking, man, this is great. They might actually do a split, but they're not. They're jumping down instead, straight into NPL's open arms. That's a nice shot.
Yeah, we had that slow start from Makazi on Ancient, but he certainly got going, feeling himself as he jumps down towards CD's spawn. But it does allow the bomb to be planted. This is a retake setup here from Bait. They do not have a kit to work with, but they have got a freebie on the A ramp and a couple towards CD spawn. It's not going to be the clean sweep, is it? Not quite, but a 0 chance Alexi can win this. They hound him down, and it will be another pistol victory here for Bait.
It's a very interesting round because the whole setup for that round actually was very good for NAVI. Apart from MPL being in CT spawn, there was nobody at the bomb side to really defend. So if they don't jump down but just plant for short, then it's a straight 5-on-5 retake with a pretty good advantage. But it didn't work out that way.
Certainly did not. Beautiful shot from MPL. More than ready for it. You got that defensive hold from Alex as well, making sure they can't find a safe haven towards the A ramp. And a couple of kills to add to his tally. MPL goes up to 3 in total. He'll have the M4 and helmet to operate with in round number 2. Bear in mind, you can live trade the game on polymarket.com, official prediction market of Blast Premier.
See how this one play. Oh, there we go. Wonderful in the middle. Kenza saw out. The scouts have made a bit of a return on Dust 2 as of late. And Makazi's got that AK as well. I'd be so devastating, but maybe some justice as well. Bait themselves did steal a second round of losing a pistol, so maybe NAVI could do the same thing here. Oh, it's a bit early, unfortunately. That's not going to do anything, but the wallbang. Don't know if he could do it. Oh, nicely done. Alex
certainly can.
It's a good headshot. But the AK is still alive. Makazi is still up there. You've got to be super careful here. I feel like just holding control of this one, Alex, is going to be more important. Bit goes down. There's Makazi finding it. And Ima patient in the middle, waiting for it. Mac 10 to get the kill on Essential. They're picking them apart right now. Sizzy is the only one left.
You say the only one left, but he had a great showing on Ancient. Round not necessarily over, but Ima will find him from short. It's a second round forced by victory by virtue of planting the bomb in the first. And now on the back foot, Bates will have to force buy back themselves and hope for the best, but it won't pack as much as the punch handers. It's $1,400. CT side. Beautiful shot from Wonderful to open things up there, just a note. So we're talking 5.7s and Deagles. Maybe an SMG? Let's have a look. Nope, pistols only. So a very difficult round to win. They're going to take their long spawn flashed out here, but a double nade being set up, but they're going to be caught with their pants down, I think. Good job from Alex. Should be no problem here. Makazi will seal the deal. They'll smoke the crossover. Is that a Krieg?
It is.
What year is that? I haven't seen a Krieg for about 5 years.
The whole entire pro community gave up on it when they nerfed it.
The Krieg?
Hey, listen, people said that when
in this economy.
maybe somehow it's sick again. Maybe they did a silent update. Nobody knows about it.
I mean, it's not a bad gun. It's just more expensive. That's the problem.
Yeah.
I'll be interested to see what Bit can do with it. He wasn't playing well in this last map. Maybe he's like, okay, time to change things up a little bit. Change the pace. Let me operate with some range here.
I don't hate it. I don't hate it.
I kind of hate it, but we'll see how it goes. Like, there's a reason no one uses it, but yeah, maybe you're right. Maybe it's low-key OP.
I mean, it's happened in the past that a gun has just sort of gone overlooked.
I'm still waiting for the auto sniper to be a thing.
You've been saying this for a while.
I know. I've been saying it for about 10 years, but
okay.
I still think there's a conversation to be had about the auto sniper. Especially in CS2, you can pop open smokes and spam them.
Some of the wall bangs are back, like really big wall bangs.
When you shoot a smoke, it pops open, right? That gives you that little, it pierces through.
Yeah.
I feel like there is something there.
Just USPs, unfortunately, on the CT side, so they would have had an auto sniper here. It could have been different, but they don't. Nothing like that, in fact.
Okay, the Krieg gets a strike. First gun round coming up. Bits, would love to see what you've been cooking with this weapon. This is the first tournament he's been bought at. I don't think I'm exaggerating, in about 3 or 4 years or something.
It's really been a minute. Yeah, even the more eccentric players that sometimes will do it.
It was Alexi B that made a name for himself with their weapon back in Ents.
Well, there have always been these players that have gone outside of the range of normal buys. Alexi's one of Carrigan is another one that will sometimes, you know, pick up a random weapon every once in a while, but even he's not doing it. So, yeah, we will find out. He's still got it, and now the AWP's out on Zizzy, and that is definitely worth talking about. He was very impressive on Ancient.
Yeah, good stat line coming in from Vu, mentioning the wonderful doesn't normally perform on Dust 2, and that really goes against the grain of what you expect for AWPers. It's commonly referred to as an AWPers paradise. It's a deathmatch, puggy-style map where you can use your spawns, crack things open, you can defend the A site. You think that's where your AWPers will excel. We'll see what Sizzy can make of it. Dodges the flashbang, not dissuaded from the angle just yet. He's got wonderful on the other side of those double doors, and they're going to duel it out any second now. Not quite. Disengages and back towards B. Damn, look at it. It's beautiful. What a weapon.
I mean, we need to see him actually get it to
It did break CSGO for about a year, but...
It did.
And just when Nico decided to like, oh, you know what, I'm going to give it a go. That's when they nerfed it.
What's Bro doing? What is he doing? Yeah, you're right, though. There were legitimately players that almost sort of a gentleman's agreement said, I'm not going to use it so good, I won't use it. But then eventually they had to try, and then it was too late. So... Here we go. Catwalk position, though. The bomb is still... It could go anywhere. This is the beauty of Dust 2 at this point in time. You could go where you want, really, but it looks like they will try to double up with the bomb and the catwalk as well. 25 seconds. Oh, that's a weird jump. I hate to see that. Alexi trying to recover it, but Essential with a great spray down the creek here. There's only 15 seconds left. They can't really get onto the site.
Gets one.
It's all gone wrong.
Yep. Got a little bit strange, a little bit weird with the jump from Akazi. Solid hold towards the A site. It is going to be Bait answering back quite quickly. They certainly can keep up with the very best in terms of individual mechanics. Essential giving you a prime example. Beautiful spray down there from the Goose position. Pick gets one with the Krieg. I don't think he buys it again. I know we've had some fun.
I doubt it as well.
But first tactical timeout. Blade. He knows the significance of winning this opening series. You do not want to be down in the lower bracket with a stacked tournament like this. If any more upsets occur, you could be crashing out in the second round.
Yeah, I think you're gone are the days when there are a lot of teams in these tournaments where you could say, oh, we'll probably run into like one of these, probably going to be fine, like in the lower bracket. You're back in CSGO, maybe you run into like an EG and you probably have like a more or less a default win. But I feel like even the tier 2 teams or whatever they are, like they 1.5 teams, they're so deadly, they're so lethal.
You'd be going down, loser of this will go on to play NRG. And sure, like you'd favor probably both of these teams in that outing, but they hit hard as well. With Grim coming in, they're looking like a solid team as well. That's no walk in the park. Yeah, Sonic looked fantastic. Grim was looking strong as well. That's not an easy game. You do not want to be in the lower bracket in such a stacked tournament, but that's neither here nor there. Indeed, Bit will go back to the AK-47. And we enter the next gun round here. After winning the pistol, Navi managed to answer back with 3 rounds in a row, but Bait are back to their winning ways. convincing round from Essential, especially. He's got an AK to work with here. And it's going to be Makazi. Lots of space towards short. He's got a smoke to work with as well. Wonderful, the AWP towards upper B. It's Alexi B with the bomb on his back.
And just to you know, kind of, you know, give a bit of a perspective to the earlier game, NRG, they were so aggressive earlier in the day on this catwalk position, and it was very, very hard to play up against. I think it's one of the really cool things that we ended up seeing a lot more, and I hope that we get to see more out of this from both teams. Controlling this catwalk on the CT side, or at least stopping the Ts from being able to do what they're doing now, which is just taking it for free with no one even there to stop them, I think is a big mistake. See if Sizzy can make up for it here. Fortunately, he gets a bullet to the head instead.
That might be enough to win the round here. Definitely give it a look here, but the fact the bomb's gone down is such a clean opening kill. You need to take on Imma quickly here. He's going to try and stay alive as long as he possibly can here. Deny access towards shore. That's his only objective right now. Stay alive and delay.
Yeah, and he's actually done a pretty good job. Again, valuable seconds that you've lost already. Throwing in some more utility, but I feel like it's very, very risky. They run into a grenade before they even get close here, and yeah, they're going to pull the plug on this one.
Like I said, give it a little look in, but you took so much nade damage en route, lost another player. Call it a day. Hold on to the AK-47s in the hands of Kenzizor and Essential, and it's MPL with the M4. Not the end of the world, not ideal, but a beautiful shot there from Makazi. Clothesline on the A-bomb site. Finds Sizzy. It felt like the round was over with that one kill. That's more like it. Blade's happy with that. Tactical timeout from Bait.
So far back before you realize that it's an A attack. Like, it's so deep in there. Your first point of contact can't be Sizzy on long with an AWP. Like, somebody before then has to kind of realize what's going on. So I just think that's a bit of a mistake. But so far, it's only cost them the one round. And I mean, to be honest as well, it took a while on Ancient even before Bates really tried to be even a little bit aggressive on the CT side, and they never did it on Mirage at all. They just don't feel like a team that want to be that forward on the CT side.
Plenty of Counter-Strike action to come your way today, ladies and gentlemen, at the Blast Open. We got Launders and Scrawny in the building. They'll be taking over for FaZe versus Aurora, and then FURIA versus TYLOO. For me, though, FaZe Aurora, just to see where FaZe are at right now. Remember, they got no coach at this point. Neo's been removed. I think it's going to be a new look FaZe. They've got nothing to lose at this point. Pressure's off. I think they're going to come out swinging.
I think that's a really good analysis. I like that idea. And you got to remember as well, as soon as you start underestimating FaZe, that's when they're dangerous.
In we go towards B, Anders, and it's wide open. Round might already be open. Because unless you get one for the smoke now, I don't think you can justify going for it.
Oh, it's devastating, isn't it?
There's the one. Okay, the round's on.
That's really interesting.
Unless you get that kill, it's not worth it. But now you've actually got the man advantage. It's still advantage towards Navi overall.
It is, but they have a lot of smokes.
Exactly,
as well.
They can just keep smoking the door and funnel you through towards the window.
Yeah, even behind this one, there's another one even on Wonderful, so they can keep this up all day. You're gonna have to try and pulley your way through. Grenade goes in towards the tunnel. Now they're trying to Molotov their way onto the site itself. The flashbang's pretty good. Essential's gonna get a kill, but Bit and Imma doing a little bit of work now. It's down to the 2v3. That bomb is not that far ticked at the moment. They can still do it, I think.
Is that a
flick comes out? Wonderful. Oh my god. It's real nice.
Nice work.
Hit as well, yeah.
It all comes down to that initial kill through the smoke. As I mentioned, unless you get that, it's going to be such a difficult, nigh on impossible retake. The fact they get that man advantage, and the fact that Navi had two players towards the tunnels as well. Would have loved them to have the manpower actually in the bomb site itself with those crossfires. They get overwhelmed, and it's a great recovery. This kill here, Makaza going down, enables that retake. Great shot from Kenzizor as well from the window position. Got that AK and using it to great effect.
I mean, this round is going to be a big point of conversation. How often do you get to rush the B bomb site and find nobody?
Wide open like that, yeah. And that's a frustrating one. But very well handled from Bates. Oh my god.
This is what Pimp wanted. This is exactly what he wanted, right? Let him loose.
What a peak that is.
Nobody was expecting that on the T side.
You're just like a deer in the headlights. You can't move. You've got a player on top of your head. You just... Damn. Well, very good read. Sizzy has impressed. Had a slow first map, but the second he showed us what he's made of, getting 30 kills. And now starting to pop off on Dust 2. Man advantage, looking to tie things up at 4-4. It's Makazi. Looking to balance things out. Grenade down towards CD Spawn, but no one home. Mid presence shown. Bit will edge his way out. Mid to B smoke is down as well, but MPL is boosted. You check it. But do you check it thoroughly?
A Jack in the Box just popping up on top. It's not great, is it? Very commonly in the past, that position we Molotov all the time, but that boost has gone away a little bit. I guess it's returning now, just slightly into the meta, but starting to make a bit of a comeback. Immer's coming in from Upper Dark as well. There's still about 35 seconds left. They're trying to get onto the site here. One kill on Kenzisor from the window could do it. He's very exposed, and there we go. Makaze is able to get the job done. It's a Senthiel next, and that's such a great way to get onto the bomb site. That's a 5 versus 3, now 3v3 and a bomb plant. That's great work from Navi.
Yeah, advantage Navi for sure. It's down to MBL to try and find the damage from the window. He's got Makaze to deal with on the other side. Burning away. Options limited now. They have the flashes, they have the incendiary for the back platform. They'll deploy that in. It does actually land effectively, and Alex will convert.
Oh, Makaze, though, comes very aggressive out of the window.
Nice work.
Going to get the kill on Alex as well. That is, you know, we just had a big loss around there for Navi that they should have won, rushing the B bomb site. This one, for Bates, it's a 5-on-3. You probably should have won this one.
That's unfortunate, but great setup, this time inside the B bomb site. All started here, Alexi B. Nullified early, they didn't lose bit as well. But it comes down to Makaze coming through that window. Gets himself a triple kill in the end. Excellent work from him, he's up to 11-5, that's more like it. From the MVP of Stockholm. Smoke down double doors, Molotov towards short. Smoke down on the corner of long as well, they're spamming through it. A desperate buy here, and the MP9 swinging through the smoke will find nothing. Makaze getting stronger and stronger here on Dust 2. He'll open up things once again. You can see Anders, they are lacking utility on this CT side right now. Smoke down in the crossover. Navi have got this round in the palm of their hands. It's up to them to give it away now. A, quite open, just a player towards short. They're going to try and reclaim territory elsewhere. Going to be pushing towards short, mid-double doors. Ambitious maneuver, but one that does yield a kill. But Immer, he gets the triple. Nice hat trick from lower B. And that should be all she wrote. Kenzisor, he's had a great showing, but a bit too much to manage this time, I'm afraid. Makaze will take him down and shut down the economy of Bait as well.
I don't know, I did like the idea of retaking control towards middle. I think it's probably something like that you need to do.
Absolutely. That's one of the old classics of Dust 2. Lose territory on one part of the map, you have to reclaim it elsewhere. Otherwise, you're going to get split on, and you'll lose everything. So, nice idea, but you can't really account for Immer hitting this sort of hat trick. So clean with it as well.
That's a very, very good work. You love to see it. Makaze still playing well. Immer is up there. Still haven't seen that much out of Bit.
True, this has not been a great showing from this series. But Makaze, he's doing all the heavy lifting.
Oh.
Spots a player towards lower as well.
Easy comms, just going to be on it. Sizzy goes down, trying to make his way through. Maybe he does need Creek. Maybe he gave up on it too soon. Alexi going to get a couple there. There's got to be at least one Creek player still left in the world. Just one, at a high level. I can't think of one, to be honest.
Yeah, I'm struggling myself, but maybe that's what Blade is discussing right now.
Well, I don't even see the Orc purchase that much anymore.
No, that's definitely fallen out of fashion as well. It was like used like on CT side of Nuke quite a lot, like towards ramp and outside. But yeah.
The original Bet Boom lineup user, I famously said the Austin Major was going to be the Orc Major. It's horrifically wrong, but
didn't land that prediction.
I thought it was cooking really hard. I was like, I've seen enough games like this Bet Boom team, they're going to make it popular.
Didn't happen.
Didn't happen at all. Magno just betrayed me.
Yeah, it's fair enough.
It happens.
So, let's get back into it. Navi starting to look quite dangerous here. Of course, it goes without saying they were the heavy favorites heading into this series. Bates always seem to be a dangerous team themselves, so back at Pro League, they managed to take a map off Spirit. They beat them on Mirage 13-3.
Yes.
Absolutely dumpster donk, but they didn't win the series, and that seems to be a common trend for them. They have one really good map, and then they fall off for the rest of the series, and we're feeling that right now. Dust 2, yeah, they had a nice start. It was neck and neck, but now Makaze and co, full speed ahead. Makaze especially 16-5. What the hell is that?
I have absolutely no idea. That's outrageous. That's not meant to be the sort of professional structured sort of Counter-Strike. That really is just, you know, scrim Counter-Strike. I should run in there and shoot them in the head. Why not?
All right.
Senthiel goes down next, and Kansas all sneaky through the middle. Easy catch for Alexi. We need to see the replay of that one.
I didn't even see 2 players there.
No.
And we've got X-Ray on.
But not the same eyes, obviously, as McCarthy.
Yeah, let's get the replay of that. That's unreal. This is the level this kid brings. From the academy roster to the tippity top of the main team.
Come on, then.
In the fire and flames. Oh, God.
Does he even see them? I wonder if that...
Oh, no, not really. God. He jumped into it. Now he's here from that angle. It's really unlucky. Still a 6 sequence. If you don't laugh, you'll cry, I suppose. Damn.
Yeah, I'd be crying.
Yeah.
I'm not laughing.
It's the final round of the first half. Not a very compelling one. We've got the FAMAS, the MP9, and a Scout. But these are the sort of rounds Bay win.
They need to win this one, though. Last of the half.
Here we go.
It's got to work out. It's a good start. NRG.CET will follow it up. All right, they got some backup now. A 5-on-3, looking very decent. Bomb could be caught even on the catwalk. Yeah, look at this. Wonderful. Bomb on the ground all of a sudden. Makaze doing some good work here, but Alexi just need to stay alive. Maybe let Makaze get another couple of kills, and then Alexi could be activated afterwards. He's going to walk right into that shot. NRG.CET, he was well aware that could be happening. All on Makaze. A 1 versus 4. Could it be done?
Go on.
Oh, okay, well, he's got the 1v3. That's a headshot. He's still got a minute left. If they lose this one,
they can definitely lose it.
It's an ace clutch to come into it. They absolutely could. We'll see how dangerous he's going to be. Grenade around the corner.
Touchdown.
A little bit closer. Smoker's up on top. That might be risky. I was going to say, if he walks through it, that's too much, but he relocates. I don't think they heard the drop down. I don't think they heard it because they were spamming on the other side, but maybe they are aware. They're certainly thinking about it now. Down to sub 40 seconds, and they're going to be on him. They realize that he could be coming through. It's still a really good spray down. 30 seconds. He's hunting them. A 1 versus 4. How are they afraid of him? I have no idea. Down to 25 seconds, pushing into this, and it's such a crossfire. He can't make it out. NRG.CET will take him down to the first half still. Immaculate for NAVI.
Majors are not banana cups. If you ask a player would they rather win Cologne or a major, no one will ever say Cologne unless Cologne is a major, and that's because of the prestige. If the play is going to be iconic, you got to start in playoffs. The crowd on the crowd mics, the call has to be so good from the casters just to complement that play perfectly. Just the right amount of surprise and awe, and the reaction, just the raw reaction of the room. So I think it's just about the audience. For me, my favorite major final was the Astralis versus Virtus Pro. And this was right when Astralis had picked up Glaive. This was very interesting because Kerrigan was a much more revered IGL. But the one thing Glaive brought to that major and to Astralis was he solved their choking issue. He made a series of calls on that T-side comeback on Train, and it was a bunch of very aggressive confidence plays at a moment where if they lost the next round, they probably would have just lost the entire series and lost the major. And that was the first of the 4 majors that they won. At a major where there's the most pressure, Glaive was the best option. And I think that was a really key point for both Astralis and honestly Denmark as a whole. When you look at FaZe at Boston, one of the most iconic images was Nico blown up on the Jumbotron. As hard as that might be for him to think about or go back and watch, that's one of the things you remember the most. Stewie being the guy who was the player that made Cloud9 into a winning team and made Cloud9 into a team that was top 6 that year. So the best sort of NA team that we'd seen in forever. And then for him to have the clutch moment to bring the team to overtime, it's not about the skill anymore, it's about who's good under pressure, and Stewie was that for Cloud9. I think that one will be forever iconic for me. I would never want to have to go through what FaZe went through at Boston. But in terms of how much emotion came out of that, it's sort of irreplaceable as a moment in history.
Makazi enters his final form on the third and deciding map here of Dust 2. He posts 21-7, leading Navi to an 8-4 scoreline. It felt like towards the end of that, Anders, the bait didn't even get a look in.
I was believing that he could win that 1 versus 4. That's how scary it was. They looked like they were trying to dodge him, just please, no more Makaze, but he was terrifying. What a great display for him in the opening half here. It's 8-4 going into the second half now. Let's see if he can do even more. 21-7, my God.
Well, the Pistols have been very kind towards bait, we'll say that. They've only dropped 1 so far in 3 maps.
True.
Let's see whether Imma and Wonderful can make light work of it, but it seems to be more the same here. Something about these Pistols works out very well each and every time for bait, and this one is no different.
And now we need to maybe work on that a little bit, but to their credit, I suppose, they're pretty good at making the comeback after losing the Pistols. So
They seem to win the second round force buy more often than not. That's exactly what happened in the first half.
Yeah, maybe they could do that again here. Essential going to get surprised. Bit of a hard attack moment around the corner, looking for it. It's very unlikely you could do more than any, maybe a couple of looks in here. Legacy getting 1 more. They don't have a kit either, so it's just a very long road ahead. It's some pretty impressive headshots. Alex will get that one, and he will close the book on Navi in that round, so that's good work.
Yeah, absolutely. We'll take that. Aggressive towards middle. Does not work out for Navi. They've let them back in. Convincing pistol victory. 0 chance of retaking that one. It's MPL getting that double. Senthil will join him as well. Alex to close things out. Bit of a love tap to his teammate. But it's all good. 8-5. Closing the gap already, but as we mentioned, force buy going to be very likely here. 5-7s and a scout for Wonderful.
I feel like the dream right now for bait is to extend this game long enough that Essential and Sizzy can come back online, because they were amazing on that Ancient map, and they haven't really had a chance to do much of anything here. So just, keep the game going a bit longer, get some more rounds in, and then maybe some of those players could start to get activated. We'll see if Navi can finish what they started here. They do have a good lead, but it's not a tremendous lead. You can definitely come back from this kind of a scoreline here, especially if they can't win this round, Navi, which is looking very unlikely. It's just getting overwhelmed, already dinked up. Everybody's coming for him. He does have the 5-7, but yeah, 2 kills to his name so far.
It's not been a great series for Bits. And that's round over. Unfortunately, we'll have to save. Not much he could really do there. To be fair to him, alone with the 5-7. Overwhelmed by utility. You're hoping for 1, but he only gets 78 damage posted. It goes 2-9. So they'll have another go at it in the follow-up round. It won't be full eco. No real reason to hunt Anders. You'd only be sacrificing your weapons here, your rifles. Let them keep their 5-7s.
Do you think it's any kind of a trick as an individual to kind of get back on track when you're having this kind of a game? Like, what was your go-to back in the CGS days, Henry?
Buy a Krieg.
Buy a Krieg.
Yeah. That's nice. It. That's the only advice I've got from him. He's already tried that.
Didn't work, so he's lost. We've given up on him in that case. Never mind.
Well then. I'll say the scout, the Pistols, but very convincing victory. Doesn't get much easier than that. 1 player waiting for them in the B bomb site. And there we have it. Uphill battle now. Not going to be the easy conversion they were looking for. Should be 3 in a row to kick off the second half. Navi's still the favored squad going into this third and final map. But we know bait can hit hard. Their stars shine bright. It's going to be another B play.
Yeah, but that's one of the things that makes them such a fun team to watch is you really can't underestimate them. They've proven it already in the series.
We're seeing Counter-Strike develop and evolve with more and more practice tools out there, demos available, and just better equipment. We're seeing teams like FUT, full of youngsters, average age of 19, hitting just as hard as any top 10 team in the world. Yeah. These guys are no different. Super young, super inexperienced, but the skill speaks for itself.
It does make it a lot more interesting. Just not knowing whether or not you're going to get sniped by a team that, yeah, you're right, like 5 years ago would have been different. Would have said, that's an easy prediction. We know who's going to roll in and claim some of the early wins here, but doesn't have to go that way at all. 2 rounds separating them. About a minute on the clock now. I was going to say they could have had a bit of mid-presence here, but how advanced is this going to be? We're going to be seeing smokes, maybe one in the window as well. Oh, They're going to try and go through. This is very risky. Right into the 5-7s. A couple of them on the other side.
Gotta go.
They're so lethal at range. You have to right now, but there's just so much on the other side. They've already lost 4 people. Leaves Sizzy 40 seconds. They're both out on the other side. He just goes straight for it. You've got to respect that.
They've both got to swing for this smoke if they're going to win this, Anders, and they make the right move there. If they wait and allow him to reset, they probably lose the round. So good call. A scary one to push for the smoke. If he has faked bomb, then maybe there's a chance he sprays you down, but they stick together, the scout to close things out, and it will be Alexi B to defuse the bomb comfortably. I feel like Navi needed that. It felt like it was getting a little bit out of hand in the second half, but they maintain their lead and go 9-6.
Something to be said for the kind of execute like this one where all of your utility lands behind where the CTs are.
Right.
They just don't care about it. Like, you could have thrown 100 smokes there and it just doesn't matter because they're just in front waiting. So a bit unfortunate perhaps, but not for Navi. They'll absolutely take it.
Yeah, choosing the tightest choke point on the map against those 5-7s. Always going to be a risk and one that doesn't work out for them. Caught in the crossfire. Money's still okay. Bates will have the AWP and a couple of AKs. They won't have MPL though. He's removed early. Alexi B will find him with that Galil scavenge from the previous round. And all of a sudden they have the man advantage. Looking for double digits on the board here. Third and final map. Still looking for Bit to arrive. If he can find some form here, it should be enough to close this one out. Makazi 22-9, Bit 2-10.
Yes, just anything at all right now would be very helpful. Imre Makaze here. It looked like the timing was very, very odd as he was jumping there, but they trade one for one.
Nice shot
out there. It's a very clean shot. Cuts the head off of Alex. And I think he realized that just as you said it's better to stay alive. Puts out a bit of an incendiary. Swings again for the kill, but this time Sizzy will take him down. They're both on 60 health here. Very uncomfortable. Essential, good kill, wonderful. Gets one, and now the hunt is on Sizzy. He's going to pick up an AK. Tries to see if he can navigate this corner, and he stops, but finally, one single kill. That's all you need.
It's the kill that gets the round over the line. We'll take it all day long. Extend their lead, touching distance now of closing this series down.
I feel like that's got to be the mentality. That's especially when I'm watching new players that are in the tier 2 or in tier 3 space. I often look for those games when they really have a bad performance to try and see, do they have anything to get back in? Because you're never just going to have all good performances. So it is interesting as a player to see, like, obviously Bit, we know he's a tested player at this point, but I love to see him just do a couple of rounds here. Doesn't have to be spectacular. We don't need him to drop 20 kills, but have a couple of these rounds where you're the difference maker.
Worth noting, the winner of this series will go on to play Falcons. Wounded Falcons. With their wings clipped, Anders, no Kiyosuke.
Yeah.
They are still looking strong.
But with a more stern Sonic now.
True.
And I appreciate that. Seems to have worked so far.
Let's have a look.
Four rounds the difference.
Full eco. Not much to report, but on this one, it's going to be a couple of smokes. Is there even a P250? No, it's Glocks across the board, I'm afraid. Down towards lower. Best you can really hope for is a couple of kills. Ideally, you want Bit to pick these up, recover his game.
What is the technical term for a flock of Glocks? Is it like a gaggle of Glocks?
I think so.
Yeah.
Oh, my. And a ton of damage. As wonderful Makazi go to town. Just Kenzizor remaining, and this allows Navi to build up their resources. They get 32.50 per player by winning by virtue of kills, and everyone survives. So the money is going to be very strong. Looking like this one is going to be landing in their favor unless Bates turn it on right here, right now. They need to perform a miracle at this stage.
Yeah, we had a couple of moments in that first half. In one round where Sizzy was really fighting in them, and it looked like he was going to start to take off, but it never really materialized in the way that we wanted it. Maybe it could start here. He's got the AWP. They jump right past with that HE, though. Can't see a thing for the debris. And Imma, potentially dangerous. Yeah, he's going to have to back on out. They were taking that lower dark position. A bit anchoring that B-bomb site. I mean, maybe at what point, if you're Bait, you look at the scoreboard and say, let's just try and attack Bit then. If he's not going to get the kills, let's go. Hit him where they're weak. Maybe it's possible, but so far, it's a bit of a default setup. Controlling long, controlling up at dark, and surely going to be claiming catwalk. Yeah, you could see that's the next step in the default.
Yeah, going through the motions of Dust 2. Your main objective. Push your CTs back from short. Wonderful. Will take a shot, but they're more than willing to keep pushing him back. It's going to be mid, their next objective here. They've actually got through pretty cleanly. A lot of prime real estate under their remit.
This is one Makazi misstep away from being a very bad spot. And there we go. Kansas all gets an easy entry bit here. Hasn't had a chance to reload. Ascentio will take him down. Wonderful. That's through the smoke as well. Don't really know how, but I don't think it matters that much. Bomb's going to be planted here. They have some money still on the Navi side, but that AWP is so expensive to throw away.
You could get a double orb here. Yeah, just like that. Not fancying it, though.
Okay.
Or just getting it away from them. That's pretty smart. Means they won't be able to buy an orb going forward.
Yeah.
Win by explosion, $3,500. You can see they're cash at the bottom. So yeah, they won't be able to buy the orb. So sure, you're not going to win the round. And they have got both orbs in their grasp right now. And Dust 2, double orb setup is super viable. And you can see them hunting for that orb right now. But
yeah,
Alexi's done well to juggle it out of contention.
I mean, sometimes those, oh, they even die.
That's quite significant, actually, because as I mentioned, you get 3,500 each, and you've just lost 2 players. So you will not have a full buy going into that next round. That's kind of strange. They let 2 players go down with a blast. Like, CS2 is a bit weird with the explosions. Like, it should be a set radius on every map, in my opinion, but like, they keep toying with it. Dust 2, it's a little bit weird now. Some maps you can like sit in the pit on Inferno and not get blown up. Sometimes you get blown up across the map. It feels weird that they lost 2 players there. That's actually significant. Now they've got a scout and 2 Galil Xanders at breakpoint. That's terrible outcome for them.
You really hate to see it.
Like that might cost them the game right here and right now.
Are they going to be able to do anything here? Nice grenade. Ooh, it looked like it was going to go deeper, but it doesn't. I thought they were about to get blown up. Dodged the damage at the start of the round at the very least. Looks like they'll be going through more of a default once again. Unlike previous times where it was a little bit more short focus, this time it looks like they are ready to go into Upper Dark. And again, if I'm looking at Bit and the kind of game that he's had here on Dust 2, I'd be very, very tempted to try and put the pressure on. If they can put some pressure on B for even a couple of rounds, it will probably force Navi to commit another player closer to this. So it might be worth it. They also know that the second AWP is in place, so maybe they just feel like, well, Bit, how good of an AWP is he really going to be? Turns out, maybe not that good. Immer is there to rescue him. That is heroic, but he's going to get another crack at it this time. It does connect.
And that should be it, because they got no space from that, and the bomb goes down as well. Smoke dissipating. Bit not looking comfortable per se, but Immer certainly is. And he closes things out. Double kill for Bit. And that should be it. That round previous, yeah, they won it, but everyone going down with the blast, I think that's cost them the game. They didn't have enough firepower there. They won't have the money going forward.
You might be right.
Yeah, that is the difference maker right there.
It's tragic as well because you were just explaining how losing the AWP might be a problem.
Yeah, right.
They lost the AWP and then 2 more rifles.
Yep. I think that's cost them everything.
Oh.
Navi, though, haven't been great at closing out these games today. There's always a chance you lose the pistols here. It's unlikely with 1 Galil and 4 pistols, but never say never. Difficult to find round number 13.
Got to say, great news for Navi fans who were excited in Stockholm watching Makazi play the way that he did. And it's slow start today, but much better recovery. He's been wild on the last 2 maps. Want to see more out of him like this. 25 and 11. I think 21 kills in the first half, I believe.
Yeah.
Yeah, more of this. Early smoke here for the...
Just got to make your call and go with it. Can't be faking here. Can't be prodding around the map. Just going to have to hope for the best. Brute force your way into the bomb site. Makazi to defend.
They know if they kill Makazi, then Bit's alone with the AWP in here, so there might be a chance. It's going to be a good spray to begin with.
Here he comes.
Oh, he's got the AK back. They're not loving that, are they? NPL, he will take him down. Holding the middle is Sizzy, but surely they're going to come through. They've already legged him, and there's the follow-up kill.
Well, there's a chance.
Not yet. There is a chance. especially because Immer is already low on health here. He didn't plant the bomb just yet. He wanted to see if he could fake it out, maybe get a bit of a fight here, but now he himself is down to 12. He got tagged, and now he's dead, and NAVI will claim the victory. It took all 3 maps, but they did get the job done, Henry.
They certainly did. It would have been an uphill battle. We had a couple of players MIA, but overall they get the result. The champagne hangover does not prevail, and it is NAVI winning their opening game here. They'll go on to play the Falcons as well, and bear in mind it's a Falcons without one of their star players. So this is a great bit of runway now for the NAVI to make their way to the playoffs here at Rotterdam.
Yeah, I'm just really, really impressed. Even with Falcons, without Kyusuke, you've still got to assume that they're a strong team. So I think that match is going to be very exciting, no question about it. For Bait, surely this is it's a great position to be in still. Like, they can still do a lot of damage. They look like a strong team.
Strong team indeed, but that champagne hangover dispelled. Happiness in the NAVI camp despite the wobbles over on Ancient. Looking compelling here. This is what you wanted from them, Jacob. You wanted them to make this one convincing.
Yeah, I think that was a good performance from NAVI. Obviously, they probably would have liked to win Ancient, but third map was decisive, and again, the NAVI that we expected. So at the end of the day, when you win a game, you should always be happy. Could have been more pretty, sure. Did they get the job done, Wu? Yes.
Convincing from NAVI, more like convincing from Makaze. 20 kills in the first half. That's pretty convincing to bring his team over the line.
Pretty convincing indeed. We'll see if you can do any convincing on the desk here. Welcome to the desk. Congratulations on that dub.
Thank you, bro.
Let's start low, and then we'll just immediately go high. What happened on Ancient? What went wrong for you?
To be honest, we fucked up sometimes. I mean, I was kind of destroying them on mid, but we lost some situation that we shouldn't lose, and they just punish us.
And in that overtime, right? I mean, you guys brought it back into the OT. We're thinking, now they're going to roll them. Now they're going to take it. What was going on in the overtime? Why couldn't you close?
To be honest, I think, how I say that, we fucked up some situation. We had, like, for example, I think 5 versus 2, I think, on long. And they just fucking kill us, and that's it.
Like, sometimes it's that simple. All right, now we'll go happy. Dust 2, you killed them a whole lot. What's been going on with the Surge of Form? You've been lights out right now.
I mean, to be honest, like, when I started on Mirage on City, it was not going good. As you could see, I was like 3-12. And I was saying to my teammates that I'm just unlucky today because I cannot kill them. I'm doing -90, -80, I cannot kill them. And on Dust, to be honest, I was feeling the game really good. And I knew that I'm gonna kill them a lot. And I mean, even if I go 3-12, I'm still like confident. Like, I don't care about kills. Like, if I have to do something, I will do like fully confident. I don't care if I die, kill, I will do my job, you know? And I think it paid off.
Yeah, I was just about to say it, on Ancient, you put up 180 despite maybe not having the best scoreline. As he said as well, your form as of recently has been probably the best ever. Is it just clicking for you now, or what's happening?
Maybe I got used to Blade system.
Yeah? What is that system? What is that entitled? We all hear about the Blade system. Like, how do you get used to that?
Yeah? No, I'm not gonna tell.
Is it tough? Is it tough to integrate into that system? Like, did it take you some time to?
Yeah, for sure. Like, how also Andre say, like 6 months, like until you get used to it.
Yeah.
And maybe I got used to it. Let's see in future.
Yeah.
We heard Blade say that it would be a disappointment if you guys didn't leave this season with a trophy. You go into the first tournament, you win a trophy. Where do you go from here? What's the expectation now?
To win this also. I mean, for sure, I think we have maybe a good chance to go playoffs and to win also. No, we're gonna play versus Falcons. Let's see what's gonna happen there.
Obviously, our job is to assess your team from the outside, right? And right now, we're having the discussion up here that are you a team that are on the same level as Mouse, Spirit, etc.? Do you feel you're on that caliber right now, or do you still need a bit more time before we get there?
No, I think we are.
Yeah?
Yeah.
So, you know, playoff, winning trophies, I guess right now it's hard for you to say that we're gonna beat Vitality, but pretty much anyone else is a team you can beat.
To be honest, I even say like in last interview that we didn't play Vitality in 2025.
Oh, yeah?
We play only once in Major and it was close game. I mean, of course they were good because they were winning every tournament they taking place, but we never played them, only once, and it was close game.
You want to play them, yeah?
Yes, for sure.
Yeah.
Yeah, feeling confident about that one? You want to take the matchup? You think you beat them?
Of course.
I love this. I love this confidence. I love this interview. I mean, speaking about it, right? This is now a team that feels like it can contend. I was talking to some of your teammates, Alexi, Emma, in the pregame, and they kept tempering expectations. Oh, we didn't play the strongest teams. We didn't play the strongest team. You're the opposite end. You're like, give me the strongest team. I'm ready to take them down.
Yes.
Is that something that you think's infecting the rest of the team, right? We were talking about a bit in the pregame that obviously you're playing really well as an individual as well, but it feels like your energy, the smiling face, the I'm just going to do my job, have confidence with it. Is that something that you think's helping boost the rest of your team as well?
I think yes. Like, for example, I'm trying to keep the vibes good also in team, like making jokes, like not being like fully serious. Sometimes I'm over-peaking also fucking someone else, but until we win, it's fine. When we fucked up, it's gonna be bad. But I don't think it's gonna fuck up.
Well, thank you so much for that. I think it's a great philosophy for Counter-Strike, to be honest. That's what I'm taking away from this. Sometimes you win, sometimes you fuck up. Yeah. That's life, man. Congratulations on the dub today, win today, and fantastic interview. Thanks for joining us.
Thank you, bro. Thank you.
This dude's a philosopher.
I like that. You know, as I said, I love the confidence. I love the fact that we have a player within the NAVI camp who's not afraid to speak out, you know, what he truly believes in, truly feels. Whether you agree with that or not, that's up for you at home to decide. But I do think NAVI is knocking on the door to be a team. At the very least, you know, piquing my interest. I think with Makasi in this shape, with Wonderful seemingly getting better and better as well, we're heading to a point now where we again can have the conversation whether or not NAVI is ready to contest against the big boys. Because I do feel outside of the major in Budapest, we haven't seen NAVI perform at that level. So for my money, it's good to have them entering the conversation.
I think that's half the battle, though, right? That kind of mentality is half the battle. We talk so often about how psychological Counter-Strike is as a game, and as soon as you genuinely believe that you can beat the best teams, you get so much more of an edge than when you're like, well, maybe we'll see, we'll test, we'll see what our level's like. Nah, I'm gonna go in and just destroy them. That's the mentality I want from a guy like Makaze.
I think coming into this season, rightfully so, people were a little worried that they would pull the Spirit situation, where Spirit won the major with Magix, and then they kept them for a season, and then you kind of wondered if they just wasted that time. I was worried that they had this performance at the major. That's why they stuck with this roster. I think they considered making some changes, and you worry that they're not going to show anything the next season, but they come in immediately punching. They win the first, you know, they win EPL instantly, and then they come in and they gain that confidence. They gain that ability to kind of believe they can beat a Vitality. Maybe that's shooting a little too high, thinking you can actually take down Vitality, but maybe it's not. Someone's for a NAVI roster, you know? Maybe it's possible for NAVI to actually regain that form that we saw from them a couple of years ago when they had JL and become a threatening team. I'm getting confidence in them.
Yeah, the cynic in me will say, though, that beating Bait in today's fashion is not something that gives me more confidence. If anything, the main takeaway for me in this game was Makasi, individually speaking, you know, continuing the performance from Pro League. That I do agree with. That's a step in the right direction. As a team, though, this performance today against Bait is not giving me a tell whether or not they're ready for that. You know, it's not giving me a tell whether or not they're going to beat Falcons in the next game. So I still want to see a bit more of NAVI here in Blast Rotterdam before I start to enter that part of the conversation. But at the end of the day, having Makasi playing well is, as you said as well, probably half the fight won already.
And I don't know how you can see that man's smiling face at the desk across from you, giving that interview and not be an optimist. I mean, he's just got to make you so excited about Navi's future as well, which, again, considering, as he pointed out, 6 months to get used to the Blade system, he's still not that tenured on this roster.
The problem with that, Mike, is that it's Counter-Strike. It's a team game. You're 5 players on a team. It's not Quake. It's not a 1v1. Because, yes, if it was a 1v1 game, I'd put my money on Makasa and his confidence right now. But we also have seen with Navi in particular that there's some tilting going on. There's some mood issues, some mood swings as well. So it's good that you have one guy who's happy. They also had that in JL, but it requires the other 4 as well to sort of buy into that, which I think is going to happen more and more often if he continues to play like an MVP candidate.
They still have the firepower problem, even if Makaze is popping off. As we mentioned before, when they had JL popping off in the top 10 of HLTV, it was still a question if they had enough firepower. It was still an open question if they could continue their form or how they managed to do it. To bring that back together, even if Makaze is performing really well, we do have to question, do they have the firepower to beat the Falcons when they don't have a stand-in? Do they have a firepower to beat Vitality consistently with this roster? I'm not sure they have it, but I do have the confidence that they can be knocking on that door of the top tier to be a playoff, to be a contender, or at least starting to move towards that direction.
Trending upwards right now.
Trending upwards. Sometimes all it takes is one ray of sunshine to dispel the rain clouds. That'll be the prognosis for NAVI, but we'll do some more forecasting of our own after this break.
There aren't that many esports organizations that have been around for as long as Mouse have, but they're one of the first organizations that I think really took the talent side of it seriously. It paid off massively. The number one thing probably to mention is got to be Kerrigan. Rewind time long enough speaks to his legacy with the game and just how much he's managed to do. And the other one probably is Nico, who was picked up pretty early on. That was his first escape from the Balkan scene, playing with iNation and all the rest of it, and then he came in and played with Mouse and was essentially the whole team. It was Nico trying to carry every round for a long time there, and probably set him up for what he's been doing for the rest of his career, more or less.
More, the molly isn't going to touch him. And what on earth has just happened as Deagle is on fire and Shox is going to walk into it as well. Nico is on fire.
This current Mouse core has almost too many storylines. Like the classic one is about how the roster came from the academy side and they consumed the entire team. Cyclone and his longevity with the team and what he's managed to build across multiple rosters, which I think is really impressive. And the most recent one for me is probably Brolan. Having to take over as an IGL, I still feel like under somewhat unclear circumstances, and the whole entire community, probably including myself, thought that was going to fail on almost day one. And then they managed to actually make it look amazing. I'm actually still kind of blown away by that fact. It's so hard to judge who is going to be better on Mouse. And I think it's one of the things that makes them sort of dangerous. Torshi and Exertion, they played such different roles that it's hard to match them one-to-one.
Look at the energy.
I think Torshi's explosive personality is one of the things that actually makes him insanely valuable on the team. You can tell when they're playing how much he contributes to the overall energy. But Exertion's lurking capabilities and like how much he can turn around a game on his own, for me, that's super rare, and so I'll probably pick him over everybody else. In my opinion, there's no reason why Mouse couldn't win a major. I think they've got all of the essential ingredients. There's a certain chemistry in the team when they're winning that I think is really hard to stop. I know that they're living under the stigma of constantly almost making it and then not quite making it and, losing to Vitality. All the rest of it is going to be down to, I think, coincidence and timing, and I can't see why they wouldn't be able to.
Special treat for us here in the studio is we've dragged Blade out of the prep. He was getting ready for that demo review. We said, nah, just 1 second here. Got to bring him back out for a few questions. Blade, just talking about Navi in general, about the state the team's in right now. Coming off of a win, trophy lift coming in here, first game. What's your assessment of the team?
Well, it's a very important step in our progress, for sure, right? So long time without the trophy. Like, it's... any team will, in our position, will be super happy, and like it's our fundamental improvement, because you always need to move somewhere constantly. You cannot stay and like have a stagnation and playing the same things, the same mistakes. People can start to, I cannot to say like start to be rusty or something like this. It's very important to move somewhere constantly.
Do you feel that the Pro League win is a fair representation of where you're at the moment? Like, you've been honest about it before, are you at the state now where you think you're good enough to win trophies more often than you have been in the past? Or was it maybe a bit earlier than you expected?
No, not early. Like, as soon as we saw semis, like top 4,
yeah.
Some of players was saying something like, if this happens, we're gonna play that, I said, like, if this happens, if Spirit lose, we need to win the tournament. It's like out of question, for sure. And because this is how we see our progress. After Budapest, we knew that we can be a team that can, at a crucial moment, or like it's a proper moment, bounce back and or like pop up, like to play their best game. Because when you're literally playing the game, like versus best teams on the big stages, like major, we had decent game versus FURIA, decent game versus FaZe. And you can understand the potential. It's not something like illusion. It's not illusion. You can feel it. You understand it. And we wanted to build something from this feeling. And we were trying constantly, but it was hard. I don't know, like maybe I was wrong. I thought like a little bit about this, but anyway, like it was very close constantly. And one of the things I was saying in interviews that map pool cut off. Like, I mean, like minus strain was huge damage for our map pool, and that was not so confident because in MR12 with proper veto, it matters a lot. Like because we won map versus Spirit when we lost Krakow. We won map versus FURIA, so we can win these teams on like specific maps. And this is how we saw it. So basically, we're lacking this. We have potential, we know it, and we don't need to persuade ourselves. We know it.
Okay. Speaking of the progress, I feel like one of the obvious progress made within the team is Makazi. You know, all of a sudden playing his best brand of Counter-Strike within NAVI. Is that something you specifically been working on, or was it just a question of time before he fully showed his potential?
I think it's very hard nowadays to like prepare your secret weapon like as one player. It's very hard. Yeah. Like we just gave him his time, and we are constantly working. Obviously, he has less experience, less knowledge. That's why something that people already know, players, I usually repeat to him. They know it, but they just did on our team review. I usually repeat to him something, right? And also obviously, players like other players try to help him. But I agree. Like the way how he playing now, it's amazing. It's our little X factor.
Yeah.
And it's very good to have, let's say, star player in your team who can fix unlucky situations or like your mistakes. And this is what other teams, I think, benefit, who have this kind of players.
Is that something NAVI has been lacking, you know, for the past?
For sure. If you remember how we won Copenhagen Major, we didn't have a star player, and we were saying this in interviews constantly, like we're just playing as a team, good as a team, everyone can pop at some moment. And you can see it also that it still exists, like wonderful shine in the grand final. Mihai was playing good versus Foot, I think, like amazing game, like it was very, very decent. And but at the same time, Makazi like played all games pretty decent, so you can see that the consistency. But it's not over for sure for him. He can go down, he can go up. I think he needs to keep working on himself for sure.
I wanted to ask about that a little bit, right? Because when we had him on the desk, he talked about, oh, maybe I'm just finally feeling comfortable in the system. Blade told me it would take 6 months to feel comfortable in the system. How far along do you think he is on that? Do you think he has more to just be comfortable within the team? Are you seeing him now in a sort of a flow state point with his comfort for what you want to do, for the way that you want to structure a game?
Yeah, I think he is already there in comfort for sure, because we're not adding something super difficult anymore in our system. Now he basically went through all our difficult stuff, let's say, but you need to like organize in your head or like understand in the proper moment. And I can see it because we constantly repeat to him, like, here, you remember we spoke about this. You need to do this. Here in this situation, like try to be more aggressive, try to go more passive, like try to kite in this situation to be like not to die, like avoid trading, we call it, for example, right? And I can see now that he is basically doing less this kind of mistake that we were working before. So that's for sure comfort zone. And but still, what he maybe needs more is like more prep for opponent, you know, like because he's in playmaker zones, and it's good if he knows a little bit more. Not only me, but also he can know like more details, like by himself watching like Banana Inferno and Ancient Meat, right? Because it matters a lot.
I wanted to ask about the team in general. At some point, Alexi B mentioned that maybe sometimes you know your teammates too well, you know what they're going to do, and you get on each other's nerves, you struggle to find new solutions. I mean, how have you guys kind of worked around that? Because obviously you're finding a new level recently and getting back to, you know, a contender status.
Well, I don't know. If Alexi said this?
A few months ago, maybe.
I don't know. Can you try to repeat in a different way, so I understand?
Yeah, I was asking about, you know, you have a squad of four of the same players for so long, and you have to come up with solutions to different maps, different opponents so many times. Sometimes you might get stuck in a rut in the same spot. You can't solve.
The question is, will we or should like.
Or how have you?
How do you sort of keep it fresh?
I don't think we stuck in this in the things. I think that you always know the answer what is wrong in specific situation. That's all. If you don't know, then you're stuck. But whenever we have like some situation on the map, we like 99% we already know like what should we do and why we didn't do it. We discuss after, but still like it can be nerves, it can be bad communication. I can tell you like mental aspect is huge nowadays. Like because people under stress they start to hurry up. And how you can communicate when you hurry up? Your player will pick earlier, or he will do something earlier. It will be sloppy. So this is something that we can stay maybe stuck in, but I also don't know how to fix it. I think it's like it's not so easy, right? You need to constantly work on your composure, right? Constantly, like, for example, we try to like spend like 2 more seconds before we do this impulsive move. Something like this, but you add something, then you try to see how it goes. So we check, like, will it work? Will it, or it will not? I don't know. And then, still, if you nailed it, like, then we have like some super important game, like OT, and still the guy can do it. So for me, it's like, I think it's part of the game. This is, I think, I'm pretty sure Vita do something like this also in stressful moments. FURIA, Falcons, Spirit, all the teams for sure.
Speaking about those caliber of teams, you've given a few interviews recently, you know, before the Pro League win in that run. One of the things you mentioned was you were analyzing the team and thinking sometimes we're lacking firepower, thinking about whether you could contend with that top tier player, with that top tier team, right? After this win, seeing the progress that Makazi has made, seeing the form that Wonderful was in, are you still having those doubts? Do you think that now that firepower is at a level where you should be able to contend against that tippy top of Counter-Strike?
I'm actually looking forward to this event to check it.
Yeah.
Because Big Boss is here, right? And other like Donk also wants to show that it was not. It was, let's say, like random tournament for them or like random play. That they still can prove that they can do something, right? Falcons also hungry. They missed EPL, right? They constantly practicing.
I was about to say, you look forward to that, and you're facing Falcons now with a stand-in. Does that annoy you? Would you rather play the full team to figure it out?
And I think there's enough firepower now. I think today Nucleons was good on Ancient actually, right? So who knows? Maybe he should play for permanently. I don't know.
Yeah.
Because they were in the grand final with Bounty, you know, and maybe they're annoyed that constantly like some visa issues. Who knows? Who knows? Like also Zonik was saying something like there's too many egos, so maybe we need to remove one ego. Some advices, you know. So basically, at this moment, we didn't face all these good teams, and I'm pretty sure like one of their benefits is firepower. And yes, I cannot say that we are lacking. We will lack, but I was saying that the matches that we lost before this season, most of the time we were lacking firepower because some guy could fix everything, like win 1 or 3, for example. 1 or 3 we didn't clutch, and we lost a lot of things like this. And sometimes not because of bad movement, sometimes just somebody weaved something. But it's not our main problem, but sometimes it pops. So, like you said, Makazi can shoot pretty sharp, others can shoot pretty sharp. So, if we are, I also believe that in MR12, if all our players will play the way how they can, I mean individually, it's enough to focus on game plan and playing together as a team to win any opponent. That's for sure. But when you have more stable, like more consistent, this is for sure always benefits. But yeah, we showed pretty good firepower, I think, on EPL.
I'm going to ask you to put a number on it. If you, I'm very excited to see the measuring stick as well. I think this is a great event for that. If you had to give yourself a confidence rating of, let's just say hypothetically, a Vitality, the big boss, as you said, what would be your confidence rating going in that you think your team is ready to run the series, make it happen, take them the distance, win? What's your percentage out of 100?
Honestly, at the moment, it's more like excitement to play and to see how it goes. Like where we are now. Like for us, it's basically check status now, for sure. So I even don't know because we are not that sharp on Mapu like we was, like I said, at the end of Budapest. Now I think we are still figuring out what maps we can play. It for sure better. And let's say like we played them on Budapest, and I think it was 13-11 or something. Like some maps was close, right? So for me, it's very exciting to play Vitality. It will be very bold to say that we will win them because they as a team, the best team in history of CS. I think it's more important like if the real Vitality will come to our game, or they will be like, we call it activated. They need to be activated, right, to be real Vitality. Because last second season from summer to winter, they were losing a lot of events, so they're beatable, right? So it's more about this, like we always say about this, that it's very important for these tier 1 teams to be activated also for us.
Do I hear you say that with the process, you know, with checking in now and figuring out where you're at in the landscape in Counter-Strike, that, you know, Cologne, the major coming up, is that where you expect to be fully ready? Is that where your eyes are set, you know, to be the, I guess, final version or the best version of Navi?
For sure. Like for sure, still Cologne manager will have enough time to be with this lineup like our best version. And I can also say this, that I have experience and we as a team have experience, and we believe that we can beat any team. Like with the proper approach, you can beat any team. So yes, Vitality is like the best team at the moment, but we never think like, okay, we go and we will lose. We always know that there's chances. And you can see it nowadays. Just take one round when Vitality is losing, for example, on City side, and analyze how they lost, for example, right? And you can see a lot of times it's not something special. So every opponent is beatable, that's the thing.
Every opponent is beatable. This is a very exciting prospect for you guys. I mean, coming off of the trophy into this tournament, you said you're excited to see the games. I'm really excited to see the games. Thank you so much for joining us. Thank you for the insight.
Thank you, guys.
Fantastic job here. You can go ahead and take that headset off, pop off. Go about your day. Back into the demo review, as you said. No man's work is never done when it comes to Blade, and his answers are always very insightful. A lot to talk about there, a lot to digest.
I like it. I like the fact that we know Blade, right? He's always a guy who's looking at it from a top-down perspective, you know, talk about process, talk about moving, talk about getting better, you know, talking about this tournament being a checkpoint almost for them, you know, to figure out, okay, as he said, when he saw who they were facing at Pro League in the semi-final, outright said it. We have to win this tournament now, right? We're the favorites. Get the job done. Now they come into this one. You don't hear Blade saying that we should win this tournament. You don't hear Blade saying that we should be in the grand final per se. He wants to figure out how close they are in order to acquire the goal, which obviously, as I also asked him about, would be the Cologne major. So in terms of moving in the right direction, I think they're on a good path right now. I also buy into the whole McCarthy conversation, lack of X factor, lack of firepower. He can mitigate for some of that, but that's still my biggest concern. And I even sense with Blade as well that he's not really worried about the game prep. He's not really worried about the tactical aspect of the game. He's perhaps a little bit worried that the players consistently are not showing it up in terms of firepower.
I'm really happy to hear him say he's excited to play against Vitality, see where their level is. He thinks they can show something, and maybe he's thinking the team can show to themselves where their level could be at. If they could surprise Vitality, if they could find an upset win. Of course, they have to go through Falcons maybe first to get there, but I think his mentality looking at this is exactly what you want for a team that you're hoping Navi go into the major at their strongest, at their best. It seems like that's going to be the case.
That's exciting. And I think there's Blade is not an emotive person, shall we say, normally. I think everybody knows that. But you could see there's a certain glint, a certain smile, a little bit of a smirk when he was saying, I'm excited to see these games, excited to see the measuring stick, that you can tell there is a strong confidence building in this Navi team. And that's the kind of thing that can be contagious. It's the same thing as we were talking about with Makaze. A little bit of confidence, a little bit of optimism goes a long way within a Counter-Strike team. I think this is a Navi team poised to pull off some surprises as we go down the stretch here in Open Rotterdam. Speaking of surprises, you might be surprised to learn that Jacob Pimp Winicky is heavily involved with one of our sponsors, Refrag. And you spent some time this morning setting up and hopping on into a game mode there, Jacob, to show us what you can do. You want to talk about this one?
Yeah, kind of made it my vision, you know, and my mission in today's age Counter-Strike to make sure that people play Counter-Strike at a higher level, you know, myself included. Sometimes you die, sometimes you don't. What you're watching on the screen right now is something called X-Fire, Mike, which is a tool that you know about. It's basically pre-fire and crossfire combined into one mode where the bots who are you know, adjusted to my level. So they shoot back, they kill me if I don't kill them quick enough, and then hopefully you get better over time. Now, I know a lot of the NAVI players are using Refrag for this exact matter. I know I myself need to play more because I'm clearly not at the level I used to be. And I also do know for a fact, Wu, that you would benefit greatly from doing the same.
I could have played this and shown my own gameplay, but it would have been simply too embarrassing.
We'll put you up to the task.
It would have been simply too embarrassing.
We can do mine one day if you guys want embarrassing.
We should. But that's the cool thing, Mike, because the bots adjust to your level, so you'll just be running around playing silver bots.
No, it's great when they whiff a full mag and still kill me.
Yeah.
Because I also whiffed a full mag.
How does that make you feel, though?
Like I'm improving, Jacob.
Yeah.
Like I'm improving, courtesy of my friend Refrag. You can try it for free at refrag.gg/blast. I can testify it genuinely has made me a better player. It just, you know, the baseline was low, so now it's higher. And I'm very grateful to Refrag for that. I do love the product. It's quite fun.
It is quite fun. It's supposed to be fun. You know, it's supposed to be fun to play Counter-Strike, train Counter-Strike. And, you know, one of the most, I guess, motivating things for me in life is getting better at stuff. So I promise you try out Refrag for free, you will get better.
You will enjoy it. You will have fun. Mandatory fun and improvement as well coming on in. But we've had a lot of fun. Day one here on the broadcast for this particular desk. We're going to take our leave here, but there's still plenty more action to go here at Blast Open Rotterdam. The second desk is coming on in, and so I want everyone in Twitch chat to put their hands together for the Counter-Strike debut here at Blast of Nat, who will be taking over for me. See you next time. See you tomorrow. More Counter-Strike on the way.
including me or no?
You could include yourself if you want.
Wow.
Honestly, gonna be pretty easy. I just put the whole Vitality lineup. My dream roster right now in CS would be IGL, definitely Apex. I'm assuming I'm in there, so it's gonna be me.
We have Blitz, who is probably sharpest IGL, I would say.
If I had to make a squad to beat Vitality, I would make Nico IGL. Because I think isolated Vitality is really, really great players to have Saibu and then have really great role players. And if you want to beat them, I think you will have problems beating by the system, the way they play right now. So you have to beat them by raw firepower, just out of the gate. I think it's a no-brainer to pick Saibu and Donk in your team. I think it's just unfair.
Yo, it's gonna be the bend of that end of the scope is so ridiculous.
I don't think it needs any extra explaining, like they're not crossing each other's roles. Yeah, they're the best currently.
I have no idea how this roster might work in terms of relationships, like how they're gonna get used to each other and if it is even gonna work. But you know, Donk is Donk, Zaiwu is Zaiwu.
Hopper, I would say Zaiwu. I would put Donk because I think he's probably the best driver in CS right now. I will take Monesi. I will take Donk.
Multi-frag moment, but here's Donk's rebuttal! They're feeding Apex to him, and now this huge health advantage. Time's ticking. Donk's out!
And we have an Nature and Messi. At this point, he is like the best one, like past more than a year.
Robs, Apex, Zaiwu and Robs are playing for Vitality, which is by far the best teams in the last months, like even last 1 year, let's say. Robs, for the sake of being one of the world-class anchors for such a long time, and right now in the top one team, and he's been in form for a long period of time. And then we'll take Bit. Kyosuke, I would choose him because I think obviously he's really young, but even though he doesn't have too much experience, he has shown how good he can be, and I think he definitely has a bright future.
Kyosuke. This is just Kyosuke, everyone knows.
I think you also take Kaisuke. And the last player, I would put Monesi as a hybrid. I just think Monesi just has the class, just has the talent. He knows all of the situational utility. He understands how to play clutch. So I just think it's an overall pretty tough team to beat.
If we're saying that current roster Vitality, we're all going to stay together and you can't have any of them, who would you take instead?
I would take the full roster of Team Spirit.
You never know how a team connects. These players in Vitality seem to add something to the server and make the teammates better. I think that's unique, and I think we've only seen that in the Astralis era, where every player is really great and they're making each other better. And I think that is always the hardest when you make a team that has to compete for the finals on the first day, basically.
Dupree, he can't see a thing there right in front, diffusing the bomb, the smoke, oh my god! Dupree taking two and falling back, going for the shot, you've got to be kidding me! Dupree winning the round!
Hi, my name is Dupree, I'm a 5-time major champion, and I was part of the Astralis era. In the beginning with Astralis, you know, it was with any other startup. Remember the first shirt iteration we had, which is like a plain black shirt with this star that was printed on top. Just feeling that this was our own was something that actually mattered a lot to us. We were proud of what we had already created, and now it's more about we wanted and needed to get the results right to get it where we wanted it to. It really fast got pretty big, in my opinion. It rose to become something that's more of a subculture back in Denmark. You could go and ask anyone on the streets in Denmark and they would know what Astralis was. And maybe they didn't like specifically in detail know what it was about, but they've heard the name before. It just blew into a proportion that we never expected. I think for any Counter-Strike player that are playing this game competitively, it's about making a name for yourself. That's where the major comes in really handy. I think like the dream of winning one is what everyone wants to achieve inside Counter-Strike. But getting there obviously takes a lot of hard work and also some luck and everything. But when I first started playing Counter-Strike, I wanted to win my major. And if I could just win one major, then I would be very satisfied. Getting to the point where I feel like the team back in the days with Astralis that was capable of winning a major was like a really good feeling. You would go into the tournament and you would feel that we actually have the capabilities of winning this tournament. That felt really good. We went in that grand final, you know, I think we were obviously playing against Virtus Pro in that grand final. You know, we were playing against some really experienced guys from the time. And for us to go up against these kind of legends, it kind of fueled us in a way that we want to go up and prove that we can also do this, you know. And then, you know, getting to the point where you need one more round, I believe that we had 15 seconds of free time and Glaive would say, like, guys, let's just do the exact same as we just did, like, let's catch them off guard. And you could just feel that everyone in the team was on the same page. Everyone felt that this was that right call, you know, everyone believed in it. There was so much chaos. Like, it was just like people just getting killed left and right, but it was just like one frag at a time, and you can see in the kill feed, like, we were getting closer and closer and closer, and then that final kill, which I believe I got, when I hit that last Tech-9 headshot on Tess, that was like crazy, and like, the feeling is just like we jumped up and threw our headsets off. All of a sudden, I found myself in a position where I had actually achieved that dream of winning the major.
Linus springs his trap, but he's left as the last man standing.
That was brutal for FaZe. I can't believe they get out so cleanly. It didn't... Yeah. Someone call an ambulance.
Apex, they've been yelling at you the whole game, calling you names. What do you want to say to them?
That's all we can say. Took you Apex.
Look at him. Yep. He's enjoying himself.
Oh my god, he's playing the guitar.
What does this man not do?
Man.
You think to yourself, what the...
Is it a bat? Is it a plane?
No, it's an eagle.
No.
It is actually a falcon.
Barreling down from Banana and getting this double kill out of the gate.
Yeah, it feels like this is where the Rovers meet the road a little bit. They're good.
For me, French Counter-Strike has always stood out in somewhat of similarities to Danish Counter-Strike. There's always been a passion for the game inside of the French scene. There's been a lot of talent coming out of France, some of the best players in the world. It's always been like a force to be reckoned with in that department, and I think like their play style has been a really nice mix of being extremely aggressive, but at the same time also having quite the tactical depth. Talking in BK was always like a pivotal asset to whatever team we would be playing in France. The likes of Kines has kind of the same story. Kines was also brought up inside of Very Games. I think I played against Kines in his first official ever. in Counter-Strike Source. Talking Shox, he's always been part of the good teams whenever they're on the rise. Shox has always had some kind of godfather role within the teams, like a guy that has guided the young players coming into, and you know, that's just like a cool story for MBK and Kineas in that department. The funny story with me and Apex is that we were rivals for a long time. He and myself, we shared the same kind of role. He was probably the more aggressive of the two of us. We got to reunite inside of Vitality. He had obviously taken up another role of him being an Indian leader. He had this obsession with having a soldier, which didn't fit my playstyle also. And that is what you see now with the likes of Flames, you know, and it works for him, so let's be honest, it's a great asset. Apex's IGL style is, in my opinion, the perfect fit. He understands and wants to try and utilize his players in the best possible way. Like, he recognizes and wants to figure out what strengths does my player have. And he's exceptionally good at reading the game. Not so much like in the micro decision, but more like in the broad picture. Like, he always tries to be one step ahead. He has like the same kind of leadership that Glaive had. Like, he was working off the system, where Apex has maybe created the system. But the Paris major was obviously unique. We knew how much it meant to the organization being French. We had the CEO coming on stage and lifting a trophy and crying. Obviously that was very nice. And we were winning his first major in Vitality in Paris. I mean, like, that's like a Cinderella story in itself. Coming into the grand final, we were standing outside. I remember that I just said to the guys, like, I'm just not losing today. You know, I just made that very clear for them. And I knew that if I could go out and be so confident about my feelings, then that would spark something within them. I was so close to my own goal, and we were so close to the team goal of winning the Paris major. There wouldn't be a world where we would fumble this one. They had this streak going for them right now. They have won 6 tournaments in a row. It's got to be something within them that thinking that they want to try and beat our record back in Astralis as being the greatest team of all time. I mean, when a team is doing so good, it creates a lot of possibilities to create some really nice storylines, and there's no doubt that Vitality is also in a position now where they can start doing that. That will just spark something in some of the young players coming out of France. You know, the Counter-Strike in France is not that big in the common knowledge, but I think that's also changing now. We've seen the president going out talking about Vitality, and he's been wearing like a Vitality shirt and everything, so we see it with 3D Max, you know, a full French team, a team that has been grinding the living hell out of last season. There's players, you know, that's been around for a while, but there's also a couple of new guys in there.
So tell me about the both roles again. What do you want to know? So countering is illegal, right?
It's legal, but in 100% legal, we cannot just rock up to the booth and start chugging on the branded can. They want you to wrap the can up so nobody can see what the brand it is.
And that's just in booths or stage too?
Okay, so it breaks down like this. It's legal to drink it, it's legal to bring it with you, but you can't show it when you're out on the break. But that doesn't matter, because for them, it's illegal to stop you. And that's the right that referees and player managements don't have.
Okay, next time, I'm bringing some with me.
But you know what's the funny thing competing around the world?
What?
It's just small differences. They got all the same shit over there that we got at home.
Example?
Okay, like look at the last 2 Blast majors. In NA you can join any fucking server and it will be filled with crazy people. And also the craziest comps I've ever seen. And in Paris, do you know how they call it fucking Deagle?
They don't call it Deagle?
They got different callouts, man. They don't know what the fuck a Deagle is.
Then what do they call it?
They call it Leon Coup.
Leon Coup? What does they call a force buy?
A force buy is still a force buy, but they call it Le Force.
Le Force. What do they call full save?
I don't know, man. I didn't do any crowns.
our day continues for Blast Open Rotterdam. I know there was a little bit of a tech issue, but everything's been sorted now and we get to resume our day, our second half of day number 1. That is, I'm going to be your host, Nat T, for that. And if you don't know who I am, that's totally okay, because neither do my two analysts here, Maui and Dupree, joining me.
You're working on something Dota, right?
Well, there's an adjacent game out there, but obviously going to have a lot of fun with CS over the next couple weeks.
It's all in the Valve ecosystem.
That's right.
You know, Simple plays a little bit of Dota, you play a little bit of CS.
I actually heard him say that, and I was like, you know what? I'm converted to CS now.
I mean, if Simple's playing more Dota than CS, then I think this totally makes sense.
100%. 100%.
You got to learn from the GOATs.
That's definitely a case. I mean, like, you know, he's been maybe looking to prioritize the wrong game, you know, especially also that he's trying to come back, you know. But, you know, Dota is, according to Nat, a good game. I haven't put much effort into it, but that's how it is.
Well, look, we're going to talk about CS for now, of course, and also, you know, I wanted to introduce not just myself, but the panel here a little bit too. I think a lot of people out there, they're like, what are the credentials for these guys to be on this desk? Like, yeah, sure, I've seen them before, but like, really, it's just kind of all of us, you know? So I don't know, maybe we could start with Dupree. I feel like you might be the most known for the credentials there.
That's interesting, you know. Yeah, it feels good to be here, and I'm you know, I'm a guy that, you know, I've won 5 majors, and you know, apparently I've also been rocking a bird suit from one of my times, and you know, it's funny that I've won 5 majors and I've won that many trophies. Actually,
did you know that many trophies?
That's crazy. Like, when you're looking at it like this, you know, it's a little bit crazy because if I actually had to think about it, it's something that doesn't really come to my mind.
27.
It's actually quite impressive, right?
Yeah.
I actually did have the record before some guy in the Vitality decided to go and challenge that.
What's he doing that for?
Yeah,
What's he doing that?
why.
Let something stay the same. Let tradition stand. I like the picture that they use, though.
Me too. Yeah.
Do you think you got your best angle?
I think it was a good one. You know, I had to at that time. You know, I was actually still contracted with the Falcons, so I had to support them.
Okay.
That's what I was saying. Yeah.
Now that's up.
Is that an eagle or a falcon?
Well, according to Amazon, it's a falcon.
Yeah,
but
okay,
I think it actually said eagle because since we were in America, so it's a bald eagle.
It all makes sense.
Yeah.
It all
Well, look, you passed the credentials check. Dupree, obviously, you can definitely stay here, but Maui.
I don't know what mine's gonna say. I have no idea what mine's gonna say. I'm a little nervous about this one.
It's all right. We made sure we pulled up the best stats for you there, Maui. NACS?
Oh.
Yes.
Oh.
Predictions made, 8,437. Predictions correct.
You went on in the
3%.
green room and saying a lot of predictions about trying to guess the Navi game, and that didn't really pay out too well for you. I gave you so many.
I got the Mirage game scoreline perfectly right in the green room.
But the frags from Makasi was not really important.
Okay. I think my prediction rate might be just a little bit higher than that. Just a little.
Reckon?
Maybe add a 0. Just add a 0.
30%? Whoa, I don't know, man.
At least he dares to go for the prediction.
That's the other thing.
Every game predictions.
Yeah.
Every single game.
And that's what we need. We need someone who's won majors. We need someone who's won at least a couple of predictions that they put out there. You know, if you just keep shooting, eventually you're going to hit the target there. And then there was a little bit of a stat line on me because, you know, the same sort of thing. Maybe people are wondering why exactly I'm standing here having a lot of fun. Nice picture they chose, by the way. Maybe my best angle there. But Energy Wild, apparently, good at CS.
Well, I mean, like, there's a reason why you're here, right? Like, you got to prove yourself in this, you know, this category as well. So
honestly, if anybody in chat is not at least level 3 on FaceIt, they should stop typing right now. We need high elos only here, okay? Level 4s and above,
There's room for everyone,
Level 4s only.
There's room for
I
everyone.
love it. Yeah, look, I've been watching CS for a really long time, and of course we're going to get to see a lot more CS today because we're only halfway through it. Yeah, we had our 2 best of 3s earlier, but there's still 2 more on the cards. And we're going to jump on into, because that tech pause, well, it, you know, already delayed us a little bit here, but we're going to have FaZe up against Aurora. And what exactly could we be expecting for these two? It feels like they're on the 2 opposite ends of a spectrum when it feels like stability in a roster.
We have an Aurora team that's coming fresh off a grand finals, albeit a loss at ESL Pro League, where they showed that maybe they do have another gear, maybe that this season is going to actually show that they can reach some higher highs, where the playoff nerves that really got the better of them in the prior year can be something that they can overcome. Whereas FaZe, on the other hand, the high point of this roster is and always will be that Budapest playoff run where they reach their own grand finals, but they have been just atrocious since.
Yeah, but that's a little bit of the issue that I've also been trying to put on the table for FaZe Clan. You know, they made that result in Budapest, and now they find themselves in a position where they are not really, you know, they're not getting anything done. It's hard to find something positive to say about FaZe Clan right now. And, you know, it is also maybe just, you know, denied or at least put the inevitable that making changes in the future. You know, it's like a pace where FaZe is now trying to, how do we get back to the DNA? Like, because we've actually seen the potential that we can do, but is it actually enough? Do we have the right roster? Do we have the right approach to the game? There's so many things going wrong for FaZe right now. And also the major coming up in Cologne soon, you know, a little bit in danger. So there's a lot of the line for FaZe.
I mean, to put it in Dota terms, I think that it's been, I mean, FaZe were just perma-stunned by their grand final performance there at Budapest. Now, it's like, they definitely need some kind of like a BKB or something to just get them, to prevent that. Like, and they've done that. They, you know, at least they're making a little bit of a move in order to try to shake things up for themselves.
Yeah, it feels like it's been so hard for them, and it's one of those sayings that people have out there for their major run there, making it to that second place. It's like, oh, was a broken clock right twice a day? You know, did they just happen to strike gold, and we're not going to see it again? They're obviously changing those things up. They're doing some things. There's a topic everyone's talking about here, the fact that they've made this coach change. I don't know if that's the right word to use there, but Neo out and Groovy in.
It's impossible to assess it fairly until we see who the full-time replacement is. Yes, Groovy is coming in, analyst to interim coach, but until
we put an asterisk next to it.
Exactly, until we know who the actual full-time signing is for them, I can't really say if this is a good move or a bad move. It's only just that they clearly needed to do something because Neo, despite the fact that at the beginning of CS2 in late 2023, he was the winningest coach that there was in the game, but since then, last year and a half, the results have been shaky, and that might even be putting it too positively.
Yeah, and as you put it, you know, they had to do something, and also from the interview that Kerrigan gave, it did feel like that the removal of Neo was maybe more on the FaZe side, just in like the organizations thinking that, okay, we know that we have not produced the results, the major is in danger, we have to do something. We're like, and Kerrigan said that it actually created some kind of more like safe space for the players, thinking, okay, now they've actually removed the coach, the players feel safe, this is what we want to build upon. And I think they give a lot of leeway to Kerrigan as well, that he can build a team that can come back to and to have a winning way. But looking at Budapest, sure, it was maybe like a fluke or whatever you say, but I think that creates like the at least the potential idea of that we know it's in there, we know we can play like this, but it's also about being consistent. I think that is what the one thing in a big scheme of issues that FaZe has been having, that the consistency has just not been there.
Yeah, and you got to find stabilization for them, right? We're talking about consistency, but that's in that long run, right? You still need to find a stabilizing part for yourselves, and I do wonder that big change up happens. It's made public just a couple of days before we see them here at the Blast Open, and so now it's like, how quickly can you adjust? Is that pressure out there? Is it internally? Because that Kerrigan interview I was also reading where he's just like, I think it's just all internal for individuals right now.
It's both. I mean, even if they want to internalize it, if they want to say that it's just that everybody expects more of themselves, the community sentiment is also pretty much just constantly raging at a FaZe clan who now really it almost feels like the biggest mistake in the recent organization's career has been just doing as well as they did at Budapest. So I feel like there's a huge problem with FaZe right now, which is sometimes down to the individuals, and sometimes it's also down to the calling. And I feel like you can pick either corner for what you want to fight for if you say FaZe need to make one change or another. To be honest, if you take my perspective on this, Neo is just, and changing him is just buying time for somebody that needs to get replaced. A coach is only serving a minuscule amount of what is actually put down in the server, and I don't think that Neo's change is going to actually bring much more in terms of success. That being said, it can't get much worse. Like, this team has only won 3 series this year, so any change is better than nothing, but I do think they need to pull the trigger on at least one roster move on top of this.
They're moving closer to rock bottom, right? You know, missing out the major will probably rock bottom for this team. Then they had to shake everything up, right? But removing Neo is not magically going to make the team play better. I think that right now there's just so much tension inside the game. You know, it's whether if they're losing or winning. You know, they're not comfortable with how they're playing. Like, Karank is constantly putting out in the vlogs that we're also watching him that he doesn't feel like people are communicating enough. They're not bringing the things that he needs to be able to call right, and they're not listening to each other. And as a Counter-Strike player, and specifically as a professional player, like, if you're not listening to each other and, you know, using the data you can send through the team and then chime things together, then you're not going to be playing good Counter-Strike. And that's exactly what we're seeing out of FaZe right now. And that just makes the individuals, which has always been the way that FaZe has wanted to play, kind of their DNA, that the individuals is creating the rounds. And if they can string things together, then they will also just look way worse as individuals.
Yeah, well, that is something that, you know, I also asked them about because I got to speak to a couple of them individually, starting off with Twist just before the series. Twist, thank you so much for joining me. I saw on social media as well as doing a little bit of deep dive. You tweeted out that you're going to take a little bit of a break from social media, try and find yourself as a player again. I want to ask, like, how does that look like? You know, where do the effects of social media come for you? And do you feel ready now for Blast Open?
I think just being away from online presence is good for people in general, and it's something that I needed to do. I think sometimes people catch themselves looking maybe too much at Instagram, too much at Twitter, and so on. But yeah, just let me connect more with the real world and focus on myself.
Where has finding that balance been for you? Because obviously you still need to be somewhat connected to see what's going on with everything in the CS scene. So where exactly is that balance for you?
I mean, at the end of the day, like, individual health and focusing on the team is a priority. To be honest, I can get away with not having to check HLTV, not having to check anything, and I can still know exactly what's going on and what I need to focus on. So it's individual priorities, and yeah, it's not a concern to not have to look at anything.
Yeah, and I'm glad you brought up like the individual aspect of this, because do you feel that as a player, or even right now being in FaZe with everything that's going on, that there is internal individual pressure to perform, to make it that one step, knowing that, you know, that major is right around the corner?
I think the team is equally feeling a pressure. Yeah, I think for myself, it's more of clicking, getting the click individually, and kind of welcoming the pressure. When I join the team, I know I have to perform. I'm a key player for the team, and that's how it is. I haven't been performing, and I need to.
Okay. And then, of course, final question is coming up against Aurora. They did well in the previous tournament. Does that factor into it at all, or are you just taking this one game at a time, one map at a time, and see where it goes?
Definitely one map at a time. Them doing well in their last event just means we have more VRS points that we can snatch, and I think that's all we're focusing on right now per series we play.
I liked it. I liked the way he ended that. Obviously, it was a little bit, you know, touch and go, where he's like, there needs to be things that have to click for me as an individual. But at the end of the day, yeah, we're coming up against an opponent people would see us as not the favorites to win against, but more VRS points on the table.
Yeah, but imagine being a player and then looking at your HLTV forums, you know? Never done that in my life. You know? Okay, I've done it a couple of times in my life. You know, it stings. It can really sting. And it's like a spiral where you turn and you... If things are good, you're gonna get a boost of it. If things goes bad, then, you know, it's gonna hurt your confidence. I think that's what Twist also, you know, relying on too, that he has taken a break out of the social thing, and they know that the pressure is there because they know the major and the VRS cutoff is just around the corner, and they need a good result here to make sure like they're almost at a point where they will not even make stage 1. So FaZe know that there is a lot of things on the line here.
Me personally, I do love reading the forums.
Yeah, but
for content.
Okay, you drive on that though.
For content's sake.
That's the whole
For content's sake, it's great. If as a pro player though, I'm glad that Twist is going 0 dark 30 on it. I mean, he's doing a self-imposed social media blackout is a great idea because individually, he's in his worst form I've ever seen him. I mean, that's to me, the way that he responded in that interview was about as despondent as I've ever seen Twist, who is usually a lot more assertive. He usually has way more ideas, way more confidence. They usually go into tournaments with the expectation that they can win practically any trophy. There's no way in hell they're even considering that. If they make it to the playoffs here, that would be a miracle. Right. Almost even more so than the grand final that they made in Budapest. Like, they are in a state right now that is beyond disrepair, and that's why I say I don't think a single coach move is going to be the solution for them, and I think Twist recognizes that too. Everyone's body language on this team has just, like, really just, it's cratered completely.
And then we're talking about making it to playoffs, right? That's that miracle for them. Whereas on the other side of Aurora, it's like you just made it to a finals of the previous event here. We're looking at you to be favorites. It doesn't feel like miracles are there at all. This is something that you've worked hard for, and you just have to kind of keep proving yourself to get there a little bit further.
In the previous year, in the first season, Aurora made 6, maybe 7 playoffs in a row, okay? So
I like the space in between them.
You can't say them next to each other anymore, okay? This is forbidden at this point.
No.
So they're no strangers to making it to those kinds of stages. What they've proven to themselves at ESL Pro League is that playoff nerves are an issue that they have more or less overcome, even though they weren't able to eventually hoist the trophy versus a NAVI team which is gaining form. They have proven to themselves that against this kind of, not the S-tier teams, not the Vitalities of the world, but versus all these other A-tier teams, they should be raising themselves up in the pecking order. And so this is, to me, almost feels like a formality. If Aurora doesn't just completely batter FaZe, maybe I'll send off some warning signs here, but they're comfortably the favorites for me in this matchup.
And that's maybe a little bit of the crazy takeoff that that Aurora all of a sudden in a best of 3 against FaZe is looking to be the favorite. Like, that's not something that you probably had on your bidding cards 1 year ago.
Right.
And also now looking at Aurora, mentioning that they did make arena playoffs last year, but it just takes time to get in that groove. That you can contribute and actually play the way you've done in the group stage, because that is where they have excelled. And then every time they moved into the playoffs, it did look a little bit dire, right? And it just takes time. And it's good to see that. I also feel like the addition of Soulfly has done something to the team. It's something that has elevated them, something where the roles are now a little bit more set. They've set themselves into views that he's like this soldier guy, that he's playing for the team. He will go in and do all the things that's definitely necessary for them. And I think everyone on that team can feel that they now have gotten the roles set and they can all comfortably do what they want. And that's all, for me, always been one of the greatest takes to create a good team. And the fact that it's a full Turkish lineup, they are looking to be like the second best full national lineup that we have on the ranking as of right now, just behind Paravision, I believe. So they are probably in a comfortable spot, but how far can they take it?
I feel like Aurora right now are looking at this team, and I also would want to just bring in one aspect where I do think Soulfly may have a higher ceiling than what Jota did, which is great for them because sometimes he'll have these nice pop-offs and everything. But I actually think that Madra has leveled up as an individual and as a caller. That's what's been most impressive, because my biggest complaint about Aurora last year was how one-dimensional they could be as a team. They oftentimes are grouping up as 5, hitting a bomb site together, and if they don't, they're not really trying to out-style or out-tactic their opponents. And I feel like actually when watching them at Pro League, they did that sometimes. They actually fake people out of their shoes. They would go into bomb sites that are weakened because they would throw fakes on one side, rotate towards another. And so, yeah, Soulfly does have his moments here and there. Personally, I think it's kind of a side grade for Jota, but I actually think Madra's been the one that has actually heard all of the gossip, well, not the gossip, all of the naysayers, and he's actually decided to look in towards his own game and their calling style and improve it, at least lightly.
Yeah, there's like a fine line all the time. I'm sorry, I'm not used to this at all. This is taking me off guard. There's too much energy for me that I've ever seen out of an esports player in my life. But you're talking about it there. Obviously, that you have to look internally. Where is that line where you're going down a spiral that's too far that you lose confidence? But I have to tell you, when I talked to Major earlier today, he still had that confidence for sure. All right, you guys are coming off of a 2nd place in the previous tournament. How did you guys recover over the last few days, knowing it was so close to now having to play Blast Open?
I think we get used to play a tournament in a row since 1 year. So yeah, we just lost the final against NAVI in ACL Pro League, and the day after we had the flight in the morning. So we had 1 day to rest and to prepare this match against FaZe, and I think we're okay. Putting some energy today, and hopefully we can do the work.
How do you prep against a team like FaZe? Because right now it feels like they're very chaotic, backs against the wall, nothing to lose, and some would say that's actually when FaZe is favored.
Yeah, it's a trap match because they have nothing to lose and a lot of things to win. And I think I did the same preparation that I do every time I play another team, like it's not different. Hopefully we can show good Counter-Strike today, and my teammates individually can be on point. Yeah.
Well, then we had a couple of words earlier, and I liked it. He's showing that respect that, yeah, FaZe, there's all that words on the ground right now about them, the hubbub of where exactly are they, but I take the preparation the same way, and obviously that is going to translate into our veto as well. What is going to be played here when it comes to the 3 deciding maps?
Yeah, what's interesting about it is if you're a Madra and you're trying to prepare for this, unfortunately, I would probably just stick with the tried and tested play your own game, because FaZe don't even know their own game. Right. I mean, I don't think that, FaZe have actually banned at least 3 different maps this year already as their perma-ban, or as their pick, and they've also just been picking a variety of different maps too. I thought there was a chance they would go with Mirage as the opener here. They've shown a little bit of success on it this year, and for the Aurora side, Inferno was definitely up for grabs. It was that or Dust 2 for me. So I would just say, if you're FaZe, the unfortunate thing is for the decider, you probably want to play into what could have also been Aurora's pick in D2.
Yeah, but that's for sure. I mean, I think if you look on the Aurora side, they're going to be feeling comfortable because they have been looking at what FaZe can bring to the table. And as you mentioned, Maui, like they don't really have a direction. Like they're trying to figure out, and it just speaks of a team that is in a crisis that they simply don't have a direction to where they want to go. And having the fact of first of all, you can actually move the likes of Anubis for Aurora, then you are in a really good spot in terms of veto, right? Because that is their go-to.
But that's because they ban anything. Yeah, they'll just ban anything now. They're almost doing a 7-map pool when they don't even have a map puddle. They're working with barely anything right now.
That is true. I mean, and if you were FaZe, you would have loved to go for Ancient. That's probably the map that you would have loved to play, but that is also the parent band of Aurora. You know, they have only played against Vitality in some sort of a random game. So I mean, like, the map pool here speaks for Aurora. I believe, like, you know, they're looking comfortable, and I still think that, for me at least, when it comes to FaZe, like, it's not going to matter of the map pool as of right now. I think there's so much more deeper issues for them to figure out before they can actually even be competitive.
Yeah, that's like, you know, the last thing you really want to be looking at when it comes down to fixing certain issues for them. But we're going to see the first one that they're going to be playing on is Nuke there. So what exactly could we expect? We're going to have Aurora starting on that CT side too.
Well, I feel like Aurora have actually, even when they swap to the offense later, I feel like they've actually leveled some things up. I mean, again, last year sometimes felt extremely stagnant, but I like some of the progress they've shown on this map. So I don't think there was ever really going to be a good pick for FaZe in this series. I feel like what you have to expect from Kerrigan is that he's tailored some very specific game plans to probably just get Xantares out of his comfort zone on the outside yard fights. If he's able to at least just kind of throw a variety of different smoke walls, maybe just go for some gamble pushes, they can put some semblance of a T side together, and then in my eyes, they're just running on fumes for their CT side. They're just hoping that individuals pop off. I don't always see a directed plan in the middle of the round. It just feels like someone's multi-fragging or we're losing.
Yeah, but it also requires them to have the communication going. Nuke is a map where you have to manipulate your rotations, you have to play off the information that you get by also denying, as you mentioned. I think it's a map that FaZe is looking to go into where maybe they do have a game plan, but I mean, Kerrigan is very notorious for creating game plans that he wants to stick to with what they have in first buy rounds and how they want to approach eco rounds. And I think if they can get off to a good start, then there is a case where they can, you know, fulfill and actually go with that game plan. But if it spirals out of control in the first 3 rounds, I would just throw that game plan out of the window and then start playing on the basics, because that's what they need, because the basics right now for FaZe is not looking good. And I'm curious to see if Nuke is even gotta cut the case for them.
You say like off to a good start, right? But that was very ambiguous. You didn't really put a number on that, but the bad start was 3 rounds. So what is the good start?
I mean, like, the good start is winning the pistol and then converting. That's my good start, right? That's like the easiest answer that I can give. But obviously, limit the mistakes, you know, limit the things that you've been working on, and limit it in the things that you know that you've had issues with, and it's easier said than done, because obviously the pressure is somewhat also on FaZe.
If FaZe gets 6 in the first half, to me that's a miracle. If they get 5,
there's a lot of miracles going around for you right now, Mal.
Well,
you're a man of God.
That's all FaZe do, produce miracles, okay? Because on the day-to-day, they're not really actually giving you all too much. So it does kind of have to be an overperformance, I'd say. Yeah, if they get 5, maybe they can work with that going into the second half, but I would be surprised to see it.
Well, look, as a team of 5 FaZe, they're going to have to, what was it that you said? Overwork? Overperform, overachieve. And we've got 2 overachievers in our casters. That's Gronny and Launders.
Yes, thank you, gang, for the breakdown, and welcome back to the caster desk.
Very small down here.
It feels good to be the bigger of the 2 for once, Mohan. It's been 7 years I've been stood next to your 6'4" frame, and I'm done with
actually, so
I'm done with it. Thank you, guys, again for the breakdown, and we jump into this one: an Aurora versus FaZe, a FaZe clan that's looking to build back an identity, a FaZe clan with a stand-in coach, a FaZe clan that a lot of people want more from, versus an Aurora that's coming off a grand finals showing.
It is a very different scene than you might have, you know, expected with these 2 teams if you scrolled back a year or 2. I think the one thing that might be interesting for FaZe is the fact that they've just made a change. Like, just speaking about that agnostically, I think when you remove somebody, you add somebody, regardless of who it is, you do get fired up to want to try to prove the new lineup. If you are in the mood to try to believe in yourselves, you're here to make some kind of run, you are a bit worried about how many losses that you can sustain in one season, there is going to be an energy that's like, okay, Eddie's back around, you know, sure. Neo's not here. How much is this change going to affect us, and how much are we going to be fired up to prove everybody wrong?
I think Twists is individually one of those people who's really looking to find that new fire. I think he's somebody who's gone out and said, you know, he's gotten off social media, he's trying to find himself again as a player, you know, trying to get that fire spark so that maybe he can take back over games. And with the breakdown that the desk offered, you know, in certain moments, you are just kind of hoping that somebody from the FaZe clan on any given day, on any given map, is going to have that takeover moment, that potential, right, that we know everybody has on this roster. Hell, we go back to Budapest mode. We saw great things from Jacob. We just wish we could see more and more of it, and more of it from everybody on this team.
Yeah,
so
we saw a lot of great things, actually, specifically in the pistol rounds. That's where he was a superstar. Expect that to continue. Expect that to be a win condition if FaZe are going to have any chance of taking this series. But as the desk brought up, there isn't a really good place to go. Like, we're playing here on Nuke. FaZe have lost the last 3 times.
Yeah.
It's just not the FaZe in their best form, and they're elimination game merchants. So like opening day in a groups, that's when they're actually their weakest by far.
And yet, here they are.
Yeah, still got to play the game.
So best of luck on the attack versus an Aurora that's going to be banking on Xanterez outside to rain terror on any member of FaZe Clan that dare walk around those boxes. For the time being, it's a bit of a pause for FaZe Clan out of the gate. We've got that solo lobby play coming through from Frozen, and Kerrigan bringing bomb late to the party as we see the singular smoke drop. The second lands, and they're going to play on the opposite side of it. So a bit of a ruse here to try to give Jacob that pistol round impact. Xanterez, quick fallback into main. Here's the door behind him. Wants to stick around for the duels, and that is why. Double headshot coming out from Xanterez. Tries to turn attention back over. 3v5 rebuttal inbound, though. Heaven duel. It's a distraction for Wicadia to get his out through hut. That's man advantage, but a player drop lower with bomb.
Yeah, a little awkward. Brookie's got to try to get to him, and Kerrigan knows he's getting shot at, but just wanted to dip out to cover. His job was going to be to delay, but now Soulfly knows with the knife out, it's time to just defuse.
Yeah, you go ahead and stick that bad boy. Brokie's gonna have to run it all down, and those dual Berettas will keep him at bay. Nothing he can do about it. The fact you get a bomb plant after Xanterez establishes the first 2 kills, I think you just take that if you're FaZe Clan, and we'll see what they can offer. But they've got a 0% success rate in round 2 breaks at the moment, so their force buys, Mohan, not quite something they can bank on.
Maybe they can change that to 1 after this next round. But here's a moment where Brookie makes a smart choice in delaying his repeak instead of just fighting Xanterez head on and make sure that he's at his most vulnerable overall, but not getting the trade right away. Like, these are going to be the small differences that will compound into a map loss if FaZe aren't showing up on a firepower basis as well, because there are more problems than just that right now.
A little to be desired on that one from Wicadia, but hey, we'll forgive him because it's going to set up the secret peek in a moment. And that's where Aurora find first blood in round 2.
Yeah, a little zone and control here from Aurora. As Twist puts together a little deagle headshot, actually. Pressure on Wicadia now, but he delivers 2.
MP9's going to swing through it and clean house. So just as damning as that 0% round 2 break rate is Aurora's round 2 conversion. 100% round 2 conversion on Nuke specifically, and that stat stands.
It's very cool to see Aurora get to the level of, making the grand finals again, of like playing well into playoffs, breaking through, because it was always the question of, do Aurora have the stamina to keep up with playing a lot of deep tournament runs in a row? And again, a lot of people like Joda. It didn't really feel like the most ceremonious exit for him when he got off the lineup, and it felt like it's only downhill from here. But Aurora do something pretty special, I think, with Soulfly, even though they don't do much in that final specifically. They're a team we respect, I think, for consistency at this level right now.
Ooh, we're doing missed Molotovs here.
And trades.
It's not the prettiest kickoff, but it is going to be 3 players to contend with the ramp room. You've got Soulfly dead empty-handed. This MP9, though, tries to put up a challenge, and it's just the 1. You've got 3 members of the 4 still standing on FaZe Clan tagged dangerously low.
You have an interesting spot. Wicadia is going to push because they can come to re-clear ramp. They need to use these 2 players to take over map control quickly. If FaZe take a little bit of time, they might leave a gap.
And Wicadia, obviously in this 2 versus 4, little to lose. So go ahead, pressure the extremity. Take this duel towards the trophy room. You line these bodies up. You've got gold sitting in front of you, but instead it's an instant headshot out of Frozen, reopening the ramp room simultaneous with the utility usage inside of hut. That's going to give away Xanterez's position. So Kerrigan stays locked in on that one. And good job on FaZe. The fact that even with those 3 low health bars, they keep all 4 players standing.
Yeah, it looked like a pretty formidable ramp hold with the positions that they had and the MP9 kill coming out, but the trades were better than this first kill. So Really nice to take out Soulfly in the back. I mean, you have Frozen getting 2, Brokey with an opening. Good signs early, and it's enough to take all the money away from Aurora. They'll have to use this to save.
Flash of smoke into 3-player ramp stack.
I think Dupree mentioned that FaZe should try to stay in a smaller range, I think, of ideas. Just keep it more simple. Like when you're not playing that well, you play your B or C game, as Alicia's talked about in the past.
That's a worthwhile flash. That's the bomb.
No,
That's an AK-47 for Soulfly. And that is bomb possession in trophy. That one flashbang that Aurora come into the round with has net them a hell of a position.
Yeah, that bomb's just so awkward. But they get a kill in lower. This keeps the numbers even.
Recovery's underway. Still, talk about making your job harder than it has to be. Just caught by that. Kerrigan starting to piece together the recovery of the bomb. They're going to smoke it off. So, yes, you found a second frag. You've taken man advantage back. But still, sitting on top of that bomb at the moment are 2 AK-47s.
It's an interesting spot. FaZe are going to have to decide if they think that Aurora are sitting on the bomb or not. But with trophy control, you have a great angle to fight people. Even if they know you're there, you can stand on so many different spots and take a fight.
That'll help.
Oh, the smoke to try to dip into it. But they haven't actually pushed just yet.
Could be enough to just get Aurora to reposition, though. You know that this could get scooped up silently.
They're ready to go into mini, so they can take this upstairs, and Aurora will get up into heaven. Twist will probably keep an eye on this in a second.
20 seconds.
Yeah, if they take too long, 1 kill, and it's a mess.
It's a loud step and a stomp in the front of the site. Twists locks in behind the vent.
Wow, they're not even going to try it.
All right. Oh, very gentlemanly ending to this round, considering it starts with the gloves off, flashbang into the trophy room. They're willing to cut their losses. 2 AK-47s, 2 deaths on the side of FaZe Clan.
And that is something you're not going to get as much desperation out of Aurora. They're going to play with a bit more maturity. They're happy to take these because they know it just improves their odds. Next time, getting this many kills on a round like this, yes, they could have won the round. I don't think they're going to be tilted by the thought that they lost. It was actually really well handled from FaZe, which is nice to see. And I think, you know, even on FaZe's worst days, I mean, when the pressure's on, it's the mid to late rounds, I think that are going to be what make them stand out against teams that aren't as coordinated or as comfortable. So, disaster averted here for FaZe Clan. And I think Aurora are in an interesting spot. They've probably got a bit of a glow about them at the moment with their run that they've just made, coming into this event, knowing what they can do. The guns are out, and with the AK saves, that's pretty massive for the money. Done the math right. Oh, what a find.
Great break.
What a find.
Woxic just softening up the edge of that smoke grenade, clips, twists off the round. Acadia's timing is not going to be tested. Opts not to spam through to give himself away, to welcome potential sprays back. Just going to bank on Soulfly's reposition downstairs. And there are still options here for FaZe Clan.
I love using the back of Big Garage right now, 5v4. This player can get locked up. Xanteris, and oh, wait a second, Xanteris. He killed Acadia in mini.
Over top of the shoulder of Kerrigan. Teammate's head gets wrecked. Soulfly's now going to start to activate, but if he gets caught in awkward timing here, well, now suddenly lower bomb site open, prime for the taking. Woxic waits, hits his shot. That's Frozen dealt with swiftly. And that's going to be the bomb downstairs to try to cross over. Looking to play in front of the Opera's angles. You know Woxic, hot to the trot, is going to be quick to the scene. And so with 2 kills to his name, Xanteris is right behind him. Aurora aren't going to waste time on this retake. It's a quick kill of Brokey and a Jacob clutch queued up but denied. You get a double out of Woxic. You get a triple kill here for Xanteris. 2 stars of the show for Aurora to take that lead right back.
That's real sharp from Xanteris, I think. Obviously unlucky he gets the first kill on his teammates, but they're kind of unflappable right now. They don't get too nervous. This is a great shot from Woxic, and the 2 shots we saw from Woxic, I think, show us he's going to have a great game. Also starting this retake off a little sooner than FaZe are ready for.
Yeah. No, I love that. They pounced on it. I mean, if you're Aurora today, you don't roll out of bed too intimidated by this FaZe clan. I know that in interviews, you know, people like to be political sometimes and still speak of FaZe as a team you never underestimate. You never let your guard down. This is a team that is 3-9 in series so far in 2026. Major, here he is, ready for the sight hit, keeping his head down long enough to get one kill at least. Xantera's, it's a one and done as well. Yet another moment where we go down to the 2v2. Yet another moment for Woxic to be key. And as that smoke lands...
They're scared, though. I mean, they're thinking about Heaven, but they're also worried about someone coming into Mini. They use their second smoke up in Heaven, so now they've got a plant for it.
I like that. Woxic makes noise top of the rooftop. You see Brokey confidently planting backside. Look at this, burning the attention over towards main, but Woxic didn't actually commit to it. He just doubled right back up inside of Heaven. He has created a boogeyman over towards the opposite side of the bomb site, and once those flames burn out, we'll see whether or not FaZe have pieced together that ruse.
They have the perfect setup for the double Heaven retake.
Flash drop, support's dead. Brokey from down beneath has got this.
Okay.
He goes unnoticed behind the sight box and will put another on the board for the FaZe clan.
That's excellent pressure. A little smile there from Jacob. FaZe pick up another solid round, honestly. Tough trades. Aurora kept doubling down on trying to retake early, pushing through Mini with a flash, coming up from Heaven, taking a peek. Madra gets a great first kill, but it never gets out of hand.
It's a good day for FaZe clan when Brokey's got a clutch 6 rounds into a game.
Yeah.
That's one of those moments in his heydays that you just couldn't deny the guy. And here we are. Impact early.
Neo's got glasses.
How damning is that stat though, Mo? 3-9 in best of 3 series so far in 2026. FaZe.
Yeah.
Their victories are over BC Game, Heroic, and Monty.
Simple.
Who?
These guys. They beat Simple this year.
Oh, they did, yeah.
So.
Well, so did Gaming Gladiators?
Gaming,
yeah. Oh, no, sorry, they beat Liquid.
Oh, right.
MP9 point blank is good for the double. Good on Soulfly to step up to the challenge as FaZe decide to just kind of test the waters on ramp, but in a round where you're up versus majority MP9s or less, that is an excellent moment for Soulfly.
Yeah, they don't have control side, and they're a little bit split up. It's going to be very hard to take lower safely. It's going to need to be a bit of a bluff. I think they try to make it feel like it's a lower take, but you can see there's so much activity from Aurora. They're grouped up, doubled on lower. They're checking for lurks. They have HUD control. And they're playing good angles for the weapons they have. So this part of the split looks excellent, but yeah, they're watching both sides of it.
Oh, Woxic, that's a missed opportunity, although a very slim one. Kerrigan joining forces with the site players. This position could damn well catch Aurora off guard. But he keeps his head tucked down as the smoke pops towards main, and it will find Madger checking the wrong angle.
That's actually quite nice from FaZe, man. They organized so quickly into the split.
Yes. That is the nice part about this. 0 hesitation in round 7 out of FaZe, and we saw that when they pressed their luck up against Soulfly and then reacted swiftly into getting into that upper site. And it looks like they've done enough to convince Aurora to cut their losses. You've got an AK upgrade for Wicadia, who comes into this round off the 5-7. You've lost 2 MP9s here if you're Aurora. Not a bad deal to whittle away at the numbers of FaZe and to just put them on notice again, right? You're not going to get away with just a smoke rush into the ramp room.
Yeah, it's another good recovery and a nice mid to late round situation. So the 3 rounds now where we can point to FaZe getting things organized safely and landing on their feet. I think that's actually a very solid sign for them. And you can see they're really trying to capture the energy of their wins. When they do it, they're celebrating.
Those limitations once more for Aurora. But you've put that AK in Wikadia's hands, and he'll try to pick up the responsibility of Outer from Xanteras. We get this aggressive line posted up by Woxic. He's not going to find anybody. We've already got majority of FaZe Clan crossing over through the outer smokes.
You got to appreciate the pressure Aurora are putting on, and they're still poking around and trying to puff their chest up and make it seem like they've got more than they have. But FaZe are in the positions that they're looking for all the same. They've got a nice lead with Kerrigan working towards this wrap. And with Magic going down, that can help him speed up.
Jacob still with a bit of timidness on his approach. Timing here for Kerrigan as he crosses paths with the player down beneath him, finds what looks like a vacant A bomb site and could damn well blindside this Opper.
He's going to see it. Oh,
yeah. There we go. Sitting duck inside of Hut. Groin shot. Bonus points. Main play comes through. Deagle spam whiffs. And that is going to be Kerrigan standing tall. 2 kills deep. He has opened up the round for FaZe.
That was like the iShow's speed clip where he just looks up with his eyes closed. Thought, it's all good. No problem. So while it's cool that Aurora can like find these moments where it's like, okay, they have a chance to actually stop something, it's actually FaZe are just constantly putting up the rounds anyways. And here's like the best of the bunch. No losses.
I mean, we've got FaZe Clan on a 5-round T side.
Yeah. And it's Aurora who have a pistol round in this game.
Xanteras is going to try to do some damage here. You heard all of that. Last second swing wide. And a humble guy just wants the one. Walks away. And FaZe solidifying this lead. It's been a couple weird ones, though, for Aurora. We know the money wasn't quite there for them. This round a bit different. We've got Colts back across the board.
Love that. Colts.
Oof, playing dangerous games, my boy. Brokey's on the hunt.
Interesting to see him. He's taking speed right here, and I mean, Aurora they're kind of waiting, I think, for the cross smokes to come out. They have been putting pressure on them with spams. But are we talking about nades outside right now? Doesn't look like it. One fast step and an instant duel lost here in favor of Aurora.
Tries to drop a smoke, but there's still this gap, so Kerrigan knows you're stuck in on the right side still. Oh, but as Kerrigan goes for the flash, it's the moment for Woxic to reposition. Kerrigan wants to join forces with the players downstairs, but he gets double peeked in the middle of his venture.
Ooh, the bomb.
Yeah. Ouch. Madger's there to trade out through Squeaky. This draws Jacob back into the firing range where Woxic's going to put him to rest. And that, my friends, is a critical error. Bomb getting stuck behind the box. It was awkward because there was that gap in the garage smoke. You know,
didn't go with the smokes. Right? They had to cross.
And at any point, trying to cross outside with no coverage. A little disjointedness here from FaZe Clan. Could cut that 2-round lead down to 1. And on top of that, cement an economy here for Aurora, something that's been eluding them so far throughout this CT side. 4-5 game. FaZe Clan still lead, but we've got cash in the back pockets of Aurora.
Yeah, up until now, FaZe have won all the right rounds and got the half buys the ecos to follow, so that's worked well for them to make this game competitive, where it felt like before it started there wasn't going to be a chance of that.
It's a quick lobby group, but Squeaky smoked. We've seen missed Molotovs come through from the rooftops already out of FaZe Clan. Don't let that happen again. We'll be watching. Especially now, because it would reposition Madger. Acadia also susceptible to the flames.
It's like Snoop Dogg's living room out there. Not a player in sight, though. Another miss Molly.
Twist.
We'll see if it matters. How about that?
Madger's able to hold his position. Costs him his life as Wacadia's got to turn attention back around. Oh. Okay, Jacob. Beautiful couple of headshots on his entry sequence. Soulfly trying to test the back end of FaZe's hold. And he'll get a couple steps closer. Oh, Frozen offering up that space, costs Brokey his life, and then the op coverage out of Woxic is good for this retake to start rolling forward. Kerrigan preoccupied with the player in vent, good flashbang to get him out of there. That's a great dink. And then a backstab out through from Xanterez. Woxic's got you pinned against the wall, but it's Jacob with the triple.
No, he's got 4 in that round.
Even better.
Wow. That's such a solid performance here for Jacob. The double entry, the closing kill, and a clutch. And yeah, who needs mollies, I guess? They know that one missed before they walked out of there, but they covered themselves with their own flashes. And now maybe, you know, we've got a quizzical Aurora, a little bit more frustration.
There's a moment there where I was worried Frozen had kind of cost them their setup. It's that second layer of the ramp retake, but here's that double entry sequence. Good on Jacob to go for the hunt.
No chance.
You know, top hut Molotov, you know odds are you've forced someone's reposition. He locks in onto it, comes back around with another headshot, and makes those kills look all too easy. Acadia not having it. FaZe Clan wasting no time.
He just stayed there.
Okay! Soulfly with the triple, bullets dwindling in that M4. He's got himself a fresh mag now, 3 health still to work with, and coverage from Single.
Well, that's a special moment from Soulfly. He should have just won the round.
Nasty sequence on the ramp hold. Xanterez here to make sure it's not in vain. Ice cold triple kill as what looked like an electric tempo out of FaZe Clan was meant to catch him off guard, but he drew that line in the sand.
Yeah, it hit in the head through the box. You think he would run on 3 HP and instead sticks around. Don't even see Twist on his screen. He's just cannon fodder. This is a moment for Soulfly and a round for Aurora.
I really respect that he got frazzled off the box by the pacing of FaZe and still decided to hold that ground.
He was right about the next chess move, that he was going to get chased down, and he was a dead man if he just tried to get away.
Right, and catching the first player with not even a gun in hand really goes to say they didn't expect him to stick around either.
This thing about Soulfly, he's got the brains and the balls, Tone.
Oh.
What in the world?
No way. Kerrigan's turned the other way.
Never seen that happen
Xanterez gets
before.
4-3'd.
Oh,
and then he runs!
And he still gets to kill. That had it all.
For better or for worse.
That had it all right there. It feels like the right guy got the kill. Kerrigan was staring in mini.
Yeah.
Into concrete.
Oh, this very limited pack of FaZe Clan players. All that remains on this T side. 6-round T side, excellent outing, considering you didn't even win the pistol. And Woxic's gonna make sure that stays at 6. Tied half out of Aurora as they recover in the tail end of this CT side.
For me, French Counter-Strike has always stood out in somewhat of similarities to Danish Counter-Strike. There's always been a passion for the game inside of the French scene. There's been a lot of talent coming out of France, some of the best players in the world. It's always been like a force to be reckoned with in that department, and I think like their play style has been a really nice mix of being extremely aggressive, but at the same time also having quite the tactical depth. talking NBK, he was always like a pivotal asset to whatever team he would be playing in France. The likes of Kines is kind of the same story. Kines was also brought up inside of Very Games. I think I played against Kines in his first official ever in Counter-Strike Source. Talking Shox, he's always been part of the good teams whenever they're on the rise. Shox has always had some kind of godfather role within the teams, like a guy that has guided the young players coming into, and you know, that's just like a cool story for MBK and Kines in that department. The funny story with me and Apex is that we were rivals for a long time. He and myself, we shared the same kind of role. He was probably the more aggressive of the two of us. We got to reunite inside of Vitality. He had obviously taken up another role of him being an Indian leader. He had this obsession with having a soldier, which didn't fit my playstyle also. And that is what you see now with the likes of Flames, you know, and it works for him, so let's be honest, it's a great asset. Apex's IGL style is, in my opinion, the perfect fit. He understands and wants to try and utilize his players in the best possible way. Like, he recognizes and wants to figure out what strengths does my player have. And he's exceptionally good at reading the game. Not so much like in the micro decision, but more like in the broad picture. Like, he always tries to be one step ahead. He has like the same kind of leadership that Glaive had. Like, he was working off the system, where Apex has maybe created the system. But the Paris major was obviously unique. We knew how much it meant to the organization being French. We had the CEO coming on stage and lifting a trophy and crying. Obviously that was very nice. And we were winning his first major in Vitality in Paris. I mean, like, that's like a Cinderella story in itself. Coming into the grand final, we were standing outside. I remember that I just said to the guys, like, I'm just not losing today. You know, I just made that very clear for them. And I knew that if I could go out and be so confident about my feelings, then that would spark something within them. I was so close to my own goal, and we were so close to the team goal of winning the Paris major. There wouldn't be a world where we would fumble this one. They had this streak going for them right now. They have won 6 tournaments in a row. It's got to be something within them that thinking that they want to try and beat our record back in Australia as being the greatest team of all time. I mean, when a team is doing so good, it creates a lot of possibilities to create some really nice storylines, and there's no doubt that Vitality is also in a position now where they can start doing that. That will just spark something in some of the young players coming out of France. You know, the Counter-Strike in France is not that big in the common knowledge, but I think that's also changing now. We've seen the president going out talking about Vitality, and he's been wearing like a Vitality shirt and everything, so we see it with 3D Max, you know, a full French team, a team that has been grinding the living hell out of last season. There's players, you know, that's been around for a while, but there's also a couple of new guys in there.
It's a deadly duo in Xantares and Woxic that ultimately take over that later portion of the half. 14 kills for Xantares, Mohan, 12 frags on Woxic's scoreboard. Nobody can quite compete individually here for FaZe in that regard, and yet still, as we go into the second pistol, tied 6-6.
Yeah, so star players on Aurora, but FaZe have a bit of a team, so it's an interesting bout right now. I mean, I think Maui said this 6 would be a miracle, and they did that without a pistol, too.
Here comes the pistol pop out. Okay,
oh, right.
Soulfly.
They can do that too, eh?
Instant headshot. Woxic holds the flank with the double kill on his own, and Wikadia's got that insta-frag as well. It is done.
Yeah, two pistols.
Pistol is done.
Couldn't have been better than that, really. Yeah, Xantares 14-4, Woxic 14-6. Heavy hitters.
Nasty.
But they aren't ready for this ninja defuse.
The old Kerrigan ninja defuse.
I'm watching those fallen POVs.
The old 10-second no smoke. Not today, my friends. Not today. Another pistol round goes the way of Aurora. And again, 100% conversion on nuke second rounds. So statistically, looking like an 8-6 start to this T side, but we'll see.
Yeah, they have to beat all the odds, all the narratives right now. Everything's stacked against you, FaZe Clan.
I mean, there was just tenacity from Aurora as soon as that door got blown off its hinges. And Woxic, nice camera angle there. One of our rare left-handed mouse players. Representing, for those of us touched by the devil.
You know what I learned the other day? I was over at the A-Zone HQ.
Yep.
Yimpat plays with inverted sound.
You're kidding.
Sleep on that.
I mean, can we beat that out of him, or?
It was probably beat into him.
Yeah.
I'm gonna guess. I don't know how that happened.
Well, Little Finnish freak. Love him, but
Yep.
gotta call a spade a spade.
He makes it look good. I won't lie.
Now, there's no resistance here out of FaZe Clan. Woxic gonna make sure that the first peek is punished. And then you got Kerrigan trying to get frisky. Xantera's gonna climb up. How is Xantera's gonna... Yeah.
Oh, and he got the headshot as well. Just didn't pull that crosshair down.
They've been trying to tell me the MP7's nasty. And yet...
Might have been a user error right there.
Xantera's lives on. Now you find yourself a vacant upper bomb site, primed for the taking. There's that 8-6 lead we alluded to. No resistance for Aurora to have to stomach, barring a sneaky position out of Kerrigan.
Yeah, maybe it's the unlikely route, but it's possible Aurora really just flex here on the T side. You can see the confidence already.
Tough go of it individually for multiple FaZe Clan pieces at the moment. I got a silver lining.
Yeah?
The worse and worse
How thick
FaZe
is this
Clan
lining?
keep on playing, the more magical the Budapest run really was.
Yeah.
Can you believe?
I did find it funny, though. Someone said it was a fluke, and it's like as if they literally haven't done that at every major.
Sure. Yeah.
It is a matter of circumstance. But they are... Wow. Yeah, he was really lubing up that mouse right there.
Got to reset round by round.
The quick flicks.
Crouching there is a little unfair, but you got to do what you got to do, Xanteras. I get it.
Yeah, it's like, when does he ever just go into a peak like that?
Kerrigan does
Quick
have
ideas
an
again.
MP9.
Right into. They're not going to waste time here.
And that's what I was kind of alluding to when I said that, like, Aurora are not afraid of FaZe Clan as they roll out of bed today.
Yeah.
This isn't a FaZe that's supposed to... If you're going up against a FaZe Clan in a quarterfinal of Budapest, you're the home crowd favorite, like Torzi, and the crowd's cheering against you. That's the FaZe you've got to be worried about.
Right.
This one?
Yeah,
not to be
yet.
rude. I'm not trying to be rude. Just... I think Aurora, I mean, we talk about Navi feeling the high of Pro League. Why wouldn't Aurora, even despite the grand final loss...
Here's an interesting spot. I mean, you've got Aurora really looking around. They don't know what the stack is at the moment. They know they don't have ramp. They could try to take this back upstairs if they want to, but that's where FaZe are going to be going in a second.
Not the prettiest nades, but you still got good vision into Hut, and oof, I was going to say the presence of mind to hold that heaven ladder. Things get sketchy for a second. A well-timed main flank here from Kerrigan's MP9. That's going to get the trade back. Double kill for him. And then a scout tag instantly, dropping him down to 42. And the follow-up, because Woxic is not whiffing today.
No, he isn't. Yeah, he's got a magnet on that thing. And they're all made of metal.
And that feels like Woxic kind of tapping back into what we got in Sweden as well. I liked watching him play at Pro League. Woxic on a scout as well, always feels reliable.
Well, a bunch of kills is nice on a round like this for FaZe Clan. Just going to have to be a comeback into both halves for them. Brokey's opping. Might not see that too often in this game if it gets out of hand this early into the second half. But this will be a golden chance for him to get back into this game. There's quite a stark contrast between the two oppers today. That can't be ignored. We're clearly seeing a lot of ideas out of spawn here for Aurora. Just, that was a chance to see something, that's for sure. A lot of missed nades for FaZe just in general.
Just kind of wish we hadn't caught it, you know?
Yeah.
Just let him get away with it.
Yeah.
But
Observers do worse, guys.
Chev's just too damn good at this job. Now Aurora going to put the slow roll on round 16. Down to 40 seconds. Jacob playing the A floor as we get this climb from Aurora that is most certainly going to compromise the setup. We've got eyes watching it from top hut. Frozen's going to have to hit this, and he drops the duel.
Ooh, now that op is in a very scary spot.
77 health for Xanterez. Brokey's going to hit the one towards main at least, but utility pressure from all directions, and he's not allowed to get away from this. Kerrigan and Twist over towards the vent side decide to split this up at 15 seconds.
Yeah, there is time trouble now.
Madger trying to cross with the bomb.
Oh, no kill.
It's dropped, and so that's got to be recovered. There is still time to win this. Xanterez has got to go plant. He catches the vent play. He knows this player's inside of the hut, but there's nothing he can do about it. So forced error here to try to chase down the first player. And instead, FaZe robbed the round away.
Yeah, they needed to join up. That's a nice kill from Squeaky. Just a head-to-head duel, 50-50 could have gone either way, and it was locked down by FaZe. It's a moment earlier in this game where they couldn't get a trade. Here's one where they get it when they need to, and it's an excellent round from Brokey. He gets 2 kills in a spot where his teammates are falling apart. He's relying heavily on them. Like, he's playing the low ground in this position, hoping that Frozen takes the edge off, gets a kill up in heaven. Doesn't happen. And he goes combat mode for those.
It's always a nervous day for FaZe Clan fans, though, when Kerrigan's kind of the guy that's pulling off those X-Factor moments. You get it every once in a while, and this round is an instance of it. Drops the bomb, draws Xanterez into an awkward clutch attempt.
Yeah, I mean, he's really creating chances for his soldiers to get caught up. Absolutely. The only player with a positive KD on FaZe at the moment.
That's with a 5 versus 4 advantage there momentarily for Aurora when Frozen misses his chance at first blood.
And you see how expensive this is for both teams. So much on the line in this round. Luckily, they kept that op save for Brokey.
Frozen looking for another duel, but down at Soulfly's go, and that is with the Galil.
Galil.
Over the M4.
And he was kind of just tapping with it, too.
Frozen gets put on ice in back-to-back opening duels. Acadia floating around the rooftop could catch somebody trying to peek this push. Kerrigan's gotten by Wicadia for the moment.
Kerrigan's going to miss the timing, though. Like, they're ready to take upper, and now Acadia's just on protocols to watch for lobby lurks. They can come by, take the upper site. Jacob knows he has his work cut out for him.
Kerrigan's got to slow burn this flank, but he's still trying to get in behind Woxic's op.
That was a nice escape.
Xanterez has managed to get his position up in heaven as well. That could cut off the ramp rotate that eventually comes to the heaven retake. And there goes Kerrigan. Flank all day long, but by the time he gets to the bomb site, we've got Aurora locked into the post-plant positions. Xanterez trying to find anybody looking for exits. That Brokey op would be valuable to drop, but it's already managed to get back towards ramp. So we've got majority alive for the moment on FaZe, with Aurora queuing up their 10th round win.
Sometimes the 5v4 advantage is because of what you do later on, but I think in this instance, it's just like getting that raw duel with a Galil in that spot was just so huge for the program. They had that upper attack already in the back of their heads, so they just were able to move into that very smoothly. Then there's just simply not enough players to defend. It's already a low buy for both teams. So a critical moment here where both teams spend down to $0. FaZe take the save off. They lose it. I think, actually, did they save it just now?
Off Brokey? Yeah, he was able to hang on.
So at the very minimum, they've kept something into this next round. Final timeout here for FaZe.
Hell, Twist's even got that upgrade Galil over the MP7. So, find silver linings.
But, like, yeah, I mean, we don't often say superstars I mean, we say it with Xanteris and with Woxic, and their consistency is only getting better. But Soulfly, it's a great map for him. That's an excellent kill to show off exactly how much skill he has. And this is final notice now for FaZe Clan.
Soulfly looking for a faster tempo. Ooh, good duel by Jacob. Drops the bomb with the double FAMAS frag. Missed opportunity for Brokey to find one, but he will collect on the second attempt. And Jacob's got another multi-frag. And we go back to the first half. We can't help but think of Jacob's 4K when he double entry'd into that A site on the attack. You know, and of his 8 kills on that first half, 4 of them come through in that one critical round. Here's another moment where Jacob's going to post a multi-frag, goes from 11 to 14.
That's huge, and doing it with a low gun as well, right? I mean, the FAMAS is on this attack. Now, stylistically, you could look at a round like this, and an upper pop might be unlikely because FaZe know that they have a lot of money to work with, but they also do run this risk that if it's an upper pop versus a team that doesn't have much to work with, you kind of highlight if one guy gets 2 and stops you, the whole round is lost. Whereas if you instead wanted to default and really draw out as much utility as possible, put pressure to get 1 kill and played a little bit slower, Aurora, that's probably where their biggest advantage was.
You mentioned that Kerrigan was putting in the work to kind of give time to his soldiers to come online. Well, Jacob is the guy to step up to that plate first. Just blindside Soulfly.
They just come in so light here as well. I mean, it's just not a full exact.
Yeah, true. Good point.
Weren't acting like the team who had more to work with.
Well, you skip a few protocols and you get smacked upside the head. We go 10-8 Aurora, still leading, but that lead chopped down to 2 rounds.
They heard somebody outside of, like, in front of Hut, and then they decided, okay, FaZe are a little uncomfortable right now, but they had the wrong read. FaZe looked really prepared, obviously.
Wasting no time with this one. Aurora trying to, again, play with a bit of pace. One player crosses over. A couple more sit behind red. Remember, bomb's been dropped by Silo for the moment.
I don't know if he got spotted. No, just spammed, maybe.
Tech 9 back. Gets a bit of chip damage. Brokey's going to hunt you down from inside garage. And that's going to put Woxic on the hunt to try to counterpick, but you've missed the timing. Brokey already huge reposition here towards ramp. We're going to get that player rotating down through the lower site.
Bomb's in a bit of a weird spot. I mean, they're not going to have outside smoke. They need to go back and get this. Right now, FaZe aren't going to try to fight them here.
And they're still clearly worried about Brokey being somewhere outside.
Yeah.
In that regard, FaZe Clan already a step ahead. Opper's gone for a massive reposition, unnoticed. Jacob's going to pick up his duel through the squeaky door, and we've got the 5v3 looking comfortable for FaZe.
Nice confident positions here, played by FaZe Clan.
Attack comes through main, it's Twists at that. Good headshot here for Xanteris. So the X Factor is still alive on the Aurora side of things, trying to displace another defender, but Jacob plays in the open ground. And as he does, he will line up another. It is Soulfly down for the count, bomb drop, and Xanteris on for the clutch attempt. 20 seconds to the clock, 16 health to the board, and a slow burn reposition from Brokey that comes all the way from garage from his first kill out through the lobby squeaky side for number 2.
We're getting a game that's really hard to sort of predict where it's supposed to go. I mean, this is actually a match where Aurora have won both pistols and converted both times. And yet, still, it's a one-round match. FaZe have made a comeback now inside of both of these halves. They continue to win some of the more important rounds. Like, there are specific ones where the money makes a big difference. That one looks like it'll just tie it up. And this is where the pressure goes, I think, a bit more back to Madger. You've got players who are extremely in form. You've got a really strong core coming at you, not Wakati, obviously, at the moment, but more firepower than FaZe have to show. The pistol rounds with you. You kind of just need, you know, one really strong idea. But FaZe individually, they're playing all these interesting spots. Top of Unbreakable here for Kerrigan watching outside.
It's understandable that Aurora get caught off by some of this.
Trying to punish all the walk peaks.
Brokey clips off Woxic. Frozen ready for a feast. We'll mow down all of the ramp players on the approach. Nobody allowed to step beyond the threshold.
That's huge. No, most of these rounds have been so close. That one makes money here for FaZe.
Everybody stays alive. No test out of Aurora. Obviously on the save there, making it awkward. But we go back, we crunch the numbers. We've got 3 1vX wins for the side of FaZe Clan. As they tie this game up, they have hard fought their way to keep this game competitive. That's no pistols, no force buy wins in the round 2 breaks.
Yeah.
And 3 clutches sprinkled in. Like it paints this, paints a picture of them hanging on by the skin of their teeth. Here we are, 10 rounds all.
It's, yeah, they're kind of up against it all. It's actually, I mean, you look at the kills, you look at the starts to these halves. I mean, everything says that Aurora are kind of in control of this game, but that's actually just not the case. This is a game where Twist has 4 kills. They've somehow managed to tie up. Like, he could pop off at any second. Aurora got to be very careful.
Big lean back, though, outside for FaZe. New position from Frozen. Oh, he's going to have to come up big, and he will. Double kill straight down beneath him. That was a very quick man advantage for Aurora, ripped from their hands.
I was looking at the 4K versus Ecos. I was like, okay, Frozen, get your score back. You know, get back into the match. But here he is, 2 kills, a spray transfer with the ramp hold that sends Aurora into a spiral. They don't know what to do right now.
It's another weird one-off position. It's another approach that costs Aurora bodies. Bomb dropped in front of Brokey as well.
Brokey has support from the back of the site. Jacob's watching this. Beautiful stuff.
Finds the timing for the headshot.
FaZe are in the lead.
Can you believe it? Round by round, one foot in front of the other, they have taken this game into their control, and it comes off of a 4 versus 5 round win because of this spot from Frozen and a perfectly timed peek back sight out of Jacob, because Brokey was about to get blindsided by that quiet main walk-up.
And we look back into that first half, and there were 3 or 4 rounds where FaZe had excellent mid-rounds, excellent late rounds. Again, it's just not what you can expect from this team these days. 3 matches won this year. This would be their biggest win of the year, which is crazy to think about. But now they're in the driver's seat for sure.
In 5 of their 9 losses in 2026, FaZe Clan have at the very least won a map in the series. It's not always blowouts.
But this will be their first nuke victory.
Looking to change things in a conversation that was about a map pool where they really had nowhere to hide.
Xantares on the AK.
Leave it to Xantares that just upend all expectations, though. That solo AK approach has found footing in ramp room. That is theirs for the taking. Aurora, that's a lot of bodies on ramp.
Does help out a lot. You have 1 preemptive rotation, still 4 guys upstairs. Everything's coming at Kerrigan.
Here's the stomp. The Tech-9s slide through. Insta headshot
FaZe Clan
from Soulfly. And Aurora
4 kills from tying this game back up. Beautiful set of grenades down into the double door staircase, but there are still bodies behind that. 2 layered up by Aurora inside of the control side. We go triple single door retake here for FaZe. They've got footing on the bomb site. Frozen finds his. Tech9 revealed from dark, and Frozen is going to continue to tear through these later rounds. Woxic trying to cover. Twist hits his. And Frozen on the defuse gives FaZe Clan 12.
It stays safe. They maintain composure. It was that shoulder peek from Xanteris winning ramp for free that made it a little bit scary. But then the kill when they got into control side with no one else rotating down, it felt like that was actually the moment where it was Aurora's round to lose. Somehow FaZe get right back into it. Off the back of some great shots, honestly. Not just total outplays, just excellent reactions here from Frozen.
And some great shots that we've been waiting to see, right? Jacob was the first to step up when Kerrigan was top fragging. Frozen now tying him at 18 kills apiece. Just enough out of FaZe Clan's individuals to secure themselves 2 map points. On a 5-round streak now, our FaZe Clan. This CT side's been rock solid. Was just enough time for FaZe to find some footing. Xanteris exposed, but still able to best Kerrigan. But a man disadvantage hasn't deterred FaZe Clan in the past. And so they will take this challenge into the trophy room where Soulfly sits and waits. Brokey finds his first. Soulfly thinking to get into the engagement, instead gets smoked off. Here's the challenge out through Hut. That was 2 bodies spotted. Jacob dealt with twists. It's about time you come alive. And as he hangs on to the lobby control, Frozen tries to get upstairs, but what was that?
They go for the plant right away. I don't know.
Either a missed Molotov into heaven or a flashbang, but it sounded like flames. Xanteris off the ladder, collects the headshot. You've got low health on 2 of the 3 remaining Aurora players. Brokey eats the team flash. Twist just gets popped instantly, and Aurora in the first of these final 2 tests steps up, catches the Hut push, and takes control of A site.
That started off wrong for Aurora, but just like FaZe have done to them, they find a way to land the somersault. This is a super solid round out of Aurora, but they're playing from behind now. This is just a get to overtime. They'll have to win the next round as well, and it's one where FaZe still have lots of money. Look what they've done for themselves with their streak. One more strong idea to go post-regulation, and we've got some deliberation there. Everyone's out of timeouts.
Aurora are 16-7 in opening kills this game.
Really?
Yeah. Xanteris, Woxic, and Soulfly all have 5 successful opening duels. Major has
That's
1.
even more damning. What is happening?
Yeah. Yeah, like this
Both
game
pistols,
should be
16
Aurora's.
opening kills,
Yeah,
3
dude.
superstar top fragging performances.
Yeah. Sprinkle in a Woxic clutch.
Not sure what else.
And you're still playing for OT.
Crazy.
FaZe Clan hanging on for dear life, but doing it in some oddly impressing way.
That's what they do, is they cast miracles.
Right? Yes, that's what they've done. It's what we felt like we were losing, and yet far and few between.
Oh, this might make them spiral for sure. They just lost Major right away. They're going to try to pop through that smoke. That was the idea of the round.
Man advantage, damage on Soulfly, a prime opportunity to just collect your map pick.
Kerrigan not super worried about someone in Big Garage, but cautiously optimistic that outside is open.
With man advantage, you can afford to have this second player preemptively downstairs. Twist feels like he wants to start testing that secret smoke.
This maybe creates a lurk opportunity for Xanteris. That's the best I think they get out of this.
Yep, he slipped the net.
So I don't know how he's going to take this if he wants to go up. But he will maybe find a moment to catch Kerrigan. Yes, no way, because Kerrigan has a ramp player.
Kerrigan stops. Now Xantares knows he's outside. Xantares, perfect slip of the net.
See that?
Oh, it's perfection. Just a second ahead of Kerrigan. Jacob, you could still be the hero, but instead it's a one and done. There's the flank from Frozen. Double up inside of the hut. Twist collects his. Soulfly's 12 health stands between FaZe and their map pick victory, and he will kick this off. 20 seconds left. He's trying to get this reposition off. Damage is dealt, and this one is done. Twist with a round to be proud of at the very end. All the odds stacked up against FaZe Clan, but they will strike first in their opening series.
Man, I mean, what can you say about that? The stats, every single one of them was going against FaZe in this matchup. Having to come into Nuke with no wins, losing both pistols and conversions, 16-7 in opening duels lost. They still make the comeback happen and make Aurora fight just to get to overtime, and they can't do that.
I cannot believe that we're standing here, and Maui, you got at least one of the miracles you thought you were going to get there. FaZe getting 6 rounds on the T side, but on top of that, they're coming away with the win.
I'm shocked. I mean, I'm even shocked about how that last round unfolded. I feel like it was crazy for me that FaZe in the final round, off of an entire T side of Aurora, not even going outside, are able to win despite having a poor rotation. No, that was everything you wanted from a FaZe win. I mean, I think that they at times played fairly scrappy CS. They just kind of tried bursting into the A site. We saw a lot of misutility there, which is extremely concerning for the future of this team. But you can't lie, the results speak for themselves, and they were able to walk away with a dub.
They gotta be happy about also losing 2 pistols and then still winning this this game 13-11, right? You know, the fact that FaZe didn't play up. You know, with how FaZe is looking right now, I think they would just be happy about getting the victory over the finish line. You know, that's what feels right about FaZe. I think that FaZe looked in the beginning also like the individuals were not really playing sharply. We've seen Twist continuing his struggles. I think the ones that kept them in the game in the beginning was Kerrigan. He obviously pulling a big weight in the beginning. Then it slowly seemed like that the individuals of FaZe started stepping up. You saw Jacob having a good one, but also Frozen coming into fruition in the later stage. And overall, just, you know, FaZe, they clawed their way back. They really fought for all the rounds. They didn't give up, and overall, it just looked a little bit of a lackluster T side from Aurora as well.
Yeah, I mean, there is fault towards that, right? But I want to focus on a little bit more with FaZe, because I asked you, you said, you know, a bad start, that's 3 rounds, you lose them. It feels like maybe it's going to be that story we've seen for FaZe before. This time around, though, there were some mistakes, but was it a cleanup play? Like, where exactly would you put that description for them?
I think
I feel like some of the credit goes to Jacob, to me. I mean, even though some of their plays were sort of busted, that they missed some utility at times, Jacob was actually able to find entries on these bomb site hits, which he had no business getting. I really don't think that he was even always set up to succeed. Like, they missed Molotovs at times. They didn't always support him with utility, but he called his own number in this game. And that to me is extremely impressive, because he's been struggling on entries. ESL Pro League was not a great event for him. He was swinging out with no supporting utility all too frequently. And so for him here, there was maybe a little bit more in terms of help behind him, in terms of the nades that were supporting him, but he got it done on his own. Just instant headshots as he was entering bomb sites. It's what you want to see. It's what the FaZe players have been talking about so regularly, about the potential of this guy, and this was one nice map of display of that.
Yeah, and you know, he's been criticized for what he's been bringing to the table for FaZe. You know, he has been lackluster a little bit. You know, he was brought into the team, hey, this guy has incredible aim, he can really pull through, he's a great entry fragger, has to really pull through. You know, the fact that he can do this, it's not the first time we see that he can have good rounds. You know, it's about being consistent, obviously, for Jacob. And he's also a guy that maybe has to get in and step into the shoes of becoming a tier 1 player. You know, he's still a guy that is relatively new. You know, he's maybe not being too vocal about what he maybe wants or what he expects. He's also a guy that comes in with a bit of less experience. So maybe he's also needs to find his own group. Like, I need this from you guys. I want to be doing this. This is what actually makes me play better. You know, and it's difficult as a new guy to coming into a team like FaZe and also having that kind of testimony.
It's interesting you say that, because it is a bit of a bright sign. They have in some of the recent events, I think it was at Pro League, where the comms are shown, he is calling his number a little bit more. He didn't have a great event there, but it was nice because the early events with him, he would just be dead silent. They'd release whole comms videos where on a whole round, he maybe says just 1B, 2B, dead. You know, like that's about it. But now he's actually calling for the next action in a round a little bit more. The results weren't there in the last event, but now we're seeing something at least brewing.
And it's also like for entry fragger, which he's playing, you know, the guy that is the spearhead of your attacks, like he needs to be vocal because he's the one that needs to be calling out rotations. He needs to be calling the patterns of what he's seeing. And it's very important for Karrigan to get these kind of information. Also calling out what smokes, what rotations does he, so he can start puzzling things together. And it's also that's responsibility that Jacob has to stand up to, right? It's not only like it's not good enough he just brings firepower to the team, because nowadays you have the demand of a lot of the players now in Counter-Strike, and being vocal is something that has been overlooked for a long time, and I think it's just as important as aim nowadays.
Yeah, the one-dimensional aspect to a player isn't really that. There needs to be so much more. We're seeing it. I mean, FaZe being able to get the win, but more specifically in a certain round here, Maui, round 19, that was the one that you're like, FaZe, yeah, I'm really seeing it for them now.
So I was extremely concerned about FaZe's CT side because I didn't really know what sort of reactions they were going to have. I mean, they haven't won this map all year, and this was one where they lost a lot of info as the round was progressing. I mean, Aurora, they throw triple smokes outside, they lose all of this information, but then they actually have a really sharp reaction. I mean, they get that one kill, but a lot of their individuals start taking a little bit of space. They start moving into positions after especially this lurk kill is given up, and they just assembled this basically a crossfire that Aurora just did not really, they couldn't play around it. Yeah, Jacob does well on the bomb site, but even Karrigan, I mean, he's like a Joker player here at door as well. And just kind of the individual reactions needed to be on point for FaZe. They needed individuals to just not only get their initial kills on their site defenses, but have that extra layer of defense. And people like Karrigan, I think Jacob as well on some other rounds, they just pushed lobby. They were able to take space away from Aurora. So I'm glad to see that they aren't just flying by the seat of their pants. They're not just sitting in a default the whole round.
Yeah, I feel like FaZe actually had some pretty decent reactions. They wouldn't just stand still if they would lose the first frag, and that was the case in the beginning of the game, that they would lose the first frag, they would lose the information, they couldn't really puzzle things together where they were being attacked from. And, you know, as it progressed, you know, as they got those first kills back, they could easily, you know, get the information back. Okay, they're actually hitting this one. And this one specific round, you know, Aurora doesn't really get anything done with the smokes. They actually don't get the space that they want from, and from there on, you know, they actually get the understanding of where they're going to get hit from, and that they should get the crossfires going.
Before we even move on from it, that is one concern I had for Aurora in this T side, is that they never went down lower with smokes. No. Which is why I think round 24 to me is another miracle. Like I couldn't believe the way that FaZe decided to rotate in this round, where there were cross smokes. They rotate 2 guys down lower, and they still are able to come out with the victory. Like, now this is what FaZe needed. Like they needed, even though the reaction in this round was utterly wrong, they still were able to come out on top by just basically pure willpower by the end of it.
They have no clue what's going on. In all honesty, even getting the first frag on ramp, Frozen killing, they still don't know what's going on.
No, they don't. They have no idea.
They have 2 guys lower. They smoke lower. They smoke door. Karrigan is jumping out of heaven because he thinks it's going to be a ramp, but then all of a sudden realizes, hey, it's not being a ramp. We have to go back in there. Then Santeros all of a sudden, because of the fake, is in heaven already. You know, it's yeah,
it was a really wacky round.
My favorite thing is you being like, oh, you know, like FaZe getting that opening kill. You're like, oh, this is it. That's all for them. And then you see 2 in lower, and you're just like, actually,
why? Yeah,
maybe this isn't going to be that round at all.
No, rotation. Like if you took a snapshot, even with the 5v4 advantage, you would say FaZe are really out of position for this one. But I mean, individuals, just I mean, that's kind of been the FaZe style for 5 years now, and kind of gets it done for the very last round there.
I mean, everything's so cyclical, right? And maybe we're just back on that essence of the circle where we're seeing the FaZe individuals. There was a lot of talk from them individually when it came to interviews of being, yes, it feels like you kind of got to lock in, you got to look into yourself a little bit and really bring it. It's not a clean game, but it's a very enjoyable game to get to see FaZe win here for sure. And now it does wonder, where does the team mentality go, right? You feel like you're on this loss streak. They've already had a really rough record in the last 3 months, or at least a start right now to 2026. And now you're like, we're the underdogs, backs against the wall, and we're really finally delivering Dupree. Map number 2 could also be ours too.
Yeah, but I mean, like, regardless of the result here and how they played, I think FaZe is happy about winning Nuke, you know, even if with the way they came into this one. And I feel like FaZe is, you know, they need to be looking at themselves and realizing that we are in a very bad position right now. We know that there's only one way forward, and that is by playing better Counter-Strike, talking more. That's one of our issues. Leaving some of that tension behind that's been grueling in the team for a long time. And now moving on, I think Karrigan said in his interview as well that they just need to also come into this game seeing themselves as the underdog. I mean, they are the underdog here, right? They need to leave that pressure behind because so many people are looking at FaZe thinking, this team used to be good. These guys have a lot of experience. They are really going to pull through. But right now, you know, they have to understand that Aurora is actually favored here. And I think that's also what we're showing on the mentality. You can see that they're screaming. They're being hyped about whatever they get done right now. It's like every single round matters to FaZe in this game. And that is like the building stone for moving forward. It's not going to be easy, and I'm not saying that there is still they're probably still going to be the underdog for this one. Yeah. But there's at least some good things to be looking at.
I just like how active the defense was. I feel like that's the manifestation of them just recognizing that their backs are against the wall, because I'd say a lot of the lulls in FaZe's form are really, you just see them just playing a default, really spread out, almost no plan in the round, just kind of sitting on their heels hoping and praying that someone gets a double kill. This was a much more active game for them, and I'll always say that an incorrect plan is still better than no plan. And you could, even on round 24 there, where they made the wrong rotations, at least they're together, and then they can play off of each other, even if they're lightly outpositioned.
I mean, that's a good foundation for the momentum building for FaZe. Of course, now map number 1 to go in their way, but map number 2 to come up after this break. We're seeing ourselves move on to map number 2, and the destination, Inferno. So we're going to hope for Aurora's sake that they're going to find a little bit more for themselves, because again, we've talked about it, FaZe might have won map 1, still underdogs.
Aurora just still probably reeling for how crazy that loss felt for them. It felt like it was in the bag in some senses, or at least overtime was confirmed. But no, this is a map where they will have a little bit more comfort. I think FaZe are a bit more of a known quantity on this one. And I think that this is always just kind of played into the way that Madger wants to call. He loves to just group up, doesn't really care too much to have anybody lurk on his team. It feels like almost in a way he just like will slap their hands if they lurk for too long. Like, just group up, just group up. And I almost feel like the way I would describe it is unethical Counter-Strike. It's like, it's not spread out. They're not really doing anything crazy. They're just 5-man deathballing. And I feel like that's what's scary, because FaZe bomb site defenders are really gonna have their work cut out for them, regardless of whichever site Madger chooses.
Yeah, and as you said, it plays into the hand of how Aurora wants to play, you know, and it is a map where you can actually do it. You can just go 5 guys banana and just execute, and you're gonna have to rely on your defenders to actually pull off a very big hard and job. And I think that it's also come to the point where, you know, FaZe know that, you know, winning Nuke was important. Now they're gonna go up against Aurora on Inferno, and it's a map they're 0-5. You know, like, when you gotta look into the map pool, you also have to look at the statistics, and it just looks pretty bad for FaZe. Whereas Aurora has beaten some of the bigger teams or the best teams in the world on this map, so it is a comfortable one for Aurora. And I wouldn't surprise me if you actually see them taking this over the finish line quite comfortably, and then moving into Dust 2.
Well, look, you say 0-5 on Inferno for FaZe. Well, they were 0-3 on Nuke, and they got it done there. So we're not saying by any means it's probable, but there is a chance as we head on into our map number 2.
The beauty of Counter-Strike. There's always a chance. And when you thought the FaZe magic was done for, they bring that one back out of nowhere.
Yeah, it was supposed to be fine, just to be fully critical. There's almost no silver linings or anything. I mean, they literally haven't won a map in the last 3 months on either of these first 2 in the series. And when we get into Nuke, they show us why. They lose all the important rounds. They have all the worst stats going against them, and yet somehow they still win. That might be more of a bad reflection on Aurora, though, in the end. So if they can't close out a game where all of that falls into their lap, there is no telling what can happen to them in this series. And also, are you going to have 2 maps in a row where Woxic and Xanteras both put up that many great kills? I mean, it's possible for sure, but you did just waste a really big carry just now.
Fair.
And yeah, like FaZe, you know, again, the only thing I can think is they've made a change, even though they've taken out Neo, which it seemed pretty crazy to do at this moment or whatever, but they made a change. I feel like if there's any reason to feel rejuvenated, at least for today, to feel like you've got a huge chip on your shoulder, public sentiment is totally against you, you want to prove everybody wrong and show that you are still alive and that you still fight like a dog until the end. I think this is something that could actually spur you on to do that. I mean, historically with Kerrigan, it's always been like that.
Be the right moment to pull out a victory. It would be the most impressive best of 3 win that FaZe Clan have in 2026. Only 3 of those at the moment in their back pockets. And to do it off of an Aurora coming out of the grand finals of Pro League, I mean, pretty damn well timed. The question will be, can you do it on an Inferno where, as the desk said, Aurora can just really tap into that individual level? Something where, you know, a guy like Xanteras can just continue to take over bomb sites with those all-in hits. He's having fun still.
He's having a lot of fun, actually, yeah. Hey, they keep it in the family, you know, and that's something that, like, they were laughing as they lost in the grand finals of Budapest on
as
map
they
5,
were losing the grand final.
I mean, no one's ever done that before. That's reserved for teams that end up in the grand final so often, you know, that like,
we'll get them next week.
Yeah, we'll get them next week.
Not, oh, hey, here we are 3 months into the year with only 3 match wins.
Yeah.
Best of luck to both FaZe Clan and Aurora. Here we go. Map 2, folks. Opening day of Blast Open Rotterdam. FaZe Clan had begun today with 39%. The odds shift in their favor. With a map 1 win in their back pocket.
Yeah, I mean, essentially, even if you don't believe on Inferno, it's just that they have a map to play with and they could win Inferno. You know, it would be a crazy thing, but it is, of course, possible.
Roki sees that utility go over top. That's Jacob's sign to go for the fight. A little bit labored, but he'll get his 1 at least. And Twists clean with the USP. Slows down that bomb play.
Gets another duel as a teammate stood next to him. Frozen's meant to be trading Vs. Now he's under pressure. Burst Glock from Woxic.
He's still bursting.
Ay, ay, ay. Wacadia gets the kill back. Kerrigan's now starting to retake already. The bomb can exit CT spawn to B.
Kerrigan's trying to beat him there.
Well, well, well.
A little bit awkward, actually, because Wacadia's going to communicate this. Now, Woxic, he can't actually speed up.
More than a little bit. Very awkward situation.
They're going to go back, though. Brokey has not made the rotation just yet, and Woxic's going to start running.
And as he stomps, he's going to run straight into Brokey, who's just tucked outside of the doorway. Woxic jumps! Brokey's got the bomb dropped down at his feet.
And now
Wacadia's 10 health, and 15 seconds to make this happen. Sloppiest pistol round we've seen in some time. And yet still Wacadia could pull off this clutch. Just enough time, just enough health. Anticipating Kerrigan coming from mid, he guns it down, and Finn will find a clutch as FaZe Clan take their first pistol victory of the series.
And again, it's the mid to late situations that always make FaZe look good. They pull off another hard to distill situation. They stay coordinated, they have the right idea, they find the timings. Kerrigan just sneaking out of mid was enough to ruin that situation, deny the bomb plant from ever going down on B. And even though Jacob only got 1 kill there, it was pretty impressive that he managed to, you know, dip and dodge through all of that and still come out with a headshot.
Had like 3 players staring at him at one point, but a few sloppy moments. Aggression here for FaZe. Jacob's trade, jump up by the MAC-10. Xanterra's on the chase. Jacob doesn't even depart. Sticks around a second. And then a frag grenade finds half of Woxic's health. We come flying into round 2 as Aurora had a man advantage momentarily. Frozen's got 3 players gunning towards him now. And he is on the retreat. Fire in front of him. Rotation comes over. And it feels like for a second we can catch our breath, but Aurora are still going to try to test the waters here inside of the B site. You've got the rotator dead. Frozen sitting in the back of the site. Dueling versus the Tech 9. Galil's going to get the better of him. And now a gun picked up by Aurora, who have a man advantage.
Jacob, yeah, he doesn't go to blow that smoke open and fight. Comes to the rotation, lets him know that he's coming in from Con. Draws a little bit of aggro, maybe away from Twist, but it's being watched either way.
We've got no kit for this defuse. Jacob's going to need a reload as well. Twist's separate duels at the moment. Bomb isn't too far gone, but pressure starts to sink in for Twists. And Jacob reels away. There is a kit actually to be picked up by this CT rotate, but he missed it. As he doubles back for it, he picks it up. Not even. Jacob's still yet to grab that kit off the ground. They'll just make sure that the cost is high here for Aurora, but a round 2 Force Buy win secured.
I mean, shout out to Jacob for the 4 kills. It was a situation they definitely could have still won. Don't know how they got the kill into CT when Frozen was sitting there at quad. I think that was the big surprise after that fallback. And that was a great spray from Wacadia. We saw he didn't even have a chance to peek.
Nice, Bailey. That's cool. Nice.
A win is a win, but with 5 deaths, it's not going to give them everything they want. So you can hardly call a MAC-10 on a round like this a concession. Sometimes you'd even drop an AK if you're going to do something fast.
Sure.
To go for it.
I mean, especially on Inferno, right?
Yeah.
Ooh, nice utility damage. Fire floods you back into the frag. The only map that FaZe Clan have not picked this year, Inferno. They've been trying to find a comfort
They're a
zone.
team of the people.
Yeah, right? Oh. What? Twists? Fine by me. Triple kill on short side. Balcony player can't emerge. And Twists out of nowhere with the triple kill. Madger's answer back in the form of a single frag. MAC-10 goes down dusted with nothing. And that is Twists. There's a lot of
twists.
There's T's, S's, and Z's in there.
You know what? That's the first time you've ever mispronounced his name in history.
Yeah.
So.
Oh. Yay.
It was one designed to bring the worst out of you, I think. Yes, it's got the S as a double Z, and it's
Perfectly timed. Mow down into middle.
I heard one. Nice communication. That's kind of what you like to hear.
Yeah,
I like that better than nice shot. You know, in terms of how I'm gonna perceive how the team is feeling. Like you hear something like that.
That's true. I'm so sick of hearing nice shots.
Shots, they win frags, but you know, communication wins rounds.
No, I like that. Let's brainstorm. I'd like to hear more nice composure.
Yeah. Nice air.
Nice sight hold.
Yeah, good start to one for sure.
Okay, reposition. Spam comes out from Frozen. Peels one off the play.
Does stop this right. Oh, we got the smoke out.
But just enough. Smoke saves the day. Any chance of a hold of this bomb site feels slim, but you've got this AK in hand. Santeres and Soulfly with the Tech 9 headshots. Oh, and Woxic cleans house as Aurora go barreling up through Banana and collect their second round.
Man, while the gun was hot, the second kill, he was aiming right in the middle of the body, but it was perfect for the recoil. 2 kills for Woxic. Great reposition.
We go 4 rounds back and forth.
And that's always going to be harder for the CT side.
Brought that AK off of Kerrigan as well. Finds itself in Woxic's hands, and he puts it to work. But on top of that, the double Tech 9 peek into the CT cross.
No
chance to catch your breath.
Not
Kerrigan
again.
right back to it. Turns over towards the alt push. Soulfly can't hold him in it. And so Wicadia's pop up a bit too late. We go man advantage phase.
It's a party every single round. That's a Soulfly peek. And a dink on Brokey will die, right?
Yeah, they chase him down. Wicadia doesn't let him reposition. Low health here for Xanterez. Active move out of Jacob.
Could be a good timing for the Halls. I mean, a lot of timing involved in this. Jacob, does he clear the right thing?
Wicadia still watching.
And he saw the other 2.
And Jacob's going to just peel that gun away from the mid play and hide inside of the bomb site. That is a bit of defense secured in 50 seconds for Aurora to still try to figure this one out. Double up inside of the site instead. Frozen not too concerned about this arch wrap, but with this much time, you've got to be worried about everything.
Yeah, now they are playing spots where they can eventually just hold both lane and arch together. And they are watching it. Yeah, but Magic gets the first. He's not going to expect the second player.
Good position here from Frozen, ready for the walkout.
Oh,
There's
nice
Xanterez. Quick headshot back. Halfway through the 1v2.
Twist walking up on this. That's a really fresh smoke, though.
Easy chance for Xanterez to reposition. Onto the graveyard stairs he'll go.
Okay.
Limited.
Yeah, it's the one way you can play it now. And Twist, would you ever expect someone to even bother with it?
Twist looking at the backside instead. Slow on the approach.
He's jumping up. Oh, man, he's going to have to make noise.
Doesn't have a kit either. Starts stopping. Oh, he misses! The Xanterez whiff!
No!
And a 10-second defuse to boot.
No.
Twist has started to find his mark in this series because as everybody else on that team within Nuke was able to come online, Twist still struggled. Not here on Inferno.
Xanterez will not play that spot for another week, probably after that. And Xanterez loved playing graveyard steps in clutches. That's ridiculous.
There's a lot of ridiculousness sprinkled into this round.
Oh no. Oh.
Yeah.
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 That's an oof.
Ooh, that's hard. That's hard.
It hurts. It hurts to watch that for sure.
There's some players you see that happen to and you go, that's a heartbreak, but it almost bounces off them better.
Sure.
You know, but for a guy like Xanterez who's so reliably good at aiming.
Yeah, he might not smile for another 10 minutes.
I mean, he doesn't experience, some guys experience that at least once a week.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Xanterez?
Yeah, that was very relatable.
Not so much. Terminator needing a firmware update.
Instead, he got an Inferno update.
Yeah. Rough.
And the fact Twist had no,
Oh.
not even the smallest thought that maybe he'd be in this
sitting
view.
duck.
Yeah. Oh my goodness.
Had to make audio falling off the box, had to run towards that bomb because he didn't have a kit.
Yeah, Thomas. He had like 4 kills last
boy.
map. Oh man, yeah. I mean, there's compound interest here to be won if they also pick this up as well. Here we've got, Aurora with a couple scraps. They're down to, this would be 3 smokes overall. They're going for the A fake just to hold the attention of the 3 guys here. Probably not going to get some. Oh, you are going to get an over rotation, actually. They're falling forward entirely. Frozen's going into a retake spot. They've had great success when they get the B site open.
Yeesh, nade's too late. Awkward one for Frozen. And Kerrigan just gets blindsided by the perfectly timed Wicadia challenge. Wicadia is going to find Frozen back turned. Okay, put a bow on this one.
Man, shout out to Madger for that call. I didn't expect them to bite that hard on the fake, especially not actually seeing anybody over towards A, but they didn't have brackets, and yeah, I guess they felt a bit more insecure. Also, I mean, it's B that's been the bigger issue for them overall. That's solid. I mean, that kind of dilutes the salt a bit from that last 1v1.
Yeah. Yep. You're right back at it. It's been 6 rounds now, back and forth, round wins, non-consecutive outcomes.
Oh, still no consecutives.
Still no consecutives.
Let's keep that up forever.
Well, eventually it's got to end. Or we'll be here forever.
Whoa. Whoa.
Yeah, man.
Damn.
And I want to watch TYLOO play.
Oh, yeah. G's having an ice cream right now.
The real kicker in this one is, like, not only do you fall for that fake, not only does Frozen miss the timing on the utility, if that was going to somehow stop Aurora, but Wicadia's flank just pays off perfectly.
So good. Yeah,
He
so good.
blindsides 2, like, he executes 2 players not even looking at him. It's just a reward for his timings. So slim pickings here for FaZe Clan's buy. Double FAMAS, double rifle. Very low utility barring Frozen. And we'll see what he can do as he's nearly left alone again out of the gate at B.
Nade for 2. Giving up B these days is not the common way the top dogs are playing on Inferno, and Aurora have caused a lot of pain for FaZe Clan with their B takes so far this game. That's kind of the right looking stack, though. You got double arch, so you got fast rotations. You have 3 and B. You have Aurora starting to lean back in that direction. They've been super good on the entries and not the best guns here, but, FaZe are expecting this somewhat. The walk-up might be the right call. Comes down to Frozen, really.
Oh, awkward, tough play. Kerrigan remains tucked in. Those flashbangs, though. Not the prettiest moment here for Aurora. And Kerrigan gonna get burned out into the open. Nothing his teammates can really do about it as the boost gets predicted. Sure, Jacob will find one through the spam back the other direction, but it feels like more of a chance to exit than it does a way to win.
You can't let these great Inferno teams just kind of have an option to full exec B or like walk up all the way like that with 5. There's just no recourse really for the CTs. We saw the nades that followed Kerrigan over to quad. You kind of can just cover everything from car once you get there. So It was a risk to run. Obviously, FaZe had the advent of rotations and the ability to stack a little bit. But you see, even with that, you'd still want to be the T side with 5 healthy guys and car control almost every time. So the curse is broken.
Round 6 and 7, one back-to-back to Aurora's favor. Those flashes, man.
Yeah.
You've got to win that round for him.
Jacob's kind of frying right now.
Did they use the same picture for Jacob and Frozen? I can't tell from over here.
Yeah, they definitely got the same mood.
It's been a while since we've had twins in the Counter-Strike scene.
And he's the guy on Game and Glad.
Yeah, true.
But where's Lucas? Is he also on there?
I don't know. I was thinking more about Freddy Frog.
Oh my goodness, yeah.
Adam B. And
Adam
sus.
B. I was thinking that.
Yeah.
All right. So again, it's sort of this game of like, well, okay, FaZe are sure that if they let them have B, they're going to try to come for it.
So here we go again.
A little scout is a good idea for Madger.
They'll try to overstack it. 3 additional players in position. Jacob using this as a chance to try to carve a path to victory from the push off A.
He's been quite wary.
You got Wicadia making his move. Okay. Not quite ready for the peak, but Woxic's got the coverage, and that A bomb site soon to be found vacant. As Xantares continues to confirm bodies towards B. This one comes with a price tag for Aurora, but I think they'll be happy to find footing on site.
Yeah, I mean, they can actually run down. Obviously, bomb's getting planted now. There's no kit to work with. So, just not worth it. Aurora obviously have Nuke fresh on their mind. I don't think they're going to be super happy with any kind of lead because I kind of just I feel like the only way they're going to feel any amount satisfied is if they just crush on Inferno.
Sure.
Even if it doesn't win them the series. That loss needs to be studied. I need every nade.
Anything you've got.
I need every single nade.
It's mine.
I don't know if I've ever heard that before. I need every nade.
Let's see how many he gets.
Got him.
And they're going to come through that smoke. Oh, and you pay the price.
Maybe you don't need nades.
Yeah, exactly. Just racks up the frags off of the AK. Him and Twist kind of tucked in front of the smoke grenade. So good on them to fight, I think, for the top of B because you've slowly seen this Aurora takeover of the B bomb site. You've alluded to it. You give them the space. They'll happily just barrel roll through. The desk kind of painted the same picture. Well, this time you have to fight for Banana, and it costs you too.
It's like you got that leaky ship, and you just keep taking a bucket to dump the water out if you keep stacking, but it doesn't really solve the problem. So it's a nice change of pace here.
Someone's been playing Sea of Thieves. This boat afloat. The B site still. But only momentarily. Xantares gonna make sure he takes one down without damage back the other way. Twist is low as well, tucked in, and we've had a lot of bodies tucked into these positions, but he goes unchecked! And so Soulfly's having to turn back around to deal with that one. Good kill into the church as well. A multi-frag moment here for Soulfly, 2v2, and a bomb plant exposed to Brokey. Made easy.
That could have been planted default with the smoke up, but they were worried about everything, I guess. Soulfly on 10 HP has 3 kills.
Comes through with the instant headshot. 5 bullets left in the magazine.
If it wasn't Jacob, I might believe a little bit more. He's been a little bit too sharp, but Soulfly's not sure of where he is. And with the time remaining, and Jacob's going to peel back even?
Yeah, fake plant confirms nothing.
Another fake plant, and Jacob's too far to run at this, so Soulfly's going to be so confused. Wow, patience pays off here for Jacob. He made him think a little bit too much.
Little smirk out of Jacob as well. Plays that one cool as need be. And good on him, because things were getting sketchy. Soulfly is time to kill with that headshot into Church. Damn near instant. May have been low health, but you know you're going up against somebody shooting straight.
Oh, man. I thought for sure Xanteris was going to look down after jumping up.
100%.
Because that's normally what you would do.
Especially with how often, like, Kerrigan's been playing tucked in there.
Yeah. It's every round. Yeah, you're right. Every round has been a Orange's player. Oops. I guess we'll call it an oops.
So 3 rounds in a row, all Aurora are allowed, and fast move out through the apartments. This is a beautiful change of pace called by Madger, but will it work with limited guns? AK's still on the field. Madger's got himself a second, and that A site crumbled in an instant.
Yeah, that's actually another oops here for FaZe. They run away from this too happily. I don't even know why they got pulled so hard. Looks like they're still going to tease a retake. But, I mean, versus 4, good luck. Xanteris actually right there back at Graveyard.
Yeah, we said we wouldn't see him there for a while, but he's trying to cover up his misdeeds. I don't like the HUD's map, Launders, because it still looks like you can play on Graveyard, don't you think?
Yeah.
Still looks like you can play there. I think we should cut that part of the map out. I'll pull back the curtain real quick.
Very rude of you to point that out.
Well, you know.
We do have the best guys on it here.
I just want to see how quickly they can fix it.
Yeah, they think they're going to fix it right now.
Damn it. We sent the radar guy home already.
I didn't come back.
No. No, don't. I like that Aurora show us a different color in that round. Quick move into the A-bomb site. Throw the one player with a limited gun out first and trade your way into an easy 6-4 lead. Now, we said that the round wins haven't been consecutive, but we can only say that about FaZe Clan at the moment. 4 one-offs. 2 rounds left to play.
I think they're in the mode of like, you know what, we can still make a decent CT side, and that's all we really want at this point. They've shown that they have the adaptations, like with their push on Banana, but it's not that much. They're probably still scared of Aurora and what they can pull off on Banana. So even if they get one more, I think they can frustrate Aurora a little bit. And he doesn't do much. And it looks like FaZe are a little ahead on the nade game right now. Yo.
Oh.
Damn.
Quick with it. Ooh. You know the Opera's here, but that's not going to intimidate Xanteris.
Yeah, and here's where it just gets so difficult. Like, they just really tried to fight to get that first kill. Now they're totally out of it. It's Aurora's map to play with.
But as they take a look back towards this A site, that is where the shining piece of FaZe Clan CT side still stands. This 14 kills, 5 death performance from Jacob.
Looks like Aurora not going to overthink this. And, yeah. Why should they? Basically unstoppable from this position. At least FaZe will have a lot of guns next round.
Well, kept the fire in between the lines at least.
Gets by. This could be kind of painful, actually. Oh, nice adjustment here for Brokey.
That should be your cue to exit, friend. But he wants another one. Sticks around, creates a bit of sanctuary here for his other two teammates, and we'll go into the final round of the half with a guaranteed lead for Aurora at the end of their T side. Unfortunately here for FaZe Clan, it's high praise for Jacob, and that's about it.
Yeah.
We return back to Nuke. It was Kerrigan who kind of kept the boat afloat long enough for Jacob to have his moments, for Frozen to catch up, and eventually as well for Brokey to add himself into that.
Even Twist at that final round.
Fair.
Yeah, fought all that time.
I don't know if we're going to get that kind of a situation here on Inferno. Feels like FaZe Clan are just trying to play catch-up for a team that have been very confident in their takes, even with that back-and-forth affair for the first 6 rounds. We've had a successful endeavor on B with this kind of a push previously. That 2K from Frozen that happened once. Barring that, trying to take over control of Car has also cost them rounds since. So another moment where Aurora just show a strong adaptation. Have not looked uncomfortable so far this map. Shouldn't either on Inferno. But they forego any kind of control towards that B bomb site. They want to take a look towards brackets. And Brokey also wants a look at it, but the smoke grenade stays up. Uncertain as to what's on the other side. Flashes start to trickle towards him, and Brokey's going to be given a test here on Arch side in a moment. Misses his first chance to strike one down. Threat looming ever closer to this triple stacked A bomb site for FaZe Clan. And you better hope that this Colonel defense can stand to the test, but Soulfly's come through with an additional kill. Oh, Jacob again is just tearing through them. A damn near quad kill, if not for Kerrigan, finding one in the middle, and he'll still find that fourth. Silver lining for FaZe is Jacob's online.
Natus springs his trap, but he's left as the last man standing.
That was brutal for FaZe. I can't believe they get out so cleanly. It didn't... Yeah. Someone call an ambulance.
Apex, they've been yelling at you the whole game, calling you names. What do you want to say to them?
That's all you can say. Took you it back.
Look at him.
Yep.
He's enjoying himself.
Oh my god, he's playing the guitar.
What does this man not do?
Man.
You think to yourself, what the?
Is it a bat? Is it a plane?
No, it's an eagle.
No.
It is actually a falcon.
Barreling down from Banana and getting this double kill out of the gate.
Yeah, it feels like this is where the Rovers be in the road a little bit. They're
Well, a little fire at the fingertips of our boy Jacob tonight. Let's watch that sequence back. This was damn near an ace. That shot's disgusting. That kill was Kerrigan's, and he still whips it back.
Yeah.
And one more for the road, shall we? Ba-ba-doom! Jacob, 4 kills in the final round of the half. Unfortunately, even with such a beautiful sequence, even with, I'm looking at the scoreboard, an 18-5 half, FaZe Clan still trail 5 rounds to 7.
You know what? Not too bad, actually, I'd say. Yes, it is. Yeah, you know, it's a shame when it's like that many kills. But for FaZe on this map, to even turn one individual performance into 5 rounds, I think is overall really solid.
Twish. Okay.
Twish.
Okay.
This
funny
is your
guys.
stat corner.
Lowest rated T-side player on Inferno this year. Oh my God. Why are we pulling those stats out? Because it's relevant to this next half. Twists, best of luck.
Damn. Well, if they got Jacob playing like him anyway, so if you can do more of those highlights, they've got it covered.
Big if, however.
Little trap wire set up there for
That's what we get.
Zantaris.
One bullet fired, everybody walks away.
But look at how many people are in B. This is good game planning from FaZe. They, you know, oftentimes we see teams are so prepared for stacks and everything in these pistols, but Okadia, I don't know if he wants all this smoke right now. Oh, that's actually not bad.
Yeah, good push. Gets him into cover. Can just buy time, and at any moment, he could also just kind of pop back out for another duel on his terms.
They're wrapping it back around through halls.
Also jumping up from down beneath him. Almost manages a chance back towards Frozen. But the retake's on. Triple short retake coming through from Aurora. Madger's going to buy time over towards Library. Quick hop from Soulfly into the site. Brokey and Twist with theirs. And it's Zantaris to hit the mark, but he can't manage the duel versus Frozen. And we've got FaZe Clan with both pistols now so far on Inferno.
Yeah, this game actually becomes real, and it's again would be even more impressive than their win on Nuke, which is already the first miracle of the day.
Because on top of that, you'd have to look at this game and just go, Jacob's the reason.
Yeah.
You know, we had runway for the other individuals of FaZe to come alive back on Nuke, and we had that strong core by the end of the first map in the series. This is, so far still, nothing but Jacob for FaZe Clan as they trail by 1.
You know, we've heard about Scrim Jacob, and we've seen some of the potential in some big matches, but he is the one holding the potential for this team. He's not a journeyman on this roster. He's an upcomer. One of the best teams to just have MP9 rounds, I'll tell you that much. This won't be free for FaZe.
Especially this well-positioned triple arch setup. Cubby player's gonna go unnoticed. Woxic, how much does he want? Okay. Brokey thought about it for a second, but a second too late. MP9 from down beneath the van gets blasted out by Jacob, who then dies right after. And we've got a 2 versus 2.
Kerrigan can just plant.
Got hit by the nade, flushes him deep into the bomb site. He's trying to play the pillar. Wicadia's got him, and that crossover is enough. Aurora's force buy off of the triple arch setup pays off.
Ooh, I feel like Kerrigan, you know, he's got a teammate coming up lane.
Goes crazy.
Yeah, runs into the site, but could have planted default with cover coming up right behind him in case they wanted to push, or faked it and gone for a double peek. And it got real messy. Arch setup's perfect, obviously. A third MP9's the last thing that they expected. And Woxic was looking to milk it if someone walked out of halls and wasn't going to be looking in his direction, but wasn't the case. So, yeah, Aurora showing off with these MP9s, making it look like a full buy.
That's now 2 halves where FaZe pick up the pistol, only for Aurora's force buy to win back. Paints a bleak picture with this CT side ahead.
What was the stat about Twist that he was the lowest T-sided player this year?
This year on Inferno T-side. In all, I think it was top 30 teams. Lowest rated T-side player on Inferno.
All right, okay. I'll believe it when I see it. Okay?
Sure. Whoa!
Whoa!
Jacob's got places to be. And that is a quick cleanup from inside of the B bomb site. FaZe's hopes going up in smoke.
Again, I actually feel like T side could be better for them than CT side. Well, we saw that they didn't really have all the tools on CT side, all the ideas. But with stats like that, you wonder.
Live trade the game on polymarket.com, our official prediction market of Blast Premier. And with those Glocks sat outside of the apartments, it's a dire place to be if you're FaZe Clan. Again, map in your back pocket. But just the wind out of the sails after losing to another forest buy. You can feel Aurora's confidence growing. You can feel their comfort here on Inferno too. You know, not once did you see a FaZe Clan player down this deep on a CT side.
Yeah, they will show us how to play B for sure.
Yep, they'll just have, you know, further evolution. The more confident, riskier moments are something Aurora should very well tap into because they should find kind of home court advantage on Inferno, and especially obviously in a round like this versus Glocks. So quick and seamless for the 10-6 lead. I need all the yeah, every grenade. I need every nade.
It's fun. It's Inferno, so it's like, you know, if you're playing B or whatever, it makes sense that you have to make a calm like that, but it's just funny to hear. It's not even that much of an ask, you know? It's
I just love that it wasn't like, oh, I need every frag, or I need an extra malt. I need every nade.
I need 3 guys in every piece of utility you got.
They did win that round for the record. This one's got a bit of electricity to it. FaZe Clan, 2 guys already challenging Arch. This tempo is straight out of spawn. Soulfly was looking prepared for the duel, but Twist hits the headshot first. Beautiful blindside from Kerrigan as he peeks out through the apartment. Let's call round 17 done. That, my friends, is FaZe Clan's 7th.
You don't often see them make a play like that. That's a little bit new, to be honest. It's quick. It's obviously got all the smokes in place right where they need them. And it's exactly when Aurora had Arch wide open.
I mean, that was nasty.
Yeah. That was awesome.
There's that twist.
That shot helps.
Yeah, 100%.
For sure, that helps.
That's a new evolution, by the way. You may have not taken the graveyard off of the HUD yet, Blast production, but you guys are doing replays mid-round in a picture-in-picture. That's cool. I'll give you credit.
Yeah, we have 2 eyes for a reason.
Some of us have 4.
Yeah. Yeah, I'm one of those guys, too. I used to make fun of them. What do you want to do?
Tonight? Tomorrow?
Kerrigan said, I want to do.
You do whatever you want, Kerrigan. With a call like that last one, whatever you're thinking next, buddy.
Yeah, what else is new?
Because that was an impressive tempo that I mean, caught us off guard and most certainly caught Aurora off guard too.
Yeah.
It does bank on the instant headshot coming through from Twist. That certainly simplifies things.
He's one of the best T-side Inferno players out there.
Just not in 2026. Felt like Frozen had that same sort of pep in his step, but reels back as the utility comes through from the B-site defenders. Frozen,
They were like,
his eyes.
He's like, whoa, I thought that was ours. Nope. Let's walk away from this one.
That's a screenshot and a half. Somebody go screenshot Frozen's face as he jumps back into the cover.
Oh, I missed it.
Oh, it was hilarious.
Okay, I was just even him walking away
I
like
couldn't
that was
contain
funny.
myself.
So when all's said and done, lots of damage here for Aurora. They don't get the vision. They don't get a kill. They have significantly impacted. What did I say? Significantly?
Sniffing and lickly?
They've smelled around.
I feel like with that sudden pop as well that they hit the A site with, it's going to keep Aurora a bit on guard.
They're doing a double fake, man. This is next level here for FaZe. They don't even do stuff like this that much.
Maybe it's time. Quick swing out through the apartments. Woxic's got the cover needed. That's Jacob and Twists down for the count. Mid-player drop with nothing.
I love how this didn't work at all.
But it looked beautiful. In terms of the setup, everything was there for FaZe to try to play with, but it's the kills that count, and Aurora collect them all.
And the fact that they didn't move at all. Ooh, Frozen's actually in a dangerous spot. He could die after time. And they're going to be looking for him, but looks like he's safe. I love how that looked. I'm actually quite surprised it didn't even score a single rotation. It didn't look like FaZe looked messy or anything when they did it, but it kind of looked like Aurora didn't know what they were supposed to do about that. They just had 3 on A, 2 on B. Arch was getting threatened, so they couldn't actually leave, right? That's the weird part about that, is you're smoking off CT and Library and then coming out of halls, but the 8 players who are just made to be afraid about Banana can't actually get over there. What they might have done, given a bit more time, is try to retake through bracket, pushing a mid. So maybe FaZe needed to pause a little bit longer, let them make a move. But actually, I think they might have just held them in place a little bit. Well, they're trying some new stuff. Set plays. Like, you always see FaZe just default every round.
Sure. Yeah.
Get it to the late round, you know, in 3v3.
I find what's curious there is that, remember, Kerrigan says, what do you want to do going into that? So it feels like somebody else maybe called that for him.
He said, I want to do.
Oh, I want to do. Sorry. I thought he was asking.
X-Man.
Zantares was one of 2 players to have an AK in more than half his rounds played last year. Well, he kind of goes to town with that thing. So if anybody gets one,
yeah,
it should be Zantares. Who, of course, loves playing CT sides with AKs as well. Ready for that jiggle is Woxic, but shots from middle kind of make him a little nervous, so he'll peel away.
That was good. They are very careful about it. So this round, FaZe, what do you want to do? Because 12 is looming. You've got guns now. Zantares taking the peek, not seeing anything.
Risky. Oh, but they're so timid.
What?
Nobody fully commits to kind of punishing his presence, and so he still gets away with 2.
I can't believe he got any.
Yikes.
Twist thought he was just cooked.
Zantares switching over to the op for the triple kill. There's still something to fight for here in this round. FaZe Clan trying to keep Aurora off their 12th. Have managed to kick the door off its hinges towards the B site. Put themselves in a 2 versus 4 post plant. This 2v5 situation trying to be pieced together.
How do they work together? These 2 players have experience in these spots, and honestly, they have some advantages. The bomb's getting really low already.
Bomb is planted in front of Orange. They feed Zantares over. Strong trade out of Madger. And so Brokey, 3/4 the HP. And they tried to cover off that bomb with util. All they need. Soulfly's got the headshot. Aurora have the 12th round secured with 5 map points to play.
Well, yeah, it was supposed to be guaranteed with the numbers. They did put themselves in a spot to maybe pull off an upset round, but this is just inexcusable, really, because Twist runs out looking backward. I'm not sure why Twist looks backwards when he had just seen Zantares. I mean, he's expecting Jacob to just guarantee get the kill, and I get that too, because they had Zantares shooting into mid while Jacob was peeking into Boiler. So maybe that's a small but also massive misstep from Jacob, who's otherwise had a pretty spotless map.
Dirty off angle from Soulfly, but it doesn't net him impact. We've got Woxic trying to hunt in middle, and he'll pluck Brokey off the round. Keeps things even, gives himself coverage to go back in with another attempt. Oof. And he's lucky it was just the Deagle that had a chance to shoot at him, right? The one limited weapon that FaZe Clan are still playing with is the one guy that has a chance at the Woxic frag.
Really playing with fire there. And yep, Kerrigan will, right, go and get that. Yep, go and get that. Kerrigan will get that.
Go and
the free Galil.
Go and get it.
come in with a free molly as well.
The Galil will be gotten.
Yes, while they're taking A. I mean, they're going into the idea the Galil's just there. It's staring at him.
He'll get it.
It says, please, someone pick me up.
They've managed to walk
I mean,
by.
it won't matter, right? That they're not getting the Galil. They're going for this arch ramp. Woxic doesn't know about it just yet. But are they going to turn into a B split? Uh-oh, that's actually the mistake. And Kerrigan will get the Galil and the Molotov as well.
Chucks it back at Banana as they do push into him, and he's going to be bested by Wicadia, but look at this running through CT spawn, not ready.
But they're on the other side of the molly.
Right, now they're stuck behind it. They're going to try to double back. Wicadia to the site. 15 seconds on the clock.
Smoked
oh
bad.
My God, bro. Huge gap on that one. Wicadia dodging flashes. The bomb still gets over. Just barely. Gonna be planted. Knife out by Madger as he takes to the top rope. Catches you trying to reposition. Good trade back by Jacob at least. Awkward round. And in a moment, Wicadia no longer covered by that smoke as Twist skates into the coverage of Orange. Utility back sight, that's gonna take Jacob down to half health. Twist activates. Woxic dodges it. Oh, but now he's still got the health advantage. He will close out the first of 5 rounds needed to force OT.
And after that small misstep in Boiler, Jacob comes back with a 4K and puts up another round.
Just another massive 4K moment here from Jacob. Beacon of hope for FaZe Clan tonight.
This got incredibly messy, but man, the use of fakes from FaZe is not what I expected to see today, and that car molly was all just a distraction because it made it look like there was going to be a wrap towards A. Now, the funny part about that, wrap towards A would have been great. Sure. It was just Woxic alone there, but it still did its job.
At this point in the map, round win's a round win. Oh,
uh-oh, he's dead.
Done. Nade with his name on it. That's a bolstered B bomb site out of spawn. Wicadia has been so confident in his opening moves towards that half of the map as well. And we get this Woxic reposition towards the site. Plenty of time for FaZe to play out. Far less utility than they're used to when they've been going for these sorts of executes. So what can you make happen in this much needed 4v5?
Yeah, have they just delayed the inevitable? Or with Aurora dropping guard over here in B, will there be a timing to get in between this smoke? We'll see how far it goes down. Wicadia's running headfirst into this. Now he has to drop that defensively.
Here's the stomping. They are going to just try to barrel on through.
That's a great trade. They had the right idea.
Not too bad. FaZe will take it. Making the most of what they can. Kerrigan takes damage in the spam fight. We've got this fast move by Madger on the banana duel. It's him versus Kerrigan in a 1v1, but Kerrigan opts to go back through the smoke. Oh, and that is exactly what Xantares was banking on. 4 versus 2 advantage for the Aurora retake. Jacob tries to go back at the duel. It's a one and done from him, and Twist gotta shine here and now. Draws them in towards him, and it's spam damage in through from Xantares. We need a map 3 between Aurora and FaZe Clan as Aurora step up to the test. And remember how this happened. The 6 rounds back and forth at the beginning of this map bought a little bit of time for FaZe Clan, but ultimately both pistol wins get upset by 4 spies, and they let Inferno slip by.
I feel like that's just one of the best ways that we can describe it. Well, look, not slip by necessarily. Let's be real. We came into this one knowing that Aurora was going to be heavy favorites. They were able to pick this map for themselves, and rightly so for a reason as well there. And so it is a little bit of a back to the drawing board for FaZe. Maybe that's in the future drawing board, though.
I kind of get why they're 0-5 now, 0-6, because that looked a little bit uncomfortable. And that was not only like in their after plans, it was also the approach to the rounds, it was also the positioning, the fall back points. So many things that just didn't really go the way of FaZe, but they also put themselves in those situations, and when they had the chance to actually, capitulate or get in front of it, they didn't really make it matter.
Aurora closed out in all the ways that you would more or less expect them to on a map like this. I mean, I will say, Jacob tried his darndest to keep FaZe in that one. There were a lot of moments that otherwise, this could have even been a more lopsided game if he didn't just have one of the best maps I've ever seen him play.
Yeah, it's good to see, it's, again, a guy that we've been talking about maybe not putting in the consistency, but so far he's had a great series, he's as you mentioned, by far the biggest guy in the team as of now of keeping FaZe alive, and it's a time for Jacob also to prove his worth, you know, also with the rumors of everything happening inside the team. And obviously this round as well is just like what is actually happening. You know, like Broky falls back into the situation by missing the shot on Arch, and you know, it has to get a praise. Sure, FaZe gets an incredible round here where Jacob is just sitting on side and he gets the first guy coming out, has to flip around, gets a second, and then he's doing all the work for Kerrigan as well and getting the third and the fourth one. And it's incredible that Jacob can actually pull this one off, because the positioning of FaZe in this given situation is really, really poor. It's like they don't have the overview of having two guys in the side already, and the fallback point for Broky is just incredibly bad.
That's just kind of been how FaZe get their wins throughout a lot of history. It's not always positional advantages, doing everything by the book, taking space back, you know, trying to cut off one pincer of the attack. It's just standing your ground, it's fighting, and unfortunately it wasn't enough. Even though Jacob had, I think that's the best round I've ever seen him play, ever. That's just an absurd multi-frag sequence and just spinning like a top in the bomb site. But we could see that, I'd say that that's kind of a little bit of a band-aid on what was a bigger problem, which is that positionally Aurora were the better team. They were swarming them in situations. They frequently had the man advantage when they were bursting onto a bomb site.
And not to mention how incredibly hard it is to actually pull off this kind of thing.
You can't do that every single time.
It doesn't look easy, obviously, but it's way harder than you expect this one to do, because he has to go up, turn around 180, 180, 180, and then constantly turn his attention, where he's the only one actually putting up the fight inside that side.
Well, it was impressive. It wasn't enough to get them over the line, but I love it. Yeah, what you said, Maui, that band-aid on what was such a glaring issue for FaZe, and that's really props to Aurora, what they're able to bring to it. You already said a death ball is what they like to run for this map. Inferno's theirs for a reason. They like to just be like, hey, let's go for it.
They do, which is why actually in a couple of the rounds I saw some surprises. If we go kind of in the middle of the half to round 8, there was a moment where I actually felt like just after a round 7 where they did 5-man into the B bomb site, they actually switched things up. And this is kind of what I saw at ESL Pro League, where you would get an Aurora that has a little bit more up their sleeve, where they send Madger out on this mission. And yeah, it's against an eco or a couple save weapons, but they have a couple just safety valves in place. They have Wycadia in mid, they have Soulfly towards apartments so that they could play to punish if there's any quick flank from FaZe, and they also have players in position to punish if FaZe are going to go for any sort of aggressive play. And you could see that that comes into play when Jacob says, maybe it's my time to strike. Maybe they are just deathballing as they usually do, but no, this time around, Aurora shuts the door on any kind of flank play by calling for a mid round and be willing to punish or ready to punish when there's that sort of proactive play coming out from FaZe. So I'm just giving some props to Aurora, because so frequently that's the kind of move from Jacob that might even win the round, because he would just get a quick flank timing.
And I just think that what Jacob does, you know, if he would have just pushed down mid in the beginning, you know, that would have been his death already, but he understood that it was going to be a little bit of fake, they were actually holding back. He would actually try and find the timing, and he catches the first guy in mid, and he would, if Voxic wouldn't hit that headshot that fast, you know, it could have turned around, him getting a double, then the guy coming out of Palace had to be the guy making the difference, right? But Jacob again showing that he can, you know, really step up to the occasions, but Aurora overall looking really confident.
Yeah, I mean, they're taking that one step, because you're now pointing out not only are they able to succeed when it comes to that 5-man death ball, but now they're able to slow it down. They're able to do things just a little bit differently too, and you're wondering, where is the game plan exactly for Aurora? We have to now cover every sort of basis when it comes to them, and the start not so easy, right? Like we talked about it at the round 8 when it came to that middle part, looked really good, but overall, Dupree, it was not a great opening from Inferno.
No, I think like round 4 is a good showcasing of what FaZe actually sometimes seems to be lacking. It's a combination of misplays, but also in this situation they do get banana control for free, and we do see them trying to get information in mid. They know it's clear, so they're probably hiding somewhere in ramp. At this point, this is a set round from the Aurora side. They know that they want to try and catch the guy on banana. And the issue for me here is that Kerrigan uses his smoke deep banana. Now he has no fallback point. He decides to go for a full all-in here, gets the first kill, and he doesn't wait for the flash coming from CT. The flash that's coming from CT is from Broky. He could have waited by swinging from first block, and that would also made the intuition for Frozen to go through smoke. And it's just these type of things that they cannot allow themselves to put themselves in these bad situations. And then it comes down to the afterplan situation. They throw out the molly too fast. They're not ready to capitalize on it. And from here on, it's just Aurora just winning off by crossfires instead of using their time, using the utility, and then playing rounds together. But it starts by Kerrigan getting, I mean, in my opinion, a bad smoke down banana instead of using it defensively, buying his time for a teammate to actually rotate in.
How important would you say winning that round was for Aurora as well?
Well, one thing is that it's about the economy, because they know that at this point they are on a forced buy. They will have a full reset coming into the next one. And also momentum-wise, you know, it puts FaZe in a position where they know that they should have won it. They had all the information, they had everything in the books, but they couldn't capitulate it or capture on it and actually get back into it. And from here on, Aurora, they get back in the game, they get the economy going, they get the momentum going. It's one of these swing rounds that is just like so important inside the game, and you can't really afford to lose it when you're looking at it. Like
It just kept the FaZe economy so low. I think that it was FaZe that won the next one, but then Aurora wins the next, and then FaZe are on ecos for 2 more because of that round. So it's like I don't know how you would say it. I guess the effects kind of compound. And that's just like, it's just not a position you want to be in if you're FaZe. You want to win rounds cleanly, but that's just kind of the state that they're in. It doesn't seem like you ever really get 4 alive in a 1 round.
Yeah, because you're also talking about that round. Yeah, it builds up the mentality for Aurora. They're feeling a little bit better. And then for FaZe, you're like, well, we're in a position where that should never have happened. And we're wondering the same thing going into a map at number 3. That's not ready just yet. That is going to happen, though, right after this break. We're going all the way to our deciding map of Dust, map number 3 there. And we're seeing FaZe having a bit of a talk because whilst they were able to get that win on Nuke, Inferno just wasn't really there for them, right? That was all Aurora's game. It looked fantastic for them. And now it does beg the question, where exactly are the chips going to fall for the two sides here on FaZe and Aurora?
I would say that it's definitely leaning in Aurora's favor, but
Still, really?
FaZe have, yeah, definitely. But FaZe have made this series a bit more interesting. I feel like the one of the wrinkles in this for me is just actually the Jacob pop-offs are something that I did not foresee going into this series whatsoever. But another thing that kind of makes this series a coin flip for me is the Brokey situation. It's a conversation that we have needed to have. We have started a discourse. We are continuing the discourse on Brokey. This dude's a coin flip. Like every single half of this game, you don't know what you're gonna get because for whatever reason, he is one of the he's a great T-side player for them. But on CT side, which you would think, Dupree, if you're an opera on Dust 2, you like the CT side of Dust. But it's actually just topsy-turvy with Brokey. You never know what you're going to get, do you?
I really believe that if there's ever a time for Brokey to come alive, I mean, I know this is probably not the most exciting or the most important best of 3 that FaZe ever played, but
it's incredibly important.
It is at a point now where they do have to get back into the grass, but it would be nice to have Brokey stepping it up. You know, we have had 2 maps now where we haven't really seen much of him, so it would be good to see him. And it's also a map that will give him the chances of doing so, and I think it's also a map that plays into the favor of Karrigan and also a team that is having their struggles, you know, finding their DNA, finding how they want to be playing. Dust 2, it's not really a map where you have to dig that deep. It requires a few smokes to run some strategies, but it's also a map where you can just run some defaults, play off each other, and then having, you know, your players chime in. And I think that what plays into the hand of FaZe, and which is also why they're, well, as of right now, they're on a 3-map win streak, and it's also playing it quite often at Pro League. So it's definitely a map that FaZe also know how to play.
Yeah, I'm surprised that you're bringing up a positive stat for FaZe.
Well,
You're like new, going 3.
It's the one map.
It's the one map, right? Yeah.
So what you're saying is, Maui was kind of lying. This is actually FaZe favored. I'm just joking.
It is definitely I think it can go both ways, but looking at how this game has progressed, you know, I don't think Aurora has been playing like the best Counter-Strike either. I think both teams have been looking sort of sloppy in given situations. Sure, I think Aurora is still the favorite here, but I do think that FaZe, if there will be a map where they could actually contend together and actually pull up a bigger fight, it could be Dust 2.
Yeah. Do you feel like we're going to see that consistency, though? Because you're talking about, okay, we want Brokey to show up. Are you going to see the consistency, though, from Jacob? Because Karrigan also had a great first map, kind of quiet in the second one.
Well, sometimes on Dust 2 in particular, Jacob just gets fed to the wolves. Sometimes he's going on these cat swings and the nades aren't perfectly set. Sometimes he's just before the flashes. Sometimes the smokes aren't even really properly aligned. And then there's really nothing he can do. Some god tier entries will get something done there, but it's just such an uphill battle. And I think Woxic is more than a capable enough opper that if he's not smoked off, if he's not flashed on that first fight, he's going to get that opening kill. His reliability in the last year and a half has been something that has actually really spurred Aurora to become, I'd say, a bit of a force on Dust 2. So I don't think that it's always Jacob's fault entirely that he's had bad D2s, but I don't know if he can really play his team out of a poorly executed strategy.
Right.
I just really want to be. I just want to see Brokey be unleashed. Like let the guy run up mid. Let the guy jump off catwalk. Let the guy do all these crazy things. You know, that's when he plays best. Like unleash this guy. Just let him do his thing. I hope he will do it.
Yeah. Well, then who are we looking for on the side of Aurora? Because you've already said it. You know, someone that you want to come alive, someone that we want to see more consistency from. Obviously, on the side of Aurora, they make it to the finals of a previous event. We're not really like looking and being like, this person needs to step it up, because they've shown that they can at times.
I feel like one of the most dynamic players for them is Wycadia on this one. Sometimes he'll bust out the secondary op. I've seen him get pretty aggressive on the CT side too. If things aren't working in a default setup, he's usually one of the pieces that gets a little bit more active. So I feel like his antics are the X factor for an Aurora team that sometimes runs into a rut. So he can sometimes pull them out of it.
Yeah, and obviously on the other side, Santaros, you know, he's always going to be on top of the whole like map control. He's going to be the one that's finding the openings. He's going to be the one that also delivers at being the most like influential player on that team. So obviously, we had to look out for Santaros. I wouldn't say Santaros has had a bad series so far, but they definitely always need Santaros to play good in order to win. So we will always want to be looking out for him.
Okay, well, I like it as well that you guys went for 2 different players too. You're like, there is different ways that they can play through this. There's different ways that we can really see them do it. Small little delay, so that it means that we get to talk about it a little bit more of what you think Dust is going to be. Because I liked the start of this series when Maui was like a miracle, getting 6 rounds in the first half. What's another miracle we can expect on the table?
Do we know the sides yet? Do we know?
They're doing it now, I believe.
Okay.
So
we should always, if we could show, we should have Nat commentating.
Dude, could you imagine if I was like,
that would be absolutely awesome.
Please stop me in. I'm ready for this. No, absolutely not. So.
Literally all I'm hearing is like people knifing each other. But obviously, depending on what side, I mean,
I wanted the prediction before we even knew which side was live. Yeah, we can't see this. This is a blind guessing. Who do you think just did that?
We heard someone from FaZe scream.
I heard someone on FaZe.
Yeah, we did. So maybe they probably won the knife round. I think FaZe starting T would that would be my guess. I think that if Karrigan can start on the T side and hopefully get the momentum going, I think that's going to play into his cards because he is a guy that likes to do all these kind of small gimmick plays, fakes, and everything.
Sounds like
Aurora T side, I believe, is what was said in my ear.
Aurora won. It sounded like
it was just like it was like a war cry.
I guess
it was a cry of rage, like ah.
Yeah, he's just upset.
Okay, well, look, very quickly, anything else that you want to add? No, because
I just feel like this is still Aurora's favorite map.
Okay.
I'm going like 13-10 though because FaZe have shown me a little bit more than I expected today.
I always love that from you, Matt. You're going to put everything out there just like we're going to expect from both FaZe and Aurora for map 3.
Yeah, time to do it, FaZe Clan. Show us why you've gone ahead and won Nuke to push this series to a third mode. Dust 2 and FaZe Clan, kind of iconic in history of Counter-Strike. So yeah, let's see if they can tap back into the potential that we've seen. I mean, Jacob has given us 2 excellent maps back-to-back now in this series.
Seriously.
I think that's a beacon of hope for the FaZe Clan side. What I'm worried for them, though, is that this, death ball kind of form that Aurora brought to the table on Inferno is something that they could also just kind of set the tempo with here on Dust 2.
Whoa, it's like a tennis ball 8-ball with like fortune cookies advice on there.
And what did it read?
Be yourself.
Be yourself. Not always good advice.
Not really
for the record.
A fortune or a prediction.
People
advice.
Gotta be careful. Sometimes you should probably just be somebody else.
Yeah, what happened to Shame? Sometimes you suck.
Hopefully that's not the case for Frozen in the Pistol. We've had some weird pistol moments for FaZe off Inferno, winning both and then losing to the Force Buy in both those halves. Frozen's dead. See ya, sucker. Xanterez opens up with ease.
Should have been Jacob that round.
This little mystery 8-ball, did it say play tunnels?
It might have said stack B for the rest of his team.
Sit inside of it, 3 players strong as mid control can be taken over by Aurora. There's no contest from here to the bomb site.
Yeah, but this just ends up being an A-walk. Interesting, good timing here for Karrigan. He smells something is wrong. Oh, but the mid-B smoke is just going to hold the CTs there a little longer. It's a very nice play here for Aurora.
Just the right utility to still sprinkle into the play. Karrigan gets hit by the second flashbang. Soulfly capitalizes on that awkwardness caused by Madger's util.
That's where it's
beautifully set up.
Yeah, it's just enough. Sometimes
classy.
You see like a disproportionate response, a little fake, and then you try to throw 10 nades and get way too spread out, and it doesn't match the energy of the other team, but that was perfect. Like a mid-B smoke is exactly what they need. It even slows down the rotators from seeing things over towards A. So FaZe, I mean, on Inferno, they won both pistols, got ecoed twice.
Correct.
Aurora won both pistols on Nuke and then won both conversions. They're the guys who are much better on round 2. I'm going to go out on a limb and say, 3 outstanding maps for Jacob in the series is a little bit too much to ask for. Like, he's put up 2 super strong performances. It's just unlucky, like if he puts up 3 in a row, he's donk for a day, right? So all that means, though, is you've still got Frozen and Twist, and, like you've got other pieces here that need to contribute.
I mean, Jacob's the highest rated player in the series at the moment, over top of Xanterez. Well, speak of the Devils, they go head-to-head inside of the B bomb site. Jacob can't hold them back, and it's man advantage and a bomb plant here for Aurora, looking good in yet another second round. In fact, Aurora have not lost a single second round. You put that in your pipe and smoke it, B-Tramps.
Did he say something? Oh, he's got
let's
something.
see what he's got. Going into the series, FaZe had won just over 42% of their pistols this year.
They're not a team that relies on leads. They like to stay back all the way to the very end. They just add so much of what other teams don't have, in all the best and worst ways. Every game is a new, brand new sandbox with FaZe Clan.
Just in the bigger picture, though, for this event, I mean, FaZe do find themselves in a difficult group, right? You've got NAVI, Falcons, you've got FURIA.
Yeah.
Aurora, their first competitors as well. It's going to have to be a strong week from them in what has been a weak year so far. Will a temporary coach be able to change things?
I mean, a win like this could ruin Aurora's week for the exact same reason.
Sure. Right now, Twists. Thomas down empty-handed. Frozen popped with just the one. And Kerrigan just going to let them trickle forward. It's a good trade back from Xantares to maintain the strong 3v1 advantage. Bomb floating behind him. Only a pistol in hand here for Jacob. He doesn't even want that duel down in lower tunnels. And so Aurora will go up 3-0 off the start of map 3.
They're so worried about Jacob, though, because he's been aura farming this series.
I said it like it was done, but the bomb doubles back, and Jacob's going to find this duel.
It would have to be a crazy
Still, I think a certain timidness there in a 3 versus 1 with a player on the A site. You know, it's scary that you get that bomb duel going back.
I wonder if...
Believe in yourself.
What else does it got? What else is on there?
Okay, that's good advice.
Do you just, like, throw it at someone's head? Read this. Yesterday you said tomorrow, son.
Don't let your memes be dreams. Or, you know how it goes. Shout out Shia LaBeouf one time.
Boof.
LaBeouf.
Yeah, heard he's having a great Mardi Gras.
Real guns in hand now for FaZe. As round 4 where things turn around just feels sort of bleak with only 2 kills across the board for FaZe in the first 3 rounds of this map. And numbers strong once more for Aurora approaching the catwalk play. Wikadia's Mac 10's got the trade back. Good challenge through that open smoke, but the Opera still surpasses Frozen. And with it, Wikadia has gotten additional space created already. So on the arrival of his teammates, they're good to go. Just go ahead and pelt that utility down into the CT spawn, couple it with a nice lurk out by Madger, and this is feeling like 4-0 guaranteed.
Yeah, they're moving a little bit too nice. I mean, after the first map, again, it's like, it's sort of embarrassing for Aurora to say, we lost this game when we had all these great stats near the end of it, but it also points to that in the future, like if we don't make any of those, half of those mistakes, we're gonna pretty much crush you.
Yeah.
And we saw a bit more of that on Inferno. Didn't expect them to take off in the same way on Dust 2. I thought Dust 2 would be a nice equalizing opportunity here for FaZe Clan, but I mean, Aurora looked very comfortable. I'm loving the little calls that we get from Madger here and there. On map 1, I think that was probably partially his fault, because again, they had everything else.
Sure.
Opening frags, star players, all that.
I mean, that'd actually be a good question to ask him in the post-match, maybe. How much responsibility I mean, let's say they win. Don't ask him if he loses. But just how much does he think he was kind of the shortcoming on Nuke?
Yeah, won't matter to them if they just crush here.
I'm not going to ask him, but the desk can. Nat's new. She can get away with it.
Yeah. Madger's really nice.
And no approach from FaZe this round. Not with Twist taking that early damage. You want these scouts to connect. Goddamn, you just want FaZe Clan to get some kills at this point, because it's been a very bleak 4 rounds of play.
This is Xantares special, always walking out mid. Oof. Oh, scouts on both sides, actually.
Well, well, well. Madger just splattered in front of Xantares like that.
I mean, it's a touch awkward. It's not like FaZe are actually that scary over on B. They do have 3 players there, but if the split comes in, they need another scout shot. That one's back at K-Sharp right now.
Cadia remains tucked in. Twists still smoked off. Finds no vision on this walk-up. Scout continuing to just try to pry towards tunnels.
Oh, if he doesn't clear it.
Pistols, not a crossfire as the window players deciding to push. 2 kills come through for Aurora, make it 3. And with that, the B-bomb site crumbles. It is the 1 death on Madger. That's it. That's all. Aurora keep the round wins rolling forward.
That was graceful. That was artistic. That was perfect execution. I mean, you see Xantares shoulder peeks into the site, and as soon as you swing out, he's already staring at you.
Yep.
So that's pixel perfect.
Felt like for a moment their FaZe kind of let their foot off the gas. That opening kill on Madger is great and all, but then everybody's afforded this walk up. Nobody took another look at the close, perimeter outside of middle.
Yeah.
They really just gave that space back to Aurora, and lo and behold, Aurora thrive with it.
Aurora used to be a great Dust 2 team that would pretty much only go long on T-side, but they've totally expanded the way that they play the map. They've evolved a lot. And they've been under tons of scrutiny, and I think from the calling perspective, like they have tried to make a lot of strides to make the most of just really strong individuals, obviously. Like, Cadia has not even had a good day, and that's someone who we see sometimes absolutely take over. So, no shortage of skill on this lineup.
More rounds for Aurora than FaZe Clan have kills collectively. Not to be the bearer of bad news, but it's not enough. And this steamroll from Aurora just continues to grow with momentum. We get this walkout from Madger again, willingness to test the waters in middle. You'll get blindsided by the first of 3, but that's a big commitment, 3 players strong on that mid-smoke, and the timing as Brokey peels away from long. We do get this CT player walk up trying to duel with the guys on Cat, and that's just enough of a distraction for Brokey to clip one off the play. Flashbang comes at him, but the frags are fantastic, and where has this FaZe been?
I don't know. All their kills right here. So they'll catch up to that scoreline at the very least. It's a very solid hold and a foundation for what could be a comeback into this map.
It's better late than never. Such a clean, convincing outcome. Madger just tiptoes into his own death out middle, and everybody repositioned towards A soon enough. Had Soulfly really kind of pushed the issue over towards the long play, then maybe, but...
Oh, not that cross.
Yeah.
Oh, damn.
See ya, Jacob. Oh, nice picture-in-picture. Ooh.
Oh, that was a chance for Brokey. Not the easiest adjustment to make, but wanted that to be a 4v4.
Boy. It's like the 5th bad Molotov we've seen in this series.
Yeah. 4 were from FaZe, though, so...
Got... Frozen's positioned correctly, but a little awkward here playing with the nades. Oof! Luckily for him, Twists has got it. Dropped opportunity by Frozen, and Twists here to shine. Triple kill already, utility to soften up the last one, and Woxic just stuck there, fully flashed.
Didn't even flinch.
Accepts his fate as Twists plays in front of the utility, point blank, with that coverage from Brokey towards window. Can't scoop up the bomb just quite yet, and yeah, Brokey's got that one locked in. Nice triple kill here from Twist. We get the back-to-back round wins out of FaZe Clan.
Yeah, I mean, look at Twist, like not even going for that extra kill right there, just doing his job. A real soldier here in B.
That's gross.
And that's so cool from Woxic, because like obviously he can hit the door cross shot actually very consistently. No secret, he's got some of the best reaction times in the scene. But for him to just pre-aim the door like that, going for the timing shot, straight skill. Well, the one round they got was nice.
Two, Mohan.
The 2 rounds they have are awesome.
And poor Jacob, still 0 kills, but blasted away in the last round. Still 4v5 win out of FaZe. Like we said, 3 maps in this series. That impressive out of Jacob. Odds are against him. We'll see if he can recover. But his slowest start yet, and Twists is not wasting the opportunity to shine here on map 3. Another multi-frag for the Canadian out of the gate here in round 8. Locks down long and thrusts Aurora into the 3v5 disadvantage.
He's melting him down, and he's playing both sites.
It's nice to see a mobile Twists. Somebody who's been very vocal about just trying to find himself on an individual level as a player throughout these recent struggles for FaZe in 2026. He's been saying he's putting focus on that. Right now, Walk6 focused towards the B site window. As Frozen again is weaponizing this double op setup. Plenty of time still for Aurora to rob this one back, though. They walk out through those mid doors, flashbangs come through. Kerrigan actually eating a flash in the middle of all that. Felt like he was about to pounce on it just to confirm the numbers, but we'll see if his timing works out.
If they move slowly enough, he will have a chance. They can't just watch everything.
They do hold him back. Jacob kills Xanterez next to Madger, who's now going to try to pounce off of that Walk6 flashbang, but Frozen's got it. Hook, line, and sinker stuck through the doorway, and that perfect pinch between the 2 oppers gives FaZe Clan their 3rd.
They really have leveraged that one great round towards A to back-to-back. Super good holds, obviously, from Twists on 2 of these occasions. There really was a moment here where this game looked done. It was 5-0, and as you pointed out, FaZe had less than 5 kills in total, and just like that, they've earned themselves a half buy here from Aurora. It's going to be devastating at this point if Aurora don't close this game. There we go. One of the best CT sides this year on Dust 2, and we're seeing some of that action right now.
Frozen, awkward reposition, still able to put the scope back up, but he loses his support. This time it's all him. Oh, and the 3rd and 4th shots are whiffs. Twists, quick to the scene with a double kill, in with a 3rd! Woo! And Twists not wasting his moment in the spotlight tonight. Makes mincemeat of the follow-through there from Aurora.
He has been a firecracker in this last string of rounds here for FaZe Clan. So many multis, and Frozen also awkward spot, especially with his teammate dying on the rifle. Getting to, delaying just enough to make sure Twist could deny any type of bomb plant from going down. Off the back of the Brokey flash. They're keeping up with the action.
Totally different game now after the 5-0 start that Aurora had. Slow to get off the pitch, but moving now at full force. Another look from Twist. Another different position at the start of a round, and another multi-kill moment for Van Dulken.
Gotta underscore that. He's played long, B site, now off cat. Multis every single time. He could not figure his game out on map 1 at all. Don't count him out for too long.
12 and 4, 10 rounds into Dust 2. I want to say Twists was actually like 0 and 3, maybe even 0 and 4. And this is just, oh no, because he just died. 0 and 3 at one point, it felt like.
Believe in yourself. Frozen told him.
Brokey puts the scope in place just in time, but this long challenge is quicker than some of the others has been.
Oh, the molly's not going to help. I mean, it's going to shove him back at least. I was thinking there was a chance for a kill, which they might need.
Yeah, Wicadia just kind of teases the corner If he peeks into that, Opera's got him surely. Yeah, Brokey just patient on the line. Oh, to the USP headshot goes Brokey. A triple kill in this one as that catwalk fallback, the long cross hold, and the close all belong to Brokey. We've got a tied game 10 rounds in.
They've got Aurora sweating now. Individual plays all along, but all around, excuse me.
Twists. Again, opening move into catwalk, confident as need be. Double kill right there for the taking. That round also featured Twist's third successful opening duel, as again, he has been happy to take these early fights, no matter where, no matter when.
Getting the opening duel, and oh my goodness, Woxic, that is just exquisite. It's another timing shot on Jacob to put him at 1 and 8 on the cross.
Scout wallbang headshot.
Like, again, he's not just relying on his reaction time. That's just perfect
What's messed
planning.
up, too, is last time Jacob jumped and died, this time he'd stayed on the ground. And Woxic's still ready for the shot. You try to change up your pathing, you try to change up your tempo, and you still eat it.
What happens now? They're playing on the ramp. Good flashes, but looks like there's still a chance here for Brokey. Oh, that's a scout coming in.
Woxic knows.
Oh, it's beautiful.
Second scout headshot. Madger peeling Kerrigan off the play. Twist is alive, though. Oh, Woxic's third. Nothing but headshots out of that scout so far.
Through single.
Turnaround moment here for Aurora. 5 rounds straight out of FaZe. Finally able to post another one to the scoreboard, and it is all thanks to Woxic.
The man also went mental back on Nuke. And just put up a Scout 3K that there is no counterplay to. Every shot's just perfect.
I think we need to make these picture-in-picture replays even bigger, just so we can really bask in the glory that was that opening duel. That wall bang through the doorway. Ooh. Twist gave him the jiggle, but we see you, Woxic. Back onto the AWP. This time, both players allowed to cross over to the B site. Jacob just counting
Poor Jacob.
his lucky stars that he's allowed to be alive. 1 and 8/2 at the hands of Woxic's mid-pressure. But hey, the kid had 2 great maps.
Twist has been very pervasive on Dust 2 so far, but he's always been at the site they go to. This time he goes for an early lean towards B. Is this going to be another golden read? It doesn't look like it. The split, taking formation towards long now. Their flashes have been on point.
Brokey's out of there with no shot in response. Tries to give himself a little more wiggle room, dodging flashes all the while. Teammate's dead and he misses. Spam's gonna come through. Whiff chance to stop Xantares as well. At least you could have cut off one end of the attack. Frozen spams through for a single frag, and that's just gonna post Xantares one step higher. Only temporary though with that hold. 4v3 advantage. Twists tickled by the flames, stuck into the corner.
He's getting away with some space.
Flames spread, but the bomb is planted. Man advantage held onto here by Aurora. Frozen takes to the top over the smoke. We've got this car player with head tucked down, letting teammates take contact, but they give a lot of space over to FaZe. They let everybody tuck in, and Twists uses that moment to get another double. You've got this Woxic off at hand, and they find the retake thanks to Twists. Another triple kill moment comes through. Tied game at 6 rounds all. How do FaZe find the runway?
17 seconds left, so this is going to be just an all-out stomp to the bomb side. No slowing it down. They just have to rush him in, get the kill instantly, and get the bomb planted. Frozen is dropped, and that's the bomb on the ground. Oh my God! It's Brolin with an insane transfer. He keeps it going. It's a quad kill. He saved his team.
Vice
I don't know, the bell is ringing. Might be the train bell, but certainly ringing for Astralis right here. 1 versus 4, and he's gonna get a headshot. Follow. Oh, what? No way! He actually makes it work. That has to be just pure out, just divine intervention. Shut up. I can't. I've never seen anything like that ever before.
If they're going to get a 5th in this first 15, this could be the round he offers it. At the helm of that monster hit, Apex comes around the corner, back of Electronic turned. A double man advantage that feels like surely Vitality have already got enough. But what about that flash from SDY? How about this hold from Perfecto? Incendiary to the right. Sumdai Young turns his attention. Oh! All 3! Sumdai Young and Sumdai again and again and again. 11-4, 11 rounds straight, and a dominant overpass CT side.
Yeah, you see definitely a big gap providing itself. They're going to come through this.
They're on their way. Setups here. Good flashes. Rops, he is supposed to be the way in, but he's escorted out off the premises. Shush! This is his site. And he continues to lay down more and more from Shush. Oh, 5 from the Dane.
Sometimes these work.
See if they eat the flashes or not. They do.
Oh no.
Oh, that's
Zywo's blind
as well.
Oh, Rain the double deagle. You're not gonna. Oh! When it rains, it pours. And then Rain adds in that extra secret spice. Gives you a round like this. A 4th. Everybody falls at the hands of Rain.
Well, Twist has given us something to talk about despite the 5-0 Aurora start here on map 3. I mean, by God, it felt like this game was done 5 rounds into the half. And lo and behold, here we are, tied game with Twists on top.
There's just always a new challenge for Aurora in this matchup. Yeah, this time it's Twist, maybe the most unlikely contender. I think between him and Brokey, we were expecting a bit more. Well, here it is. So many multi-kills. Delivering those Dust 2 stats that were foreshadowed a bit by B-Trams earlier.
Yeah, those were CT side specific, and he held up his end of the bargain. See what he can bring to the table on the attack, but for now, it's long control for FaZe. At least the doorway's earned. And that does get Aurora to scramble back. Whoa, Soulfly, first blood here in second pistol. Quick execution of Jacob, putting him back in the dirt.
No fun for Jacob.
And 9 from the highest rated player coming into map.
Oh! You got to love that.
2 taps from Woxic, and let's say this is Aurora's pistol, shall we?
No one's wasting ammo this round.
Frozen tries to bring it back, but he meets his maker in Xantares. And that is going to be Aurora taken over with a CT pistol, winning both pistols in this map as well.
Well, they got absolutely clapped up right there. That was not close, honestly. Nice shots, Woxic. A P2K terror. They don't always win the pistol, but they always win the second round. Sometimes they do both.
FaZe Clan forced to take a knee in this one. Can talk it out and try to test Madger, but you're met by another smoke. It's a bit deep, though. Feels like they're going to pounce him. They try to stagger it, but he is supported by Xanterez, and it goes about exactly how you'd think. Bomb is delivered to the feet of Aurora's in-game leader. And that is Aurora to win every single second round of the series.
Yeah, and it's even more impressive that it's without all the pistols as well. So really shows you what kind of team that FaZe are dealing with. Let's see if it gets worse than a 2-round game as FaZe get back onto rifles. Oh. Bad omen. And they have just... It's a lot of utility for FaZe in total in this series.
Missed, you mean?
Yeah.
Yeah. Getting a bit of nades out of Aurora, though, without really having to apply too much pressure. Woxic just keeps on dropping these, which, you know, sitting here with MP9 and a flash and no real close support. Oof, he could still just whittle this down by drawing them into him, but as he tries to chuck that flash up, Brokey strikes well. Madger dropping nades, mid-walkout from Kerrigan's a one and done. And while Madger's still concerned about Catwalk, he's got to forego control of Long, you'd think. Flash comes through, he's gonna try to pounce him and Xanterez. Collecting those frags in the Catwalk play from Jacob, a step too late. Aurora called into the action on their terms will get themselves established to the 3-round lead.
That was probably a 50-50 situation with that flash push. FaZe could have shut it down, but the timing is beautiful. I like when Aurora are just like getting extra aggressive in spots where the other team is too. And Woxic absolutely stealing this kill away versus Twist of all people with the instant MP9 headshots.
Nice! Hold up!
That set things off on the right foot. Game goes to 3. FaZe go to pistols.
Yeah, keeps it bleak with this buy. Enough utility to make this uncomfortable for Wicadia, but he's going to offer nades right back. They don't fully dump the util, and we also don't get the full-blown commitment just yet. Second volley of util goes over top of the mid doors.
Yeah, it looks like Aurora, you know, they know what's coming right here. It is just about a little bit of luck. The flash is excellent. No luck involved in that.
Car player also eats one. Soulfly able to kill Jacob. Oh, doesn't waste shots for the frozen frag. And now that pistol gets swept under the rug. Twists. Unfortunately, the MP9 goes dry, and Xanterez right there to conclude the 12th round win for Aurora as their fire starts to grow here on map 3. Starting to feel the ability to close out this series, to keep the challenge of FaZe Clan at bay.
Some good energy right there for Madger. And a split that, you know, it can work, but the map's a bit too quiet. Aurora are just a little too suspicious about the thought of a B split. They don't need to over-rotate. They have everything in place. Their CT setups are obviously going to be solid no matter what. Mid-B could definitely be appealing. No vision given over here for Aurora as to like what kind of setup they're running. That'll make it harder for Kerrigan to make the perfect call. He'll have to guess a bit. They're trying to draw out some kind of reaction.
It's Jacob as the tip of the spear right now. Utility pressure's coming through. Well-timed flashbang blinds the Opper, but Jacob was into the corner, so he dodges it and punishes. 5v4 off of Jacob's third kill in this map.
This one's, oh, I thought it was going to be coming B. Brokey's actually changing his plan. I don't know. Out through tunnels, back into mid. Okay, here it is. Has to be Xanteris to help out.
Oh, Jacob's fourth of the map. Secures the mid play, should secure the split into the B bomb site, and he goes stomping. That's when Soulfly strikes, but now back turned towards the guy out mid. Kerrigan and Frozen combine for the window pinch, and that is a B bomb site taken over by FaZe Clan. Jacob doubles his kills this round, and within it, FaZe find their first on the attack, 5 rounds into it.
And you can see still what Jacob can do, but if you watch that first half back, we're talking about 2 rifle rounds where he literally just got killed through the door on the cross. Rounds in B where he's saving, where he ends up dying. It's not like he had the luckiest half overall, considering his series. So it's not too late to save the day if he's really got some more left in the tank. But for now, I don't think Aurora are going to be too pressed about losing 1 round here in the second half.
That flash dodge caught the player in the doorway, but Jacob dodged it perfectly. And Xanteris really didn't mask his approach either, right? Comes stomping down through CT spawn. Very obvious that he was in that corner. Jacob makes the most of the moment. Brokey unable to collect on the cross, and Woxic has found space down into tunnels. Flash makes it awkward. He sticks around. Jacob right above this angle. And there's no guarantee Woxic can even fall back through those mid doors, so for now, he will remain adamant down here in the tunnels.
No, this is wild. I mean, this is a huge risk. Wicadia is carefully watching, but can't totally support him, and they drop their guard a little bit. They just don't think he'd be playing that risky. The molly comes to top mid. Woxic has an escape route now.
Gets a bit hot, but he's still afforded an escape. Nobody actually
nice.
top middle to make sure he does get boxed in and stay there.
I like them playing the dangerous games like that. Because as much as, if they ran down at him, Wicadia could only do so much. That one molly was really all they needed to stop him.
Aurora showing a willingness to make these risky round-winning, potentially match-winning moves, but there's Twists. We've had to wait for him to get back into the action. Doesn't waste a bullet.
Off the shoulder peak.
Major riddled. And then Twist crossed instantly. Molotov over towards the Cat player. That's going to keep them disengaged from sight, but Soulfly does pick up that kill towards top mid. Man advantage for Aurora held on to. And they'll disrupt the bomb plant for the time being. Still extra time, sure. Trying to pop open that smoke, but not fully. And then Wicadia just runs into the waiting hands of Kerrigan.
He doesn't believe it because there's only 3 up. Someone would have been that deep on long. Wise move from Kerrigan.
Twist able to fall back into the ramp now. This position secured by Kerrigan's long frag. Brokey will not miss the chance to strike one down, but Soulfly, close proximity. That's going to catch Twist off guard. Kerrigan drawn back from long. It's damage both directions, an op shot that can't whiff, but he does, and that opens the door for Woxic's clutch. You've got him in the open. Woxic right there to end it. Jumps on top of Bomb with Kit, and Aurora find 11.
That's a miracle. I think that Kerrigan even got 1 kill with the health in his position, but needed the clutch too. Couldn't deliver that.
Brokey's got to land that.
Yeah, he does. I mean, I was looking at both those fights, and I thought the CTs were going to win both. So, again, the fact that it comes down to a 1v1, already kind of crazy. But Brokey was so pressed up against that wall, he was going to get spotted first. Hope's dwindling now.
It's a flat T half coming out of FaZe Clan. 1 singular. win on the second half. Excellent opening from Twists on long, punishing the shoulder. Kerrigan gets away with the freebie on the flank as well. But Kerrigan's also in such a tough spot. Once Brokey misses the shot from Goose, once he opens the door for that challenge from the bomb site for the last CT.
We don't have that same consistent ability to get kills in the cross like we saw from Brokey on those double doors.
No, that Woxic output was immense. Ooh, sneaky moment here from Jacob.
They're so grouped up inside of long. I mean,
it's all they've got.
It's not that bad of a place to be in, but they will turn around multiple times.
Boppers give it a chance to just dump utility. Frozen tagged by that one down to half, but you've got Kerrigan trying to run this up point blank. He'll get stuffed by Xantares. Jacob, same, open duel. Oh, it's a double and Twist's helping hand. Serves up the opening kills. Bomb has been scooped back up in the process. Nade for Wicadia. Does he press his luck?
He wants to. It's
pushes the issue,
though.
Bomb tucked in behind those boxes. Wicadia and Soulfly tasked for the 2v3, but look at the health here for FaZe Clan.
They're actually thinking about the money and the guns that they have falling back now. So FaZe Clan pull off this split. It's the lurk out middle into the mid B smoke. And another good round here in the second half for Jacob. 2 key multi-kills that we've got from him.
You mentioned it, how in the first half he was just kind of muzzled, right?
Yeah.
Denied the cross over to the B site, forced into the saves or the B site retake.
Yeah, some might look at that and he only had 2 unlucky deaths, but when it's 2 full rifles, like we just heard Blade talking about, if you win 3 important rifle rounds and a half, like you can just win the game in MR12. And so those were not small frags that Woxic picked up on him.
It's an interesting sequence now, too, because we've gotten 4 rounds back and forth, non-consecutive wins, money under pressure. Aurora's lead under that same pressure. A 5-0 start to the first half, a 4-0 start to the second. But everything they have is invested in this one for Aurora, and Woxic makes sure to set up shop with an opening kill towards long.
Just the better opper today.
Now starting to feel his impact throughout both halves with opening duels like that one. Secures Madger's position. But it is still going to be Kerrigan to test the waters up catwalk. Tease drop this fake Molotov behind Kerrigan, trying to convince Aurora that he isn't as close as he is. Now, the trajectory on the nade will let him know he was just there on the brink of it. But what's your move, FaZe?
Yeah, the fog of war is massive. I mean, they've just got this single point of contact on Cat. No lurks in place. They've got to brute force this.
Ouch. Bit of chip damage there for half of FaZe to deal with. Woxic,
that's a chance.
He is on you, but
they let him live.
There's no full commitment to the corner, and so Woxic's actually given a chance to breathe. Bomb goes down for Catwalk, and FaZe Clan will be happy to just
oh my God, they're not
slink
all
back
walking
into that
cat.
post plant.
They can't be that closed off. They'll get one smoke and lose. But there are no smokes actually from the CT side.
Got Incendiary to maybe keep them at bay. Good kill from Jacob. As Xantares will not be a part of this retake. Frag grenade with Jacob's name on it lands. We've got Twist and Frozen into the kill feed, and it is nothing but FaZe Clan coming out clutch towards that post plant. One kill back the Aurora way. That's it. That's all. We've got consecutive rounds for FaZe now.
Now they fully believe, and that's every single T round that FaZe have won. Jacob has a 2K. I mean, now even Jacob having this scoreline, it's not his best. But the impact already in this game, once he's gotten a chance to actually play the round, shows us the quality of play he's brought all day long now.
And there it is.
Yeah, because you look at this, buy, and oh, no, not like this. No, please, not like this. Oh my gosh.
Into the gun.
Into the gun.
Oh! Knife into the... Insta-kill, AK Wicadia, half health, 3 teammates down to just scoop up control, but he's gonna let his guard down and die to Frozen. Okay, they make mistakes. They get a little too excited about the opening, and it will be the FaZe Clan close. Exactly, holy shit is right.
Yo, you guys see that? Like he teleported there or something. Man, that was a bit too much. He did it for the money.
Backstab, and the second player, you know, kind of panic reaction there from Kerrigan.
Yeah, you could hear the mid player as well.
Whew. Yeah, that one needs a timeout. That's just reset your nerves.
That's a roller coaster of emotions because you see that kill feed and you're like, oh my God, we're actually gonna take this all back. Xantares, like, just hit a desk, all of a sudden, doesn't even matter. We're about to win an eco.
Right.
And actually FaZe recover right away.
When you get 2 kills in lower tunnels, so you grab the AK, go sprinting towards T-spawn and catch a guy waiting outside tunnels. Or rather, you don't catch him, you get caught by him. Wicadia getting a little excited with his opening. FaZe make it a 1-round game.
This gives Brokey a chance to respond, man, because, you know, Woxix put his stamp on this map, on this series, across all these maps. But he's just, like, Brokey's getting bested in so many dimensions of this game so far.
Yeah.
But now that we're down to the wire, all that matters is these next couple of rounds.
It's a lot of rumblings of utility out middle, and there wasn't anything behind it until this point. Jacob decides to jump out, and we haven't had Aurora take any kind of a defensive stance to deal with this. Again, a whole lot of noise here for FaZe Clan, but what have they really established? Jacob out through the mid doors, Brokey working alongside him, carries the bomb with a smoke to block off any CT play. This B bomb site of Wicadia and Soulfly, currently no support unless Xantares can pop this open at the right moment. But the nade's a little short, and we go 30 seconds on the clock. Now 3 players out middle, an additional smoke grenade to really put the squeeze onto this B bomb site. Soulfly's position, it's only good for 1. Wicadia, a bit desperate, doesn't have to worry about mid. Bomb has been dropped. Brokey there to try to recover. Wicadia hangs on from the car. Opera's got to get in through the doorway, but down he goes, and Twist doesn't have time.
He has to run at this, but there's no reason to fight him. Wicadia tucks, they get 12. And a death after time.
25 frags for Twists, 3 kills on the round, but the clock decides this one. And that mid-squeeze comes up Aurora.
That looked actually scary for a second when Xantares freaked out and ran into the smoke spraying. But he had teammates on this round, that's for sure.
The Wicadia versus Frozen duel is everything in that moment.
So much rested on that the entire round. Absolutely. And now it'll be FaZe fighting to get into overtime.
2 match points. After a 3-round FaZe streak and 25 kills to Twist's name. Still a full buy on the cards in this early tunnels play out of FaZe Clan. Soulfly solo B commitment. We got a lot more presence out of Aurora on middle. And a stark contrast to the last round where there was nobody home and all this free real estate for FaZe. Will this repositioned Aurora setup catch them off guard for match point? The first wave of smoke grenades fades.
Kind of love the call here for Aurora. You've got Madger over at long. He can stay here pretty much forever. They've got a flex player towards B with a 3B lean. FaZe want a piece of this.
It's a dangerous game for Woxic to remain floating out here. Kerrigan's going to try to test the waters as that second smoke goes down on CT spawn. If he tries to cheat through this smoke, it's hook, line, and sinker. Woxic, damage dealt. MP9 collects. They're stuffed on the side of the tunnel smoke, and it goes up empty-handed. Aurora trying to bounce back into this one. And they do it in convincing fashion. Just when FaZe felt like they had momentum, it will get ripped from their hands. Another loss for FaZe Clan in 2026. 3-10, their record since Budapest. And Aurora find momentum off of Pro League Grand Finals and here into their opening game of Rotterdam.
I cannot believe just how good Maui is at his job.
Prediction master.
13-10.
13-10, it went exactly that way. And honestly, when we saw their opening of Dust 2 here, I was like, there is something in the water that Maui's having, and I don't want any of it because Aurora were running away with it. It didn't feel like FaZe had any foot or any say in what was happening for Dust.
I really don't feel like any of the teams play like particularly great this one. I think both teams look sort of sloppy, and looking at Aurora coming out of the grand final in Pro League, you know, it's not really that's not really what I expected to see from a team that just had like a recent success, right? I mean, like FaZe try to claw their way back. You know, we know the struggles that they have, and obviously coming into this game, they did really try their best to try and bring it back, and they had glimpses, especially winning a nuke that looked good. But overall, I mean, like Aurora got the win in the end, but it wasn't like the most prettiest one.
No, of course not, but you're still going to take it. I mean, I feel like they obviously would have wanted to win in 2. I think Nuke was a game that definitely you're going to go back to the drawing board and try to figure out how some of those rounds slipped away from you. But maybe we can find that out.
We definitely can, because we have the absolute pleasure of having Woxic join us. It's great to see you and after a victory as well. Maybe, I don't know, where's the energy for you personally getting a win over FaZe?
Yeah, if we were about to lose, I wouldn't be here. When we win, yeah, that's a good energy. So yeah, I mean, overall, we started bad, like on Nuke. We could have been close the map also in Nuke, and we could maybe make it 2-0. But we made like a silly mistakes, and we just did a talk between the maps that we need this game for stage 3. We need to like get our shape back, and we need to be like full focus on winning second and third. So I think it's worked.
Did you expect FaZe to be as proactive on their CT side? I felt like every time you were doing anything outside, they sent 1-2 guys in lobby practically every time, and so all of your A crunches just they just got stopped because they always controlled that.
Yeah, actually we had like the game plan about them, like they will maybe leave outside, but I think they will leave some people on the like garage, and also when he was gonna get the contact from heaven, he will swing, this kind of things. But in the start of the game, we never saw anyone. We were sneaking all the way around the map, so they were also moving to the like behind us. But the thing is, we were not expecting from them to play like this, like proactive all the time, because they left completely open for us to outside, and it made us get confused, I think.
And on those 2, were you a little bit worried? Like you had a 5-0 start, and then they came back, and you know, I mean, FaZe can always have, for my time playing, they can always be tough to play against, right? So did you have a little bit of a moment where you got a little bit nervous, or did you always just believe in the game plan? And how would you rate your own like team performance in this series?
I think team performance after we just giving the comeback from I think 5-0 or 6-0. From that they made the comeback. I think everyone was like still calm, and they said like we just throw the rounds, guys. So we just gave it by our hands. So if we just keep play focus on the CT side, so we can close the game. And I think I like the mentality of them just saying it. And also I just say it personally, guys, it should have been like maybe 9-0. Like shouldn't be like this. It's like 6-6. Let's go. We win the pistol, and I'm getting the AWP, and we're just winning. That's what I just did. Motivation talk, but I hope it helped them.
So is it always you doing that sort of motivation talk when you get into situations like that?
Usually it's me and Meyer. Yeah, both of us always just never step down, guys. You know,
we're always have a foot in the door, you know? They're going there, they're on game point. You're like, no, we can still win this one.
Yeah, we can still win. If they are not 13, you can always come back. He knows this so much well.
I've tried it a couple of times.
I feel like we've seen so much growth in your career as a player. I mean, before you're kind of that, wild opper, and then now I feel like you're kind of a bastion of consistency for this team. Beyond that, the way you're talking now about just being so collected and being able to be the motivational or morale leader on top of it, I mean, what made you kind of step up in that regard? Just on the kind of the out of server intangibles, like the motivation speaks. Where do those come from?
It was always in me. When I was also playing for Mouse, and like back in the days in my Turkish teams as well, I was always doing these talks, because I always knew that if we play like our game, we can just make it. If I'm not even believing, I'm just saying with my mouth to motivate the people. Also here, that was the missing part. That's about here, and that's why like every time I cannot step down. If I'm down, I'm not lucky, man. You know, like that's why I need to be like always saying like, yeah, guys, let's go, we're making it. If I'm even died like a retard for someone, I cannot be tilt. I cannot be show to them. I need to leave it inside of me.
I really want to try and pick your brain, because you've just recently picked up Soulfly, and you're a full Turkish team, obviously, and it's gotten a lot more common that we see international teams because you can get more players and everything. But how is it to be a national lineup like yourself in Turkey? And how do you see yourself? Like, how's the mood in the camp? Do you actually feel like you are moving forward in a position where you also can fight for the trophies? Because you've had your struggles with arenas before. Like now, you just recently made it to the grand final in Pro League, where you unfortunately lost to NAVI. But how is the mood in the camp after getting Soulfly? And how is it to have a full national lineup?
I think like I can start with the first one. It's great to play with your own language, basically, but the problem is it's just TeamSpeak is just sometimes more chaotic than on English. So that was my issue at the start of the international, because I have been played like for 5-6 years in Turkish team, so I forgot how chaotic it is sometimes. And when we just started, like I was struggling fully, because like blah 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 blah, because all infos are like so easy for them to say. It's not like in English, and not just saying I'm throwing flash, boom. It's not like this. Like long sentences comes and boom as well, and also at the same time someone else talking. So at the start it was bad for me to adaptate, but in the end I was able to make it. And for the Soulfly part, that when he joined, I think he is playing really smart anchor role, and also trying to survive and buy time for his teammates who is doing rotation. I think because of that we were like more winning like the rounds that it was about to go towards opponent. So I think if we just gonna be like this in a great shape, and also always the fresh blood is just gives you to be more kind of motivation to go further. So today I can tell, yes, we can get a trophy. That's the feeling that I have, since we also like eliminated in the final, but this final is always good rather than eliminate in quarters. So step by step we go in, I think. So what about maybe major? Oh, who knows? Who knows?
Interesting. I have one really quick question. Just following up on the whole language aspect. You said it's like a really long sentence in Turkish, and then in English it's fast. I mean, if you spoke both languages equally well.
Dude, you stole my question. That's so unfair. That's so unfair.
Is it easier? Is it easier to play in English?
No, I mean we just made the shortcuts already for that. For even Turkish, we're just talking like sometimes slowly. But we talked about it, and it didn't work as well. We tried.
So you actually did try doing English?
We tried.
Really?
It didn't work. Yeah, for a couple of days we tried, and he just like someone just started to say like, "Why are you not giving this info, bro? I didn't know the word or something." So that's why like we remove it. Okay, instantly going back to our own language, guys. You
That's
know?
funny.
Can't do both.
Oh yeah, mix it up.
Yeah, mixes that. Anyway, it's already mixed up. Most of the informations are English. Even like like the positions names are English, so it's mixed up.
I guess you get that from FaZe and everything.
Yeah,
right?
yeah.
Makes sense.
That's that. Yeah. Well, there you go. Now I was gonna scramble for another question, but instead I'm just gonna say congratulations. Look, it was really nice to get to talk to you and break everything down that happened over this series, and congratulations again.
Thank you.
Yeah, appreciated it a lot there, and it's a lot of fun getting to talk to players in this manner. Always. And Maui stealing my question at the end, well, that kind of felt a little bit bad, but at least we still got the answer to it. I like it. I like
It's what I earn. It's what I earn when I get a prediction correct.
Okay, that's fine. You can take my question.
They don't happen often, apparently. You know, apparently, according to the graphic.
Well, we actually have to bump it up now. It's 3.4%.
Exactly.
Today.
If I ever decide to go back playing, I just join Aurora. I can just talk English, right?
Yeah, apparently.
I mean, like,
they want that now, right? No, it's faster. It's faster. You know, quick.
Yeah. They probably wouldn't consider me, but it's fine.
I do like that he was willing to give credit where credit was due for how FaZe did play on Nuke, saying, yeah, we weren't expecting it, we weren't ready for it, we weren't really prepared for the way that they were doing it. And that is things that we were saying, and now it's like Aurora get to learn a whole new thing. A lot of viewers, a lot of other teams now get to be like, where is this FaZe exactly sitting?
I'm just glad that WotC confirmed kind of what I said in the pregame to Nuke, where I'm used to just seeing them just sit on their heels. They just wait for action. You know, maybe they'll stop a guy because they're already in heaven. But instead, today we did get a little bit of a wrinkle. Like FaZe changed some things up. It caught Aurora off guard for one map, but unfortunately, that was more or less the extent of their game plan for this series. They had a couple little neat ideas which worked in their favor on Nuke, but through and through, Aurora proved why they were the favorites with a very, I'd say, commanding win on Inferno. And even though things got tight on Dust 2, I was pretty confident Aurora were going to walk away with it.
Yeah, like if you take team pound by pound, you know, I think there was more mistakes on the FaZe side, and I think the team play definitely proved to pull Aurora over the finish line. They had more options and more situations where they just had like that specific flashbang or the setup or the like the situation getting out of the dire things. But I think FaZe most of the time, I mean, the majority of the rounds they got was off the individuals. Like Jacob had a really good series. I'd say maybe he surely dropped off on Dust 2, but then Twist stepped it up. So they did take turns, right? They didn't have all of them playing on and firing on all cylinders. Maybe a little bit on Nuke, that's where everyone contributed the most, right? But I mean, we're just still left in a position where FaZe is, you know, we expect more of them, but at the same time, it's
the strangest thing to see a team that was in the major grand finals, and then it almost feels like they're building from the ground up, even though they just had what was really the biggest achievement for the roster. It's kind of like, how are we back to square one off of, like, usually you ride the high of a deep run like that.
And then some part of you also wants to be like, okay, well, what if we ignore that? Like, what do we really expect of this roster? Like, what if we just treat it as if it was a new roster coming together? And even then, that still feels really hard to be so like, yeah, that's a great foundation. That's a good opening for this team at a tournament when you're kind of lying to the mirror, you know?
Yeah, but I'm actually left with a feeling that, you know, one of the reasons why I think it's tough for FaZe is that you had Twist leaving the team, right? Going to Liquid, now coming back. He left the team at a point where, you know, they were obviously in a better place than they are now. You had Brokey being, benched and then actually coming back. It's like they're recycling the players, and maybe they're also left with that old feeling of, we used to be this good, now we're not, and what has actually changed. And I think when Brokey did come back from that break, you know, I think he did prove himself a little bit more. You know, it was a talking point that maybe he wasn't really putting in the effort and being that teammate or the player that we knew he could be, but it's like he's falling a little bit back into that. I don't think
you need to bench him again and bring him back again. Yeah, that's what you're saying.
Let's recycle more players. Or maybe we should just we should do like a social experiment. We should
just bench everybody.
We're at a point now where we're so tired of Vitality winning. So let's just take Robs out of Vitality, and then we're gonna take Rain back from 100 Thief just to see if it actually works out.
I love your ideas, but I'm not sure that's one I can get on board with when it comes to that. But I do want to talk about exactly what are the implications for the win and loss for Aurora and FaZe, respectively, there for themselves. And that is, of course, then checking out what our Group A bracket is looking like. We saw it earlier where Falcons and NAVI got that win for themselves. Aurora get to continue up in the upper bracket for it, where we do see now FaZe fall down to that second chance for themselves, lower bracket, whatever you want to coin it there, and get to sit by and await idly as to if they're going to be coming up against FURIA or TYLOO, who are going to be playing just in a little bit.
If you're FaZe and you do face off against TYLOO in the coming days, and you lose that, oof, we need more changes. We we already do need more changes, but we need them even faster, like even quicker. Expedite the process.
You're like jumping already.
Express mail.
Express mail. So who'd you get? That's a great question, right?
Depends who you're benching.
Oh yeah.
Yeah. So
you got to keep the core at least.
I mean, I also want to see who they're bringing in as a full-time coach.
That makes sense.
That's actually,
that is the thing you said. Right now, we can't make those comparisons. We do still have to give some amount of leeway. And whilst it wasn't a win for FaZe, it was still a fantastic showing. A lot of fun that we got to see for them. And the fun continues. We do still have that whole nother series. But before we get to it, we're going to watch a little bit of content and come back to you guys with a guest.
A full year as a esports player, especially Counter-Strike player. It is a lot of work, it is a lot of spending time with your team.
As a pro player, you need to sacrifice. It's not just going to tournament, having some fun, see a city, go around being a tourist.
It's pretty hard with all the travel and the boot camps and practice from home and all of that. But yeah, that's how it looks.
Travel days, it's always so tough. We are traveling like all together, like 5 players, coach, manager.
I mean, usually the year starts with a boot camp before the first tournaments.
In NAVI, we are boot camping quite a lot. We tend to have a boot camp at the start of the season, at the end of the season, before the major. And sometimes we might even have a boot camp in the middle.
You have now grinded practice at home for 2 weeks with maybe 2 days off. Then you go into a tournament and you get met by extreme happy emotions or extreme sad emotions.
The best part of all of this is definitely a competition.
When you're making deep runs, especially if you're winning a tournament, you get the benefits of the hard work you put in. When you're losing constantly, even if you might go home a couple days earlier, you're thinking of what would have happened if we beat this team or win the tournament.
As a pro player, you need to fight to stay mentally strong. You have to fix mistakes, you have to adjust, you have to prepare for the next day. You go into the game and then you repeat.
This year was pretty hard for us, I would say, because we had a boot camp, tournament, just a few days off, then another tournament, then again just 3 or 4 days off.
Getting energy again is one of the most important things for me. I've done this for 25 years now. I have my family close, I have my wife close, and those are the people I see the most, but not a lot.
You're traveling a lot of countries, sometimes even back-to-back, without returning home. I'm used to it, I guess.
I think one of the most important things as a team is the team dynamic. We are 5 people on the server, and if one person is missing outside the game, automatically feels very less.
In NAVI, we try to have the balance and not spending time 24/7 with each other. But I'm close with Ima, for example, I'm close with Makaze. We might spend more time with each other. Overall, you're still gonna be in the practice room with all of your teammates for countless of hours a day.
When we, let's say, go out for a dinner or we go for a team walk, we always try to be together, like the whole team.
Everybody has to commit to the same amount, sacrifice the same things, and only then you can reach the trophies.
What makes the whole year worth it is the majors. I always have the best feeling of my life when my parents were watching me and my best friends were watching me. So I just think that's the peak of the tournament calendar.
Everyone is looking for winning, and this is what makes competition being real.
I'm here for one reason. I'm here to win everything I can, and the day I stop, I have time for everything else in my life.
There was a little bit of insight as to how a year in the pro would go by for themselves. And I mean, I could just pose the same question to another professional that we have joining us here. Imagine, what would you say your year looks like as a pro player?
I think since 2 years, we're on the top 10 now, so there is a lot of tournament. Before that, we was not in the top 10, so there is not a lot of tournament since 1.5 year, 2 years. But this 1 year, it's a lot of tournaments in a row, going outside, airport, hotel, some match, again, preparation, like a routine, you know, like everyday routine.
With so many events, do you ever feel that the schedule gets a little too full on and you're like, hey, actually, I really just don't want to play in this tournament. Like mentally, I need to take a break. I can't do another, you know, airport. I can't do another 6 flights right now.
The thing is, with my age now, I try to not have some regrets. Like you told, you know, when you stop Counter-Strike, then you have regrets. So I'm not flaming or I'm not thinking about a lot of... for me, it's okay if I do a lot of tournaments in a row, etc. Now I accept that.
Yeah.
I embrace the pain mentally, my body, because I know that with my age now, I'm 35, like it's my last moment, you know, where I can take pleasure playing. So I try my best to do, to give everything I have, and for me now I'm enjoying because I like competitive, I like playing against teams strategically, etc. I like in the morning watching some demos of my enemy, etc. So I still have the fire inside of me, and maybe one day while I will not have this fire, maybe I will say to my teammate, guys, that's over for me, and I will go out. Yeah.
Can you feel a difference from now that you've moved up to tier like top 10 and tier 1 and playing more tournaments, that you have less time to practice at home, like, you know, theory crafting and figuring out strategies and everything? Do you think you have limited time now, or how is it working out for you?
Yeah, we are not practicing at home at all. I think when we have time, we do bootcamp also. So it's hiding in the schedule, you know. Yeah, it's playing Counter-Strike, to be honest. Like, I think it's the dream for everyone, you know. As a player, you play games, you win your life with it, you're traveling, you know, bro. You feel that. And I think with my age and I understand that, so I take pleasure of that, yeah. I try to take pleasure of that, yeah.
I mean, it's obviously tough when you're just playing tournament after tournament. I feel like we kind of saw maybe a little bit of that burnout last year for you guys, where it just was such an onslaught of tournaments that it was hard for you to reinvent things. But I would say, actually, you know, I've been critical sometimes of your guys' T-sides, but I'd say coming into this year, I'm seeing a couple more diverse plays here and there. Like, the way you even ran one of your T-side rounds on Inferno today, just kind of making sure you went out B by yourself that one round. You still had Wycadia in middle, you had Soulfly in apps, like those kind of like more spread out rounds. I don't really remember those in your guys' game as much last year. So you still are finding a way to reinvent yourselves. Like how is it just like being self-critical and like coming up with new plays there?
Bro, like, yeah, I know that you criticize a lot, also me, etc. But I think criticism is part of the job. I accept it, you know, and I take my team like a end of poker, you know. I don't feel that I have a hand and I have to show strongness with my hand, but sometimes my hand is not strong. But like you say, like the last match we play a lot of A split with Smoking Arch and Library, and today I knew that they knew that, so I put double smoke and I just insta beep up like 4 people, but also putting Wikidia there, making some pressure, like you say. Yeah, it's just about like trying to play good Counter-Strike, and also with the players I have, I can't play like FURIA, you know, an overpass, like default, everyone slow, because when I try to do that, we get punished. Yeah. So I say to myself, like, instead of playing beautiful Counter-Strike with the player I have that's not working, at least I play more stack sometimes, but I accept also that we have to play sometimes like FURIA, you know, you have to have bot style, and this year I try to adapt to have this bot style, you know, in my playbook.
How does Soulfly factor into that? I mean, sometimes he's being used a little bit kind of as an extremity, as a lurker at times. I don't know, with Jota it felt like he was more of, even though sometimes he starts the round like that, it felt like you brought him into the pack, or he would rejoin the pack a little bit more. Do you find a little bit more comfort just leaving Soulfly on the edge of the map?
Yeah, I feel more comfortable with him, and also I think he understands my call better than Jota was understanding. Okay. Like, I think he's more intelligent, to be honest.
Oh, okay.
And I think for me, like, he's still young, you know, still playing new on stage, etc. And he's trying his best, but for now I'm happy about his performance.
Yeah, you're talking about like how young he is. Who do you think has been taking a bit more of like a role model approach for him? Like, who's been helping him settle into a higher tier of CS at the moment and coming up against like these playoffs, having those live
Not
events?
include me, like you mean?
Yeah.